Chapter 177 The Rise of a Wizarding Family. Under intense pain, Deus Chilianzi was unable to concentrate. The flames he had released immediately dissipated in the air. The token in front of him fell downwards. Seeing that Deus Chilianzi was defenseless, Ronan drew a line in the air with his finger. Immediately, the 12 azure spirit swords flew in unison towards Deus Chilianzi. As they converged around his neck, Deus Chilianzi was instantly decapitated. Ronan used his spirit and beckoned with his hand. Deus Chilianzi's storage pouch, as well as the falling token, were both drawn over by Ronan and held in his hand. With another wave of his hand, a stream of samadhi true fire suddenly ignited on Deus Chilianzi's body. Soon, it burned Deus Chilianzi's corpse into ashes. A gust of wind blew, and the ashes scattered. Ronan immediately recalled the azure spirit swords, leaving only one, and performed the 7-star sword escape, riding the sword light to leave the area. Wizard World, Triumphant City Central, Flat House. After Ronan transmigrated back, he inspected Deus Chilianzi's storage pouch. He discovered that Deus Chilianzi was indeed a cultivator specializing in fire spells. Inside were many fire-attributed magic treasures. Including that token, it was also a fire-attributed magic treasure. Ronan examined the token and found that it was quite similar to a talisman. While talismans are written on talisman paper, this token had the talisman written on a material that was neither wood nor jade. Talismans are consumed after one use, but this token could be used multiple times. Ronan possessed samadhi true fire, so this token was of little use to him. It's perfect for integrating into the spiritual realm. His spiritual realm was growing larger and larger. And the space within it, distinct from chaos, was also expanding. A few days ago, because he was in Dali Foss Wizard Tower, he integrated many 5 elements heaven and earth spiritual objects, causing his spiritual realm to expand rapidly. Ronan thought, and activated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. A green glow flickered on the hand holding the token. Soon, the green glow enveloped the token. Gradually, the token transformed into a fluid-like energy. Following the green glow, it flowed along his meridians and entered his danshan. Then, it merged into his spiritual realm. Afterward, Ronan took out other fire-attributed heaven and earth spiritual objects from Deus Chilianzi's storage pouch. Fire jade, fire plants, fire spirit fruit. Ronan circulated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, and various heaven and earth spiritual objects transformed into energy, integrating into his danshan. Thus, a day and a night passed. Ronan finally integrated all the magic treasures and resources from Deus Chilianzi's storage pouch into his spiritual realm. His spiritual realm was filled with fire-attributed spiritual chi, and as a result, his affinity for fire elements increased significantly. This way, my samadhi true fire will be even more powerful. Ronan focused his spirit and probed Deus Chilianzi's storage pouch again. Now, what remained were a few booklets and about 10 bottles of medicinal pills. Ronan first took out the booklets, flipped through them, and found that the spells and cultivation techniques inside were much weaker compared to what he currently cultivated. Therefore, he somewhat unenthusiastically put the booklets back. Then, he took out about 10 bottles of medicinal pills. He used Grand Mist to analyze the ingredients of each bottle. Soon, he understood the purpose of every medicinal pill. There's also aphrodisiac. I didn't expect Deus Chilianzi, this old man who looked like an immortal, to be so improper. Ronan put the medicinal pills back, deciding to consume them later. Then, he walked to the laboratory to refine essence of wood water. Over the next few days, Ronan first went to the wizard tower, and after finding nothing unusual, he returned to the flat house. He continued to grind the proficiency of essence of wood water. Essence of wood water is a second-tier growth potion. And in Dali Foss Wizard Tower, there were even higher-tier growth potions. Grinding the second-tier growth potion to proficiency, and then grinding the third-tier growth potion, would make the proficiency increase even faster. Essence of wood water, Grandmaster 98%. He had been refining essence of wood water every day for quite some time, watering his natal longevity tree and other spiritual plants. Therefore, the proficiency of essence of wood water increased at a good pace. These days, having refined it so much, his proficiency was nearing perfection. Ronan manipulated about 10 wizards' hands to refine the potion. On the laboratory table, several sets of refining tools operated simultaneously. Gurgling sounds of bubbling echoed densely in the laboratory. Soon, 5 bottles of essence of wood water were refined by him. His heart stirred, and he summoned Grand Mist. Essence of wood water, perfection. After essence of wood water reached perfection, Ronan summoned Grand Mist and called up the formula for the elongation potion. The elongation potion is a third-tier potion. The difficulty of collecting its materials and the complexity of its refining steps are incomparable to essence of wood water. However, its medicinal effect is also something essence of wood water cannot match. Ronan first watered his 3 natal longevity trees and the azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo with essence of wood water. Currently, the combined age of his 3 natal longevity trees was nearly 700 years. It was not far from 1,000 years. Once it reached 1,000 years, his body would become the Yiwood Dharma body. At that time, his aptitude would further improve, and his cultivation speed would also further accelerate. After watering, Ronan returned to the laboratory and began refining the elongation potion. Thus, another half a month passed. Elongation potion, beginner 89%. The elongation potion was steadily improving, and he also used the savage growth spell daily to accelerate the growth of his natal longevity tree. This caused the combined age of his natal longevity trees to exceed 700 years. Currently, the largest natal longevity tree covered his entire botanical garden. The area shaded by its canopy was a full 100 square meters. Its height was even more than 20 meters. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi flowed like water towards its branches, leaves, and trunk. It was fortunate that Ronan had learned more advanced spatial spells from Dali Fa's collection of books, which further expanded the space of the botanical garden. Only then could the botanical garden accommodate this natal longevity tree. In addition, he had set up the reversed bagua formation at the flat house. The sensation of the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi flowing towards this area was reversed by the reversed bagua formation. Only then did passing wizards not perceive anything unusual. Ronan was refining the elongation potion when he suddenly felt someone approaching his flat house. The person was Bran. I wonder what's wrong. Ronan's reversed bagua formation defended against everyone except himself. Sensing Bran's arrival, Ronan used his spirit to create a path within the bagua formation's energy, allowing Bran to walk to the door unharmed. Thump thump. Bran knocked on the door. Ronan closed the doors of the botanical garden and the laboratory, then went to open the door for Bran. Ronan. Bran called Ronan's name, then walked into the flat house. Then, Ronan closed the door. Bran, what's the matter? Ronan asked. As he spoke, the two walked to the table. After sitting down, Bran said, a few days ago, I had an idea. Since Dali Fa has so many resources, I was thinking, can we spare some to cultivate wizards for our family? The Lawrence family, to which Ronan belonged, was not just Layton and their father and 3 sons. Layton had siblings, as well as cousins. Some of these relatives were in Redwood territory, while others were in other parts of the southeast province, serving as minor nobles. Bran said, actually, not everyone has undergone wizard aptitude testing. After all, the crystal ball for testing wizard aptitude is very rare. Moreover, there is no wizard academy within the southeast province, so if one wants to test wizard aptitude, they have to travel a long distance. I thought, we could let a portion of the family's young people come here in rotation, and you could use Dali Fa's crystal ball to test their wizard aptitude. If they have wizard aptitude, you can choose meditation techniques for them from Dali Fa's collection of books, and then give them some resources to cultivate. After all, our Lawrence family is now in an unpredictable torrent, and increasing the family's strength now should be beneficial if anything happens in the future. Ronan nodded after hearing this. Whether in the cultivation world or the wizard world, any cultivator tends to establish a force. This is because when a force grows large, there are almost countless people to assist, thereby obtaining more information and resources. Just like Dali Fa, if he wasn't backed by the Kingdom of Wizards, the king wouldn't have issued an order for almost all the knights in the kingdom to gather for a martial arts competition. Then select the most powerful one to be his experimental subject. Ronan thought about himself in the future, the higher his rank, the more and finer resources he would need. By then, they wouldn't be obtained by just casually wandering around. Therefore, he would need people to collect them. Seeing Ronan nod, Bran said he would make the arrangements and then left. A month later, Bran arranged for a portion of the Lawrence family's young people to come to Triumphant City. Because in the Lawrence family, there were wizards arranged by Dali Fa to help. If aptitude was tested within the family, it would be discovered by the wizards. Massively testing wizard aptitude for the young people in the family. If discovered by others, they would surely know that this family had ulterior motives. Moreover, wizardry is an extremely powerful force. People with wizard aptitude would naturally be feared and envied by others. And young people coming to Triumphant City could simply be said to be coming for sightseeing. The youngest person who came here was 5 years old, and the oldest was no more than 19. Ronan told Bran and Lawrence not to mention him, and he drank a transformation potion to conceal his identity while testing the aptitude of the family's young people. Bran arranged for these young people to stay in a manor outside Triumphant City. Ronan held the crystal ball and guided these young people in testing their aptitude. After a round of testing, Ronan found that none of this batch of young people had wizard aptitude. Therefore, Ronan asked Bran to send these young people back. After more than half a month, another group of young people arrived here. Ronan then took the crystal ball again to test their aptitude. Last time, there wasn't a single young person with aptitude. But this time, 2 people were found to have wizard aptitude. Moreover, their aptitude was not low. One was Ronan's nephew, 8 years old, who tested positive for fire element affinity, with an aptitude of class B middle. The other was Ronan's niece, 10 years old, who tested positive for water element affinity, with an aptitude of class B upper. So, Bran arranged for the 2 to stay in a manor in Triumphant City. Ronan then selected the best fire element meditation technique and water element meditation technique from Dali Fa's collection of books and gave them to these 2 respectively. He also prepared about 10 bottles of potions and gave them to the 2. After all, Dali Fa was a legendary wizard, and his collection did not include potions for wizard apprentices. Ronan thought that the aptitude of these 2 might not be the best compared to those wizards in the Kingdom Wizard Academy. However, with a large accumulation of resources and his guidance, becoming an elite wizard would not be a problem. An elite wizard is already enough to be above most people in the kingdom. A family with an elite wizard can be considered mid-tier among wizard families. After settling the 2, Bran sent the remaining young people back, and then arranged for another group of young people to come over. Later, after 5 groups had come, all the people under 25 in the family had come over. In the end, it was found that only those 2 children had wizard aptitude. Even if there are only those 2 children, as long as they grow up and intermarry with other wizards, the descendants of 2 wizards have a very high probability of being wizards, Bran said. While Bran was undergoing night cultivation, he was also reading Dolly Fa's collection of books. He knew that after bloodline modification, lifespan would also be extended accordingly. They had enough time to witness the family's development. They could slowly cultivate wizards for the family. Ronan, however, remained silent. Once he cultivated into the Yiwood Dharma body, his aptitude would increase again. If there were no disasters or difficulties, reaching nascent soul was inevitable. By then, he would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. If he were in a wizard family, he would become the old ancestor of a family. Although his cultivation method primarily came from the cultivation world. However, his resources were basically obtained in the wizard world. Therefore, in the wizard world, he needed a force that would obey him. For a period thereafter, both Triumphant City and the Wizard Tower were very peaceful. Augustus V did not come again. He was listening to Bran's words, recuperating, cultivating wizards and knights, and preparing for the Elf Kingdom's invasion war. Ronan had just taught a spell to his nephew and niece. When constructing the spell model, although Ronan taught them using equations from his previous life, which could make the two improve faster. However, he thought that the speed of knowledge dissemination is very fast. If this method were to spread, wizard cultivation might progress very quickly. The growth of other wizard powers would be quite disadvantageous to him. Therefore, he did not intend to pass this method on to his nephew and niece, but rather to give them more resources and refine better auxiliary potions. After all, resources are different from knowledge. Once he gave them to the two, they would use them up and they would be gone, they could not be disseminated. His nephew and niece both had black hair and black eyes, with fair and delicate skin, and both were very exquisite in appearance. After drinking his potions, they cultivated the meditation technique in the quiet room. Living up to his resources and teaching, the two's cultivation progress was rapid, exactly as he had expected. Chapter 178 The Disaster of the Elves. After Ronan had taught his nephew and niece for about a month, there was nothing left for him to teach. He had taught them all the best cultivation methods in the Valiant Kingdom. Next, it was time to send resources for the two of them to cultivate. The matter of sending resources, of course, did not require him to worry, Liang could arrange it. Immediately, Ronan bid farewell to his nephew and niece and returned to his flat house. After arriving at the botanical garden, he decided to continue cultivating the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual. He would first master Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Chi and Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Light. The next step would be to cultivate the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation. Before he could cultivate the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation, he could forge another 24 Azure Spirit swords. In his botanical garden, there were 24 millennial Azure Spirit jade bamboos. In his storage pouch, he still had Dolly Fa's Electrum and Mithril. If all 36 swords were forged and formed a sword formation, by then, even the Great Wizard of the Valiant Kingdom would probably not be his opponent. Ronan sat down cross-legged under his natal longevity tree, and with a thought, the entire tree emitted a golden holy tree light, flowing throughout the botanical garden. Immediately, his physical body state improved significantly, and the circulation of chi and mana in his meridians suddenly accelerated. Then, from his storage pouch, he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Once the medicinal pill took effect, he activated his profound skill according to the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual. The surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him, flowing through his meridians. As he cultivated, he summoned Grand Mist. Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual, beginner 89%. More than a month later, Ronan was cultivating the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual when he suddenly felt something. Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual, proficient 1%. He summoned Grand Mist to check and indeed saw that his sword art had a breakthrough. Just then, he felt that the sword chi accumulated in his physical body had reached a certain level. So, with a thought, he formed a sword art and pointed into the air. Immediately, an incomparably sharp sword chi shot out from his fingertip. This sword chi was swift and fierce, but it could be controlled by his mind. The sword chi shot into the air and was about to hit the wall of his botanical garden when, with a thought from him, it immediately reversed course. The sword chi was faster than lightning, shooting towards his face. Immediately, Ronan abruptly raised his left hand, blocking his face. Chirp! The sword chi hit his palm, and a small puff of blood burst out. Ronan turned his palm over and looked at it. He saw a bloody pit in the center of his palm, where the bone was visible. Not only had he cultivated the Azure Lotus White Lotus art to perfection, but he had also undergone energy particle amplification, and he had also cultivated the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill. Now his physical body was extremely powerful, and the fact that this sword chi could injure him indicated that its power was already considerable. At the very least, it could penetrate an elite wizard's energy particle defense with one strike. As Ronan pondered, the wound on his palm was already healing. Before long, the wound on his palm completely disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on it. Ronan took out a purification talisman from his storage pouch, cleaned the bloodstains, and continued to cultivate. Unconsciously, nearly half a year passed. In the past half year, Augustus V had clearly listened to Liang's advice and was frantically preparing for war. He continuously poured resources into cultivating wizards and knights. However, in the cultivation world, there had been no changes in the past half year. Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect were still in constant war, fighting back and forth. Sometimes, Huanzhen sect would occupy a spiritual mine excavation point, only for Heaven Sword sect to reclaim it a few days later. However, overall, Huanzhen sect still had the upper hand. Ronan's Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual had also been cultivated to the mastery level. He had transmigrated to the cultivation world, arriving in a forest in the secular world. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the air, and a green, shimmering sword light flew out from his finger. The sword light was dozens of feet long, glowing brightly. As it shot forward, trees in its path were cut down. Finally, when it reached a mountain peak, the sword light was not blocked by the rocks. With a hiss, the sword light passed through the entire mountain peak, leaving a small, head-sized tunnel on the mountain. From this side, one could see the other side of the mountain peak. After glancing at this tunnel, Ronan went to the forest, and with a thought, he transmigrated back to his flat house. Then, he left the flat house and headed towards the wizard tower. Now that his Tai Heavenly Wood Sword manual had reached the mastery level, it was time to prepare his flying sword. Thinking this, he went to the botanical garden and began harvesting Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo. Upon arriving at the wizard tower, Ronan first met with Liang and Bran. During this time, Liang had undergone 2 bloodline implantations, while Bran had undergone 4 energy particle amplifications. Now, the physique of these two, according to their own estimates, could rank among the best in the Valiant Kingdom. As long as they were equipped with enchanted blades and armor, and rode tamed demonic beasts as mounts. Killing a first-level formal wizard was not surprising. In fact, if conditions allowed and strategy was properly employed, they could even kill an elite wizard. Coincidentally, Dolly Fa's wizard tower contained these equipments and demonic beasts. Now, as for the Lawrence family, with Ronan's combat power, plus the combat power of Liang and Bran, the overall combat power of the family could already rank among the upper echelons of wizard families in the Valiant Kingdom. Upon arriving at the wizard tower, Ronan found a forging room and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, 24 Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos appeared before him. Then, he waved his hand again. Blocks of dark golden electrum and silver blue mithril floated before him. All the materials needed to refine the Azure Spirit Sword were now present. Ronan immediately formed hand seals. Suddenly, a radiant ball of Samadhi True Fire appeared before him. The Samadhi True Fire completely enveloped the electrum and mithril. Before long, they melted into a liquid state, floating in the air. Ronan chanted incantations. The 24 Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos also slowly began to change. The bamboos continuously compressed and melted, gradually transforming into sword embryos. Then, Ronan had a thought. The liquid electrum and mithril melted together and enveloped the 24 Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboos. Time gradually passed. 3 days and 3 nights quietly went by. Before Ronan, 24 flying swords, with a bronze base color and shimmering with exotic light, hovered. The 24 swords were now smooth and reflective. Next, he had to engrave magic runes onto the 24 swords. This was essentially enchanting his flying swords using the methods of the wizard world. Previously, he had enchanted them with sharp magic runes, armor-breaking magic runes, law-breaking magic runes, and so on. Some time ago, he had learned more magic runes knowledge from Dolly Fa's collection of books. His mastery of magic runes could be said to have risen sharply. Not only had his mastery of sharp magic runes and other magic runes improved, he had also learned some other magic runes. Furthermore, he could engrave more magic runes onto a single flying sword simultaneously. Ronan first used Grand Mist to formulate a magic runes carving plan in his mind. Then, with a wave of his hand, one of the Azure Spirit Swords was summoned to him. He chanted the Treasure Refinement Incantation, and manipulated the Samadhi True Fire to soften the flying sword. Under the mana of the Treasure Refinement Incantation, the surrounding gang metal chi gathered, forming miniature blades that carved onto the flying sword. Thus, another 5 days passed. The 24 new Azure Spirit Swords were finally refined by him. Immediately, with the thought, the other 12 Azure Spirit Swords also flew out from his danshan. 36 Azure Spirit Swords hovered before him, a magnificent sight. Each Azure Spirit Sword had a bronze base color, subtly emitting an exotic light. They were densely covered with patterns, like cloud patterns. If a great master of art from the secular world were here, they would certainly lament the vividness of these cloud patterns. The 36 flying swords have been refined. Next, I will continue to cultivate the Tai Heavenly Wood Sword manual. Ronan thought, then immediately withdrew his hand. The 36 flying swords transformed into 36 points of light, and with a sweep of his sleeve, he put them away. Then, he began to cultivate according to the Tai Heavenly Wood Sword manual. Another 3 months passed. Ronan was cultivating in a stone room in the wizard tower. However, he sensed that someone was about to arrive via the wizard tower's teleportation array. After such a long time, he had long understood all the wizardry formations on this wizard tower. If someone were to teleport over, he could sense it at any time. After his sensing, he knew that it was Augustus V and his entourage who were about to teleport over. This king hasn't been here for quite some time, I wonder what he's here for this time. Ronan thought as he walked out of the stone room. He walked onto a teleportation array and chanted a spell. Immediately, the teleportation array emitted a white light, enveloping him from bottom to top. The next moment, the scenery before his eyes changed. He arrived in a spacious stone room in the wizard tower. In the stone room, Liang and Bran, brothers, were wearing heavy armor and wielding great swords, sparring with each other. When Ronan arrived, he saw the two swords clashing, and the sound of metal striking metal echoed continuously. Seeing Ronan arrive, the two stopped their swords and both turned their heads. Augustus V is coming, Ronan said. Liang and Bran were slightly surprised upon hearing this, then they began to remove their armor while running towards the teleportation array where Ronan was. Once both of them entered the teleportation array, Ronan chanted a spell. The The next moment, all three were teleported to the 99th floor, to Dalifa's library. Upon arriving at the library, Ronan and Bran, as usual, hid behind the bookshelves. Liang then used the Harpy's bloodline power to add a layer of illusion barrier to Ronan and Bran. Then, he walked to Dalifa's lying physical body, plucked one of Dalifa's white whiskers, and placed it in a bottle of high-grade transformation potion. This bottle of high-grade transformation potion, after incorporating the white whisker, immediately erupted in a puff of steam. Liang took the high-grade transformation potion and transformed into Dalifa's appearance. Before long, Augustus V's voice came from below. "Great uncle, I'm here." "Come up," Liang said, imitating Dalifa's tone. Ronan, behind the bookshelf, silently chanted a spell. The teleportation array immediately lit up with white light. A moment later, Augustus V's figure appeared. "Great uncle, I plan to attack the Elf Kingdom next month." After Augustus V finished speaking, he looked at Dalifa, hoping for some indication from him. Ideally, Dalifa would lead the wizards and join the army in battle. Liang's heart stirred upon hearing this, thinking that this day was finally coming. However, even if Augustus V were to attack, he could not help, as he was a fake. Moreover, he had heard Dalifa say before that although the elf were in decline, as ancient overlords, they naturally possessed many extremely powerful magics. People could at most see some resources in elf people in the Elf Kingdom. However, if they were to truly attack the core of the Elf Kingdom, even Dalifa himself believed it would be difficult. Because, when it came to a true life or death situation, it was inevitable that the elf would cast some powerful magic regardless of the cost. It was also because of this that the Elf Kingdom still existed to this day. Otherwise, it would have long since become like the Orc Empire, where the Orc became slaves, and the country became a province of another nation. In fact, Liang had wanted to express this idea several times before. However, as a fake, he was already feeling guilty. He thought that if he refused Augustus V, who was reveling in the great victory over the Orc Empire and had thoughts of extending his lifespan, would inevitably develop resentment towards Dalifa upon being rejected. After all, besides Dalifa, there were several other great wizards in the Valiant Kingdom. If Augustus V united several great wizards, it was possible that he could defeat Dalifa. Therefore, Liang had remained silent several times. This time, after hearing Augustus V's words, he said, "All right, I think it's about time too. You send the army first, and once the situation is clear, I will follow." Augustus V was overjoyed to hear Liang's affirmative reply. However, amidst his joy, he remained calm. "Great uncle, I heard that the elf have a lot of magic. For safety's sake, I won't go there myself, I'll just send the army composed of wizards and knights first. For this campaign, I have summoned wandering wizards and scarred wanderer knights from within the kingdom. After all, the elf possess many treasures, who wouldn't go crazy for them?" As soon as I issued the conscription order, many wizards and knights in the kingdom responded enthusiastically. "This army is even grander than the one that campaigned against the Orc Empire." Augustus V spoke with a flushed face, and after describing the army's mobilization, he bid farewell to Liang. After Augustus V left, Ronan and Bran emerged from behind the bookshelves. Bran wrinkled his nose. With a large number of wizards and knights going, the elf are going to suffer this time. Liang remained silent, not speaking. He had experienced many battles and was accustomed to life and death. He was already numb to this campaign. Meanwhile, Ronan was thinking about the elf treasure tree of the Elf Kingdom. His natal longevity tree had originally transformed from the root of an elf treasure tree. He wondered how much benefit obtaining the elf treasure tree would bring to the growth of his natal longevity tree. Chapter 179 The age of the natal immortality tree is increasing rapidly. Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Manual, Great Master 1%. The natal longevity tree emitted holy tree light, illuminating the entire botanical garden. Ronan sat cross-legged beneath the natal longevity tree, cultivating the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Manual. "I've finally reached the Great Master level." After Ronan received the data returned by Grand Mist, he immediately activated the sword art. Instantly, 36 points of azure light flew from his dantian. With a flicker in front of him, they transformed into 36 azure spirit swords. Once the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Manual reached the Great Master level, he could then cast the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation. Immediately, he formed a sword art with his right hand and pointed it into the air. The 36 azure spirit swords, which had been scattered and suspended in the air, were suddenly pulled by some force, arranging themselves into a profound sword formation in the air. Once the sword formation was formed, a mutually connected force emerged between each sword. Ronan's divine sense perceived that these forces contained killing intent. "Let's try out the sword." Thinking this, Ronan immediately gathered his hand, retracting the 36 azure spirit swords. Then, with a thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. At this moment, he was in a forest. The forest's branches and leaves were lush, almost obscuring the sky. After quickly changing into cultivation world clothes, Ronan waved his sleeve, releasing all the azure spirit swords. He cast the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation and pointed his hand. The 36 azure spirit swords immediately formed a profound circular sword formation. Then, Ronan used his mind, formed a sword art, and pointed it towards the ground. The Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation immediately burst forth with stern sword chi, thrusting fiercely towards the ground. When the sword formation struck the ground, it was like a giant cannonball hitting the ground. The dust on the ground continuously flew downwards and outwards. The sword formation went straight into the ground. Ronan continuously injected magical power into the sword formation. The sword formation continued to delve deeper underground. It only stopped after penetrating several hundred meters. Ronan waved his hand, and the 36 flying swords transformed into 36 streaks of azure light, which he collected. In front, only a deep abyss remained. The power of this sword formation is indeed good. Afterward, Ronan began to experiment with other variations of this sword formation. He pointed his hand forward. Instantly, the 36 flying swords began to shuttle chaotically in the air. Because the shuttling speed was extremely fast, if a cultivator with lower cultivation was nearby, they would only see a patch of azure mist in front of Ronan. If a cultivator or demonic beast were caught within it, they would likely instantly turn into a bloody mist. Once this sword formation is formed, I estimate it can stably defeat a great wizard, right? Ronan estimated his combat power in his mind. Ever since the legendary wizard Dali Fa was lost in the nightmare world, the strongest combat power in the Valiant Kingdom had been the great wizard. If he could defeat a great wizard, at least in the Valiant Kingdom, he would be safe. He could use Dali Fa's resources to continue cultivating. Once he possessed the combat power of a legendary wizard, even if Dali Fa returned, he would not fear him. However, maintaining this sword formation consumes an enormous amount of magical power. His current cultivation realm was Foundation Establishment Middle Stage. And the great wizards of the cultivation world, according to his understanding, were within the strength range of core formation cultivators. For his sword formation to be able to kill core formation cultivators, the consumption would naturally not be small. Moreover, my magical power is constantly being restored by my natal longevity tree every moment. Ronan's thoughts raced for a while, and he decided that after returning to the wizard world, he would cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture to improve his cultivation. After his cultivation improved, his magical power capacity would naturally also increase. Thinking this, Ronan's heart stirred, and he returned to the wizard world. Because during this period, the Valiant Kingdom was already preparing to cross an ocean to wage war with the Elf Kingdom overseas. Ronan could estimate that as battle reports were continuously sent back, Augustus V would very likely frequently come to find Dali Fa. Thus, he would have to frequently activate the teleportation array in the wizard tower. After all, Leon and Bran did not have wizard aptitude and could not use wizardry. Ronan, meanwhile, found a quiet room in the wizard tower to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. While he was cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, various pieces of news were sent back to Triumphant City from the battlefield. The first piece of news was that the Valiant Kingdom's army encountered trouble while crossing the sea. The sea beasts in the ocean were attacking the Valiant Kingdom army's ships like mad. Wizards and knights engaged in a fierce bloody battle with those sea beasts. The result of the bloody battle was that the Valiant Kingdom's army was able to advance smoothly, though their speed was slightly slower due to the sea beasts' obstruction. And under the sea beasts' attacks, the army naturally suffered casualties. However, the surviving wizards and knights gained immense benefits. The sea beasts they killed left behind precious demonic beast materials. About 10 days after the news came back, Augustus V visited the wizard tower. He instructed the knights to load the sea beast materials into several boxes and send them to the 98th floor via the teleportation array. After exchanging a few words with Dali Fa, played by Leon, he immediately left. After Augustus V and the royal knights teleport back to Glory Fortress from the teleportation array, Ronan went to the 98th floor and opened the boxes of sea beast materials to examine them. Upon inspection, he found that these sea beast materials were all quite advanced. At this moment, he further felt the benefits of establishing a force. With a force established, materials would be delivered to him even while he sat idly. They had clearly been staying in the wizard tower the entire time. Meanwhile, those wizards and knights were engaged in life and death battles on the battlefield. A portion of the spoils of war from those wizards and knights even had to be allocated to him. Ronan thought this while placing the sea beast materials into the wizard tower's warehouse, and preserved them in containers engraved with wizardry formations. During this period, the materials in the wizard tower were being consumed by their three brothers like flowing water. Now, due to the sea crossing for the conquest of the Elf Kingdom, some of the wizard tower's materials had been replenished. Although not much, it was better than nothing. Another 10 days later, news that the army had crossed the sea and set foot on the Elf Kingdom's continent reached Triumphant City. After landing on the Elf Kingdom's continent, the Valiant Kingdom's army, with orcs as vanguards, knights closely following, and wizards operating flexibly within the battle formations, advanced towards the core of the Elf Kingdom. Wherever the army passed, the magic flowers and magic grasses on the Elf Kingdom's continent were picked, and every child tree of the Elf treasure tree that was seen was cut down. A few days later, Augustus V came again. This time, he brought several child trees of the Elf treasure tree. These child trees were completely dug out of the ground, and each one was almost perfectly preserved. Great uncle, I ordered men to bring back some child trees of the Elf treasure tree. I wonder if you can refine a potion to extend my lifespan. Upon hearing this, Leon did not know how to respond. Fortunately, at this moment, Ronan, who was behind the bookshelf, transmitted a message to Leon, yes. Immediately, Leon agreed to Augustus V's request. Augustus V's face immediately showed joy upon hearing this, then he bid farewell and left. After Augustus V left the wizard tower, Ronan went to examine the child trees of the Elf treasure tree. According to legend, the mother tree of the Elf treasure tree grew in the center of the Elf Kingdom. As soon as one set foot in the Elf Kingdom, they could see the mother tree of the Elf treasure tree emitting golden light. And in various parts of the Elf Kingdom, there were child trees of the Elf treasure tree, also emitting light, though slightly fainter than the mother tree. Ronan looked at the child trees of the elf treasure tree and had a sudden thought. My natal longevity tree and the elf treasure tree are of the same origin. I wonder if the age of my natal longevity tree will increase after I absorb the energy from the child trees of the elf treasure tree. Thinking this, Ronan collected all the child trees of the elf treasure tree into a storage ring obtained from the wizard tower. This storage ring could hold living plants and had a considerable amount of space. However, spiritual chi would basically not enter it. If it were filled with spiritual chi, Ronan could even plant his natal longevity tree in this storage ring. After collecting all the child trees, he left the wizard tower and went to the flat house in Triumphant City Middle City. Upon entering the botanical garden, he immediately took out a child tree of the elf treasure tree from the storage ring. Then, he cast the wizardry, magic plant carnival. The wizardry magic plant carnival could even affect the surrounding spirit plants. Thus, other wizardry could be cast through the spirit plants. While he infused magical power into the magic plant carnival wizardry model, he also infused magical power into the energy-absorbing magic vine wizardry model. The 3 natal longevity trees, large, medium, and small, planted in the botanical garden, immediately grew magic vines entwined with purple energy. The magic vines coiled towards the child tree of the elf treasure tree. Immediately, his heart stirred. The energy within the child tree of the elf treasure tree was absorbed by the magic vines and merged into the 3 natal longevity trees. Ronan felt connected to the natal longevity tree. He immediately felt a continuous stream of rich energy being injected into the natal longevity tree. Immediately, he summoned Grand Mist and checked the age of the natal longevity tree. The age of the natal longevity tree was actually increasing. It's useful. Ronan's heart was invigorated. Soon, the child tree of the elf treasure tree had all its energy absorbed, leaving only a shriveled, black, shrunken mass. Ronan took out all the other child trees of the elf treasure tree from the storage ring. With the thought, more energy-absorbing magic vines grew from the natal longevity tree and coiled towards the child trees of the elf treasure tree. The natal longevity tree absorbed the energy from the child trees of the elf treasure tree, and its age slowly increased. After several hours, the natal longevity tree finally absorbed all the energy from all the child trees of the elf treasure tree. Ronan summoned Grand Mist and calculated the age of the natal longevity tree. He found that the combined age of the natal longevity tree was already close to 900. The Yiwood Dharma body is almost complete. From then on, Ronan always looked forward to Augustus V sending over more child trees of the elf treasure tree. Several days passed, and Augustus V visited the wizard tower again. He met with Dolly Fa, played by Leon. This time, Augustus V brought some precious magic plants obtained from the elf kingdom. Ronan had also tried letting the natal longevity tree absorb the energy of other magic plants. However, the increase in the natal longevity tree's age was negligible. It seemed that only absorbing natal longevity trees of the same origin could maximize the age increase. Ronan scanned with his divine sense and knew that those magic plants contained rich energy, and while they were precious, they were not what he desired most. Next time, bring more child trees of the elf treasure tree. I need those. Dolly Fa, played by Leon, spoke. This was, of course, what Ronan had asked him to say. After Augustus V agreed, he left. Ronan then placed the magic plants brought by Augustus V into the wizard tower's warehouse. For a period after that, Ronan waited for the child trees of the elf treasure tree. At the same time, he focused on cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and the withered wood flourishing spring skill. Cultivating the withered wood flourishing spring skill required the auxiliary consumption of wood tendon dragon blood pills to speed up the cultivation. With the formation of the Yiwood Dharma body and the increase in the power of the withered wood flourishing spring skill, his body's absorption rate of medicinal pills became faster and faster. Originally, he would take 2 wood tendon dragon blood pills and operate the withered wood flourishing spring skill for 3 or 4 hours to completely consume the medicinal power. But now, he consumed the medicinal power extremely quickly. He took 10 wood tendon dragon blood pills and consumed all the medicinal power in just over 2 hours. Therefore, he had to continuously refine wood tendon dragon blood pills. Now, in the flat house in Triumphant City, he felt that 1 pill furnace was no longer enough. Because 1 pill furnace, refining for over an hour, could only produce 10 wood tendon dragon blood pills. If he spent an entire day cultivating the withered wood flourishing spring skill, these 10 wood tendon dragon blood pills would not be enough for his daily use. I need to go to the cultivation world to buy pill furnaces. Ronan had read many miscellaneous books in the Huangshan Sect's library, so he naturally knew how to make pill furnaces. However, pill furnaces, unlike magic treasures, were often something that could be made do with. Moreover, he had extremely formidable alchemy attainments, so even if the pill furnace quality was a bit poor, it wouldn't have much impact on him. Thinking this, Ronan's heart stirred, and he had already transmigrated to the secular world of the cultivation world. He went to the Mystic Fairy Pavilion in Yushan Valley, obtained the Huangshan Sect token, then cast a 7-star sword escape and flew towards the Huangshan Sect. After the Tai Heavenly Wood Sword Manual reached the Great Master level, the speed of his 7-star sword escape also increased significantly. However, the speed still couldn't compare to his blood transformation escape technique. Because the speed of the blood transformation escape technique was related to the quality of one's chi and blood. He had now cultivated the Azure Lotus White Lotus art to perfection, and his physique was already close to the Yiwood Dharma body, and the withered wood flourishing spring skill was also almost cultivated to a profound level. He even suspected that if his blood were consumed by mortals, it could extend their lifespan. With such quality of chi and blood, using it to cast the blood transformation escape technique would naturally be much faster. While Ronan's thoughts raced, he had unknowingly arrived at the Huanzhen sect's mountain gate. That's right, it's time to collect this year's spirit stones. After making some waves in the battle against the Heaven Sword sect, the high-ranking members of the Huanzhen sect believed Ronan had considerable potential. Moreover, during this period, Ronan had not committed any evil deeds. Therefore, the spirit stones, which could originally only be issued at a discount, could now be fully issued to Ronan. After Ronan entered the mountain gate, he transformed into a streak of sword light and flew towards a mountain peak. Upon reaching the pavilion where tasks were usually collected, he reined in his sword light and revealed his figure. Chapter 180 Vitality is strengthened again. Immortal Master. Immortal Master. After Ronan retracted his sword light, the chi refining cultivators around him immediately bowed in greeting. Ronan nodded and entered the pavilion. He called a chi refining cultivator to help him write a wooden sign on the wall, requesting 5 pill furnaces. The sign specified requirements for the quality of the pill furnaces. After all, even the lowest quality pill furnace should at least be able to withstand sufficient heat. After writing the sign, Ronan meticulously scanned the wall again. He was looking to see if any other cultivators had good items to sell. After a round of looking, he found nothing. Immediately, Ronan collected his spirit stones for the year, exited the pavilion, and went to his immortal cave. In the immortal cave, Ronan cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Ronan sat cross-legged on the stone bed and cultivated for several days. Then he sensed someone approaching his immortal cave. The person stopped outside the immortal cave and cast a sound transmission spell into it. I have a pill furnace here, fellow deist, are you interested? Ronan heard it, immediately got down from the stone bed, opened the door, and walked out of the immortal cave. He saw a grey-bearded Foundation Establishment cultivator standing outside. After the two exchanged greetings with cupped hands, the Foundation Establishment cultivator took out a pill furnace from his storage pouch. The pill furnace landed with a clang, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Fellow deist, this pill furnace was obtained after I killed a Heaven Sword sect cultivator and searched his body. Do you think it's suitable? The grey-bearded cultivator asked. Ronan activated Grand Mist to analyze the pill furnace. He found that while the pill furnace looked fine at first glance, its wear and tear were quite severe. There were many cracks within it. Ronan shook his head. The cultivator was startled and asked, fellow deist, what's wrong with it? The quality of this pill furnace does not meet my requirements, fellow deist, please return, Ronan said. Upon hearing this, the cultivator glanced at the pill furnace a few times, then put it away and left. Ronan re-entered his immortal cave and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. While cultivating, he suddenly wondered if it was his imagination. He felt that the spiritual chi concentration in Huanzhen sect seemed to be decreasing at an accelerating rate. Although this decrease was imperceptible to other cultivators. However, his physique was already close to the Yiwood Dharma body, making him extremely sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual chi. Therefore, he still sensed it. Could it be that the depletion rate of heaven and earth spiritual chi in this cultivation world is accelerating daily? Or could it be? Ronan thought of another possibility. Though he had no basis for it. Is someone in Huanzhen sect cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture? He clearly knew that the natal longevity tree required an immense amount of spiritual chi. And with the spiritual chi concentration in the cultivation world, it would be difficult for a natal longevity tree to grow unless it was located at the eye of a spiritual spring. If someone was cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and nurturing a natal longevity tree, then the accelerating decline in Huanzhen sect's spiritual chi concentration would make sense. I wonder if the natal longevity tree nurtured by that person will be fated with me in the future. After pondering for a while, Ronan composed himself and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. After more than 2 hours, he sensed someone else approaching. The newcomer was Lin Qingyu, the female cultivator at the late stage of Foundation Establishment who had sold him the withered wood flourishing spring skill. Upon arriving at the immortal cave, Lin Qingyu cast a sound transmission spell towards the entrance. A soft female voice rang in Ronan's ears, fellow deist, I happen to have 5 pill furnaces here. Do you need them? Upon hearing this, Ronan immediately opened the immortal cave door. Fellow deist, please come in and sit for a while. After the two entered the immortal cave, Ronan closed the door. Then, they both sat on stone stools by the stone table. On the stone table was a stone bowl containing spiritual tea leaves. Ronan had barely drunk any of it. He had bought it purely for entertaining guests. However, since arriving at Huanzhen sect, he hadn't had a single guest. Inside the immortal cave, there was a clear mountain spring. Ronan first picked up 2 cups from the stone table. He took out 2 purification talismans and cleaned the cups. Then, next to the stone table, he picked up a stone stove. Inside the stone stove were coals made from precious wood. Ronan cast a fire spell, igniting the coals within. Subsequently, he used his mental energy to draw the mountain spring water. The mountain spring water immediately arced through the air and poured into the stone teapot. Once the mountain spring water in the teapot boiled, he began to brew tea. While Ronan was brewing tea, Lin Qingyu had already taken out the 5 pill furnaces. These 5 pill furnaces were also of various styles. These are pill furnaces I obtained from the storage pouch of a Heaven Sword sect cultivator, I haven't had a chance to sell them until now. Upon hearing this, Ronan felt that while Lin Qingyu appeared gentle, she was actually a ruthless person on the inside. These pill furnaces were originally of good quality, and their previous owners were at least Foundation Establishment cultivators. It seemed that during his absence, Lin Qingyu had been quite a killer in the battles between Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect. While brewing tea, Ronan, with a divided mind, activated Grand Mist to analyze the 5 pill furnaces. In his vision, the 5 pill furnaces glowed with a delicate blue light. Streams of data were fed back into his mind by Grand Mist. From left to right, I'll take the first, third, and fifth pill furnaces, Ronan said. The other 2 pill furnaces, though originally of good quality, had cracks. Lin Qingyu nodded and put away the other 2 pill furnaces. After they discussed the price, they exchanged money for goods. After drinking the spiritual tea, Lin Qingyu departed. Ronan put away the pill furnaces and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture on the stone bed. After another hour, another cultivator arrived. This time, it was Dao Chen, the first foundation establishment cultivator he had met in the Huanzhen sect. After some time, Dao Chen was still in the early stage of foundation establishment. However, this was not Dao Chen's fault. After all, the cultivation world was resource poor. Unlike him, who possessed the resources collected by a legendary wizard. He estimated that even a nascent soul-old ancestor in the cultivation world might not command so many resources. Therefore, in the cultivation world, the cultivators often spent decades, or even centuries, cultivating. Whereas he, even in a single year, could undergo significant changes. After opening the door and meeting Dao Chen, the two exchanged greetings with cupped hands. Dao Chen, being familiar with Ronan, immediately stopped with pleasantries and waved his hand. 2 wisps of smoke flew from his sleeves. They landed on the ground and transformed into 2 pill furnaces. Ronan looked at these 2 pill furnaces and saw that their material was inferior to those he had just examined. However, these 2 pill furnaces were sufficiently new. Where did these 2 pill furnaces come from? Ronan asked. Hehe, Dao Chen said, I got them during the battle with the Heaven Sword sect, I just haven't had a chance to sell them. I never thought, fellow Daoist, that you would buy pill furnaces instead of refining them yourself. Otherwise, I would have found you much earlier. Generally speaking, alchemists would refine their own pill furnaces. After all, a good pill furnace could increase the probability of successful pill formation. Ronan nodded and offered Dao Chen a price. Dao Chen found it reasonable and immediately gave the pill furnaces to Ronan. After Dao Chen left, Ronan thought that the 5 pill furnaces were finally gathered. He then went to the pavilion for posting tasks and instructed a chi refining cultivator to take down his wooden sign from the wall. Subsequently, he left Huanzhen sect, put away his token, and, carrying the 5 pill furnaces, transmigrated back to the wizard world. Triumphant City, Middle City. Flat House, Laboratory. Ronan integrated more magic stones engraved with extend magic pattern into the laboratory. The laboratory became much more spacious. 6 pill furnaces were arranged in the laboratory. His heart stirred. The 6 pill furnaces immediately floated into the air. Ronan formed a hand seal. Immediately, beneath the 6 pill furnaces, a dazzling cluster of samadhi true fire suddenly appeared. At this time, Ronan manipulated 60 or so wizards' hands, processing the alchemy materials. Once the pill furnaces were preheated, Ronan cast a water spell. The surrounding water elemental particles gathered, forming pure water, which was poured into each pill furnace. Subsequently, the alchemy materials were also thrown into the pill furnaces by Ronan using his wizard's hand. 6 pill furnaces were simultaneously performing alchemy. This consumed a great deal of mana and severely tested mental energy. However, for Ronan, it was not difficult. He had the assistance of Grand Mist. His mental energy might be limited, but Grand Mist's analytical power seemed to have no upper limit. After activating Grand Mist, the temperature of each pill furnace, as well as the condition of various materials within the pill furnaces, were fed back to Ronan's mind as data streams by Grand Mist. Ronan only needed to adjust the temperature of the samadhi true fire and the distribution of the flames for each pill furnace based on the data streams. Originally, I estimated that 6 pill furnaces would be my limit, but I never thought I could simultaneously refine at least 4 or 5 more pill furnaces. Time flowed, and a day and a night passed. Ronan had been in the laboratory, refining wood tendon dragon blood pill. Under the burning of 6 clusters of samadhi true fire, the laboratory was like a furnace. More and more gourds filled with wood tendon dragon blood pill accumulated, lined up beside Ronan. The materials in Dali Fa's wizard tower were enough for him to refine a vast quantity of wood tendon dragon blood pill. It should be enough for a good while. Ronan thought, looking at the densely packed gourds beside him. With a thought, he stopped the medicinal pill refining. Instead, he began cultivating the withered wood flourishing spring skill. Withered wood flourishing spring skill, proficiency 89%. Ronan consumed wood tendon dragon blood pill and cultivated the withered wood flourishing spring skill for quite some time. He moved his cultivation location back to Dali Fa's wizard tower. This was to prevent Augustus V from coming over when Leon and Bran were not available to activate the teleportation array. The 3 brothers had also considered having their nephews and nieces come to the wizard tower to cultivate and help activate the teleportation array. However, the 3 quickly rejected this idea. After all, occupying Dali Fa's wizard tower was a matter of great importance. Once exposed, not only would the resources in the wizard tower be lost, but their family would also fall into extreme danger. Even their father, Leighton Lawrence, had not been told. Ronan sat in the quiet room, cultivating the withered wood flourishing spring skill. The surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him. It entered his body through his pores, transforming into streams of dark green energy, nourishing his meridians and flesh. His flesh became tougher, and the vitality within it grew richer. The wood body cultivator method is truly miraculous. Ronan thought, feeling the vitality within his body. He didn't know if, upon cultivating to a very advanced wood body cultivator method, he could achieve the legendary ability of rebirth from a drop of blood. Suddenly, Ronan's brow furrowed. He felt energy fluctuations emanating from the teleportation array on the 98th floor. It must be Augustus V coming again. Normally, he didn't wish for Augustus V to come. However, at this moment, Augustus V was very likely to bring the elf treasure tree child tree. He was somewhat eager for Augustus V to arrive. Ronan walked to the teleportation array in the quiet room, chanted a spell, and the teleportation array lit up with a white light. The next moment, Ronan appeared on the 99th floor's teleportation array. Augustus V is here. After Ronan said that, he and Bran walked behind the bookshelf. Leon set up a layer of illusionary barrier, concealing the two of them. Soon, the three heard Augustus V's voice. Ronan cast a spell, opening the teleportation array. Augustus V walked up and said to Leon, who was impersonating Dolly Fa. Great uncle, this time, I've cut down some more elf treasure tree child trees and brought them back for you. Saying that, Augustus V handed Leon a storage ring. This storage ring was presented to the royal family by a wizard family. It could also store plants that still had vitality. However, its internal space was much smaller compared to the storage ring in Dolly Fa's wizard tower. Leon took the storage ring and nodded. Augustus V continued, Great uncle, this time we were blocked by the Elf Kingdom's defensive tree wall in the Elf Kingdom. This tree wall is extremely tough, not only is it difficult for a wizard's spell to destroy, but it also has extremely strong regenerative power. Originally, the royal wizards created several breaches in it, but the breaches quickly recovered. Great uncle, when can you come and help me? Currently, the strong cultivators of the Elf Kingdom have not yet made a move, I need to wait a bit longer, Leon said. Upon hearing this, Augustus V nodded and then left. After Augustus V left, Leon handed the storage ring to Ronan. Ronan immersed his mental energy into the ring, his heart filled with joy. There were as many as 30 elf treasure tree child trees inside. Each one, still possessing vitality, was stacked within the ring's space. However, because the spiritual chi concentration in the ring was weakening, and the elf treasure tree child trees had not been treated, their vitality was gradually diminishing. These elf treasure tree child trees should be able to help me cultivate the Yiwood Dharma body, right? Ronan thought as he walked to the teleportation array. After chanting a spell, he teleported to the teleportation array on the first floor. He walked out of the wizard tower and returned to the flat house. Upon reaching the botanical garden, he took out all 30 or so elf treasure tree child trees. The tree trunks were piled up in the botanical garden. Ronan channeled his mana into the magic plant carnival and energy-absorbing magic vine spell models. Immediately, magic runes exuding purple energy extended from the 3 natal longevity trees, coiling around the elf treasure tree child trees. Streams of rich energy were injected into the natal longevity trees through the magic runes. Ronan summoned Grand Mist to analyze his natal longevity tree. As the energy from the elf treasure tree child tree continuously poured into the natal longevity tree, the total age of the 3 natal longevity trees gradually increased. Before long, it surpassed 900 years. The natal longevity tree absorbed the energy, and unknowingly, 3 days passed. The elf treasure tree child tree on the ground, as its energy dissipated, turned withered and black, shrinking into a ball. Soon, the botanical garden was piled with withered elf treasure tree child tree trunks. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The total age of the natal longevity tree was already approaching 1,000 years. Ronan's excitement grew. After cultivating for a while longer, suddenly, the surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi vibrated violently. I've broken through. With his natal longevity tree reaching 1,000 years, Ronan finally cultivated the Yiwood Dharma body. At this moment, he felt as if he had incarnated into a giant tree, its crown touching the clouds and its roots deeply embedded in the earth. The energy and nutrients from the soil poured into his physical body. The surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi, like flowing water, injected into his physical body. Moreover, once the wood heaven and earth spiritual chi entered his pores and meridians, it immediately transformed into a dark green energy, flowing through his meridians. When I was still a greenwood spirit body, my wizard aptitude was already beyond what any wizard in the Valiant Kingdom could imagine. Now that I've become a Yiwood Dharma body, my aptitude is even more terrifying. Ronan's heart stirred. The surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him. He pointed to the sky, and the gathered wood heaven and earth spiritual chi immediately transformed into a green glow. Within the green glow, dozens of thick vines shot out. After advancing to the Yiwood Dharma body, my control over wood heaven and earth spiritual chi is even stronger. I can cast wood spells with a mere flick of my hand. Ronan wanted to continue testing the spell strength after advancing to the Yiwood Dharma body. He immediately had a thought and transmigrated to the cultivation world. This time, he planned to set his cultivation location in the cultivation world. As long as he didn't enter the sect areas of the cultivation world, he wouldn't fear being discovered by the sect's old ancestor, who might realize he possessed such a powerful divine ability. Ronan summoned the Azure Spirit Sword and rode on its sword light. He found that perhaps because the Azure Spirit Sword was a wood magic treasure, the power he could unleash by wielding the Azure Spirit Sword had greatly increased since his Yiwood Dharma body was formed. At this moment, his sword light was much faster than before. In the sky, a green glow flashed. Ronan flew into the Yushen Valley Immortal Realm and landed in a forest within a valley. After standing firm in the forest, he immediately poured his magic power into the tree transformation art wizardry model. Instantly, the nearby wood spiritual chi was drawn by his magic power, obeying his command. Under his control, it injected into the trees. The number of trees that the tree transformation art can control has also greatly increased. Then, he used his mental energy. Hundreds of nearby trees immediately opened their eyes. They all pulled their roots out of the soil. Then, the roots condensed, forming 2 pairs of legs. Ronan used Grand Mist to analyze these tree men and found that the strength of the tree men was almost comparable to a level 3 wizard apprentice. Now, 300 or so level 3 wizard apprentices, all obeying his command and casting spells purely through his mental energy, would be an extremely terrifying force. Ronan withdrew his magic power from the tree transformation art wizardry model. The tree men walked back to their tree pits, extending their roots back into the soil. Soon, the tree men turned back into large trees. Then, Ronan tried other spells. He walked to another, wider clearing in the forest. Gathering his essence, chi, and spirit, he unleashed a burst of Samadhi true fire. The Samadhi true fire, emitting a dazzling glow, transformed into a pillar of fire, burning fiercely in the air. Ronan didn't even need Grand Mist to analyze it, he could feel the significantly increased temperature of the Samadhi true fire. Wood feeds fire. After cultivating the Yi-Wood Dharma body, even the power of fire spells has increased. As Ronan thought, several nearby trees caught fire due to the high temperature emitted by the Samadhi true fire. In addition, Ronan felt that ever since his Yi-Wood Dharma body was formed, the vitality in his physical body had become even more vigorous. Perhaps the Yi-Wood Dharma body can be stacked with the physical body cultivated by the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill. He circulated the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill and found that the surrounding wood heaven and earth spiritual chi poured into his physical body. Gusts of wind, following the flow of heaven and earth spiritual chi, blew towards him. The wood heaven and earth spiritual chi entered his physical body, and once refined by the power of the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, it immediately transformed into permanent vitality for his flesh and bloodline. Then, he summoned 36 Azure Spirit Swords and tried the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword manual again. The Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation, as usual, was plunged into the ground by him, stirring up clouds of dust. At this time, because he was not in the sect of Yushan Valley, the residents around this forest were all loose cultivators. Ronan caused a great commotion here, but no loose cultivator dared to come and see. After all, these loose cultivators were all chi-refining cultivators. When they saw such a commotion, their hearts were already filled with fear. They would not come to investigate at all. After Ronan tried some other spells, he found that after cultivating the Yi-Wood Dharma body, the power of wood spells increased the most. The power of wielding wood magic treasures also greatly increased. The power of fire spells also increased, but the increase was not as much as that of wood spells. With the Yi-Wood Dharma body formed, my strength has risen a notch. However, the purpose of my cultivating the Yi-Wood Dharma body is still to accelerate my cultivation speed. Ronan thought, exited the Yushan Valley Immortal Realm, and with a thought, returned to the Flat House's botanical garden. At this point, he finally circulated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Immediately, a vortex formed nearby. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi poured into his physical body like a river flowing backward. He thought that if he didn't control it and hadn't set up the reversed Bagua formation at the Flat House, it was estimated that nearby wizard apprentices would be able to feel the energy particles slowly flowing towards him. As Ronan thought, he used the cultivation technique of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture to transform the heaven and earth spiritual chi absorbed into his physical body into magic power. Immediately, he found that the speed of transforming magic power was also much faster than before. The Yi-Wood Dharma body is indeed formidable. Ronan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Next, I need to approach the eternal evergreen body. The 10,000-year eternal evergreen body is extremely difficult to obtain. However, if I plant the natal longevity tree seeds, the time to reach the eternal evergreen body will likely be greatly shortened. However, there's a problem. At that time, multiple natal longevity trees absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi together will form a terrifying spiritual chi vortex. Even the reversed Bagua formation won't be able to hide this sign. However, if I reach that point, there will be no opponent for me in the Valiant Kingdom. Even if they discover this anomaly, they won't be able to stop me. After pondering for a while, Ronan walked out of the Flat House. Triumphant City Upper, Wizard Tower. Ronan was in the tower, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. With the Yi-Wood Dharma body, his cultivation speed increased, and he was now steadily approaching the foundation establishment late stage. With the Yi-Wood Dharma body, reaching core formation is no longer a suspense, and I will be able to achieve it at a much faster rate than other cultivators. Ronan absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi, refined it into magic power, and gathered it into his danshan. The liquid magic power in his danshan became increasingly viscous, showing a subtle tendency to solidify. In the following days, Ronan mainly cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture in the wizard tower. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the foundation establishment late stage as soon as possible. This way, his strength could greatly advance again. Before his Yi-Wood Dharma body was formed, he used the auxiliary power of the Sun Totem to cast Samadhi True Fire or the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation. He estimated that he could contend with a great wizard in the wizard world. Now, with the Yi-Wood Dharma body, the power of various spells has greatly increased. He felt that he could exchange several blows with a legendary wizard. These days, in addition to cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, Ronan also helped Leon and Bran strengthen their physical bodies again. After having the Yi-Wood Dharma body, the healing effect of his healing wizardry also increased significantly. Therefore, Ronan was able to perform more aggressive physical body enhancements for Leon and Bran. If they suffered any injuries, he could fully cast healing wizardry to treat them. Now, the physical body strength of the two has reached the point of being impervious to swords and spears. Currently, Leon and Bran, wearing armor and riding griffins, were sparring in a stone chamber whose space had been extended by Dolly Fa. The two verified their swordsmanship against each other, and gradually, their skills steadily improved. Ronan watched their sparring for a while, combining his insight with Grand Mist's judgment. If these two rode griffins, they would very likely be able to kill an elite wizard. Ronan withdrew his gaze from their sparring. He was about to find a quiet room to continue cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. But suddenly, his heart stirred. He sensed that the teleportation array on the 98th floor emitted energy fluctuations. Augustus V was here again. Although he was now in Yiwood Dharma body, he still needed to advance towards the eternal evergreen body. It was extremely difficult to obtain the eternal evergreen body, which required 10,000 years. Since Augustus V sent elf treasure tree child trees again, he naturally had to accept them all and absorb the energy. This would accelerate the formation of the eternal evergreen body. Moreover, he was more interested in the matters of the elf kingdom. Just as he thought, the eternal evergreen body was not easy to cultivate. If he obtained an entire elf treasure tree, would he become an eternal evergreen body much faster? Ronan's thoughts flashed like lightning, then he collected himself. He walked to the teleportation array in the quiet room, chanted the incantation, and teleported to the quiet room where Leon and Bran were fighting. He took the two with him and teleported to the 99th floor. As usual, Ronan and Bran hid behind the bookshelf. Leon placed a layer of illusion barrier over them. Because during this time, Ronan had performed 2 more harpy bloodline transplants on Leon. The magic runes in Leon's palm were darker in color. The bloodline concentration in his physical body had increased significantly compared to before. What followed was the strengthening of his bloodline power. Therefore, the hallucinatory effect of the illusion barrier was also much stronger than before. Ronan and Bran were hidden behind the bookshelf. Before long, they heard Augustus V's voice coming from below. After Leon finished his transformation, Ronan chanted the incantation and activated the teleportation array. Soon, Augustus V walked up the stairs and stepped out of the teleportation array. Great Uncle. Augustus V greeted Dolly Fa, whom Leon was impersonating. In fact, in Ronan's estimation, even if Leon only used illusion to transform, Augustus V would definitely not be able to see anything amiss. However, to be safe, he still drank the transformation potion. Hearing Augustus V's greeting, Leon nodded. Augustus V continued, the army that entered the Elf Kingdom has lost contact. Ronan had originally thought that Augustus V would give him more elf treasure tree child trees. But he didn't expect to hear this news. A strange light couldn't help but flash in his eyes. Leon controlled his expression upon hearing this news, but he was quite shocked in his heart. They knew who Augustus V had sent to attack the Elf Kingdom. In the wizard team, there was a great wizard, 3 true knowledge wizards, and many wizards and wizard apprentices of other levels. If it were knights and soldiers, there would be even more. It was fortunate that the Orc Empire had been conquered, and a large portion of the missing army consisted of orcs from the Orc Empire. Otherwise, if so many wizards and knights had disappeared in the past, the Orc Empire would have immediately sent troops. What happened? Is there any other news? Dolly Fa, impersonated by Leon, asked indifferently. It seemed that this news couldn't cause much shock to him. But Leon was extremely eager for Augustus V to reveal more news. Ronan and Bran, hidden behind the bookshelf, also listened intently. The next moment, Augustus V shook his head. That's the strangest part. Ever since these wizards and knights lost contact, there has truly been no news at all. The people I dispatched to infiltrate the Elf Kingdom to investigate the situation have also lost contact. Now, the Elf Kingdom is like a dark abyss, as long as someone goes there, they will be sucked in. That's why I'm here today. Great Uncle, I want to ask you to help me enter the Elf Kingdom to investigate the situation. Leon heard this and thought that the Elf Kingdom was so dangerous now that even a great wizard could fall there, so how could they go? However, he still agreed, okay, I will go. He just agreed. Whether he would do it was another matter. Anyway, Augustus V couldn't track his movements. Even if he stayed in the tower all the time, Augustus V wouldn't know. After all, the magic ore used to build the wizard tower was engraved with magic runes, which could block mental energy detection. In the Valiant Kingdom, no one could probe into the tower with their mental energy. Augustus V thanked Leon after hearing this and then left. At this moment, Ronan's thoughts were still racing. He thought that the elf, as a former overlord, although in decline, still had extremely powerful forces. If he wanted to obtain the elf treasure tree mother tree, he would have to raise his cultivation even higher. For a period of time, Ronan continuously consumed the magic potions in the wizard tower to aid his cultivation of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. After the consumption by the 3 brothers, the various resources in the wizard tower gradually decreased. Ronan was wondering how long the resources in the wizard tower could last if they kept consuming them without replenishment. One day, during their meal, he mentioned this to Leon and Bran. There's no need to worry about that, Leon said, putting a piece of steak into his mouth and chewing it. I heard Dolly Fa say that wizard organizations like the Wizard Council strongholds, wizard schools and wizard academies throughout the Valiant Kingdom make annual tributes. I estimate that in a few days, it will be time for the tributes. At that time, wizards from various wizard organizations will transport resources, first to the Wizard Council headquarters in Triumphant City Upper, and then to here. Ronan listened, clicking his tongue a few times, realizing more and more that being the highest authority of a power brought many benefits. Unconsciously, 3 days passed. Just as Leon said, wizards from the Wizard Council continuously brought in resources contributed by various wizard organizations. After the wizards from the Wizard Council greeted him outside the Wizard Tower, Ronan opened a partial area of the first floor, allowing the wizards from the Wizard Council to enter. The wizards from the Wizard Council left after placing the Zhuwuki containing the resources. Ronan would occasionally go to the first floor to collect the Zhuwuki. There were quite a lot of resources in the Zhuwuki, of various types. Ronan had to sort them and put them into different warehouses for easy retrieval later. He had studied the spell for classifying and utilizing materials from Dolly Fa's collection of books. So, he cultivated this spell and practiced it until it reached the mastery rank. Facing the numerous materials, he poured his mana into the spell model. A wave of spell power then enveloped the many resources. Various materials immediately floated up from the ground and headed towards their respective warehouses. As a result, with the tributes from various organizations, the resources in the Wizard Tower were significantly replenished. Ronan looked at the storerooms, which were once again filled with resources, and thought that wizard cultivation indeed required fewer resources than cultivator cultivation. That's why the Wizard Tower had accumulated so many resources over the years. Moreover, among their 3 brothers, the resources he used were unimaginable to Leon and Bran. After more than half a month, almost all wizard organizations had submitted their share of resources. Ronan looked at the names of the various organizations engraved on the Zhuwuki and knew that the 2 strongest wizard organizations in the south, the Druid School and Stars Peak, had also sent their share of resources. And the resources from these 2 schools were, without a doubt, the most abundant among all the Zhuwuki. The resources sent to him by the Druid School included many precious magical plants. He could use them for alchemy. His alchemy place was still the flat house. This was to prevent Dolly Fa from suddenly waking up and seeing his pill furnace, which might make him suspicious. To better travel between the Wizard Tower and the flat house, he meticulously studied the spatial spells in Dolly Fa's collection of books. He refined a teleportation key. The teleportation keys were all cast from refined gold. This refined gold was extremely precious, adding even a little to a weapon could greatly enhance the magic it released. A pure refined gold key, if placed outside, would be frantically sought after by major wizard organizations. The teleportation keys were engraved with dense, advanced teleportation magic runes. Ronan held the teleportation key in his hand and poured mana into it. Suddenly, the world spun. The teleportation key carried him to the flat house. As long as he poured mana into it again, he would be teleported back to the Wizard Tower. Because the advanced teleportation magic runes on it, after his setting, could perform directional transmission between 2 locations. These 2 locations were the Wizard Tower and the flat house. Of course, he could also use spatial spells to transmit between the Wizard Tower and the flat house. However, spatial spells consumed a lot of mana. Especially since the Wizard Tower was in Triumphant City Upper, and the flat house was in the Middle City, the distance between them was not short. With his current mana, casting such a spatial spell once would consume a significant portion. Upon arriving at the flat house, Ronan entered the laboratory and began refining medicinal pills. Because his mental energy and mana had improved, he could control the refining of medicinal pills in more pill furnaces at once. So, he went to the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm and acquired several more pill furnaces. Now, he could simultaneously use 9 pill furnaces to perform alchemy. With a thought, 9 pill furnaces floated up from the laboratory floor. Immediately, he cast Samadhi True Fire, and 9 clusters of radiant flames appeared beneath the pill furnaces. The entire laboratory instantly became as hot as a furnace. Then, while preheating the pill furnaces, he used the wizard's hand to process the medicinal herbs. Time flowed, and several more days passed. The wizards and knights from the Valiant Kingdom who had gone missing in the Elf Kingdom were still nowhere to be found. People widely speculated that those wizards and knights had likely died in the Elf Kingdom. The families to which those wizards and knights belonged experienced varying degrees of power reduction. Immediately, a reshuffling of wizard families and nobles swept through the kingdom. Some families that had lost powerful wizards and knights in the Elf Kingdom battle could only give up their territories and resources to ensure the family's survival. After all, although their powerful wizards had died, their family's bloodline, capable of nurturing powerful wizards, still remained. They believed that as long as they survived, perhaps in a few generations, or even the next generation, they could restore the family's glory. However, some families that had made many enemies found that their adversaries would clearly not let them have their way. Therefore, during this period, conflicts between families frequently occurred. Augustus V, naturally foreseeing such a situation, took some actions, but they were of little use. What he did was to send wizards from the Wizard Council and wizards from the Augustus family to suppress the disputes between wizard families and wizard organizations. However, the wizards of the Wizard Council were themselves part of various families and wizard organizations. And various wizard families had numerous intermarriages to maintain their wizard bloodline connections. The Augustus family also had intricate ties with other families. Every wizard dispatched by Augustus V to handle this matter could not be objective. Each wizard often favored the family with whom he had the deepest connection. Therefore, the conflicts among wizard families continued. As long as the reshuffling was not over, the conflicts would not stop. But the Lawrence family grew stronger and stronger. Ronan's 2 nieces and nephews, who possessed wizard aptitude, were diligently cultivating with the resources from the Wizard Tower. And Leon also arranged for some people to transport some resources back to Redwood territory. Their father, Leighton Lawrence, having received resources, resumed his night cultivation. Under the accumulation of resources, at a middle age, he broke through the bottleneck of Golden Knight middle stage, reaching the Golden Knight late stage. In Leighton Lawrence's family letter, he was moving towards Golden Knight peak. Moreover, immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, he boasted in his family letter. He said that he and several modified knights currently in the Southeast Province had once attended the same knight academy. At that time, those knights progressed rapidly, much faster than him, and he thought it was due to his inferior aptitude. Now it seemed that it was just that those knights had enough resources. Now, he also had resources, and he also wanted to find a wizard for physical body modification after reaching Golden Knight peak. In addition, their father mentioned another matter in his family letter. In this battle in the Elf Kingdom, the strongest wizard family in the Southeast Province also suffered some losses in strength. The wizard families within the province, as well as wizard families from other provinces, were all eyeing this wizard family like a tiger stalking its prey. And this wizard family, knowing the relationship between Leon and Dolly Fa, had recently been trying to win over the Lawrence family. Other families, after learning of this, also began to try and win over the Lawrence family. Various families sent resources to the Lawrence family. And these resources were even more than what Leon had entrusted people to transport back. During this period, Ronan spent most of his time in a quiet room in the Wizard Tower, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture with the aid of medicinal pills. As soon as the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture operated, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi surged towards him like seawater entering a cave. The Yi Wood Dharma body greatly increased his body's affinity for heaven and earth spiritual chi. The heaven and earth spiritual chi entered his meridians through the pores of his body, was refined into mana by his 10,000 wood evergreen scripture cultivation, and then injected into his danshan. The liquid mana in his danshan continuously rotated and compressed, becoming increasingly viscous. Ronan summoned Grand Mist and displayed his stats. Cultivation Realm, Foundation Establishment Middle Stage, 99%. I'm about to break through. If it were any other cultivator, it would take at least 100 years to go from Foundation Establishment Early Stage to Foundation Establishment Late Stage. But he had reached this level in just over a year. This is all thanks to Dolly Fa's abundant resources. Moreover, a legendary wizard, in the cultivation world, is roughly equivalent to a core formation late stage. That is to say, I am essentially cultivating with the resources of a core formation cultivator. Furthermore, the wizard world's resources are richer than the cultivation world's, and wizard cultivation requires fewer resources than cultivation. So, Dolly Fa's resources are more abundant than those of a core formation cultivator in the cultivation world. As a foundation establishment cultivator, using these resources, my improvement will naturally be faster. Of course, another reason is that I have the Yi Wood Dharma body, with extremely strong aptitude, allowing me to absorb these resources at an extremely fast rate. After thinking for a while, Ronan focused his mind and continued to cultivate. Heaven and earth spiritual chi continued to surge into his body like a tide. It instantly transformed into mana and flowed into his danshan. After more than half a day, the heaven and earth spiritual chi around Ronan suddenly trembled. Breakthrough. Ronan summoned Grand Mist, and the stats were returned. Cultivation Realm, Foundation Establishment Late Stage, 1%. Wizard Rank, Level 3 Formal Wizard True Knowledge Wizard. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment Late Stage, all my stats have reached the level of a True Knowledge Wizard. To reach Level 3 Formal Wizard, one needs to establish 3 third-order spell models in their mind. However, Ronan had been in the Wizard Tower for so long and learned many practical spells, so he already had more than 3 third-order spell models in his mind. Now, as soon as his stats reached the required level, he naturally advanced to True Knowledge Wizard. Moreover, after advancing to True Knowledge Wizard, he felt a deeper connection with the wizard world. He knew from Dolly Fa's collection of books that this was a sign of being accepted by the wizard world's world will. In the future, the power of his various spells and spells in the wizard world would increase. Furthermore, he knew from Dolly Fa's collection of books that the wizard world's world will was objective and unconscious, but also exclusive. Creatures from other planes would experience varying degrees of weakening. However, he did not. The reason for this, with his current understanding, could not yet be explained. Dolly Fa had many books, and he hadn't finished reading all of them yet. He felt that perhaps after some more time, he would be able to figure out the reason. Having reached Foundation Establishment Late Stage, which also meant True Knowledge Wizard, his strength greatly increased. Coupled with the Azure Spirit Sword, which was a fusion of refined gold and mithril, and the Samadhi True Fire, which was aided by the Sun God Badge. He felt that even the Great Wizard in the Valiant Kingdom were no match for him. Thinking of this, he felt a great increase in his sense of security. With this strength, even if Dolly Fa returned from the Nightmare World, he could contend with him. Dolly Fa's Nightmare Stone had been taken by him and hidden in the secular world of the cultivation world. After all, with the Nightmare Stone, Dolly Fa could cast spells more powerful than those at the legendary wizard stage. He couldn't let Dolly Fa have this tool. In fact, as he read more and more books, he set up more and more spell formations around Dolly Fa's body. To prevent Dolly Fa from waking up, the spell formations could not only provide alerts but also offer resistance. Ronan had also considered destroying Dolly Fa's physical body. However, after all, Dolly Fa and Leon seemed to have a relationship of mutual utilization, yet also one with affection. They and Dolly Fa, it was unclear if they were enemies or friends. Furthermore, Dolly Fa transmigrated to the Nightmare World in spirit. Destroying his physical body might not have any effect on Dolly Fa. So, Ronan still did not do this. However, for quite some time, Dolly Fa had shown no signs of movement. Moreover, Dolly Fa's physical body, though Ronan had not treated it, still showed normal vitality. This indicated that Dolly Fa's spirit was very likely still deeply trapped in the nightmare world. Now, with Ronan's cultivation improved, he also had a lot more confidence. He planned that once he advanced to nascent soul, he would go to the nightmare world and bring Dolly Fa back. By then, Dolly Fa would pose no threat to him. Dolly Fa had previously provided resources to their family, and now he was using Dolly Fa's resources to cultivate. Saving Dolly Fa would be a form of repayment, thus allowing his thoughts to flow freely. Ronan was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly sensed a wizard approaching outside the wizard tower. Looking at the wizard robe he was wearing, it was a wizard from the Wizard Council. Immediately after, this wizard cast a spell, striking his own mouth. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "Lord Legendary Wizard, an ancient wizard ruin has appeared near the coast." Ronan, inside the wizard tower, heard the news of an ancient wizard ruin appearing and replied, "Where is it?" He had heard Dolly Fa, who was transformed by Leg Er, speak many times. After he cultivated the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, two body cultivator methods, he had extremely strong control over his muscles. By controlling the muscles of his tongue and throat, he could imitate a person's voice. Upon hearing Ronan's question, the wizard outside the wizard tower meticulously described the location where the ancient wizard ruin appeared. Its location was on an island in the sea west of Valiant Kingdom's Geer province. Originally, the sea area around that island was unremarkable. However, recently, a wizard discovered that a mist had appeared in the previously clear sea area. Striking the mist with wizardry, they could see what seemed to be an island in the slightly dispersed mist. Thus, those wizards believed it to be an ancient wizard ruin. So, the first wizard to discover it summoned friends and companions to explore the island. They used wizardry to open the mist and entered the island, but they never returned. Immediately, the families of this group of wizards spread the news, then sent other wizards to investigate the island and, incidentally, bring back the previously missing wizards. However, another wave of wizards went in, but still did not come out. Then, this island, suspected to be an ancient wizard ruin, spread throughout the wizard world. In the wizard world, it was widely believed that this island was a ruin left behind by a high-rank ancient wizard. Otherwise, so many wizards would not have been trapped on that island. After listening to the wizard, Ronan dismissed him. Subsequently, he sat down on the wooden floor of the 99th floor library, deep in thought. Previously, another ruin had appeared, which was left by an ancient necromancer. In that ruin, Dolly Fa was injured, and the Necromancer Society also gained some benefits. I estimate that as long as there is a ruin, Dolly Fa will go. Otherwise, the wizards of the Wizard Council wouldn't come to report as soon as there's news of a ruin. If Dolly Fa doesn't go, will the outside world think that Dolly Fa has a problem? However, if I go in now, it's inevitable to encounter danger. Not only might the wizard ruin hide danger, but the wizards vying for the ruin's treasures will also fight to the death. Although he felt he could defeat a great wizard, he couldn't guarantee victory under the siege of multiple great wizards. Therefore, he abandoned the idea of impersonating Dolly Fa and going. Even if the outside world thinks Dolly Fa has a problem, it will take some time from thought to action. During this time, I can continue to cultivate, observe the outside world's actions, and delay as much as possible. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately composed himself, stood up, and walked towards the teleportation array. After chanting the spell and teleporting himself to a cultivation room, he took out his gourd, poured 10 wood tendon dragon blood pills into his mouth, and began to cultivate the withered wood flourishing spring skill. Time flowed, and unknowingly, more than half a month passed. The matter of the ancient wizard ruin had already spread throughout Triumphant City. It was said that all the great wizards in the Valiant Kingdom had gone. They used wizardry to forcibly open a dao through the mist, then each entered. Because the great wizards had opened the passage, other wizards also followed, hoping to get a share of the spoils. However, after they entered, they quickly came out. Because they discovered that this so-called ancient wizard ruin was empty. It was as if someone had faked a wizard ruin on the island and then set up a wizardry array. Ronan hardly left his house, and this news was heard from Leg Er's mouth. Ronan and Bran were both diligently cultivating in the wizard tower, while only Leg Er was often out and about, gathering various news and transporting and acquiring resources for the Lawrence family. Were there any casualties? Ronan asked after hearing the news. Leg Er shook his head, none. After a pause, Leg Er said, "Do you think this ruin was aimed at Dolly Fa?" Ronan nodded, then said, "What do you think?" Leg Er said, "According to the past, Dolly Fa would likely go to the ruin, but this time Dolly Fa didn't go, so the outside world will probably discover a problem." Seeing that Leg Er's thoughts were similar to his own deductions, Ronan nodded again. Leg Er said, "Then what should we do? Will those people make a move on us?" Ronan was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's prepare first. Find a Zhu Yuki, and put as many resources from the wizard tower into it as possible, in case of emergency." Upon hearing this, Leg Er couldn't help but ask, "Ronan, what is your true strength now?" Because Leg Er did not know Ronan's strength, he not only felt uncertain but also could not know what actions to take in the future. Ronan said, "Defeating a great wizard should be no problem." Leg Er was surprised to hear this, "If you have this strength, my bloodline power can assist you. By then, perhaps even the great wizards within the kingdom will be no match for us." Leg Er was quite confident in his bloodline power. After all, his bloodline power was originally able to help Dolly Fa mitigate the side effects after using Nightmare Stone. Later, after multiple bloodline transplants, his bloodline concentration increased, and his bloodline power rose accordingly. With such strong bloodline power, even a great wizard would likely be affected by his illusionary power. Ronan said, let's wait and see. I estimate that even if there are suspicions outside, they won't act so quickly. Legiar nodded upon hearing this and continued to cultivate. Late at night, above Triumphant City, a handsome dark elf with purple skin and white hair, enveloped in dark energy particles, was flying in the air. This dark elves, named Legiar, was a priest of a tribe among the dark elves. He had always been in contact with bloodline great wizard Saphile Orin. Ever since Saphile Orin was killed by Dali Fa using Nightmare Stone in the capital of the Orc Empire, she was resurrected elsewhere. Because she had changed bodies, Sophie, after her resurrection, was recovering her strength. At the same time, she was also paying attention to the affairs of the Valiant Kingdom. Moreover, he was also paying attention to the affairs of the Elf Kingdom. The demise of the Orc Empire caused him to lose an ally. Thus, his gaze naturally turned towards the Elf Kingdom, or the Wizard Islands far overseas. He thought that the wizards on the Wizard Islands might be even more radical and crazy than him. Therefore, he still favored the Elf Kingdom. After all, the elf had many weaknesses for him to exploit. The elf's arrogance and reverence for etiquette were weaknesses he could use. And the anomalies among the dark elves, although this group of elves had no moral bottom line, they also had many weaknesses. Violence and lust were the weaknesses of this group of dark elves. He thought that the elf themselves originally possessed many powerful magics passed down from ancient times. However, because the elf themselves were weak, these powerful magics could not be revealed. If he gave the elf a push, perhaps the elf's strength could be enhanced. Then, he would find a way to entice this race to attack the Valiant Kingdom. While Sophie was plotting, she never expected that the Valiant Kingdom would actually make a move to invade the Elf Kingdom. Subsequently, he had been following this battle. After several months, he heard the news that all the Valiant Kingdom's army had gone missing. The Valiant Kingdom's army was trapped in the Elf Kingdom, yet Dali Fa remained completely inactive. Sophie then had the thought that Dali Fa might have a problem. Although Dali Fa was a legendary wizard and immensely powerful. However, Dali Fa was already very old. Even a legendary wizard has a moment when their lifespan ends. Furthermore, wizard research itself is full of dangers. It's not impossible that Dali Fa was injured by some power during his research. With this in mind, Sophie found this priest of the Dark Elves tribe and explained the situation. He was asked to set up a fake ruin to test whether Dali Fa had a problem. If Dali Fa truly had a problem, then his wizard tower could be plundered. Legiar was naturally very tempted by this news. After all, Dali Fa had accumulated for hundreds of years, and his wizard tower must contain many treasures. If he was the first to discover Dali Fa's problem, then he could acquire these treasures first. So, he set up a fake ruin in the sea between the Valiant Kingdom and the Elf Kingdom. After this ruin appeared, Dali Fa did not appear. It should be known that a wizard who has reached Dali Fa's realm greatly needs to gain knowledge that can advance his realm further by studying ancient wizard manuscripts and other artifacts. Therefore, Legiar felt that Sophie's guess was correct. According to intelligence, 2 great wizards lived in Triumphant City. Only 2, they posed no threat to him. Bringing too many people for such secret matters would easily expose them. Thus, Legiar cast a spell and secretly snuck over. As a dark elf with strength comparable to a great wizard, he silently arrived above the Triumphant City upper from the night sky. Other wizards, if they did not focus their spiritual energy on his location, would not be able to discover him. Soon, he stealthily arrived in front of Dali Fa's wizard tower. Before him was an invisible barrier. This was emitted by the wizardry array carved on the outer wall of Dali Fa's wizard tower. Upon seeing this, Legiar immediately cast a magic spell, Elf Sword. Immediately, energy particles surged towards his palm. Almost instantly, a giant blue glowing light sword as tall as a person formed. He then used the light sword to violently slash at the barrier. The sword shattered. And the barrier also cracked, forming a fissure large enough for one person to enter. Just now, when Legiar cast the magic, a powerful energy fluctuation spread outwards from the light sword as its center. At this moment, not only Ronan, who was cultivating inside the wizard tower, but also the great wizards residing in the Triumphant City upper, noticed it. Legiar passed through the barrier and flew towards the 99th floor of the wizard tower. While flying, he cast spells. Energy particles condensed around him, and light swords emitting dazzling light formed around him. At this moment, from the dark, cavernous window on the 99th floor, a wizard stepped out. This wizard, dressed in a white robe, with white beard and white hair fluttering in the wind. This was precisely the legendary appearance of the legendary wizard Dali Fa. And this scene was also witnessed by the 2 great wizards in the Triumphant City upper. Because Dali Fa did not appear during the ruin expedition, the wizards in the Valiant Kingdom also suspected whether Dali Fa had encountered any trouble. Now, seeing Dali Fa, they naturally dispelled their doubts. Legiar was greatly shocked to see Dali Fa appear before him. The real Dali Fa was still trapped in the nightmare world. And this fake Dali Fa was naturally Ronan, transformed after drinking the advanced transformation potion. Legiar knew of Dali Fa's terror from Sophie's words. Upon seeing Dali Fa, his pupils constricted violently, and he immediately acted without thinking. He crushed a purple gem he held in his hand. This gem was a magic stone that sealed a massive amount of magic power. This magic power could enhance the effect of spatial wizardry. As soon as the magic stone was crushed, Legiar was immediately engulfed by darkness. But at this moment, Ronan, disguised as Dali Fa, threw out an ancient small stone cage. This was an advanced Zhuwuki he had found in Dolly Fa's inventory. He knew from the books that this Zhuwuki was a Zhuwuki made by an ancient wizard specifically for space-type wizards. Its name was Space Lock Cage. After Ronan threw this Zhuwuki into the air, an energy fluctuation erupted from this cage. Immediately, Legiar's figure reappeared in the air. And at this time, Legiar was already thousands of meters away. However, due to the effect of the Space Lock Cage, Legiar found it difficult to perform spatial jumps again. Ronan immediately summoned the Azure Spirit Sword, cast the 7-star sword escape, and pursued Legiar. After the Azure Spirit Sword was summoned, it was a flash of azure light. Other wizards could not discern what was within the azure light. As for the 7-star sword escape, other wizards could not see any clues, nor could they imagine that this was a technique from another world. Because he was in the wizard world, the 7-star sword escape could draw upon more starlight. This, in turn, reduced Ronan's mana consumption. Instead, he could use more mana to maintain the Space Lock Cage's control over Legiar. Legiar saw Dolly Fa flying towards him, and while running with flight magic, he condensed yellow glowing light swords, shooting them towards Ronan. Ronan waved his hand, and another 35 azure rays of light flew out. With a thought, the rays of light condensed into a circular array. This was precisely his Tai Heavenly Wood sword formation. The sword formation charged towards the chaotic and disordered yellow glowing light swords. The next moment, the sword formation swept past. The yellow glowing light swords all turned into yellow fragments, scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Legiar hurriedly poured his magic power into various elf runes. Immediately, layers of magic power barriers formed around him. However, Ronan's sword formation, with an unstoppable momentum, pierced through the barriers layer by layer. Finally, it swept past Legiar's body, bringing forth a shower of blood. Legiar's body then split into several pieces, falling to the ground. Legiar's body parts lay in a pool of blood. Blood stained the stone slabs of Triumphant City Upper. Ronan waved his hand, and Legiar's storage equipment flew out from his blood-soaked robes. At this moment, Ronan had secretly hidden a purification talisman in the sleeve of his wizard robe. When Legiar's storage equipment, a red gem, flew over, Ronan poured his mana into the purification talisman. The purification talisman burned in his sleeve, and a surge of mana passed through the sleeve to the red gem. All the bloodstains on it were removed by the purification talisman's mana. The next moment, Ronan put the gem into his sleeve. Then, he waved his hand again, retrieving the 36 azure spirit swords. In the air, he poured mana into a spatial spell model. His figure instantly vanished into the air. Throughout Triumphant City Upper, wizards of no low rank had been observing this battle. Especially those great wizards and true knowledge wizards, they finally saw Dolly Fa. Moreover, Dolly Fa still possessed extremely strong power. The rumors of his problems were self-defeating. The two great wizards who had intended to probe couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. They thought it was fortunate they had remained calm, otherwise, after probing, it would have been them turned into body parts. After Ronan returned to his wizard tower, he carefully examined the ruby in his hand. He completely ignored the astonished gazes of Liang and Bran beside him. Ever since Liang and Bran knew he was a wizard, today was the first time he had shown his hand in front of them. Liang and Bran were momentarily a little disbelieving that Ronan actually possessed such powerful strength. Ronan naturally sensed their surprised gazes, and while sinking his spirit into the ruby, he said, "Dolly Fa's resources have been consumed quite a bit by me, so it's natural to have this kind of strength." Liang and Bran felt it was slightly more reasonable after hearing this. Ronan examined the ruby once. He only saw that it contained many resources, as well as some scrolls recording elf magic. The resources were useful to him, but the magic on the scrolls was inferior to Dolly Fa's collection of books. However, there were some concepts in the scrolls that he had never seen before. These concepts could be recorded in the Grand Mist, increasing the content of the Hongmeng database, allowing him to comprehend other spells or cultivation techniques more quickly in the future. Since that night when Ronan killed the Dark Elves priest Legiar in mid-air, the wizards of the Valiant Kingdom all believed that Dolly Fa was still formidable. Although Ronan's strength was not yet comparable to legendary wizard Dolly Fa, but the aura of quickly killing Legiar that night was enough to deter other wizards. From then on, the kingdom once again entered an atmosphere of peace. Those wizard families who were still reshuffling their power, originally preparing for a major conflict, gradually quieted down. Between families, they began to adopt a gradual encroachment method, avoiding too much commotion. They were just afraid of the royal family's displeasure, Dolly Fa's intervention, and thus bringing disaster to the entire family. Ronan and the other two were able to live a peaceful life. Ronan continued to use Dolly Fa's materials for alchemy and cultivation. At the same time, he was also using the treasures within Dolly Fa's tower to integrate into the spiritual realm of his Danshan. As the 5 elements heaven and earth strange objects were integrated into the spiritual realm one by one, the clear area within his spiritual realm grew larger and larger. In the chaotic center of the spiritual realm, there was already a large expanse of soil. At this time, his spiritual realm was completely in the shape of a round heaven and square earth. The central patch of soil presented an incomplete spherical surface. The area of this soil should be enough to transplant the youngest natal longevity tree. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to return to the flat house. He took out a teleportation key from his Zhuwuki. With a thought, he poured mana into the key. Immediately, his vision spun. His body seemed to instantly vaporize, rotating in the air with the key. The next moment, he was teleported into the flat house. He walked into the botanical garden. In front of him, there were 3 natal longevity trees standing. The largest one, which was the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, grew lush and verdant, its canopy covering an area of 1,000 meters. The other 2, because he had not used spells to accelerate their growth, were relatively smaller. Like 2 child trees, guarding beside the mother tree. The youngest natal longevity tree was over 6 meters tall. Ronan was preparing to move this natal longevity tree into his spiritual realm. Thinking of this, Ronan composed himself and, following the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, chanted the spell. Immediately, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi surged towards this place. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the botanical garden. Following that, within the wind, green light spots began to form. These green light spots gradually increased, shining dazzlingly in the botanical garden, truly a magnificent sight. If it weren't for the flat house being concealed within the reversed bagua formation, people outside would have seen the entire flat house glowing with green light. Those green light spots surged towards the youngest vital evergreen tree subtree, quickly enveloping it. The next moment, this vital evergreen tree subtree suddenly shrank, and with the green light, it rushed into Ronan's danshan. Ronan's spiritual realm immediately showed a natal longevity tree. The natal longevity tree fell from the sky, landing directly in the patch of soil in the center of the spiritual realm. The vital evergreen tree subtree's networked, developed root system quickly took root in the soil. In a short while, a vital evergreen tree subtree stood in the soil, standing in this spiritual realm. Now, the spiritual chi in the spiritual realm was even more concentrated than in the outside world. After entering the spiritual realm, the growth of this natal longevity tree would naturally be faster than outside. As soon as this vital evergreen tree subtree took root in the spiritual realm, Ronan instantly felt his affinity for wood spiritual chi rise again. With just a thought, he could mobilize the surrounding wood spiritual chi. Some low-rank wood spells and cultivation techniques could be cast as soon as the thought arose. I wonder if the power of other spells will increase. Thinking of this, Ronan's heart stirred, and he transmigrated to the cultivation world. He arrived in an uninhabited forest in the secular world and tried the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Manual and Samadhi True Fire. He indeed found that the power of both, one being a wood sword art and the other a fire spell that could unleash wood assisting fire, had increased. Moreover, my body has other changes. Cultivating the 2 wood body cultivator methods, Azure Lotus White Lotus art and Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, caused his flesh and blood to contain rich vitality. At this moment, he felt that this vitality seemed to have become much more vigorous. Rebirth from a drop of blood might not be possible yet, but he had a feeling. It seemed that even if half of his body were cut off, or all of his meridians were severed and his foundation completely destroyed, his body could recover. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ronan carefully felt his body, his eyes shining. Just as he was feeling invigorated, suddenly, through the natal longevity tree seedling in the mystic fairy pavilion of Yushan Valley, he sensed that his token in Huangshen sect emitted a wisp of white qi. The white qi emanated, condensing into words in the air. Old ancestor summons, return quickly. I wonder what it is. Ronan thought, waving his hand to summon a sword ray, then riding it, he flew towards the mystic fairy pavilion in Yushan Valley. After retrieving the token, he learned that this message was not sent by Dao Chen, but by the sect. It seems to be a major event. Ronan didn't know if this major event would bring him any opportunity. While thinking, he rode the sword light and flew back to Huangshen sect. In front of the platform of Huangshen sect's mission issuing pavilion, all the cultivators above foundation establishment in the sect were gathered. Ronan landed beside Dao Chen. Having been in Huangshen sect for so long, he was still most familiar with Dao Chen. At this time, he had already consumed a high-rank transformation potion, completely changing into another appearance. He had become a cultivator with an ordinary appearance. Fellow Daoist, long time no see. Upon seeing Ronan, Dao Chen immediately bowed. What happened? Ronan asked Dao Chen. Dao Chen shook his head. I don't know, but I heard that nascent soul old ancestor Pure Yang Zi is summoning. Something big must have happened, perhaps the old ancestor wants to have a big fight with Heaven Sword sect. Ronan listened, thinking to himself that if that were the case, perhaps he could once again fish in troubled waters. Currently, he possessed the strength of a core formation cultivator, but was actually a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. As long as he concealed his strength and moved through the battlefield to harvest, he would obtain many resources. Perhaps, he might even obtain spells and cultivation techniques from this world. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, all the cultivators saw a wisp of white qi rising from the highest peak of Huangshen sect. This white qi rose very high and spread very wide, as if it had become a sky curtain, stretching before everyone. Then, this white qi condensed into the appearance of a white-bearded old man. Greetings, old ancestor. The core formation cultivators among these cultivators immediately bowed. The other cultivators who had not seen old ancestor Chun Yuan Zi immediately followed suit. While bowing, Ronan was also sensing this old ancestor. This old ancestor was clearly a nascent soul cultivator. But there was no sense of oppression on his body. Upon sensing, it was as if only a qi refining cultivator was before them. This feeling. Ronan, after noticing the spiritual qi concentration in the still true sect mountain range gradually decreasing, guessed that old ancestor Chun Yuan Zi was cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Now, upon noticing this situation, he was even more certain of his conjecture. Cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture could conceal the energy fluctuations of the cultivator. For him, who had cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture to a relatively high realm, he could almost completely conceal his energy fluctuations. Only cultivators whose realm was much higher than his, upon careful sensing, could perceive his true strength. However, after he learned the Dark Elf's concealment spell, it was estimated that they would not be able to perceive his true strength. Ronan's thoughts were rapidly spinning. The old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, transformed from white qi, then spoke. Everyone, an ancient cultivator relic has appeared, follow me. Saying that, the white qi suddenly contracted. Following that, everyone saw a dazzling white light flying up from the highest peak of Huanzhen sect, heading in one direction. Immediately, many cultivators flew up, following that white light. Of course, there were also some cultivators whose eyes showed a look of struggle. Everyone knew that a relic that could even attract old ancestor Chen Yuanzi must be fraught with danger. They really didn't want to fall into danger. However, they were all cultivators of the sect, completely at the mercy of others. They had received the sect's resources, and now was the time for them to be used. If they didn't go, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi might cripple them on the spot. Let's go for it, the more dangerous it is, the greater the opportunity. Those cultivators thought, then one after another, they flew up. Ronan also followed suit and flew up. He didn't have much psychological burden. His strength was already not weak, and he thought that as long as he didn't compete or snatch, he would be safe. At worst, he could transmigrate back to the wizard world. After all the cultivators flew up, the light from various flying spells formed a five-colored river, flowing towards one side of the sky. After more than an hour, these cultivators, having flown thousands of miles through the clouds, finally stopped above a valley. They stopped because nascent soul old ancestor Pure Yang Zi had stopped. At this time, Ronan was able to see old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's appearance. He was a miniature version of the giant figure condensed from white qi. Immediately, his attention was drawn to the commotion below the valley. There was an energy fluctuation in the valley, restless and about to burst forth. Moreover, this energy seemed to be wood. Could it be a wood ancient cultivator relic? That's right, if old ancestor Chen Yuanzi cultivates the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, he would also be a wood cultivator. He is so anxious about this relic that he even summoned all the high-end combat power of the entire sect. Could there be some extremely precious wood strange object in this relic? As thoughts flew through his mind, Ronan's heart suddenly stirred. His divine sense sensed other spiritual qi oppressive forces approaching from the horizon. Clearly, Huanzhen sect was not the only one who sensed the imminent emergence of the ancient cultivator relic. Before long, other cultivation sects or schools arrived. 3 arrived at once. However, these 3 organizations, whether in terms of numbers or strength, were inferior to Huanzhen sect. Most importantly, the highest combat power of all 3 organizations were core formation cultivators. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi looked at the 3 organizations, stroking his white beard. Everyone, when the relic opens later, how about lending me a hand? The people from these 3 organizations looked at each other, not responding for a moment. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi continued loudly, as long as you help me, I will give you your deserved share. There aren't many things I need in this relic, but one thing, I am determined to obtain. After hearing old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's words, the cultivators of the 3 organizations pondered for a while, then all nodded. After all, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's Huanzhen sect, after destroying the Sheng sect, had greatly increased in strength. They were all afraid that if they didn't agree, Huanzhen sect might cripple them on the spot. Of course, if they joined forces, perhaps they could still fight Huanzhen sect. But the outcome was very likely that they would be completely wiped out, while Huanzhen sect would pay a considerable price. Just as the cultivators of the 3 organizations nodded, Ronan immediately felt a greater energy fluctuation coming from the horizon. Heaven Sword sect has arrived. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi said to everyone. Then, he said to the cultivators of the 3 organizations, everyone, the time has come for you to help me. Ronan sensed that among the people from the Heaven Sword sect, there was also a nascent soul old ancestor. He had heard of this nascent soul old ancestor's name, Sword Void Zi. This elder wore a brown robe, and his long hair was white and hung down. In the center of his brows, there was a tiny, crimson texture. Pure Yang Zi continued to address the other 3 organizations, if you assist us in dealing with these Heaven Sword sect people, we will not seize whatever you obtain. Sword Void Zi glanced at the 3 organizations, and snorted coldly, if you wish to be enemies with my Heaven Sword sect, you had better think carefully. Frightened by Sword Void Zi, the people from those 3 organizations immediately froze. The cultivators of Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect stood in confrontation. In this situation, none of them would make a move. After all, at this time, cultivators from other sects or schools would continue to arrive. They feared that after a great battle between the 2 sides, others would reap the benefits. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, various schools arrived one after another. Ronan sensed that there were a total of 5 nascent soul cultivators present. The energy fluctuations beneath the valley grew stronger and stronger, as if something was brewing. All the cultivators present were surprisingly calm, not fighting, but concentrating on sensing the energy in the valley. As the energy fluctuations grew stronger, Ronan was certain that the attribute of this energy was wood. After about another hour, a green light suddenly rose from within the valley. It blew away all the mist that enveloped the valley. The cultivators present were able to see the situation within the mist clearly. In the valley, there was a towering tree. Beside the large tree were many smaller trees, surrounding it like stars circling the moon. In addition to the large and small trees, there were also many precious spiritual plants. The cultivators all sensed that whether it was the large tree, the small trees, or the spiritual plants, they were all absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby. In an instant, Ronan suspected that this place seemed to be an already formed spiritual realm. And these large trees and small trees were the natal longevity tree of a cultivator. Why did this spiritual realm move out of the cultivator's denshin? And where is the cultivator? Ronan's mind was filled with questions. And at this very moment, the cultivators of the various factions began to fight. For a time, magical power and magic treasure lights flew wildly across the sky. The sounds of clashes were deafening and incessant. Ronan first summoned his sword light, and shifted horizontally, leaving the battlefield. Then, he released his divine sense and meticulously explored the valley. Everyone, help me obtain that towering ancient tree in the center. Pure Yang Zi transmitted a message to the people of his sect, then transformed into a dazzling white light and flew rapidly towards the towering ancient tree in the center. However, just as Pure Yang Zi led his people to fly, cultivators from other factions also swarmed forward. For a time, the people of the Huangshen sect found it difficult to advance and could only stop to fight the enemy. Pure Yang Zi was blocked by his old rival, Sword Void Zi, and the two began to fight in the air. Pure Yang Zi sacrificed a bronze beast cauldron, while Sword Void Zi sacrificed a sword array composed of hundreds of bronze swords. The two fought with spells in the air. Core formation cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators, to avoid being affected, flew away one after another. Ronan's divine sense probed downwards and immediately sensed that there was an immortal cave within the valley. However, the immortal cave was protected by a restriction, and his spirit could not penetrate it for a time. He pondered for a while, then quietly headed towards the immortal cave. Gradually, he moved away from the battle circle, intending to take a detour to see if he could avoid others' gazes and delve deeper into the immortal cave. However, his action of leaving the battle circle just now attracted the attention of cultivators from other factions. His action, in the eyes of others, made him seem like a weakling. Thus, a foundation establishment cultivator from Yushan Valley, looking at Ronan with shining eyes, as if he had seen some treasure, also quietly left the battle circle and flew towards Ronan. Ronan, having released his divine sense, naturally sensed a cultivator approaching. This cultivator was only a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. His magical artifact was a deep blue hammer. The hammer hung high above this cultivator's head, floating along with him. Upon approaching Ronan, this cultivator's eyes immediately revealed a fierce glint. He activated the hammer above his head. Immediately, a swirling blue mist appeared on the hammer. With a thought, the hammer tore through the void realm and flew towards Ronan. Ronan summoned his azure spirit sword and engaged in battle with this cultivator's hammer. After symbolically fighting for a few rounds, Ronan pointed his finger, and the azure spirit sword twisted on the hammer, splitting it into two. Then, the azure spirit sword flew towards the cultivator. Upon seeing this, the cultivator knew that Ronan's strength was too great. In great alarm, he first summoned a shield magical artifact to block in front of himself, and at the same time flew towards the battle circle. He vainly hoped that if he was behind the battle circle, Ronan's flying sword would be restrained for fear of harming others. However, Ronan pointed his finger again, and the flying sword flashed, splitting the cultivator's shield into two. Finally, the flying sword circled around the cultivator's waist. Immediately, it cut the cultivator into two halves. As Ronan recalled the azure spirit sword, he also retrieved the cultivator's storage pouch. Some foundation establishment cultivators in the battle circle, who had been observing Ronan with the intention of killing him to seize treasures, now dared not advance. Ronan was able to continue flying towards the valley. However, Ronan found that as he approached, the battle circle grew larger and larger. Those cultivators were all intentionally or unintentionally standing in various directions, flying towards the valley. At this moment, no cultivator was able to enter the valley. In the area closest to the valley, several nascent soul old ancestors were fighting, mist permeated the air, and colorful lights flashed continuously within the mist, with deafening sounds emanating from within. Ronan immediately felt that it was truly difficult for him to approach the valley and investigate the immortal cave. Suddenly, an idea emerged in his mind. It was to use the energy-absorbing magic vine to absorb the energy of the trees in the valley. If those trees were truly the natal longevity tree of an ancient cultivator. He didn't know if absorbing other natal longevity trees could increase the age of his own natal longevity tree. But he wanted to try. Then, he controlled his body and descended to the ground. He used woodstone shadowing, and his entire being disappeared into the ground. The spell of woodstone shadowing had long been cultivated to perfection by him. And after his Yiwood Dharma body was formed, and a natal longevity tree was planted into the spiritual realm. When he cast this spell, firstly, the concealment effect of wood and stone on his aura was greater, and secondly, his movement speed within wood and stone also increased significantly. At this time, after entering the soil, he cast the Dark Elf's magic concealment spell. Dark energy particles in the soil gathered around his body. With the concealment of woodstone shadowing and concealment spell, his presence became even harder to detect. He estimated that even the nascent soul cultivators who were currently fighting fiercely would find it difficult to detect his presence. However, this was his guess, and he needed to test the reaction of the nascent soul cultivators. He swam forward within the soil. Once the towering tree in the valley entered the casting range of his energy-absorbing magic vine, he immediately poured his magical power into the energy-absorbing magic vine wizardry model. Immediately, beneath the towering tree, purple energy-wreathed vines grew out, coiling around the roots of the towering tree. After the vines latched onto the tree roots, streams of energy flowed from the roots to the vines, and then into the wizard world's natal longevity tree. The natal longevity tree was connected to Ronan's physical body and soul. And Ronan's physical body and soul connected the wizard world and the cultivation world. He could freely travel between the two worlds, and with the energy that allowed his physical body and soul to travel, he could also travel between the two worlds. Ronan could sense the state of the natal longevity tree. At this moment, he felt that as energy was injected, the vitality of the natal longevity tree became increasingly vigorous. He estimated that the age of the natal longevity tree was increasing. It works. Ronan was exhilarated and immediately focused his senses on everything around him. At this time, the nascent soul cultivators fighting in the sky seemed to have noticed nothing, still fighting to the death. However, after a while, a sound of yi suddenly came from the mist formed by the nascent soul cultivators' battle. Hold your fight, I sense that the life of that spiritual plant is draining away. The speaker was pure Yang Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor of Huangshen sect. After cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, his perception of wood attributed things had become much sharper. Therefore, even from a considerable distance, he could still sense this anomaly. Clang. However, his opponent, Sword Void Zi, thought that pure Yang Zi was trying to distract him. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword light slashed towards pure Yang Zi. You bastard! Pure Yang Zi cursed loudly and reluctantly met the enemy. The bronze cauldron and the giant sword collided, producing a huge sound. Subsequently, pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi fought again. Pure Yang Zi had no time to check what had happened to the towering tree. The movements of pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi were quite large, and Ronan had already taken in this situation. Therefore, he slowed down the rate of energy absorption, absorbing it slowly. This way, most cultivators would not know that he was absorbing energy. Pure Yang Zi sensed the gradual loss of the towering tree's vitality and was extremely anxious. He extended his divine sense towards the towering tree. He only detected several vines' entanglement beneath a large tree. He wanted to find out who had cast these vines, but he couldn't detect it at all. Then, he swept his divine sense downwards, but found nothing unusual. Just as pure Yang Zi's divine sense swept down, Ronan felt the pressure of this divine sense. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, ready to cast blood transformation escape technique and flee if pure Yang Zi made any unusual moves. However, after a long while, he only felt pure Yang Zi's divine sense sweeping back and forth around him. But pure Yang Zi himself made no move towards him. Immediately, Ronan continued to absorb the energy of this towering tree. He increasingly felt that this towering tree was the natal longevity tree of an ancient cultivator. After all, he had experimented in the wizard world, and if he absorbed the energy of other spiritual plants, it would not greatly help the growth of the natal longevity tree. What happened to the spiritual plant? Indeed. After about half an hour, other cultivators finally sensed the anomaly of the ancient cultivator's natal longevity tree. Because they finally felt that the vitality of this natal longevity tree, as well as its speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi, was different from what they had sensed before. You blockheads, I told you already. Pure Yang Zi cursed. Don't let us fight to the death here, only to make wedding clothes for others. Those nascent soul cultivators then flew towards the location of the ancient cultivator's natal longevity tree, wanting to see what was happening. Ronan sensed this situation and immediately chanted a spell beneath the soil. He wanted to open a portal to the dead spirit plane. At that time, after Dali Fa left the Necromancer Society, he obtained necromancy and the coordinates of the dead spirit plane from the saint of the Church of the Undead. And after Ronan obtained Dali Fa's storage pouch, he discovered these items. After studying the saint of the Church of the Undead's relics, he obtained a method to summon even more terrifying necromancer. Now, as long as he was willing to expend enough magical power, he could summon a monarch-level creature from the dead spirit plane. He did not cultivate a necromancy meditation technique, so if creatures from the dead spirit plane emerged, he would also be a target of attack from the dead spirit plane. However, necromancer prefer to attack extraordinary beings of higher realm. After all, the flesh and soul of extraordinary beings are food for the evolution of necromancer. The higher the realm, the greater the benefit of flesh and soul to necromancer. If he were to open the portal to the dead spirit plane near the nascent soul old ancestors, then, that necromancer would go towards the nascent soul old ancestors. As the incantation echoed in his mind repeatedly, the surrounding dead energy particles gathered towards a spot in the valley. Before long, a nascent soul cultivator noticed the anomaly. Have people from the demonic path also arrived? A nascent soul cultivator said. But at this time, although all the nascent soul cultivators had detected the anomaly, they all flew towards the tallest natal longevity tree. Fearing that other cultivators would take advantage, none of them were willing to investigate the place where the dead energy particles were furiously gathering. However, those nascent soul old ancestors all ordered the cultivators they brought to stop fighting and go investigate that spot. When some foundation establishment cultivators and core formation cultivators arrived there, Ronan's spatial passage had already been opened. Suddenly, a white light abruptly rose from the forest. A large gap appeared in the forest. Accompanied by wailing sounds, black mists rose from this gap. Immediately after, a skeleton wearing a crown and tattered robes was lifted by the mist. It was over 3 meters tall, and 2 eerie blue flames burned fiercely in its eye sockets. It stared piercingly at the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, people from the demonic path have arrived. The cultivators shouted. They all unleashed their magic treasure towards the skeleton. The skeleton waved its branch-like hands, releasing streaks of black light that blocked these magic treasure. And those magic treasure, upon contact with the black light, became defiled. Ronan felt that a necromancer would not be able to attract the attention of those nascent soul cultivators, so he continued to chant the spell, continuing to summon other monarch-level creatures from the dead spirit plane. After summoning a king-tier necromancer, Ronan's magic power was depleted by 30%. However, fortunately, he had stored Dolly Fa's mana recovery potions in his storage pouch. At this time, he continued to summon necromancer kings while drinking the mana recovery potions. The incantation he silently recited transformed into a surge of magic power, appearing in the dead spirit plane. Affected by this magic power, the necromancers in the dead spirit plane were all attracted. Entrances to plane passages opened before the king-tier creatures of the dead spirit plane. Correspondingly, gaps appeared in the valley of the cultivation world. Soon, 2 more king-tier necromancers, leading necromancer armies, stepped through the gaps. One king was a tall, general-like figure. He was over 3 meters tall, clad in dark black armor, wearing a helmet, from whose crevices his skeletal face was faintly visible. A pair of eye sockets on his white bones glowed with red flames. The other king was a necromancer of ordinary stature. However, he did not look like a skeleton, his entire body seemed to be covered in white bones. The white bones became his skin, his armor. His white bones shimmered with a lustrous glow. Behind both kings were thousands of necromancer armies. Ronan sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from these 3 kings and felt that their strength was comparable to that of a legendary wizard. However, it's probably not enough to hold back these nascent soul cultivators. Ronan thought, then continued to take out mana recovery potions and pour them down his throat. He then continued to silently recite the incantation. Immediately after, more exits of spatial passages appeared in the valley. Suddenly, the valley was filled with a dark necromancer chi. At this time, those nascent soul cultivators had already arrived at the largest natal longevity tree. They cast spells, overturning the soil on the ground, and discovered Ronan's energy-absorbing magic vine. One of the nascent soul cultivators unleashed a ray of spell light, destroying Ronan's energy-absorbing magic vine. Then, the nascent soul cultivators looked towards the rampaging necromancer kings. Foundation establishment cultivators and core formation cultivators had almost no power to fight against these necromancer kings. Some smart ones, as soon as they felt the aura of these necromancer kings, immediately fled far away. Only those who reacted a bit slower, or who held onto a glimmer of hope, stayed behind and engaged in battle with the necromancer kings. This caused many cultivators to become food for these necromancers. The nascent soul cultivators each cast spells, transforming into streaks of light, and flew towards the group of necromancer kings. The next moment, some cast spells, others summoned magic treasures, and they engaged in battle with the necromancer kings. Various spells and magic treasure lights collided with the necromancy spells unleashed by the necromancer kings, creating an immense commotion. While the valley was in chaos, Ronan used woodstone shadowing to sneak beneath a cave in the valley. There was a restriction covering the entire cave. Ronan immediately formed a sword incantation. 36 azure spirit swords were summoned. He pointed forward. The 36 azure spirit swords formed the Tei heavenly wood sword formation and pierced towards the restriction. The next moment, ripples appeared around the cave. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, this restriction had lost its magic power. With one stab from Ronan, this restriction broke. Thus, Ronan continued forward, using woodstone shadowing. He suddenly emerged in a cave. Then, he leaped, as if his entire being had sprung out of water. Where he was now was the end of a cave. This cave had no candles, nor any luminous pearls or similar objects. But the stone walls of this cave were peculiar. Even in this place where sunlight could not enter, there was a soft light within the cave, almost as bright as day. Ronan saw a stone bed ahead. On the stone bed was an old man dressed in a daoist robe. The old man's eyes were tightly closed, and his body was limp. His legs were crossed in a meditative posture, his upper body slumped forward, his forehead resting on the stone bed in front of him. He looked as if he had suddenly fainted while cultivating. Ronan saw that the man's skin had very little color and was somewhat shriveled. However, to his surprise, the man still had a breath. This situation was quite similar to Dolly Fa. For a moment, Ronan did not delve into the cultivator's condition. Instead, he swept his divine sense, exploring the items on the cultivator's body. Immediately, he found a storage pouch attached to the cultivator's waistband. Ronan immediately reached out and took the storage pouch. Then, he swept his divine sense across the cave, found no other items, and then cast another woodstone shadowing. Like jumping into water, he submerged into the ground and headed out of the cave. At this time, those nascent soul cultivators were still battling the necromancer kings and their armies. The nascent soul cultivators had gained the upper hand. After Ronan had snuck to a place far from the valley, he cast energy-absorbing magic vine again. Soon, more magic vines emerged from beneath the roots of several natal longevity trees. This time, Ronan wanted to fully absorb the energy of the natal longevity trees. At this moment, those nascent soul cultivators immediately discovered that the vitality of the natal longevity trees was rapidly draining. However, they were currently entangled with the necromancer kings and necromancer armies, making it difficult to free their hands for a while. Thus, they could only continuously cast spells and release magic treasures, wanting to resolve those necromancer kings as quickly as possible. The necromancer kings roared as they fought. Dark necromancer chi surged around them. It transformed into streaks of necromancy, attacking the nascent soul cultivators. Soon, the necromancer kings also discovered that they were at a disadvantage in their battle with the nascent soul cultivators. However, they came here not for battle, but to gain flesh and soul to enhance themselves. Thus, a black dense fog rose. The necromancer kings, along with their necromancer armies, fled. Just as those nascent soul cultivators thought these necromancer kings had retreated, and they were about to check on the natal longevity trees, they found that the necromancer kings were heading towards their school members. For a moment, the nascent soul cultivators were in a dilemma. They had cultivated for hundreds of years, had witnessed life and death, and their hearts had long lost most of their emotions. Whether their disciples lived or died, emotionally, they didn't care at all. After all, in the cultivation world, new cultivators would continuously emerge, and old cultivators would successively pass away. However, these cultivators were the top combat strength of the sect. They still needed these cultivators to help them seize territory and plunder resources. Now, the spiritual chi in the cultivation world was thin, and resources were scarce, so they had to put effort into obtaining more resources. Otherwise, sometimes due to insufficient resources, even with good talent, it would be difficult to make progress. After pondering for a moment, the nascent soul cultivators decided to save their disciples first. Because, even if they obtained the spiritual plants, if the high-end combat strength of the sect died out, they might not be able to live peacefully in the future. Immediately, the nascent soul cultivators continued to pursue those necromancer kings. Then, they each unleashed their divine ability. For a time, dazzling flying swords of various colors, stone hammers emitting blue light, and imposing magic treasure mirrors all collided with the necromancer king's dense, inky death chi. At this time, Ronan was vigorously absorbing the energy of the natal longevity tree. He felt that a surge of energy, using him as a bridge, was being injected into the natal longevity tree of the wizard world. Soon, the natal longevity trees in the valley gradually withered. Ronan sensed that as the nascent soul cultivators continued to exert force, the necromancer kings were increasingly at a disadvantage. He immediately split his attention, summoning another necromancer king. With the new reinforcements, the other necromancer kings, with a surge of black chi around them, continued to charge towards the nascent soul cultivators. Subsequently, Ronan continued to absorb the energy of the natal longevity tree while summoning necromancer kings. However, after summoning one more, no matter how he summoned, no more necromancer kings appeared. Perhaps, with multiple necromancer kings not returning to the dead spirit plane for a long time, it attracted the attention of other necromancer kings. Even if plain passages appeared before them, they would suspect it was a trap and would not pay attention to him. Although the necromancer kings were numerous and wielded extremely polluting death chi. However, the strength of nascent soul cultivators was inherently stronger than that of a legendary wizard. Moreover, the magic treasures and spells of nascent soul cultivators were endless. Especially magic treasures, which were refined from rare heavenly and earthly materials using complex methods, possessing great power. Before long, the necromancer kings were once again at a disadvantage, and the disadvantage became increasingly obvious. Immediately after, one by one, the necromancer kings cast necromancy, self-activating spatial passages, and returned to the dead spirit plane. They had a natural connection with the dead spirit plane. No matter which plane they were in, they could return to the dead spirit plane by casting a spatial necromancy. Seeing the necromancer king's defeat, Ronan stopped absorbing the natal longevity tree. Although, he estimated that if he kept himself hidden with woodstone shadowing and concealment spell, the nascent soul cultivators still wouldn't discover him. However, whether he cast energy-absorbing magic vine or any other spell, there was a certain distance limit. As long as those nascent soul cultivators cleared a certain area, then bombarded this empty area with spells and magic treasures, he would be forced to reveal himself. Therefore, he had to leave first. Anyway, the remaining energy in the natal longevity trees in the valley was already not much. Thinking of this, Ronan cast woodstone shadowing and fled. He fled until he reached the edge, and seeing no cultivators paying attention, he revealed himself in a forest. Then, he silently blended into the teams of other cultivators. Due to the arrival of the necromancer kings, many surviving cultivators had retreated extremely far. After retreating far, some cultivators, coveting the treasures of other cultivators, began to fight again. Far from the valley, it was also a chaotic mess. Ronan took advantage of the chaos to blend into the group of Huanzhen sect cultivators and fought with cultivators from other schools. He had originally intended to leave directly. But he thought that if the natal longevity trees in the valley withered, those nascent soul cultivators would find the person who did this. His sudden disappearance, and no corpse being found at the scene, would easily arouse the suspicion of the nascent soul cultivators. In the future of the cultivation world, there might be other opportunities, and he still wanted to follow the sect, not just disappear like this. Those necromancer kings and necromancer armies, some died, some fled. The nascent soul cultivators then focused their attention back on the valley. They saw that the natal longevity trees had lost a great deal of energy, with almost only 2 or 3/10 remaining. Other cultivators did not yet know that these were natal longevity trees. But pure Yang Zi, who knew the situation, was uncharacteristically furious, his face turning purple. However, even these natal longevity trees with only a little energy left, he still couldn't take as he wished. As he was about to approach the natal longevity trees, he was blocked by other nascent soul cultivators. The next moment, another great battle ensued. Ronan, along with the Huanzhen sect, fought against other sects. He killed several foundation establishment cultivators and acquired a few storage pouches. This battle for the ancient cultivator relic lasted for several days. Cultivators from various factions fought, and because they knew each other's strength, the remaining people became increasingly cautious. Although the fighting became more intense, the casualties became fewer and fewer. The nascent soul cultivators in the valley also successively obtained their spiritual plants. Pure Yang Zi fought with all his might to claim the largest natal longevity tree. During this period, after the nascent soul cultivators discovered the cave, they fought fiercely again to enter it. However, after the nascent soul cultivators went in and then came out, they claimed there was nothing inside. Of course, the other cultivators didn't believe this. Especially Pure Yang Zi, who had exhausted a great deal of magic power fighting for the natal longevity tree and thus couldn't enter the cave. After another round of fighting, the two nascent soul cultivators who had entered the cave summoned their sect members, enveloped in spell light, formed a formation, and retreated while fighting. The other cultivators then harvested the remaining spiritual plants in the valley. Soon, the cultivators in the valley gradually departed. This once beautiful ancient cultivator relic became a mess. The lush spiritual plants in the valley were all gone. Ronan, along with the Huanzhen sect, followed Pure Yang Zi to pursue the two schools that had entered the cave. After pursuing for a while, that school used a secret technique to flee far away. Everyone pursued for a while, entering the territory of a school. That school, after entering its immortal realm, was able to defend itself due to the protection of the immortal realm's protective formation. At this time, the other schools split into three factions. One faction wanted to stay and break through this immortal realm, another faction pursued the other school. And another faction occasionally resorted to sneak attacks, slaughtering cultivators from other schools. Finally, because each school harbored its own intentions and their forces were scattered, they could do nothing and had to let it go. The cultivators of the Huanzhen sect flew back to the Still Truth sect immortal realm. After Ronan entered the Still Truth sect immortal realm, he returned to his immortal cave. After cultivating Samadhi true fire for several days in the immortal cave, he left the immortal cave and exited the Huanzhen sect. Upon reaching the secular world, he immediately transmigrated back to the wizard world. He appeared in the flat house, immediately took out the ancient cultivator's storage pouch, and immersed his spirit into it. He immediately saw a jade tablet inside, intricately carved with tiny, dense characters. These small characters were ancient script, which he recognized. The characters recorded a spell called Be Ye Wood Divine Lightning. After Ronan obtained the secret manual for the Be Ye Wood Divine Lightning, he began to cultivate daily. Thunder spells, in the cultivation world, are extremely powerful in attack, and they also contain the power to ward off evil. He thought that if he had released the Lich Kings earlier, those nascent soul cultivators, especially those who had cultivated thunder spells, would not have fought for so long. Ronan's cultivation location was in the secular world of the cultivation world. Be Ye Wood Divine Lightning is formed by mixing wood power with the chi of the five elements. In a forest, he activated his wood power, and his danshan hummed slightly. With a raised hand, a dazzling divine thunder shot out from his fingertips, heading straight for the sky. Instantly, a thunderclap echoed in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Be Ye Wood Divine Lightning, beginner 65%. Just at the beginner level, it has such momentum. If it were more powerful, what level could it reach? Ronan thought, then continued to circulate his wood power, mixing it with the chi of the five elements, feeling the power of both. Days quietly passed. Since Ronan killed a great wizard-level dark elves last time, it truly deterred the forces of all sides. The Valiant Kingdom was in a state of peace. Ronan was able to focus on cultivating in Dali Fa's wizard tower. Of course, sometimes, he would go to the flat house for alchemy. In the botanical garden of the flat house, his natal longevity tree grew. After absorbing the natal longevity tree energy of the ancient cultivator, his natal longevity tree's age, combined, was already over 2,000 years. Although he often wondered when he would discover another relic of a wood cultivator, he knew that such relics were rare and hard to come by. However, the Sheng sect old ancestor cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, and this ancient cultivator also cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. It's highly possible that the Sheng sect old ancestor and that ancient cultivator have a deep connection, perhaps belonging to the same faction. Maybe there are other relics that contain natal longevity trees. I just don't know what faction those who cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture belong to. Too much time has passed now, much of the past history has vanished with the passing of the ancient cultivators. Suddenly, Ronan thought of old ancestor Chen Yuan Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor of the Huanzhen sect, who was extremely anxious about this relic. Could it be that this pure Yang Zi knows about the Sheng sect old ancestor and the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture? Ronan thought that if he reached the nascent soul stage in the future, he would visit this nascent soul cultivator to inquire about this matter. These days, Ronan spent all his time cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, constructing his spiritual realm, and practicing spells. His strength was steadily increasing day by day. And because he was in Yi Wood Dharma body, the three spells Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Manual, Samadhi True Fire, and Be Ye Wood Divine Lightning were closely related to wood. Therefore, the speed at which he mastered these three spells was not slow. On this day, while he was cultivating, Augustus V came again. This time, Ronan was playing Dali Fa. After all, he had seen Leon playing him so many times that he had memorized Dali Fa's demeanor and tone. Moreover, since Augustus V and Dali Fa did not interact much, it would be difficult for him to discover that the Dali Fa in front of him was actually an impostor. Great uncle. Augustus V first bowed to Ronan. Ronan nodded slightly. Great uncle, I had someone verify the identity of the elf you killed previously, Augustus V said. He was a priest of a dark elves tribe, and I heard he used to have connections with bloodline great wizard Sophile Oren. Ronan frowned upon hearing this. Then do you know why he came? Was he here to avenge Sophie? Augustus V also shook his head. Only this priest and Sophie would know that. I don't know what he was thinking specifically. After a pause, Augustus V changed the subject. Great uncle, your wizardry attainments are so high, when can you lead the wizards of the kingdom to conquer the elf kingdom again? Ronan shook his head. As you can see, a large number of our wizards completely disappeared in the elf kingdom. This shows that the elf kingdom hides power. This disappearance of wizards has caused no small damage to our kingdom. You must know that this world is not just our continent. Nor is it only our valiant kingdom that has wizards. We also have to constantly guard against wizards from the wizard islands coming here to occupy our kingdom. Augustus V nodded upon hearing this, then said. Great uncle, I feel myself aging day by day. Does great uncle have any transformation potion to bestow? Ronan heard this and said, wait a moment, I will go get it for you. Augustus V was overjoyed upon hearing this, his face glowing red. Ronan walked onto the teleportation array, recited a spell, and teleported to a laboratory. He used Dolly Faw's materials to concoct a bottle of ordinary transformation potion on the spot. Then, he returned to the 99th floor and gave it to Augustus V, who was waiting. Augustus V took the transformation potion, put it into his storage ring, and then left. As Augustus V walked down the stairs, Ronan shook his head. Although he could concoct transformation potions that extended life, and Dolly Faw's wizard tower also had life-extending potions. However, he did not want to give it to Augustus V. He did not want this person to live too long. In his previous life, there was a saying that the older one gets, the more cunning one becomes. The current cunning and deviousness of Augustus V might be beyond his match. He preferred Augustus V to age naturally and die. At that time, Augustus V's descendants would inherit the throne. Younger people might be easier to control. Triumphant City Upper, Wizard Tower. Ronan was gradually integrating Dolly Faw's items one by one into his spiritual realm. The spiritual realm space in his dungeon was growing larger and larger. And the land in the middle was also getting bigger and bigger. The spiritual chi in the spiritual realm was also becoming increasingly dense. His affinity for the 5 elements spiritual chi was also getting higher and higher. His connection to the world was becoming increasingly intimate. Sometimes, he felt that he was a part of heaven and earth. Sometimes, he felt that he was a heaven and earth unto himself. The items in Dolly Faw's wizard tower were gradually decreasing. He felt that the treasures offered as tribute each year might no longer be enough to cover his consumption. I need them to increase the frequency of their tribute. Ronan thought, after integrating a conch-like water attribute treasure into his spiritual realm. His spiritual realm's water attribute spiritual chi became denser. And on the land within the spiritual realm, there was a small puddle. After finishing his cultivation, Ronan cast a spell, summoning a wizard from the Wizard Council. Although Dolly Faw rarely interfered with royal affairs, he was the president of the Wizard Council. The wizard summoned by Ronan was a great wizard. He was a wizard who managed the Wizard Council on his behalf. Order all wizard organizations in the Valiant Kingdom to collect treasures from their respective areas and present them as tribute once every month. Ronan told this great wizard the standards for the monthly tribute. The great wizard was secretly surprised upon hearing this. Although the amount of treasures for each tribute was not much, the total amount collected in a year was much more than before. In that case, I wonder if those wizard organizations will have any complaints. The great wizard asked cautiously. Just do it first, Ronan said. Thereafter, every month, the various wizard schools would transport their share to the Wizard Council headquarters. And the Wizard Council headquarters would dispatch wizards to organize these and hand them over to Ronan. Ronan then distributed each treasure to every warehouse in the Wizard Tower. If there was a need, he would take and use them. Unconsciously, another half a year passed. The spiritual realm in Ronan's dungeon became increasingly spacious. The area of the land in the middle grew larger. But at the same time, the treasures he needed were also increasing. Whether it was the resources in the Wizard Tower or the resources transported from various places, all were rapidly consumed by him. However, fortunately, those wizard organizations brought resources every month. After more than half a year, the resources in the Wizard Tower's warehouse only slightly decreased. No wonder the Sheng sect old ancestor couldn't continue cultivating in the end. To expand the spiritual realm, the resources needed are simply too much. The Sheng sect old ancestor encountered the retreat of the spiritual chi tide in the cultivation world, and with resources diminishing, his spiritual realm could no longer make any progress. Moreover, not only that, but it was also possible that even the age of his natal longevity tree would be difficult to increase, and it might even show subtle signs of wilting. At this moment, Ronan even wondered if the spiritual chi and resources of the cultivation world were all exhausted by the ancient cultivators. Perhaps, the total amount of resources in a plane is constant, once consumed, it's gone. After thinking for a while, Ronan composed himself and continued to expand his spiritual realm. While cultivating, Ronan also continuously read Dolly Faw's collection of books. The purpose was to understand what effects Dolly Faw's Zhuwuki had, and whether there were any side effects. This time, he learned about another Zhuwuki in Dolly Faw's collection of books. The Thunder Lion Gem. Wearing this gem, reciting a spell, and injecting a wisp of spiritual energy to activate it, could increase the power of lightning-based wizardry. This would perfectly increase the power of his Bi with divine lightning. Thus, Ronan put on this sapphire necklace, which seemed to hide lightning within it. Ronan was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly sensed that a wizard was approaching the Wizard Tower. The newcomer was from the Wizard Council. Lord Dalifa, I have something to report. The true knowledge wizard who came bowed outside. Ronan recited a spell, and the barrier outside the wizard tower rippled. Come in. This barrier only allowed this wizard to enter. The true knowledge wizard heard this and stepped into the first floor. Upon entering, he was isolated from the outside world. What is it? Speak. Dalifa's voice, impersonated by Ronan, came from the ceiling. The true knowledge wizard said, the two wizard schools in the southern province, the Druid School and Stars Peak, leading several wizard organizations, have launched a protest. They refuse to pay this month's tribute. How will the council handle it? Ronan asked. Lord Jess has dispatched wizards to negotiate. The true knowledge wizard said, Jess was the great wizard who currently managed the wizard council on behalf of Dalifa. However, the wizards who went to negotiate were imprisoned by the Druid School and Stars Peak. All right, I understand, Ronan said. Then, the true knowledge wizard retreated and left the wizard tower. Ronan recited a spell, and the wizard tower's defensive barrier rippled again. If that true knowledge wizard were to come again, he would not be able to enter. On the 99th floor, Ronan pondered for a moment, then drank a high-level transformation potion, transforming into Dalifa's appearance. He summoned a sword light and flew out of the window. He then headed south. He felt that the Druid School and Stars Peak had been in the southern province for too long and had somewhat forgotten the terror of the royal family, forgotten the terror of Dalifa. Southern Province, Doran City. The leader of the Druid School, Great Wizard Mar Nufeng, and the leader of Stars Peak, Ijishabo, along with the leaders of other wizard organizations, were seated in a palace. They were discussing forming an alliance to resist Dalifa's demands. The monthly tribute had already affected the resources they obtained. The number of wizards in each school was limited. Collecting resources required going deep into old mountains and forests, deep into the sea, fighting demonic beasts, and even fighting other wizards who were also collecting resources, in order to gather them. Collecting more resources would require more manpower. When they passed down the order, the wizards below had already begun to complain. So, they took advantage of this momentum to try protesting. Mar Nufeng and Ijishabo, as great wizards, also had a certain understanding of this world. They knew that their existence, and the existence of their schools, was one of the forces defending against wizards from the Wizard Islands invading the Valiant Kingdom. They felt that Dalifa would have reservations about taking action against them. Moreover, after the battle in the Elf Kingdom, the wizard power within the kingdom had decreased. As they were discussing, suddenly, they felt a huge energy fluctuation rapidly moving towards them. This energy fluctuation was emitted by Ronan. He deliberately emitted it. After all, the person he was imitating was Dalifa. Dalifa did not have a method to conceal energy fluctuations like him. Normally, he could only try his best to restrain his energy to make the energy fluctuations smaller. Who is it? The wizards in the palace trembled, looking at each other. Although they knew Dalifa's name, none of them had actually met Dalifa. Because Dalifa stayed in the wizard tower all year round, and they were in the southern province all year round. They generally did not participate in grand events like the Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. Buzz. All the wizards in the palace suddenly felt a ringing in their ears. Immediately after, a figure flashed before their eyes. They saw an old man with a white beard and white robe standing in the void realm within the palace where they were. Duo. Dalifa. Mar Nufeng asked, his voice trembling involuntarily. Although they had not seen Dalifa, they had heard about Dalifa's appearance and clothing characteristics. May I ask why Dalifa is here? Mar Nufeng looked at Ronan with a vigilant expression, standing up from his seat. He was an extremely tall man. He was 2 meters tall, wearing a grey-brown wizard robe, with long hair and a long beard intertwined. On his head, he wore a head ring woven from withered branches. At this moment, not only Mar Nufeng, but all the other wizards also stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. Sitting next to Mar Nufeng was a woman with delicate features. She wore a towering wizard hat, with her beautiful hair flowing down from behind the hat, bright and reflective like a mirror. Her skin was fair, her nose bridge high, and her lips full. When Ronan's Grand Mist analyzed the woman's data, he knew that this woman was also a great wizard. Therefore, he knew that this woman was the leader of Stars Peak, Grand Witch Iji. Listening to Mar Nufeng's question, Ronan slightly lowered his eyes, looking down at the wizards below. Do you not know why I have come? Upon hearing this, Mar Nufeng's eyes widened, and then he looked at Iji beside him. A fierce glint flashed in both their eyes. Immediately, Mar Nufeng suddenly raised his hand. The grass ring on his hand emitted a vibrant green light. Instantly, the floor tiles shattered and rose. Thick vines shot out from the ground, coiling towards Ronan. This was the wizardry of the Druid School. Ronan concentrated his essence, chi, and spirit, and pointed his finger. A samadhi true fire, emitting a brilliant glow, suddenly appeared in the void realm, covering the vines. In an instant, the flames engulfed the vines. The vines turned into ashes in the flames. Immediately, the samadhi true fire sprayed towards Mar Nufeng. Everything Mar Nufeng saw was flames, and his face felt hot. In his shock, he poured his magic into the wizardry model of the transformation spell in his mind. The next moment, his already tall body suddenly swelled into a giant eagle. As its wings flapped, its body soared into the air, avoiding the samadhi true fire. But Ronan used his spirit, and the samadhi true fire continued to curve, chasing after Mar Nufeng. At this time, it was not only Mar Nufeng who attacked Ronan. The leader of Stars Peak, Grand Witch Iji, also made her move. Stars Peak is located on the southern hills, constantly observing the movement of star orbits and researching them into wizardry. The power this school utilizes is the power of the stars in the wizard world. Just as Ma Nufeng made his move, Grand Witch Ji waved the fingers of her fair, slender right hand, and an ice blue staff appeared in her hand. Then, she drew a circle in the air with the staff in her hand. Immediately, the power of the stars condensed into 5 giant stones emitting a deep blue light. She pointed her staff in the air. These 5 giant stones then rushed towards Ronan. Ronan only caught a glimpse of these 5 giant stones, and immediately activated the myriad wood longevity magic, flicking his left finger. An Bi wood divine lightning shot out into the air. After sweeping through the 5 giant stones, the 5 giant stones immediately exploded, scattering dust throughout the entire palace. The divine thunder shattered the giant stones, its momentum unbroken. With a bang, it squarely hit Iji's body. Although Iji added an energy particle shield to herself. However, the power of the divine thunder was very strong, and in addition, Ronan also used the thunder roar gem to bless the thunder spell. As soon as the energy particle shield touched the divine thunder, it immediately shattered. The divine thunder struck Iji's body, and the woman's wizard robe instantly shattered. Her entire body flew backward like a sandbag, hitting the wall with a bang. Then, like a hanging painting, she slowly fell. The areas where the female wizard was struck by the divine thunder were all scorched black. The woman's delicate face was devoid of color, and her lips were frighteningly pale. After striking down Iji, Ronan focused his attention on Ma Nufeng. He completely disregarded the attacks of the other wizards present. The other wizards, at most, were only true knowledge wizards, and most of them were elite wizards. Their wizardry attacks were limited in splendor, limited in momentum, and limited in attack effect. As various attacks of different colors came towards Ronan, Ronan actually waved his bare hands and extinguished these wizardry spells. With his current physical body strength, these wizardry spells could not cause him any harm at all. The giant eagle transformed by Ma Nufeng flapped its wings, tore off the roof, and flew outwards. Ronan's Samadhi True Fire chased after it. At this time, due to the high temperature of the Samadhi True Fire, the giant eagle's feathers showed signs of burning. The giant eagle shook its body, and immediately a wizardry formation appeared around it, forming a water element energy particle shield to resist the Samadhi True Fire. Ronan released the Samadhi True Fire while injecting his magic power into the Sun God Badge. The Samadhi True Fire suddenly intensified, becoming even more powerful. It quickly enveloped the giant eagle that Ma Nufeng had transformed into. Ah, ah, ah. Under the high temperature, Ma Nufeng screamed miserably. The water element energy particles had long been evaporated by the Samadhi True Fire. The giant eagle was roasted by the Samadhi True Fire. Ma Nufeng quickly could not bear the high temperature and reverted to his original appearance. His beard and hair were on fire, and his entire body was scorched black. I was wrong, Dolly Fa, please stop. Ronan burned him for a while longer, then put away the Samadhi True Fire. Ma Nufeng fell to the ground like a piece of charcoal. With both great wizards defeated, the other wizards' fear grew even stronger, and none dared to make a move, huddling together. Ronan did not kill Ma Nufeng and Iji, considering that their wizard power in the Valiant Kingdom was limited. If 2 great wizards were missing, then wizards from outside the Valiant Kingdom, whether from the Wizard Islands or other continents, upon hearing this news, would very likely have intentions of invading the Valiant Kingdom. These 2 great wizards needed to be kept alive. That's right, I wonder what the effect of healing spell is at my current realm. Ronan had not used healing spell for a long time. After all, after cultivating the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, healing spell was not really needed anymore. Thinking this, he poured his magic power into the wizardry model of healing spell. Now he was at the foundation establishment late stage, and with the formation of the Yiwood Dharma body, the quality of his magic power was much better than before. When the viscous liquid magic power poured into the wizardry model of healing spell, this wizardry model immediately lit up. A green light was emitted from Ronan's hand, enveloping Ma Nufeng and Iji. The burns on both of them were visibly healing. Iji's entire wizard robe had been shattered by the divine thunder, and her skin was scorched black from the burns, so others could not see her body. Now that her skin was gradually healing, her fair body was about to slowly reveal itself to everyone. She immediately endured the pain and used all the strength she could muster to create a thick layer of mist around herself. Then, she slowly took out a wizard robe and changed in the mist. When both of them had recovered about 3/10, enough to move on their own, Ronan put away the healing spell. Since these 2 could move, they naturally had people and resources within their schools to heal them. Behave yourselves from now on. Ronan only left a single sentence, then waved his hand. Everyone only saw Ronan riding a starlight. He flew up from the roof that Ma Nufeng had torn open earlier, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. In the palace, the wizards looked at each other. After a long time, Ma Nufeng finally said, "From now on, we will do as Dolly Fa says." As he said this, a true knowledge wizard cautiously said, "But Dolly Fa demands a lot of resources." The grass ring on Ma Nufeng's hand suddenly lit up. Immediately, several giant vines drilled out of the ground. They instantly coiled around this true knowledge wizard, and then flung this true knowledge wizard against the wall. Bang! The wall shattered, and the true knowledge wizard was thrown, covered in dust. It wasn't you who was beaten by Dolly Fa. Ma Nufeng stared at the true knowledge wizard, saying fiercely. The news that Dolly Fa had arrived in the southern province and effortlessly beaten 2 great wizards to near death quickly spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom. The wizard schools within the kingdom, due to the difficulty of collecting resources, had also harbored thoughts of rebellion. However, after hearing this news and realizing the gap between them and Dalifa, they immediately sobered up. They didn't even dare to voice their grievances to others. Even close friends dared not speak. From then on, all wizard organization, including those in the southern province, paid tribute to the Wizard Council on time and in full. Ronan resolved this matter and continued to cultivate with peace of mind. The three brothers also received a family letter from the Redwood territory. During this time, their father had received many gifts. As Leon was Dalifa's designated guard, and Leon was the eldest son of the Lawrence family, many people, realizing Dalifa's power once again, eagerly offered their respects. Besides his night cultivate, Leon was also arranging everything for the family. Their father, Leighton Lawrence, was already a golden night peak, and also needed physical body transformation. He needed to arrange for their father to come over for Ronan to perform the transformation. After the transformation, not only would his physical body strength be greater, but he would also have a longer lifespan. Leon also kept an eye on the progress of their niece and nephew, the two wizard seedlings in the family. Ronan often cultivated in the wizard tower. And Leon, on the other hand, often went to the villages outside the city to visit their niece and nephew. After understanding their cultivate progress, he would return to the wizard tower and tell Ronan. Ronan would then select appropriate meditation technique and wizardry, as well as corresponding medicinal pill, based on their progress. The marriage of the two also needs to be considered in advance, Leon said. Ronan nodded in agreement. As soon as the two reached marriageable age, they would immediately seek wizard alliances. After giving birth to children with wizard bloodline, they would continue to use this method. Soon, their family's wizards would become more and more numerous. Bran listened to Ronan and Leon's conversation and couldn't help but say, it seems they are born just to procreate wizards. Is this too cruel for them? Upon hearing this, Leon said, for the family's strength, sacrifices must always be made. Ronan did not speak, but thought to himself that to establish a trustworthy family force, one indeed had to be a bit ruthless. By then, after 100 years, the Lawrence wizard family would be able to become the #1 family in the Valiant Kingdom. At that time, he would be like the old ancestor of this family. By then, it is estimated that the resources on this continent will likely be greatly consumed by me. The wizards on this continent might not have enough resources to cultivate. It will be inevitable to plunder from other continents. Ronan's thoughts raced, contemplating the future. He had a premonition that when his realm reached an extremely high level, the resources of this wizard world would significantly decrease. However, there are still other planes. In Dalifa's storage Zhuwuki, he had obtained information on about 10 planes. These planes all had abundant resources of a certain element, and as long as they were exploited appropriately, they could be continuously obtained. After thinking for a while, Ronan collected his thoughts and continued to cultivate. The outer god is here. The outer god is here. Ronan entered a wood element plane to obtain resources for refining wood tendon dragon blood pill. After appearing from the rift in the sky, the natives of the plane, seeing Ronan, immediately screamed in alarm. The natives here were giant, upright flowers with eyes and mouths growing in the center of the flowers. And also giant but slow treants. They shouted, then slowly raised their heads to look at the sky. After seeing Ronan, it took a moment for shock to appear in their eyes. Upon seeing Ronan arrive, the flowers waved their leaves, releasing a dense volley of green light blades, cutting towards Ronan. Ronan formed a sword seal and sliced through the void realm. Where the sword light passed, all the green light blades exploded into specks of light. Then, Ronan rode the sword light and flew to a large tree. This was the divine tree of this plane, containing abundant wood energy, which was excellent as materials for refining wood tendon dragon blood pill. Amidst the screams and roars of the flowers and the large tree, Ronan uprooted the large tree, placed it in his storage Zhuwuki, and then left. Leaving behind only the flower people and treants, some of whom fell to the ground and cried. Others cast magic, wanting to chase after Ronan. But Ronan merely curled the corner of his lips, smiled slightly, and then left through the rift in the sky. Then, the rift closed, leaving only the bewildered flowers and treants. Unconsciously, 3 months passed. On this day, Ronan swallowed 30 wood tendon dragon blood pill at once and began to cultivate the withered wood flourishing spring skill. After taking the medicinal pill, surges of energy surged from his abdomen, spreading to his limbs and bones. This energy, combined with the wood heaven and earth spiritual chi, continuously nourished his physical body. Withered wood flourishing spring skill, Grandmaster 99%. It's almost at perfection. Ronan felt the continuous expansion of his physical body's vitality. Soon, the wood energy particles around Ronan's body vibrated. Withered wood flourishing spring skill, perfection. Ronan observed his body internally, and saw that at the moment of perfection his flesh and blood became much denser. And the vitality within it was several times stronger than before. He felt that even if his head were cut off, his body could regenerate. Unconsciously, a year had passed. This year, the Valiant Kingdom was very peaceful. Under the deterrence of Dalifa, played by Ronan, the various forces within the kingdom dared not make any moves. Even though they spent more time than ever before collecting resources to offer to Dalifa this year. Only Augustus V still occasionally came to the wizard tower, wanting to ask Dalifa to lead the kingdom's wizards to conquer the elf kingdom again. But Ronan refused him every time. Augustus V also proposed going out to find wizards to gather wizards from other continents and conquer the elf kingdom. However, Ronan told him that if they cooperated with other wizards, it would be hard to say how many elf treasure trees they would be able to share. Therefore, Augustus V could only give up. Ronan's 3 brothers' father, Leighton Lawrence, also came to triumphant city under Lion's arrangement. Ronan used energy particles to enhance his physical body. With a single attempt, Layton broke through the bottleneck of a mortal knight and became a transformed knight. Afterward, Layton returned to Redwood territory to continue managing his territory. Ronan consumed a large amount of resources daily to improve himself. Originally, after he cultivated the Yiwood Dharma body, the speed of heaven and earth spiritual chi absorption and refinement greatly increased. Coupled with the accumulation of a large amount of resources, his cultivation progress was rapid. He estimated that he was about to reach the late stage of foundation establishment bottleneck. The magic power in his danshan was becoming increasingly viscous, almost forming a solid mass now. He hadn't expected his progress to be so fast. He had thought it might take decades or even 100 years of cultivation before he could core formation. But looking at the current progress, core formation might only be a matter of a year. To prepare for core formation, he thought of going to Huangshan sect to read books on core formation. He aimed to succeed in core formation in one go when he attempted it. Thinking of this, Ronan walked to the teleportation array in a cultivation room in the wizard tower, recited a spell, and transmigrationed back to the flat house. Then, he changed into the clothes of the cultivation world, drank a transformation potion, and then transmigration to the cultivation world. After Ronan arrived at Huangshan sect, he headed towards Huangshan sect's library. He found the category of books that explained cultivation realms and then flipped through them one by one. He specifically chose books about attempting core formation to read. Upon reading, he realized that core formation was actually quite similar to advancing to foundation establishment. Both required the three treasures of mental energy, physical body, and magic power to be sufficiently solid. In terms of magic power, it was naturally necessary to condense all of one's magic power into a pill when attempting the breakthrough. As for mental energy and physical body, first, they had to withstand the impact of heaven and earth spiritual chi during core formation. Second, they had to prevent heart demon invasion. The book stated that during core formation, various demons would appear in one's mind. If one's mental energy was insufficient, it would be extremely easy for the demons in one's mind to harm one's divine sense and confuse one's mind. The physical body is what sustains the soul. If mental energy falters, perhaps the physical body can still protect the soul. If the physical body is weak, it is often easy for the heart demon to take away the soul. Core formation is different from foundation establishment. There is no foundation establishment pill for it. After taking a foundation establishment pill, if foundation establishment fails the first time, one can try several more times. However, if core formation fails, the physical body and mental energy will definitely be damaged. Some cultivators who failed core formation lost control of their mental energy, and their souls were taken away by heart demon, thus losing their lives. Therefore, mental energy and physical body are very important. Ronan felt that his physical body should be fine. After he cultivated the withered wood flourishing spring skill to perfection, he felt that the strength of his physical body had already surpassed body cultivator of the same realm. As for magic power, he just needed to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture step by step. Only with mental energy was he a little unsure. What he had cultivated before was the God evolution art. That was, after all, a chi refining cultivation technique, and it might not be enough before core formation. Thinking of this, he decided to obtain a method for mental energy cultivation. So, he left Huangshan sect, went to the secular world, and then transmigration back to the wizard world. In Dali Fa's wizard tower, Ronan was searching for a method to cultivate mental energy on the 99th floor. He found several books, all of which talked about how to train mental energy. Some methods involved long-term meditation, gradually increasing mental energy. Other methods involved making potions to train mental energy. These methods were all quite ordinary, and the cultivation speed was slow. Moreover, Ronan knew that Dali Fa's mental energy had been taken to the nightmare world. This might indicate that Dali Fa didn't have any good books on mental energy cultivation. Therefore, Ronan decided to go to the cultivation world. To see if there was anything better. Or rather, something more radical. The God evolution art he had obtained earlier was a radical mental energy cultivation method. Because it required constantly dividing mental energy, if something went wrong, mental energy damage could very likely lead to damage to one's consciousness as well. Anyway, he had grand missed assisting his cultivation, constantly analyzing cultivation steps and correcting cultivation errors. He didn't need to worry about anything going wrong when cultivating radical methods. Ronan came to Huangshan sect again, went to the task issuing pavilion, and had a chi refining cultivator write a sign requesting a mental energy cultivation technique. He had already read all the books on cultivation techniques in the Huangshan sect library. He clearly knew that there were no mental energy cultivation techniques there. These types of cultivation techniques were probably collected by various cultivators. After writing the sign, Ronan waited in his immortal cave at Huangshan sect. 3 days later, he was cultivating in his immortal cave when he suddenly sensed a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator approaching his immortal cave. He threw a sound transmission spell towards the immortal cave's protective array. "Fellow deist, I have a mental energy cultivation method here that I'd like to trade with you." Upon hearing this, Ronan sat up from the stone bed. He lightly stomped his foot, and his body floated up, moving towards the immortal cave's stone door. When he reached the stone door, he flicked his sleeve, and with a rumbling sound, the stone door opened. About 50 meters outside the immortal cave stood a cultivator with white hair and beard. Ronan formed a spell seal and lightly chanted a spell. The protective array around the immortal cave changed, making way for the white-haired and bearded cultivator. This cultivator then stepped forward. "Fellow deist. When he reached Ronan, the cultivator bowed again. My surname is Sheng, and my given name is Lin, fellow deist, I have seen you before. Ronan also remembered this person, they had gone on several missions together. There were attacks on Heaven Sword Sect and the snatch of resources from the ancient cultivator relic. However, the two had never spoken to each other. Ronan also didn't know this person's name. After Ronan returned the bow, he invited Xianglin into his immortal cave and brewed tea to entertain him. After the two sat down and took a sip of tea, Ronan said, fellow deist, about the mental energy cultivation method you mentioned. Xianglin put down his teacup. Of course, I have an ancestral method here, named Spring Thunder Refinement Art, which is a method specifically for cultivating mental energy. May I see it? Ronan asked. Of course. Xianglin said, this is a small portion of the beginning, please take a look, fellow deist. As Xianglin spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it to Ronan. Ronan took it. He was no longer a cultivation novice, so he naturally knew about this advanced way of storing knowledge in the cultivation world. He immersed his mental energy into the jade pendant. Immediately, the text information in the jade pendant entered his mind. He then knew that this was indeed a mental energy cultivation technique, which used spring thunder to refine mental energy to enhance mental energy strength. During cultivation, the risks were considerable, but the effects were excellent. Good, I want this method. What are your exchange conditions, fellow deist? Ronan asked. Xianglin knew that this method contained many dangers. Although it was passed down by their old ancestor, over so many generations, few dared to cultivate it. And those who cultivated this cultivation technique, without exception, all suffered mental energy damage. He had originally approached this with a try it and see attitude. If Ronan saw the first small part and didn't want to cultivate it, he would simply give up. However, Ronan actually wanted it, and he was naturally overjoyed. Then, he stated his conditions, I want 60 foundation establishment pills. To his relatives, he was the old ancestor of the Sheng family, a cultivation family in the Huanzhen Sect Tavern district. Now, in this generation of the Sheng family, many talented individuals had emerged, but they suffered from a lack of foundation establishment pills, which led some of them to hesitate in attempting foundation establishment. The foundation establishment pill formula was no longer a secret to cultivators above foundation establishment. It was the medicinal materials for refining the foundation establishment pill that were rare. Huanzhen Sect had quite a lot of these medicinal materials, but they were all for their inner sect disciple to use for foundation establishment, and they would not be sold. The Sheng family also cultivated some, but because of the increase in family talents over the years, many had been consumed. The cultivated medicinal materials had almost been completely harvested and were now growing. Ronan listened and frowned slightly. If it was foundation establishment pills, he had quite a lot right now. They were all left over from when he attempted foundation establishment. However, those were refined using materials from the wizard world. The medicinal pills produced were purplish-blue in color, whereas the foundation establishment pills in the cultivation world were vermilion. If he were to take out such foundation establishment pills, others might not believe him. Even if they did believe him, they would be curious about the materials used to refine such foundation establishment pills. If another alchemist were invited to identify them and found that these medicinal materials were not found in the cultivation world, who knows what might happen then? The number of foundation establishment pills you want is too many, isn't it? Ronan tried to bargain. Foundation establishment pills were not impossible to collect. Various immortal realms could purchase some with spirit stones. However, he still had an idea, to try his best to find medicinal materials in the wizard world that were most similar to the foundation establishment pill formula in the cultivation world and refine vermilion foundation establishment pills. Previously, he didn't have many resources at his disposal, so he could only make do with some substitute medicinal materials, which resulted in the blue-purple foundation establishment pills. Now, he had Dalifa's warehouse, which contained various medicinal materials transported from all over the Valiant Kingdom to choose from. He estimated that he should be able to select suitable ones. He would bargain now to reduce his future efforts. Then 55 pills, Xianglin said. Ronan said again, your spring thunder refinement art is so difficult to cultivate, 55 pills are still too many, 40 pills. This. Xianglin was stunned when he heard Ronan's drastic cut right away. Fellow deist, if it's too little, I don't want to show the cultivation technique passed down by my old ancestor to others, Xianglin said with a troubled expression, how about 45 pills? Ronan frowned for a while, then said, 43 pills. Xianglin furrowed his brow, and after a good while, the word deal popped out of his mouth. Immediately, Xianglin told him the location of his immortal cave. As long as Ronan collected all 43 foundation establishment pills, he could go to him to exchange for the spring thunder refinement art. After Xianglin left, several hours passed, and Ronan also left Huanzhen Sect and transmigration back to the wizard world. Upon arriving in the wizard world, Ronan immediately plunged into the wizard tower, searching for medicinal materials to refine foundation establishment pills. After several attempts, he finally refined the vermilion foundation establishment pills. Moreover, the medicinal materials and the foundation establishment pill formula medicinal materials had a high degree of similarity in appearance and medicinal properties. The refined foundation establishment pills were almost identical to those refined in the cultivation world. Only an alchemist who crushed the foundation establishment pill and analyzed it carefully would be able to find subtle differences. However, for the Sheng family, foundation establishment pills were originally treasures. After receiving the foundation establishment pills, at most they would have an alchemist check if they were effective, they would never be willing to let an alchemist crush one. A few days later, Ronan used multiple pill furnaces simultaneously and refined all 43 foundation establishment pills. After he packed the foundation establishment pills in a large porcelain bottle, he transmigration to the cultivation world. Upon arriving in the cultivation world, Ronan headed towards Huanzhen sect, found Xianglin's immortal cave, and sent a sound transmission spell into it. Xianglin opened the immortal cave door and came out. After the two greeted each other, Xianglin asked, "Fellow deist, why are you here? Have you encountered any difficulties?" Only a few days had passed since the transaction, and he didn't think Ronan could have collected all 43 foundation establishment pills. He believed that Ronan was here to try and lower the exchange conditions again. However, to his surprise, Ronan took out a clean white porcelain bottle. "Fellow deist, all 43 foundation establishment pills are here." Xianglin's pupils constricted. After taking it, he immediately opened the porcelain bottle and sniffed it. He didn't know about the medicinal properties, but the scent was indeed the fragrance of a foundation establishment pill. He couldn't help but look at Ronan. He didn't know how Ronan had managed to collect all the foundation establishment pills in such a short time. Suddenly, he remembered Ronan's murderous demeanor during the conflict with Heaven Sword sect. Could these all have been snatched from other cultivation families? Xianglin looked at Ronan's unassuming, slightly benevolent appearance and felt that the medicinal pill bottle in his hand contained heavy blood. "Thank you, fellow deist. Please do not mention our transaction," Xianglin requested. "I will compile some of my ancestral insights on cultivating the Spring Thunder refinement art as a gift." He feared that if this transaction were revealed, their Xiang family would suffer retaliation from other cultivation families. As he spoke, Xianglin handed a jade pendant to Ronan. "What is recorded inside is the Spring Thunder refinement art. As for the cultivation insights, I need time to compile them. Please return here in 3 days, fellow deist." Ronan immediately took the jade pendant, immersed his mental energy, and a large section of text immediately flooded his mind. He read the text, confirmed it was indeed the Spring Thunder refinement art, then bid farewell to Xianglin, stomped his foot, and left on a flash of sword light. 3 days later, Ronan arrived at Xianglin's immortal cave as promised. Xianglin had compiled all the insights of the Xiang family ancestors from practicing the Spring Thunder refinement art and placed them in a jade pendant. After taking the jade pendant, Ronan bid farewell to Xianglin, then immersed his mind into it, immediately comprehending all the insights. Afterward, he left the Still Truth sect immortal realm and transmigrated back to the wizard world. Triumphant City, Wizard Tower, 99th floor. Since the 99th floor was filled with books, Leon and Bran rarely read. Therefore, most of the time, Ronan was alone here. If Augustus V came, he would deal with him as well. At this moment, Ronan was sitting cross-legged on a blanket, recalling the cultivation technique of the Spring Thunder refinement art, as well as the cultivation insights of the Xiang family ancestors. The Spring Thunder refinement art, as its name suggests, uses Spring Thunder to temper one's spirit. The reason for using Spring Thunder is that within it, there is both destruction and generation. Using this thunder to temper one's spirit can both refine it and prevent it from being extinguished by the lightning. One must know that a person's spirit is actually very fragile. The spirit of foundation establishment and core formation cultivators is even more fragile. Although his spirit can attack. However, as soon as it encounters qi and blood, the spirit will dissipate. As soon as it encounters strong winds, the spirit will also dissipate. When it encounters lightning, the spirit will also dissipate. Therefore, some cultivators with powerful spirits, although they can use their spirit to unleash some attack methods and kill people when caught off guard. However, as long as a cultivator's qi and blood are thick enough, or if they set up a formation to draw in strong winds or lightning to envelop themselves, the spirit will not be able to harm them. The Spring Thunder refinement art involves chanting incantations and releasing one's spirit, allowing the spirit to be tempered by Spring Thunder. When first practicing, one can project their spirit 1,000 feet away from the Spring Thunder. Once the spirit becomes tougher, gradually approach the Spring Thunder. Spring Thunder, must it be Spring Thunder? Ronan thought to himself. Currently, in both the wizard world and the cultivation world, there was still some time until spring. He couldn't find Spring Thunder. Let's cultivate other things first. When Spring Thunder arrives, I'll cultivate this art. Thinking this, Ronan began to cultivate other cultivation techniques. Spring arrived earliest in the cultivation world. Ronan sat high in the sky, hearing the rumbling sound from above. Spring Thunder had arrived. So, Ronan released his spirit upwards towards the sky. As his spirit ascended and entered within 1,000 feet of the thunder. Boom! Amidst the roaring thunder, Ronan felt a slight stinging sensation in his spirit. It seems my spirit strength is above the threshold assumed by the Spring Thunder refinement art. Even within 1,000 feet, my spirit is still minimally damaged. So, Ronan released his spirit further upwards. Boom! Another clap of thunder. Ronan felt a more intense pain in his spirit. This distance should be enough. Ronan felt that this distance was just right for cultivation. Any closer, his spirit would be damaged. Any further away, it wouldn't achieve the effect of cultivation. Rumble. As the lightning roared intermittently, Ronan's spirit gradually solidified. Spring Thunder refinement art, entry 3%. After the Spring Thunder rumbled for a while longer, spring rain began to fall. And there was no more thunder in the sky. Spring Thunder isn't always present. Moreover, there isn't much spring thunder in a single spring season. Spring in the wizard world is a bit later than in the cultivation world. At that time, I can cultivate in the wizard world, but will the cultivation speed be too slow? Ronan pondered, and suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Are there any spells or wizardry that can create spring thunder? Lightning spells and wizardry are not uncommon in both the wizard world and the cultivation world. He estimated that he could probably use spells or wizardry to simulate spring thunder. However, first I need to figure out what this spring thunder is. Ronan planned to use Grand Mist to analyze it the next time it thundered. 2 days later, Ronan saw lightning flashing in the sky in another part of the cultivation world. Just now, he had been waiting, having summoned Grand Mist. As the thunder flashed in his vision, streams of data flowed into his mind. So spring thunder contains both lightning and wood attributes. No wonder it can combine the two characteristics of destruction and generation. Ronan thought that perhaps he could combine wood element wizardry and lightning element wizardry to create spring thunder. After thinking for a while, he collected his thoughts and first used this spring thunder to cultivate. Then, he returned to the wizard world to conduct his research. 5 days later, Ronan simultaneously channeled his magic power into a wood-type wizardry model and a lightning-type wizardry model. He spread his hands in the air. As magic power was channeled, wood element energy particles and lightning element energy particles gathered in his left and right palms respectively. Then, he lightly clapped his hands together in the air. The wood element energy particles and lightning element energy particles collided. Boom! A ball of lightning appeared in the cultivation room, illuminating the entire room brightly. Just now, he had summoned Grand Mist. Grand Mist analyzed the attributes of this lightning ball, and streams of data emerged in his mind. This data is almost identical to spring thunder. His method of creating spring thunder was actually inspired by the Be Wood Divine Lightning. After all, the Be Wood Divine Lightning is a wood-attributed lightning spell. However, the Be Wood Divine Lightning is a killing spell, with strong destructive properties, and is only slightly similar to spring thunder in attribute. He made slight adjustments to the Be Wood Divine Lightning and was able to create spring thunder. Moreover, by using both wood-type wizardry and lightning-type wizardry to create spring thunder, he intended to let the wizards of this world assist him in his cultivation. When cultivating the spring thunder refinement art, a lot of spirit is often required. If he created spring thunder himself while also tempering his spirit, the efficiency would inevitably be low. Therefore, he planned to have some wizards proficient in wood-type wizardry and some wizards proficient in lightning-type wizardry cooperate to create spring thunder together. This way, he could devote his full attention to tempering his spirit. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately summoned a true knowledge wizard from the Wizard Council. Before long, a true knowledge wizard from the Wizard Council arrived. Ronan then told him to gather the 30 best wood-type wizards and 30 best lightning-type wizards in the kingdom. They were to gather in the Bro Mountains 5 days later. Unconsciously, 5 days passed. Whether it was the high efficiency of the Wizard Council's wizards, or the terrifying reputation of Dolly Fa, which was enough to intimidate people. All 30 wood-type wizards and 30 lightning-type wizards arrived in the Bro Mountains, not a single one missing. Ronan drank a high-grade transformation potion, transforming into Dolly Fa's appearance with white beard and white potion, and sat on a towering mountain rock. Below, stood 60 or so wizards, each wearing various styles of wizard robe, looking up at Dolly Fa. Ronan knew many of the 30 wood-type wizards. Because most of these wood-type wizards were wizards from the Druid school. Ronan had seen them when he injured Mar Nu Feng. Mar Nu Feng was also among them. He had been quietly watching Ronan from the crowd. When Ronan looked at him, he immediately averted his gaze. Undoubtedly, if one were to ask who had the most thorough research on wood-type wizardry, the wizards in the kingdom would all say it was the wizards of the Druid school. Even the wizards of the Wizard Council who specialized in wood-type wizardry dared not say that their research was deeper than that of the Druid school. After all, the Druid school, starting from the Druid sect, has had a legacy of over 1,000 years in the research of wood-type wizardry. As for the 30 lightning-type wizards, Ronan did not know any of them. However, he heard from a wizard of the Wizard Council that these were all from the Evans family. The Evans family was formerly one of the rebel parties, and many members of the family were proficient in lightning-type wizardry. Ever since Dolly Fa killed the clan chief and powerful wizards of the Evans family, the family had declined. The remaining family members submitted to the royal family and continued to survive. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ronan immediately instructed these 60 wizards on how to cast spells and how to cooperate. He had the 30 wood-type wizards cast the Curse of Forest Rain towards the sky. The 30 lightning-type wizards, on the other hand, cast lightning-type wizardry towards the sky. Then, he directed these wizards to gradually adjust the intensity of their wizardry. These wizards did not know what Dolly Fa was going to do. But out of fear of Dolly Fa's fierce reputation, none dared to question him. After directing them more than 30 times, spring thunder erupted in the sky. It's done. Ronan secretly sighed. The lowest realm of these people was elite wizard, and they had good comprehension of wizardry. Therefore, under his command, these people quickly managed to create spring thunder. Next, let's begin cultivation. Artificial spring thunder had another benefit. That was, Ronan could instruct these people on how much magic power to inject, thereby adjusting the intensity of the spring thunder. This allowed the spring thunder's intensity to be most suitable for his current cultivation, greatly increasing cultivation efficiency. Cast the spell. Ronan sat high on the mountain rock and shouted. The wizards below immediately cast their wizardry. Ronan released his spirit at the opportune moment, sending it into the ball of thunder in the air. Immediately, Ronan felt a sharp sting in his spirit. After the stinging, his spirit became even more solid. Spring Thunder Refinement Art, entry 12%. Summoning Grand Mist, his cultivation technique had made progress. Thereafter, the residents near the Bro Mountains often heard rumbling sounds. For a time, it disturbed many residents, and some wizards living nearby came to investigate. Upon learning this news, Ronan arranged for people from the Wizard Council to relocate those residents. Soon, there were no residents near the Bro Mountains. Even some wild beasts and demonic beasts dared not live there, migrating away one after another. Unconsciously, over a month passed. Ronan barely slept, tempering his spirit day and night. Spring Thunder Refinement Art, proficient 3%. He had also grinned this cultivation technique to the proficient level. His spirit became more solid and resilient. If he were in his physical body, it would adhere tightly to his physical body. Even if he was caught off guard and someone cast a spirit capturing spell on him, his spirit would not be easily captured. Ronan's cultivation technique had progressed, but the wizards accompanying him in cultivation were miserable. Ronan's spirit was powerful, but these wizards' spirits were ordinary. They couldn't endure casting spells every day. If it weren't for their fear of Dali Fa, they would have quit long ago. Ronan scanned with Grand Mist. Knowing that those elite wizards were almost unable to hold on, he said, "Rest for 3 days. Return here after 3 days." "Thank you, Great Wizard Dali Fa." Some wizards were almost in tears. Of course, some wizards had gloomy expressions. They were extremely dissatisfied, but dared not do anything. Mar Nu Feng was one of them. Although he was severely injured by Dali Fa, his reputation remained intact. After all, he was originally weaker than Dali Fa, and losing was not shameful. After recovering from his injuries, he was still a respected great wizard of the Druid school. He lived a very comfortable life in the south. But he never expected to come here. He was proficient in transformation potion, long skilled at transforming into cows and horses, but it was only in this past month that he truly felt what it meant to be a true beast of burden. In the following time, Ronan continued to cultivate the Spring Thunder Refinement Art intermittently. Those wizards who accompanied him in cultivation rested sometimes and cast spells sometimes, and they managed to hold on for a long time. Spring Thunder Refinement Art, Mastery 3%. Unconsciously, 2 months passed. Ronan's Spring Thunder Refinement Art had progressed again. On this day, as he was cultivating, he suddenly perceived a wizard flying towards him, casting a wind-controlling spell. Before long, the wizard flew in front of him, the hem of his wizard robe fluttering. At this moment, Spring Thunder suddenly struck in mid-air, startling the wizard in the air, causing him to almost stumble. After swaying a few times, he flew towards Ronan again. "Great Wizard Dali Fa, something has happened in Triumphant City." The wizard flew in front of Ronan, stopped, and immediately said, "What happened?" Ronan asked. He had been out for some time, and he never thought that something would happen in the city while Dali Fa was away. "Something strange has happened in the city," the wizard said. 3 days ago, a very evil straw doll appeared in the city. It was over 3 meters tall, appearing intermittently, slaughtering knights and wizards. All the knights and wizards who were slaughtered were left with only their husks, their internal organs and everything else were dug out. Ronan said, "Did the Great Wizard take action? What was the result?" The wizard said, "After the Great Wizard took action, he used wizardry to destroy the straw doll. But on the second day, the straw doll appeared again as usual. We simply can't find where the wizard controlling the straw doll from behind is." "Good." Ronan only said one word. Then, everyone only saw a flash of starlight, and Ronan disappeared. Ronan had left using the 7-star sword escape. In Triumphant City, he had 2 brothers and his friends. Outside Triumphant City, he had his nephew and niece. He could not let this wizard wreak havoc in Triumphant City. Moreover, he had never seen this wizard before. He did not know where this wizard came from. This wizard was probably from overseas, or even from the Wizard Islands. Wizards from other continents and the sea coming here definitely harbored schemes. Ronan had to go back and see, lest other wizards invade the continent where the Valiant Kingdom was located, thereby disturbing his peaceful life. Before long, Ronan returned to Triumphant City. At this time, on the streets of Triumphant City, there were wizards from the Wizard Council and knights from the royal family patrolling. Ronan stood high in the sky, watching the wizards and knights come and go on the streets below. Inside Triumphant City, although peaceful, people's hearts were filled with unease. Ronan's body trembled, and he returned to the Wizard Tower, riding his sword light. Upon arriving at the Wizard Tower, he immediately used a wizardry to send a message to the wizards of the Wizard Council. As soon as a straw doll appeared in Triumphant City, they were to immediately send him a signal. Ronan sat high on the 99th floor window of the Wizard Tower, overlooking the bustling Triumphant City. He cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, while sensing everything around him. After cultivating for about half an hour, he immediately felt a bloody aura suddenly rise from Triumphant City Central. He immediately soared into the sky, riding his sword light, and flew towards the middle city. Upon reaching the sky above the middle city, he saw a bloody wizardry formation on the street. On the wizardry formation was a straw man over 3 meters tall. This straw man was exactly like the scarecrows in a field. However, this straw man actually had a pair of living human eyes with whites and irises. But these eyes had no life chi whatsoever. As soon as this straw man appeared, it immediately pounced on the nearby pedestrians. At this moment, Ronan concentrated and activated the wood energy particles near the straw man. He was in Yi Wood Dharma body, and many wood heaven and earth spiritual chi treasures were integrated into his spiritual realm, giving him extremely strong control over wood energy particles. The next moment, the stone slab beside the straw man suddenly cracked. Thick vines shot out from within, coiling around the straw man. The straw man's movements were immediately restricted. The nearby pedestrians were able to escape. Suddenly, the straw on the straw man's body lengthened, stabbing towards the pedestrians. Ronan swiped his hand. A sword light flashed, immediately cutting off the straw. The person manipulating the straw was most likely doing so with mental energy. Ronan immediately focused his mental energy to sense. Instantly, he sensed a mental energy extending from afar, connected to this straw man. As if feeling his mental energy being detected by Ronan, this mental energy suddenly disappeared. With its mental energy withdrawn, the straw man stopped moving. This person is quite sharp. Ronan thought to himself, but he had already memorized the location where the mental energy had extended from. That was the north side of Triumphant City. Ronan waved his sleeve. A sword light flashed. And he followed the sword light. Ronan had just sensed that the person was 10,000 meters away. And that person was probably fleeing at this moment. The faster he reached the person's location, the more likely he would be to find them. So, Ronan waved his hand again. He forced the chi and blood from his body out through the pores and acupoints on his palms. Immediately, a cloud of blood mist rose in the sky. With the blood transformation escape technique activated, the blood mist enveloped him, causing his flying speed to suddenly increase. Soon, Ronan arrived at the location of the person he had just detected. He released his mental energy and immediately sensed a wizard moving at high speed. Ronan's lips curved slightly, and he rode his sword light, giving chase. Suddenly, after flying for a moment, he felt a teleportation array nearby. Immediately after, this teleportation array emitted energy fluctuations. The next moment, 16 wizards appeared on the teleportation array. Ronan sensed that among these 16 wizards, the most powerful was actually at the Great Wizard realm, while the weakest was also an elite wizard. Where did this group of wizards come from within the kingdom? Ronan wondered to himself while suddenly changing direction. He noticed that the wizard manipulating the straw man seemed to have deliberately led him here. To avoid falling into an ambush, Ronan retreated. Immediately, the 17 wizards pursued him. Bloody wizardry formations, emanating a bloody aura, appeared beside the 17 wizards. One by one, straw men emerged from the wizardry formations, coming towards Ronan. Seeing the methods of these wizards, which all involved straw men, Ronan felt a little relieved. The straw men were manipulated by mental energy. And mental energy was very fragile, easily dispersed by thunder dao and chi and blood. He had both of these. Ronan immediately activated his mana and pointed downwards. An wood divine lightning shot out from his fingertip, striking among the group of straw men. With a rumble, the mental energy within these straw men dissipated. The straw men were also blown into flying bits of straw. What exactly are these wizards doing here? Ronan thought, and then unleashed several more wood divine lightnings. The bloody wizardry formations beside those wizards only increased, constantly appearing. One by one, straw men emerged from them. Wood divine lightning struck repeatedly, but the straw men seemed endless. Ronan then rode his sword light, changed his angle, and blasted the wood divine lightning at the wizardry formations that these wizards were using to summon the straw men. However, these straw men tightly protected the wizardry formations. Alright, let's see whose mana lasts longer. Ronan looked at the stalemate, thinking to himself. He had the wood dharma body, and also his natal longevity tree. His mana recovery speed was extremely fast. He felt that even the great wizard among them could not compare to his recovery ability. After a quarter of an hour, the elite wizards among the 17 wizards were the first to be unable to hold on. Their magic power was exhausted, and they could no longer summon straw men. These elite wizards could only drink magic power recovery potions to restore their magic power. However, the effect of magic power potions was not instantaneous, but rather slowly continuous. These elite wizards definitely couldn't recover that quickly. After another quarter of an hour, even the great wizards were almost unable to hold on. Using wizardry formations to summon straw men and control them already consumed a lot of mental energy and magic power. And Ronan's wood divine lightning was a natural counter to this type of mental energy manipulating wizardry. They simply couldn't outlast Ronan. Ronan's mental energy perception was now acute, and he immediately noticed the mental energy entwined around these straw men weakening. It seemed he could also use mental energy to seize control of the straw men from these people. He immediately used Grand Mist to analyze the wizardry formation that summoned the straw men. Soon, he understood the wizardry formation. He immediately activated his mental energy, used the wizardry formation, and attacked into the straw men. In an instant, his mental energy, within the straw men, squeezed out the mental energy of those wizards. All the straw men were under his control. The wizards' faces instantly turned pale. Ronan manipulated the straw men. He found that the straw men were also a perfect match for his wood mana. After inputting wood mana, the straw on the straw men's bodies grew wildly. Soon, they controlled these wizards. Ronan used his mental energy to knock out all the wizards except for the Great Wizard. Then, he began to interrogate the Great Wizard. After some interrogation, Ronan learned that this group of wizards actually came from a wizard family on the Wizard Islands, named the Finger family. They had offended other families on the Wizard Islands and were defeated in the struggle. Then they drifted on the sea. After passing by this continent, they heard that the wizard power on this continent had greatly decreased some time ago, so they planned to replace the ruling class of this continent. After all, This continent had quite abundant resources, and although it couldn't compare to the Wizard Islands, it was enough for their family to recuperate. They came to Triumphant City to create slaughter, on the one hand, to lure out Dalifa and test his strength, and on the other hand, to use the internal organs of wizards and knights as materials to create a monster. Ronan also heard that what forced them to flee the Wizard Islands was a great upheaval. And they were not the only family drifting on the sea. This meant that it was highly likely that other families would invade the Valiant Kingdom. Perhaps even several families united together. After asking his questions, Ronan immediately searched their storage Zhuwuki. Then, he interrogated the Great Wizard again, asking if they knew of any other interplanar coordinates. And this Great Wizard indeed knew one. To prevent the Great Wizard from lying, Ronan used some cruel methods to pressure him. The Great Wizard still replied that he only knew one, so Ronan had no choice but to give up. Afterward, Ronan killed all these wizards, and then used Samadhi True Fire to burn their bodies clean. After using a few purification talismans on himself, he rode his sword light and flew back to Triumphant City. Triumphant City Upper, Wizard Tower. Ronan sat cross-legged among the bookshelves, examining the collections of these wizards. In the wizards' collection, he found the wizardry for creating and controlling straw men, as well as the wizardry for creating monsters using the internal organs of wizards and knights. This monster was called Ernie. It was a giant made of accumulated internal organs. It required the mental energy of multiple wizards to control. Once this monster was formed, it would possess the power of a legendary wizard. These wizards intended to conquer this kingdom through this monster. Ronan learned from the Great Wizard that their family originally also had this monster, but it was destroyed in a wizard war. Wizard Islands, as expected, have an astonishing variety of wizardry types. Ronan looked at this wizardry and sighed. He had never seen this type of wizardry in Dalifa's collection of books. Only the Bloodline Great Wizard's limb grafting wizardry was somewhat similar to this. Among these wizards' collections, what was most useful to Ronan were the resources accumulated by this family. Ronan categorized these resources and placed them in the Wizard Tower's warehouse for future use. After dealing with this matter, Ronan continued with his cultivation of the Spring Thunder refinement art. Cultivating mental energy, besides paving the way for core formation, had another great advantage: it greatly increased the range of perception. Otherwise, he would not have been able to detect the ambush by the Finger family. Under his command, the Wood and Thunder Wizards created Spring Thunder for him. He then released his mental energy and refined it with the Spring Thunder. Days passed one by one. The Spring Thunder refinement art steadily improved, and his mental energy became increasingly solid. People from the Wizard Council often came to find him. They said that several coastal areas had sent back messages reporting the appearance of foreign wizards. And the Wizard Council had already dispatched wizards to unite with wizard organizations in various places to expel or eliminate foreign wizards. If the foreign wizards were very docile, and after rigorous examination, it was confirmed that they would pledge allegiance to the royal family, they would be recruited into the royal family. These days passed. Ronan asked the people from the Wizard Council, estimating the wizard power within the Valiant Kingdom. Since more and more foreign wizards came to the Valiant Kingdom, expelling foreign wizards resulted in the loss of some wizards from the kingdom. At the same time, a group of foreign wizards also surrendered to the kingdom. Roughly calculated, the kingdom's wizard power had actually not changed much. It remained the same as after the conquest of the Elf Kingdom. Ronan sometimes thought. After Dalifa was trapped in the nightmare world, he obtained Dalifa's legacy and resources, and similarly, he had to watch over this kingdom like Dalifa did. Especially with the great upheaval on the Wizard Islands, it was estimated that many wizard families or even wizard organizations would come to the kingdom. He would need to expend more effort. However, these wizard families and wizard organizations also brought a lot of resources. Wizard families and wizard organizations in various places could completely use the resources of foreign wizards to replace their own hunting of demonic beasts to acquire resources. Moreover, my strength is also rapidly improving. Spring Thunder Refinement Art, Great Master 78%. In these past few months, his mental energy cultivation had progressed very quickly. Now his mental energy was extremely solid, and when spread out, it could reach 10,000 zhang in all directions. He felt that now, his physical body and mental energy should have no problem with core formation. However, since the Spring Thunder refinement art has been cultivated to this extent, I might as well continue cultivating it to perfection. For the next period, the Wood and Thunder Wizards continued to accompany Ronan in his cultivation. During this time of accompanying Ronan in cultivation, their own strengths also improved. After all, they usually had both cultivation and enjoyment. But Ronan completely compressed their leisure time. They continuously released wizardry, then recovered magic power through meditation technique. After such a long time, their strength naturally increased. Winter passed and spring came, and unknowingly, another year passed. At this time, spring had arrived, and the first Spring Thunder rumbled. Spring Thunder Refinement Art, Grandmaster 99%. Ronan released his mental energy, heading towards the Spring Thunder. This time, his mental energy continuously approached the Spring Thunder. The distance to the Spring Thunder was already within 100 meters. Boom! As the Spring Thunder rumbled again, Ronan felt a burst of comfort in his mental energy. Spring Thunder Refinement Art, Perfection. Finally, perfection. Ronan sat on the mountain rock, opened his eyes, and his eyes emitted a tangible divine power. He looked at the wizards below the mountain rock and said, "You may return." Upon hearing this, these wizards seemed unable to believe their ears. After all, for over a year, they had grown accustomed to high-intensity spell casting. They also didn't know what Dolly Fa was trying to achieve by having them constantly cast wizardry. This had already continued for over a year. They even thought that Dolly Fa was training them. Furthermore, with the arrival of the Wizard Council wizards, they also noticed the anomaly in the kingdom, which was the increasing number of foreign wizards arriving. They felt that Dolly Fa needed their strength to resist the wizard families and wizard organizations coming from outside. On the beaches along the southeast province coast, sharp, blood-stained long spears were stuck into the sand. On top of these spears were the heads of wizards. This was done by the wizard families of the southeast province. The wizard heads on the spears were all from foreign wizards. They did this to make those foreign wizards who came ashore see it and abandon any thoughts of landing. After all, with the arrival of foreign wizards, the wizard families of the southeast province were somewhat exhausted. Their families did not have much energy to deal with foreign wizards. Not only the southeast province, but all the coastal provinces of the Kingdom of Wizards used various methods to deter foreign wizards. Some provinces, after catching foreign wizards, immediately set them on fire. The stories of wizards screaming in the flames were widely sung by bards in the coastal provinces. Some foreign wizards who landed, upon hearing these stories, realized the power of this kingdom, and would think twice before causing trouble. However, there were also some foreign wizards who integrated into various wizard families. Ronan, far away in Triumphant City, was not very clear about these matters. It was the wizards of the Wizard Council who told him. As foreign wizards joined the kingdom, while the Kingdom of Wizards' power increased, it also buried certain hidden dangers within the kingdom. After all, these wizards had not been fully assimilated into the kingdom, and the possibility of them causing trouble was very high. Thus, Ronan planned to select wizards from the Wizard Council headquarters to establish branches of the Wizard Council in various places. All local wizard organizations and wizard families would have to be under the jurisdiction of the Wizard Council. And for the wizards in charge of the branches, Ronan would naturally personally vet them. He also discussed this situation with Leon and Bran. Bran was obsessed with the Dao of the Sword and had no interest in this matter. After listening for a while, he yawned repeatedly, so Ronan told him to leave. Leon listened, then asked, "Have you come into contact with the Nightmare World?" No, Ronan didn't know why Leon said that, so he looked at Leon, waiting for him to continue. Leon said, "The wizardry from the Nightmare World can create illusions or dreams. Perhaps, we can use the wizardry of the Nightmare World to create dreams and bring those who need to be vetted into them. In the dream, let them experience various situations, and see if they would betray the Wizard Council at a certain point." Ronan listened and said, "Can you create this kind of dream or illusion?" Leon's expression was somewhat uncertain. "I am not very clear about my ability to create environments and dreams. The branch managers of the Wizard Council sent to govern various places are at least true knowledge wizards. I don't know if my bloodline power can fully pull a true knowledge wizard into an illusion and a dream, and still leave him without any suspicion." Ronan nodded after hearing this. "Then I will study the Nightmare World." Whether it was the storage pouch left by Dolly Fa or his collection of books, both involved the Nightmare World. It was just that Ronan used to think his strength was low and it wasn't time to come into contact with the Nightmare World, so he had never studied this world. Now, his mental energy was already extremely strong, and it was time to study this world. Moreover, during core formation, a heart demon invasion might occur, and he felt that heart demons seemed very similar to creatures of the Nightmare World. His study of the Nightmare World might allow him to better deal with heart demon invasions during core formation. For the next period, besides his daily cultivation, Ronan began to study the Nightmare World. After more than 3 months of study through books and Leon's experience, he already knew how to use Dolly Fa's Nightmare Stone. He knew that by using the Nightmare Stone, the wizardry of the Nightmare World would be more effective. In Dolly Fa's storage pouch, a wizardry from the Nightmare World called the Dream Entering Wizard Array was recorded. To cast this wizardry was to use mental energy to guide energy particles to form a wizardry array. Other wizards in this wizardry array would then be pulled into a dream by him. This Dream Entering Wizard Array was extremely complex, and the wizardry model was also a chaotic mess of lines. Moreover, he had to weave the dream himself. Only a sufficiently realistic dream could make the person entering the dream fully believe they were in the dream. "I'll learn slowly," Ronan thought, calling upon Grand Mist to analyze the wizardry model of the Dream Entering Wizard Array and the 5 wizardry arrays that needed to be set up externally. With Grand Mist's assistance, the wizardry model of the Dream Entering Wizard Array was established in the 3-dimensional coordinate system in his mind. To cultivate wizardry, one could only establish a wizardry array after reaching the proficient level. Before that, one would cast spells with incantations. The incantation for the Dream Entering Wizard Array was also very long. After Ronan recited it once, he used Grand Mist to record it, and then followed Grand Mist in chanting. As the incantation was recited, the energy particles in front of him swayed like water. Then, he controlled the energy particles to form the wizardry array. Time passed day by day. One day, Ronan finally cultivated the Dream Entering Wizard Array to the proficient level. Then, he began to construct the wizardry model in his mind. The wizardry model of the Dream Entering Wizard Array seemed like a chaotic mass of lines, but it was actually very regular. It involved multiple symmetries. Once the symmetries were analyzed, one would discover a kind of beauty in it. With Grand Mist's help, Ronan didn't take much time to build the wizardry model in his mind. Then, he poured his magic power into the wizardry model. The magic power belonging to the Dream Entering Wizard Array emanated outwards from his glabella. The energy particles in front of him were drawn by the magic power, and under his mental energy manipulation, they diligently formed the wizardry array. Currently, he could only form a rudimentary form of a wizardry array. Although it was rudimentary, it already contained magic power and could pull people into dreams. With his realm as a true knowledge wizard, he should have been able to pull a first-level formal wizard into a dream. However, his mental energy far surpassed that of his peers. He estimated that he should be able to pull an elite wizard into a dream. Moreover, he discovered that strong mental energy had another advantage. When creating a dream, he didn't actually need to meticulously detail every aspect. Because when he cast the wizardry, he could dull the perception of the person being subjected to the spell. This would cause the person being subjected to the spell not to notice, even if they were in an illusion that wasn't very real. Dream entering wizard array, Great Master 1%. After Ronan's continuous cultivation day and night, the dream entering wizard array was finally grinned to the Great Master level by him. He could skillfully construct all 5 wizardry arrays, and their completion was already very high. He estimated that even a true knowledge wizard at this time, pulled into a dream by him, would not be able to detect it. He even felt that he could pull a wizard who had just become a great wizard into a dream without being detected. The people he needed to vet were all true knowledge wizards. He felt that this was sufficient. Of course, it was not ruled out that some true knowledge wizards might specialize in mental energy, having higher mental energy than their peers, thus being able to see through dreams. But he had Grand Mist. Before pulling a wizard into a dream, he would use Grand Mist to analyze that wizard's stats. Only true knowledge wizards whose mental energy stats were within the normal range would be pulled into a dream by him. Let's begin the vetting. Ronan thought. During this period, as he expected, some wizard disturbances occurred in certain parts of the kingdom. Typically, some foreign wizard families or foreign wizard schools, who were docile upon arrival, not only coexisted harmoniously with local wizard families or wizard organizations but also shared knowledge. Once these foreign wizard families and organizations established a firm foothold, they would immediately cause trouble, leading to wizard battles. Wizard battles were extremely destructive and involved many people. Some commoners were harmed as a result. Sending wizards to stabilize wizard families and wizard organizations in various places had become increasingly urgent. Upon thinking of this, Ronan immediately cast a wizardry to transmit a message to the Wizard Council headquarters. He asked a true knowledge wizard to come to the first floor of the wizard tower. No one dared to disobey Dali Fa's orders. Moreover, this true knowledge wizard who was summoned, after Ronan's prior investigation, was known to be loyal to Dali Fa and the royal family. Otherwise, Ronan wouldn't have called him over to pull him into a dream for further investigation. This true knowledge wizard was already 60 years old. However, due to the influence of wizardry, he looked only about 40 years old. He was a fire elemental wizard with good combat abilities. Ronan had already set up a dream entering wizard array on the first floor. As soon as this fire elemental true knowledge wizard walked into this dream entering wizard array, he immediately entered a dream. His eyes immediately closed, and his body slumped down. But Ronan used mental energy to make his body float. At this time, when Ronan cast the wizardry, he held a black magic stone with colorful hues, which was Dali Fa's nightmare stone. He had tried using the nightmare stone a few days ago. Indeed, as Leon said, after using the nightmare stone, the user would be entangled by side effects. The greater the intensity of use, the greater the side effects. Ronan tried to use the magic power of the nightmare stone to help him construct the dream entering wizard array in the dream. Several hours later, he discovered that a force, coming from an unknown space, was disturbing his mental energy. However, because his mental energy was extraordinarily powerful, like a mountain difficult to shake. This force, for him, was like a gentle breeze blowing on a mountain. Thus, he knew that cultivating mental energy was of great use for exploring the nightmare world. Ronan found that after using the nightmare stone, it was easier for him to create dreams, and the dreams he created were more realistic. He estimated that even a great wizard pulled into a dream by him would not know they were in a dream. Now, after the true knowledge wizard of the Wizard Council entered the dream, he successively entered various scenarios woven by Ronan. Different scenarios presented different threats and temptations, prompting this true knowledge wizard to betray the Wizard Council and the royal family. After experiencing several scenarios, Ronan understood the wizard's thoughts. This wizard's loyalty to the Wizard Council and the royal family was entirely due to his clear understanding of the situation. He felt that the power of the Wizard Council and the royal family in the kingdom was still much greater than that of other wizard families and wizard organizations. If he were to betray them, even if he fled with his entire family, he might still be caught during the escape. This wizard can be sent down. Ronan thought, withdrawing the wizardry. The nightmare stone in his hand ceased to emit purple light. The nightmare stone was put into his storage pouch. And the dream entering wizard array on the first floor was slightly disturbed by him. That wizard then woke up from the dream. This was a deep dream. After this wizard woke up, he didn't know he had dreamed, nor did he know the content of the dream. Then, Ronan sent this wizard back and called another wizard to come. In the following days, Ronan was vetting the true knowledge wizards in the Wizard Council. After a period of vetting, he selected 13 of them and had them lead a portion of wizards to various provinces to establish branches of the Wizard Council. Of course, Ronan foresaw that they might encounter some difficulties at the beginning of their establishment. After all, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Therefore, Ronan told them that if they encountered difficulties, they could send a message back. Then he would handle it, making an example out of someone. After nearly another month, some preparations were completed. The leading true knowledge wizards also selected their subordinates to be sent down. Teams of wizards then left Triumphant City. News of the establishment of the Wizard Council branches successively came back. So far, Dali Fa's prestige was very effective, and the establishment of the Wizard Council branches went very smoothly. Then, wizard families and wizard organizations in various places were successively brought under the jurisdiction of the Wizard Council branches. Some wizard families and wizard organizations with great wizards, although unwilling to be governed, were deterred by Dalifa's prestige and could only endure it. During this period, Ronan cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, and the resources needed to integrate the heaven and earth wonders into the spirit realm became increasingly abundant. He felt that the quantity and speed of resource tributes seemed to be unable to keep up with his consumption. He suddenly had an idea to cultivate wizards on a large scale within the kingdom. Within the kingdom, there were actually many people with wizard aptitude who could not undergo wizard cultivation because they had no opportunity to undergo wizard aptitude tests. Therefore, he planned to send people to test everyone's wizard aptitude throughout the kingdom to cultivate wizards. Once the kingdom's wizard power increased, the speed of resource collection would be much faster. Perhaps, cultivating wizards would also consume a lot of resources. However, if the kingdom's wizard power increased, he would consider sending wizards to plunder resources at sea or overseas. Moreover, he also had the coordinates of various different dimensions from various wizard families and wizard organizations. At that time, he could also have the Kingdom of Wizards form teams to conquer various different dimension coordinates for resource collection. Thinking of this, Ronan called the wizards of the Wizard Council. He asked them to arrange wizard teams, carrying crystal balls for testing wizard aptitude, to go to various parts of the kingdom to discover youths with wizard aptitude. As soon as he said this, Ronan saw the hesitant expressions of the Wizard Council wizards. Ronan immediately knew what was going on. After all, this wizard also came from a wizard family. Once wizard cultivation became widespread, it was highly likely that geniuses would emerge, which might threaten the status of some wizard families. The goal was to allow commoners with wizard aptitude to cultivate. Although the wizard family was unwilling, due to Dalifa's prestige, they could only proceed. Ronan, on the other hand, gave all the crystal balls for testing aptitude in the wizard tower to the Wizard Council. He had the Wizard Council send wizards to travel to various places to find those with wizard aptitude. They would then be sent to the various branches of the Wizard Council for concentrated training. This, in addition to increasing the kingdom's wizard power, also allowed him to control all wizard power through the Wizard Council. Originally, wizards from various places would be absorbed by wizard families and wizard schools. If this initiative progressed smoothly, future new wizards would all serve the Wizard Council. This would greatly reduce wizard riots. While searching for new wizards, Ronan also cultivated day and night without rest. He sat high atop the 99th floor of the wizard tower, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi. The nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi surged towards him. With him as the center, a vortex of wind formed. The speed at which the Yiwood Dharma body absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi was indeed extraordinary. After the heaven and earth spiritual chi poured into his meridians, it was refined into magic power by the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and injected into his danshan. The magic power in his danshan was constantly rotating and compressing. The magic power was extremely viscous, subtly showing a tendency to solidify. Above the magic power was a light sphere emitting a green glow. Inside the light sphere was his spiritual realm. He continuously integrated treasures from the wizard tower's warehouse into the spiritual realm. At this time, the spiritual realm already resembled a small immortal realm. In the center of the spiritual realm's vast chaos space was a piece of land. On the land were several natal longevity trees. Currently, except for the tallest one, which was the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, which could not be moved into the spiritual realm, all other natal longevity trees had been moved into the spiritual realm by him. As the natal longevity trees grew, they would produce tree seeds. Those tree seeds were also basically planted by him in the spiritual realm. A portion of the heaven and earth spiritual chi he absorbed during cultivation was for his own cultivation, while the other portion flowed into the spiritual realm. Now, the spiritual chi in his spiritual realm was more than double the concentration outside. He felt that the spiritual realm was simply a huge spiritual chi storage. If this wizard world were also as scarce in spiritual chi as the cultivation world, he could continue to cultivate using the spiritual chi in the spiritual realm. I'm about to break through. Ronan inwardly observed his danshan, watching the magic power within it increasingly condense towards the center. The nearby wind vortex became even more violent. Whooshing sounds of wind arose. At the center of the danshan, a dazzling green light point gradually formed and gradually expanded. This should be what cultivators call the golden core, right? Ronan thought. As the golden core gradually formed, not only did the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi surge into his body, but the power released by the golden core also washed over and impacted his physical body. No wonder to successfully undergo the core formation breakthrough, one's physical body cannot be weak. Ronan felt that if a foundation establishment cultivator usually only cultivated magic power and barely cultivated their physical body, at this stage, their physical body would be damaged. Moreover, not only would the physical body be damaged, but if they couldn't endure it, they wouldn't be able to hold on until the golden core formed. If the core formation couldn't be completed, the physical body might be damaged for nothing. If luck was bad and hidden injuries were left, the success rate of the next core formation would be even lower. Continuing like this would lead to a vicious cycle. Ronan not only had the Yiwood Dharma body but also cultivated the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, these two body cultivator techniques, to perfection. His physical body's strength was such that even body cultivators of the same rank would be far inferior to him. The impact of this heaven and earth spiritual chi and golden core power on him was like a gentle breeze caressing or fine waves slowly surging. Under the surging of heaven and earth spiritual chi, the golden core grew larger and larger. But Ronan did not relax in the slightest. After all, the legendary heart demon invasion had not yet arrived. After a while longer, Ronan heard the sound of wind in his ears. Gradually, the sound of wind transformed into screams. Before his eyes, shadowy figures began to appear. Is this the heart demon? Ronan looked at the indistinct shadowy figures before him and thought. Immediately following, these shadowy figures emitted surges of power, like hooks, pulling at his spirit. However, his spirit was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoved. This was not only because his spirit was strong enough, but also because his physical body's strength was high, firmly locking his spirit. Gradually, he began to clearly see those shadowy figures. Each of those twisted, ripple-like shadows actually emerged from a spatial passage. Ronan's heart suddenly froze. After he used the Nightmare Stone, he also saw similar spatial passages. Could it be that the heart demons of the cultivation world and the illusions after using Nightmare Stones in the wizard world both come from the nightmare world? Or is it that heart demons and Nightmare Stone illusions come from different worlds, but these two worlds are extremely similar? Just like the cultivation world and the wizard world are similar, both sides have similar rules. As Ronan was thinking, he suddenly saw within the twisted shadows. There was one shadow, vaguely an old man with a long silver white beard, wearing a colorful wizard robe. This old man's face was exactly the same as Dolly Fa's face. This old man, interspersed among the shadows, opened and closed his mouth, seemingly shouting something at him. But Ronan couldn't hear anything at all. Moreover, because the old man's face was distorted, Ronan couldn't even read his lips as his mouth opened and closed. As time passed, Ronan's golden core grew larger and larger. The heart demon's screams in his ears also grew fainter and fainter. Gradually, the heart demon's screams completely subsided. In Ronan's Danshan, the golden core was complete. He summoned Grand Mist. Streams of data returned to his mind. Cultivation Realm, Core Formation Early Stage. Wizard Rank, Great Wizard. As I advanced to the Core Formation Early Stage, my wizard rank also advanced. When Ronan looked at his stats, he found that his magic power and spirit values were already higher than those of an early stage Great Wizard. They even surpassed Great Wizards in the middle stage. Core Formation is simply a tremendous qualitative change for a cultivator. Ronan looked at the stats and thought. At this time, above the wizard tower, there was a cloud vortex, red under the setting sun, extremely spectacular. The entire triumphant city saw this magnificent sight. This was the celestial phenomenon that occurred during a core formation breakthrough. If this kind of anomaly occurred in the cultivation world, who knows what kind of waves it would cause. However, he was in Dolly Fa's wizard tower. Those who saw this anomaly only felt that it was created by Dolly Fa. Dolly Fa was the strongest wizard in the kingdom, so creating this anomaly was nothing strange in the eyes of others. After core formation, Ronan stood up from the floor. He felt his body was lighter, both mentally and physically. At this moment, Leon and Bran both ascended to the 99th floor. Ronan's core formation breakthrough, absorbing a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi, created quite a stir. Leon and Bran, who were in the wizard tower, although they couldn't feel the heaven and earth spiritual chi, they could feel the air surging upwards towards the tower. So they both went up the tower. When they saw Ronan, they felt that Ronan seemed to have no change, yet also seemed to have changed. The change was that, compared to before, he seemed to have gained an indescribable aura. What happened? Leon asked. Ronan merely smiled, nothing, just a breakthrough. Bran couldn't help but ask, brother, what is your wizard rank now? After he moved into the tower, he almost always saw Ronan either cultivating or studying books. In his heart, Ronan always seemed mysterious. He also didn't know Ronan's strength. It wasn't until some time ago that he heard about Dolly Fa simultaneously defeating the Druid School and the Stars Peak leader. He then knew that Ronan's strength was even greater than he had imagined. Moreover, hearing from others how easily Dolly Fa defeated the two, he knew that Dolly Fa's strength was far more than that. His second brother had unknowingly become so powerful, which made him feel somewhat fantastical. He didn't understand wizard cultivation, but he understood knight cultivation. He felt that even if he had the resources of the kingdom's strongest knight, he couldn't cultivate to the kingdom's strongest level in just over 2 years. Ronan didn't answer directly, but said, I estimate that no one in the kingdom is my opponent anymore. Leon and Bran listened, and while shocked, they also felt a sense of relief. With such a powerful wizard in the family, their Lawrence family could become a wizard family and be passed down for generations. After core formation, it was back to peaceful and fulfilling days. Ronan continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and construct the spiritual realm. The 10,000 wood evergreen scripture was a cultivation technique that could be cultivated to the nascent soul realm. Even though he had already reached core formation, he could still continue to cultivate using the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The next step after core formation is nascent soul. Ronan knew very little about the knowledge after core formation. This was because, in the Huanzhen sect, one library was open to foundation establishment cultivators. And there was another library that was open to core formation cultivators. Ronan felt that since he had reached core formation, it was necessary to acquire more knowledge. Not only nascent soul knowledge, but his Tai Heavenly Wood Sword Manual and Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill had both been cultivated to perfection by him. He wanted to find new spells and body cultivator techniques to continue cultivating. However, breaking through from foundation establishment to core formation so quickly will attract the attention of many cultivators. Especially nascent soul cultivators, upon hearing this news, will be very interested in me. To avoid trouble, Ronan decided to create another alias. And as for his previous foundation establishment cultivator alias, he decided to abandon it directly. After all, in the cultivation world, there were many rogue cultivators. It was common for a foundation establishment cultivator, after leaving their immortal domain, to be killed by rogue cultivators for their treasures. Thinking of this, Ronan planned to create a core formation anomaly in the cultivation world to let the sect know about his core formation. Immediately, Ronan walked to a teleportation array, chanted a spell, and teleported himself into a cultivation room. In the cultivation room, only a few candles burned, emitting a faint light. As the candles burned, a fragrance helpful for wizard meditation emanated from them. Ronan's heart stirred, and he transmigrated to the cultivation world. He appeared in a forest in the secular world. He drank a high-grade transformation potion and changed his appearance. Then, he changed into the clothes of the cultivation world. After everything was ready, he flew towards the border between the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm and the Tianjian sect. He found a mountain cave, used a purification talisman and earth wizardry to transform it into an immortal cave. Then, in the immortal cave, he used his spirit and weather wizardry to fake the heaven and earth anomaly formed by core formation. As for the flow of spiritual qi, he didn't need to fake it at all. He only needed to fully open his acupoints and absorb heaven and earth spiritual qi. The heaven and earth spiritual qi then formed a gust of wind, surging towards him. At this time, the cultivators of the Still Truth sect Immortal Realm and the Tianjian sect were still battling in the distance. Suddenly, they felt a wind arise. Immediately after, the cultivators from both warring sides saw a cloud of mist, like a dragon absorbing, slowly forming in the distance. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? Some foundation establishment cultivators, seeing this celestial phenomenon, couldn't help but ask. It's core formation. The core formation cultivators of Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect, upon seeing this anomaly, knew that someone was undergoing core formation there. The core formation cultivators from the two schools subconsciously looked at each other. Then, the Huanzhen sect cultivators rode on the light of their magic treasure, while the Heaven Sword sect cultivators rode on sword light, flying towards the location of the anomaly. They flew there, all wanting to take advantage of the core formation cultivator's newly formed core, whose strength was still unstable, to kill him and seize his resources. However, they were also conflicted in their hearts, as this core formation anomaly had been seen by all cultivators. This matter would eventually reach the ears of their school's nascent soul old ancestor. A nascent soul old ancestor, upon seeing a core formation cultivator, would not want to kill them, but rather to subdue them. Because a sufficient number of core formation cultivators could help a nascent soul old ancestor kill the nascent soul old ancestors of other schools. Furthermore, the resources of a core formation cultivator were vastly different from those of a school's nascent soul old ancestor. Therefore, nascent soul old ancestors usually would not kill core formation cultivators to seize treasures. The two core formation cultivators both felt some apprehension. If they attacked the new core formation cultivator instead of recruiting him, what would happen if the nascent soul old ancestor found out? But then, they thought of the person beside them. They could completely blame the death of the core formation cultivator on the person next to them. Thinking of this, the two core formation cultivators no longer had any qualms and both flew towards Ronan's location. At the beginning of their flight, the difference in their speeds was hard to discern. But after flying for a while, it became clear that the Heaven Sword sect core formation cultivator's flying speed was faster than that of the Huanzhen sect core formation cultivator. The Huanzhen sect core formation cultivator, seeing this, feared that the Heaven Sword sect core formation cultivator would get there first, and feeling anxious, immediately waved his hand. A bronze mirror was instantly summoned by him. With a thought, the bronze mirror emitted a dazzling light, striking towards the Heaven Sword sect cultivator's back. The Heaven Sword sect cultivator detected the anomaly behind him, immediately turned his flying sword, and blocked the light. Immediately, a clang sounded in the sky, the light struck the flying sword, and instantly burst into points of light. Immediately, the two began to fight in the air. At this time, the foundation establishment cultivators also arrived one after another. Most of them, seeing the anomaly in the sky, thought it was another ancient cultivator relic appearing, and flocked there, hoping to get a share. Ronan, inside the immortal cave, was creating a phenomenon while sensing the battle outside. The reason he was creating a phenomenon here was to have someone convey the news of his breakthrough to Pure Yang Zi, the old ancestor of Huanzhen sect. Originally, he had thought that if someone came to interfere with his breakthrough, he would pretend to have had a breakthrough, then pretend to be in a stalemate with that person. If the commotion from the spell battle was large enough, it would attract Pure Yang Zi. However, he never expected that these cultivators would start fighting among themselves before even seeing him. This saved him a great deal of effort. At this moment, outside the immortal cave, the spell battle was extremely fierce. Not to mention the two core formation cultivators, whose continuous shockwaves spread out and turned into hurricanes, blowing in all directions. Even the foundation establishment cultivators were locked in an intense struggle. Gradually, the commotion of Ronan's breakthrough completely vanished. In the eyes of the cultivators from Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect, it meant the breakthrough was complete. At this point, both core formation cultivators grew anxious. How about we stop fighting and first capture that core formation cultivator? Otherwise, that core formation cultivator is going to get away, the Huanzhen sect cultivator said first. The Heaven Sword sect's core formation cultivator heard this and thought it made sense. He waved his hand, slowing his offensive. The Huanzhen sect cultivator also slowed his offensive. With great tacit understanding, the two continued their spell battle while moving towards Ronan's direction. Soon, they arrived beside Ronan's immortal cave. Ronan's immortal cave was hidden deep within the dense forest. Even with the fierce sunlight overhead, standing in this dense forest only brought a sense of coolness. Streaks of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the thick mist in the forest. Ronan had blocked the immortal cave with a large stone. Upon seeing this, the Heaven Sword Sex Core Formation Cultivator looked at the Huanzhen Sex Core Formation Cultivator and asked, "How about we blast this immortal cave open together?" The Huanzhen Sect Cultivator nodded, then suddenly waved his hand. The mirror floating beside him immediately shot out a beam of light, striking towards the Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator. "I knew you'd do that." At this moment, the Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator held his flying sword horizontally in front of him, blocking the Huanzhen Sect Cultivator's light. Then, the two began to fight again. Since they were already very close to Ronan, they weren't worried that a newly ascended core formation cultivator could escape from their grasp. So, they continued their fight right there. The fluctuations generated by their spell battle made the entire mountain peak clang loudly. At this time, Ronan was inside the immortal cave, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. He was waiting for the arrival of Pure Yang Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor of Huanzhen Sect, and Sword Void Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor of Heaven Sword Sect. A core formation cultivator achieving a breakthrough was considered a major event in the cultivation world. And with so many cultivators from Huanzhen Sect and Heaven Sword Sect present just now, there would surely be cultivators who would relay this news back to their schools. When Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi arrived, they would compete to recruit him into their respective schools. Perhaps, at that time, he could even bide his time and negotiate his terms. After all, Huanzhen Sect and Heaven Sword Sect were like fire and water. One day, one sect would destroy the other. After he joined a sect, he would help the sect he joined destroy the other sect. He could still obtain the knowledge of the other sect. After quite a while, the two core formation cultivators outside continued their spell battle. They had pulverized all the trees on this mountain. Even the shockwaves from their spell battle caused cracks to appear in the stone Ronan used to block the immortal cave entrance. Before long, the keenly perceptive Ronan immediately sensed two powerful forces approaching this direction. After his last exploration of the wood ancient cultivator relic, Ronan had memorized the energy fluctuations of Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi. These two powerful forces belonged to these two nascent soul cultivators. The two core formation cultivators outside were still fighting. Suddenly, an extremely fast wooden thorn, emitting a dazzling light, flew down from the sky and shot directly towards the Heaven Sword Sex Core Formation Cultivator. But just then, a white light flew down, blocking the wooden thorn. Subsequently, the wooden thorn and the white light began to entangle in the air. This white light was Sword Void Z's flying sword. The wooden thorn and the white light continuously clashed and separated in the air, and the fluctuations they emitted were much greater than those of the two core formation cultivators' spell battle. The resulting hurricane even blew the magic treasures and flying swords of the two core formation cultivators off their flight paths. Boom! Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi fought their spells while arriving in front of the immortal cave. The fluctuations generated when they landed kicked up a large cloud of dust around them. In the blink of an eye, the low sky was filled with smoke and dust. Little friend who has achieved core formation, do you belong to a school? If not, would you be willing to join Huanzhen Sect? Pure Yang Zi transmitted his voice while manipulating the wooden thorn to fight, his white beard fluttering. Little friend, how about joining Heaven Sword Sect? Sword Void Zi also transmitted his words to Ronan while fighting. Ronan thought, they're here, and then separately transmitted his reply, saying that he was currently a loose cultivator. He also asked what benefits he could gain if he joined a school. Thus, Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi both stated their conditions. Because they knew that the other party was also trying to win over this core formation cultivator. And since both were transmitting their voices, neither knew how the other's negotiations were going. Therefore, they both exaggerated the resources they would offer. Their plan was to first win the person over, and as for whether they would actually provide so much later, that could be discussed then. After all, the increasingly barren resources in the cultivation world were plain for all to see. They could completely use this as an excuse to gradually reduce the core formation cultivator's resources a few years later. At that time, if this core formation cultivator wanted to obtain enough resources to continue cultivating, he would have to obey their commands, fight against other schools, and plunder. Ronan, having been a superior in the wizard world, naturally guessed their scheme. After the two stated their conditions, he pretended to ponder. However, he already had the answer in his heart. After all, Huanzhen Sect was the sect that had destroyed the Sheng Sect. The secret manuals and cultivation techniques left behind by the Sheng Sect were all in Huanzhen Sect. It was important to know that the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture he was currently cultivating came from the Sheng Sect. Therefore, he felt that the Sheng Sect might still have some wood-aligned cultivation techniques, or spells, or even cultivation experience, all left in Huanzhen Sect. Moreover, he guessed that Pure Yang Zi, like him, also cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Perhaps, after he entered Huanzhen Sect, without exposing his cultivation technique, but by communicating with Pure Yang Zi, he might gain some insights. No matter what, Pure Yang Zi was a nascent soul old ancestor who had lived for hundreds of years. He must know a great deal. I agree, Ronan simultaneously transmitted these words into the ears of Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi. Then, he walked to the immortal cave entrance, pushed with his hand, and moved the stone blocking the entrance aside. At this moment, Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi both intensified their attacks, to prevent the other party from immediately resorting to lethal force if they failed to acquire this core formation cultivator. After Ronan walked out of the immortal cave, he immediately conjured a sword light and swiftly flew towards Pure Yang Zi's back. Sword Void Zi's eyes widened. You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? If I ever meet you again, I will surely kill you. Ha ha ha. Pure Yang Zi burst into laughter upon seeing Ronan pledge allegiance to him. Sword Void Zi conjured several sword auras and shot them towards Ronan. Pure Yang Zi, however, used streaks of green light to block these sword auras. After Ronan reached Pure Yang Zi's back, he didn't just watch Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi fight. Instead, he went to the place where the Huanzhen Sect Core Formation Cultivator and the Heaven Sword Sect Core Formation Cultivator were fighting. He merged with his sword, transforming into a sharp green light, like a dragon, and shot towards the Heaven Sword Sect Core Formation Cultivator. At this moment, the Heaven Sword Sect Core Formation Cultivator and the Huanzhen Sect Core Formation Cultivator were in the thick of their battle. They didn't notice Ronan's arrival in time. By the time they did, it was already too late. Swish! Ronan's sword light swept across the Heaven Sword Sect Core Formation Cultivator's waist. The Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator's upper body instantly separated from his lower body, and blood flowed freely. As Ronan swept past, he used his spirit to snatch the Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator's storage pouch and put it away. The Huanzhen Sect Cultivator was initially delighted to see the Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator killed. Then, he released his divine sense and swept it over the Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator's body. He discovered that the cultivator had no storage pouch on him. After a moment of surprise, he immediately understood what had happened, and his face suddenly turned pale. He looked at Ronan, his eyes filled with evil chi. Hand over the storage pouch. He was furious, as if fire was burning in his chest. He had fought tooth and nail with the Heaven Sword Sect Cultivator, only for someone else to reap the fruits of victory. How could he not be angry? Just as the Huanzhen Sect Core Formation Cultivator was about to step forward and confront Ronan, a wave of fluctuation suddenly arrived, pushing the Core Formation Cultivator away. Any matters, discuss them back at the sect. Pure Yang Zi transmitted while fighting Sword Void Zi. The Huanzhen Sect Core Formation Cultivator dared not disobey Pure Yang Zi's words. After glaring at Ronan, he could only give up. After Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi fought for a while longer, neither managed to gain a decisive advantage. So, they both stopped there. Pure Yang Zi then waved his hand, and a stream of magic power, like a cascading Milky Way, carried the Huanzhen Sect Core Formation Cultivator and Ronan away, flying back towards Huanzhen Sect. Ronan returned to Huanzhen Sect again. However, this time, he was a Core Formation Cultivator. Moreover, he even reached Pure Yang Zi's cultivation Dao field. Foundation establishment cultivators could not reach Pure Yang Zi's Dao field, in fact, they usually wouldn't even have the opportunity to meet Pure Yang Zi face to face. You may leave first. Pure Yang Zi waved his hand at the Huanzhen Sect Core Formation Cultivator. The cultivator was stunned. He had originally wanted Pure Yang Zi to preside over justice, but he never expected such a result. Pure Yang Zi had, of course, sensed Ronan's actions just now. He didn't want this cultivator, who had just entered the sect, to be demanded things from. Therefore, he could only send that cultivator away first. After all, that Core Formation Cultivator had known him for 200 years. He was perfectly clear about that Core Formation Cultivator's temper. He would talk to this Core Formation Cultivator later to resolve his resentment. Now, he needed to inquire about the background of the cultivator before him. May I know your name, little friend? Where do you come from, and why did you choose this place for your breakthrough? Pure Yang Zi asked. Ronan cupped his hands. This humble one is Ronan. He directly used his original name. After all, there were many people named Ronan in the cultivation world. Even if there was a chi refining cultivator named Ronan in the Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm more than 2 years ago, he wasn't worried about being exposed. After all, going from a chi refining cultivator to a core formation cultivator in just over 2 years defied common sense in cultivators' minds. I was born on Loxia Island. In the cultivation world, besides the large sects, there were also scattered small sects, all dependent on spiritual veins. It was just that their spiritual veins were smaller. When spiritual veins dried up, some sects declined, and the cultivators within them became loose cultivators, drifting throughout the cultivation world. This was a common occurrence. Later, when the spiritual vein of Loxia Island dried up, I drifted through the cultivation world, visiting Yushan Valley, Azure Sky Valley, and many other immortal realms, relying on others' opportunities to cultivate. Listening to Ronan's account, Pure Yang Zi smiled slightly. Relying on others' opportunities to cultivate meant that this person was a rogue cultivator when he drifted into the cultivation world. No wonder this kid was so skilled at seizing storage pouches. Pure Yang Zi only disliked the rogue cultivators outside, not Ronan. After all, whether resources were abundant or scarce in the cultivation world, which cultivator wasn't a rogue cultivator? A sect was a huge rogue cultivator gang. They could only continue cultivating by plundering the resources of other schools. Moreover, the scarcity of resources in the cultivation world today was also due to the ancient cultivators' extensive plunder of resources. Now that this rogue cultivator had joined him, Pure Yang Zi felt quite satisfied. A loose cultivator who had drifted for many years and lived in danger was certainly more combat effective than a loose cultivator who fought alongside a sect. I won't pursue the matter of you taking that core formation cultivator's storage pouch, Pure Yang Zi said. Now that you've joined Huanzhen sect, you're one of us. Don't do such things as plundering your own people again. Besides you, our Huanzhen sect has 4 other core formation cultivators. That core formation cultivator just now was named Ancient Yuan. After Pure Yang Zi introduced the other 3 core formation cultivators, he waved his hand. A token appeared in the air. This token allows free entry and exit from Huanzhen sect, Pure Yang Zi said. Our Huanzhen sect's library is divided into 2 pavilions, one for foundation establishment cultivators, and one exclusively for core formation cultivators. Both pavilions are protected by restrictions that I've set up. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the pavilions. Subsequently, Pure Yang Zi told Ronan the location of his immortal cave. After Ronan remembered it, he immediately took his leave. The spiritual chi in the new immortal cave was much denser than in a foundation establishment cultivator's immortal cave. The immortal cave was also much more spacious. After Ronan entered the immortal cave, he went to the core formation library. His purpose in rejoining the sect was to learn some knowledge about nascent soul. The core formation library had fewer books than the foundation establishment library. However, its elegant decoration was several grades higher than the foundation establishment library. Upon reaching the library, Ronan immediately looked for cultivation books. He flipped open a book and immediately saw that to achieve nascent soul, one continued to accumulate magic power in the Danshan. When the magic power was sufficient and the power emitted by the golden core was strong enough, the divine sense in the center of the eyebrows would gradually condense into a nascent soul. As long as the magic power increased and the divine sense became denser, the nascent soul would become more solid. Previously, when he released his divine sense, he could only release a portion of it. But once the nascent soul formed, he would be able to achieve primordial spirit leaving the body and roam the heavens and earth. After Ronan had been reading in the book pavilion for a while, he didn't find any cultivation technique or spell suitable for himself. He thought, it seems that good things are not placed here for everyone to peruse. However, he could record the cultivation techniques and spells here, just to expand the Grand Mist database. Later, when he encountered truly good cultivation techniques and spell secret manuals, Grand Mist could analyze those secret manuals based on the database. After looking through the database for a while, he suddenly felt a powerful presence flying towards him. This presence was powerful but without strong energy fluctuations. This was Pure Yang Zi. Because Pure Yang Zi also cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and constructed a spiritual realm, he did not conceal or change his aura, hence it was like this. If Ronan's Yi Wood Dharma body had not been formed and his sensory sensitivity was average, he might not have felt Pure Yang Zi's arrival. At this time, Ronan's energy fluctuations had been modified by him. Therefore, Pure Yang Zi did not discover that the cultivation technique Ronan cultivated was the same as his. Moreover, even if Pure Yang Zi knew that the cultivation technique Ronan cultivated was the same as his, he would not quite believe it. After all, in the increasingly resource-scarce cultivation world, only an old ancestor of a sect would have the confidence to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Soon, Pure Yang Zi entered the book pavilion. Ronan turned his head and bowed to Pure Yang Zi. You follow me, Pure Yang Zi said to Ronan, then waved his sleeve, and a light appeared beneath his feet, and he flew away on this light. Ronan also conjured a sword light and followed, asking as he flew, what does old ancestor need me for? Pure Yang Zi said, previously, there was an Sheng sect nearby. After I occupied the Sheng sect, I obtained some cultivation techniques and spells from the sect. I have a jade slip there, written in ancient characters. For a time, I couldn't decipher it, so I asked you all to help decipher it. As he spoke, Pure Yang Zi had already led Ronan to an immortal cave. The front of this immortal cave was like a fairyland. The immortal cave used a huge blue stone as its gate. In front of the gate was a deep pool. A waterfall hung straight down from a high mountain, impacting the deep pool and splashing water like jade. On the other side was a lush green tree, like a welcoming pine. It grew facing the waterfall's spray and sunlight. Pure Yang Zi and Ronan retracted their magical light, their robes gently fluttering, and landed in front of the gate. Pure Yang Zi waved his hand, and with a rumbling sound, the cave entrance opened. Ronan saw that inside was a spacious immortal cave of unknown depth. The stone walls of the immortal cave were light blue, emitting a soft light. The entire immortal cave looked like an immortal's dwelling. After Ronan followed Pure Yang Zi through 3 sections, he saw a brightly lit stone chamber with 4 people inside. These 4 people were core formation cultivators. They were all core formation cultivators of the Huanzhen sect. 2 of the core formation cultivators had been on missions with him when he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. And one of those core formation cultivators was Ancient Yuan, whose storage pouch he had taken. These 4 core formation cultivators were all facing a jade slip suspended in the air. There were characters on the jade slip, emitting a golden light. The golden light shot out, casting golden characters in the air. These are the characters I need your help to comprehend. Pure Yang Zi pointed at the golden characters in the air and said to Ronan. Over there are some books obtained from the Sheng sect, which might be useful for deciphering the characters. Pure Yang Zi then pointed to the bookshelf on the side. Ronan nodded and walked towards the bookshelf. In fact, he roughly understood 30% of the characters in the air. After all, he had read all the books in the Foundation Establishment Cultivators Book Pavilion. Some of the books inside were from the Sheng sect. In those books, there were some languages and characters similar to these golden characters. Now, he knew that these characters described a spell. However, how to cultivate this spell and what its uses were, he did not know and needed to continue deciphering. While the other 4 cultivators and Pure Yang Zi were deciphering the golden characters, Ronan recorded the contents of the books on the nearby bookshelf using Grand Mist. Core formation cultivators and nascent soul cultivators, with their complete chi and spirit, could survive on heaven and earth spiritual chi without eating or drinking. They stayed there for 3 days like this. Those core formation cultivators were all people who had lived for hundreds or even several hundred years, and they had their own insights into cultivation techniques and spells. During these 3 days, these 4 cultivators deciphered some sentences and words from the golden characters. After they deciphered them, Pure Yang Zi was quite satisfied and gave them some heaven and earth treasure. After Ronan recorded a portion of the books on the bookshelf, he could already decipher 50% of the golden characters. He knew that this was a text recording the cultivation method of Otsu Wood Divine Light. While he was reading by the bookshelf, he often felt Pure Yang Zi's gaze and divine sense lingering on him. It seemed to be hoping that he could also provide some character interpretations. These days, the other 4 cultivators had all provided some character interpretations. Ronan felt that he should also contribute a little, so he told Pure Yang Zi a bit of what he knew. Pure Yang Zi listened, and this point was precisely what the other 4 and he had not deciphered, so he was greatly satisfied and gave Ronan a strange flower. 2 days later, conflict between the Huanshen sect and the Heaven Sword sect reignited. One core formation cultivator was dispatched by Pure Yang Zi to fight the Heaven Sword sect. The others continued to decipher the characters. And at this time, Ronan had already deciphered the entire text of Otsu Wood Divine Light. He did not tell Pure Yang Zi everything, but only a little, and then went to read other books of the Sheng sect. 3 more days passed, and Ronan had even finished reading all the books hidden in this immortal cave. However, he could not cultivate in the immortal cave at this moment. Finally, on this day, news came from the front lines of the Huanshen sect and the Heaven Sword sect. After a major battle, both sides returned to peace, each recuperating and lying low on their respective borders. But combat was very likely to erupt again once one side felt they had finished recuperating. Therefore, a core formation cultivator was needed to guard the front line. And that core formation cultivator had suffered some injuries in the great battle and needed to return to his immortal cave to recuperate, so other core formation cultivators were needed to replace him. Ronan was just thinking of leaving this place, so he immediately told Pure Yang Zi that he wanted to go to the front line. Pure Yang Zi felt that Ronan, being a loose cultivator in the past, probably didn't have many resources, and having just entered the core formation stage, he would need quite a lot of resources for cultivation. So he let Ronan go, allowing him to plunder resources in the conflict. Ronan then left the immortal cave and went to the front line. He settled down in an immortal cave arranged by other cultivators. Upon arriving at the immortal cave, Ronan immediately set up the reversed bagua formation around the immortal cave so that others could not use divine sense to probe what he was doing inside the immortal cave. Then, he took out a flower pot from his storage pouch. He then immersed his mind into the spiritual realm. From the land in the center of the spiritual realm, he pulled out a natal longevity tree child tree seedling. Afterward, a burst of green light appeared before him. As the green light receded, it revealed his natal longevity tree child tree seedling. He planted this seedling in the flower pot. He shared divine sense with the natal longevity tree. As long as he placed the seedling here, he could perceive everything in the vicinity. Even if he was in the wizard world, if a battle broke out nearby, he could transmigrate over. After everything was done, Ronan's heart stirred, and he transmigrated back to the wizard world. Upon returning to the wizard world, Ronan couldn't help but cultivate the Otsu Wood Divine Light. The Otsu Wood Divine Light spell was about highly condensing wood attribute spiritual chi for any attack. Moreover, the Divine Light could also refine other things. If it was a cultivator, they could be refined into blood by the Divine Light. If it was an inanimate object, it could also be refined into dust by the Divine Light. Ronan found a cultivation room in the wizard tower and began cultivating the Otsu Wood Divine Light. After cultivating for several days, he waved his hand, and an emerald green light appeared in the air. Then, sharp wooden thorns suddenly formed in the air and shot towards the stone wall in front of him. The next moment, the stone wall was covered with wooden thorns embedded within it. Ronan then formed a hand seal and pointed at the stone wall, and the emerald green light shone towards the stone wall. Wherever the divine light reached, the stone wall was gradually peeling away. For the next few days, Ronan practiced the Otsu Wood Divine Light. While cultivating, he suddenly perceived that a wizard from the wizard council was coming towards him. Before long, a wizard was outside the wizard tower, requesting to see Dali Fa. Ronan chanted a syllable, opening a gap in the barrier protecting the wizard tower, allowing the wizard to enter. What is it? Ronan sensed the wizard's expression and movements, his voice coming from the ceiling of the first floor. The wizard immediately said to Ronan. Lord Dali Fa, news has come from Leyte City. These days, a wizard, said to be from the Wizard Islands, is searching within the kingdom for youths with wizard aptitude. By now, he has found about 10, and is heading towards the sea, seemingly intending to take these youths away. Ronan's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. A few days ago, he had dispatched wizards from the Wizard Council to search for people with wizard aptitude within the kingdom. He had not expected that people from the distant Wizard Islands were also doing this. Why such a coincidence? No. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Perhaps wizards from the Wizard Islands have always come to the kingdom to recruit new blood. Does Dali Fa know? I estimate he should know. Why has he not taken any action? Is he afraid of the people from the Wizard Islands? The Wizard Islands, in the eyes of the Kingdom of Wizards, had always been a mysterious, cruel, and bloody place. Although some kingdom wizards claim to have visited the Wizard Islands. However, it is said that the Wizard Islands consist of many islands, and there are also distinctions between the periphery and the center. The wizard academies on them would also be divided into different ranks. Those kingdom wizards only went to more ordinary wizard academies. What is the strength of that wizard from the Wizard Islands? Ronan asked. He seems to be a true knowledge wizard, replied the wizard from the Wizard Council. Only a true knowledge wizard. Ronan thought about the strength of the wizard from the Wizard Islands, and immediately said. Send 3 true knowledge wizards to secretly kill the wizard from the Wizard Islands, and then bring the youths he searched for who possess wizard aptitude into the Kingdom Wizard Academy for cultivation. Furthermore, arrange for the youths food, clothing, shelter, and cultivation resources. The wizard from the Wizard Council, upon hearing Ronan's command, immediately retreated. A day later, the wizard from the Wizard Council sent back news. It turned out that there were 2 true knowledge wizards who came to search for youths with wizard aptitude. However, fortunately, the Wizard Council had many people acting. In addition to the 3 true knowledge wizards, there were also 5 elite wizards and 10 first-level formal wizards acting together. Under absolute power suppression, they quickly killed the 2 wizards from the Wizard Islands. Moreover, they found a crystal ball for testing aptitude on each of the 2 wizards. The magic stones used to make these crystal balls were extremely rare in the Valiant Kingdom. Therefore, there were so few crystal balls in the kingdom. Now, with 2 more crystal balls, it would be faster to search for people with wizard aptitude in the future. This gave Ronan an idea. He could send wizards overseas to inquire where there were magic mines producing this kind of magic stone. Collect as much of this magic stone as possible, and then make multiple crystal balls from it. Place 1 in each province. Test the youths in the province at regular intervals, which would allow for the large-scale cultivation of wizards. Under the arrangement of the Wizard Council, just as Ronan commanded, the new blood who were originally going to become part of the Wizard Islands Academy were arranged into the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Among these youths, most had good wizard aptitude. Aptitude of rank B or higher accounted for half. Ronan then let them continue to cultivate in the Kingdom Wizard Academy. Moreover, Ronan also planned to have the Wizard Council establish a large wizard academy outside Triumphant City, to allow as many people as possible with wizard aptitude to enter and study wizardry. The wizards of the Wizard Council obeyed Ronan's command. 2 days later, about 10 wizards from the Wizard Council gathered at a place outside Triumphant City, raising their hands high and chanting incantations. Immediately, a wizardry formation appeared in front of them. Earth element energy particles, water element energy particles, metal element energy particles, and wood element energy particles from the surroundings converged. Gradually, with a rumbling sound, a castle rose from the ground within the wizardry formation. At the same time, the wizards who had been sent out earlier to search for people with wizard aptitude also brought some youths, returning to Triumphant City one after another. Thus, those youths were arranged into the newly built structures. Wizards from the Wizard Council, or wizards from the Kingdom Wizard Academy concurrently, taught those youths there. Ronan looked forward to the growth of these youths and the increase in the kingdom's wizard power. Within the kingdom, there were already many demonic beast forests and demonic beast mountain ranges, with many resources to collect. However, the kingdom's wizard power was currently insufficient. Once the kingdom's wizard power was sufficient, after some time, when the kingdom's resources were gradually depleted, more wizard power would be needed to go overseas to collect resources. The cultivation room of the wizard tower was dim and quiet. Only a single candle burned within it. The pale yellow candle emitted a faint fragrance conducive to peace of mind. Ronan sat in the cultivation room, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Since reaching core formation, he had become increasingly able to sit still. Usually, once he started to cultivate, he would remain motionless for several days. It seemed that several days felt like an instant in his perception. As for the matters of searching for individuals with wizard aptitude, he completely entrusted them to his older brother, Lion, to liaise with the wizards of the Wizard Council. A few days ago, when he emerged from his seclusion, he heard that the wizard academies and the Wizard Council in various regions had already intervened. Many youths with wizard aptitude were sent to the wizard academies in their respective areas. Only those with exceptionally good wizard aptitude would be sent to Triumphant City to study at the Kingdom Wizard Academy. The wizard power of the Kingdom of Wizards was gradually strengthening. His 10,000 wood evergreen scripture had also made some progress. 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, Great Master 25%. Currently, his wood attribute magic power was extremely pure. He didn't even need to use growth spells, as long as he injected his wood attribute magic power into his natal longevity tree, it could accelerate the growth of his natal longevity tree. With this method, his natal longevity tree's age had accumulated to over 1,600 years. Upon reaching 10,000 years of age, he would possess the eternal evergreen body. With the eternal evergreen body, his cultivation speed, even in the core formation realm, would advance by leaps and bounds. This way, he would be able to break through to nascent soul very quickly. By then, he could move unhindered in the cultivation world. He could then freely collect the cultivation techniques left behind by the ancient cultivation world. After cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture for another month or so, Ronan decided to cultivate spells. He used a teleportation spell, pouring magic power into the spell model. Immediately, the space around his body collapsed. He was then drawn into a space and vanished. On a small island overseas from Triumphant City, a small black dot suddenly appeared in space, then abruptly expanded. Ronan appeared. His black hair was tied up, and he wore a dark brown wizard robe. The hem of his robe fluttered in the sea breeze. This time, Ronan wanted to cultivate the bee with divine lightning. Thinking of this, he immediately flicked his finger. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated between his 2 fingers. A bolt of divine thunder, following the flick of his finger, suddenly flew out and struck the sea. Bang! A huge column of water, like a white dragon, suddenly rose. Be ye wood divine lightning, great master 3%. He summoned grand mist, observing the data of the be ye wood divine lightning while cultivating. Bang, bang, bang. Bolts of divine thunder were flicked out by him, striking the surface of the sea, and columns of water rose. After cultivating for a while, he suddenly sensed a massive energy rapidly moving towards him. What is this? Ronan was in the air, his heart filled with doubt. Because he sensed that this power did not resemble a wizard, instead, it seemed like a demonic beast. However, the energy fluctuations emitted by this demonic beast were stronger than any he had seen before in the demonic beast forest. Could it be a sea beast? The energy fluctuation grew closer and closer. Before long, Ronan saw a large shadow in the distant sea, like a dark cloud in the ocean, moving towards him at an extremely fast speed. As it got closer, Ronan vaguely saw the giant eyes and scales of the shadow. Ronan summoned Grand Mist to analyze the shadow's values. He found that the shadow's power value was extremely high, even higher than his own. However, its mental and magic power values were much lower than his. Demonic beast values were usually like this. Splash! Suddenly, a large bulge rose from the sea surface. A sea beast, covered in black scales, with a pair of large eyes, a long mouth, sharp teeth, sharp front claws, and a huge tail, suddenly stood upright in the sea. It opened its massive mouth and roared at Ronan. As it roared, a huge column of water, rotating, spewed from its mouth, which was as large as a ship, directly towards Ronan. Ronan flicked his finger again. Bang! A sudden clap of thunder appeared and collided with the water column. Immediately, the water column dissipated, turning into a sky full of water droplets, scattering everywhere. The next moment, the sea beast roared, and the sea water beneath its feet surged, actually rising into a column of water that lifted it up. The sea beast kicked its hind legs, immediately leaping up and striking at Ronan with its sharp front claws. Although this sea beast has great power, it lacks spiritual intelligence, it doesn't realize that my attack poses a great threat to it. Ronan thought, and another bolt of divine thunder shot towards the behemoth. Under the clear sky, a sudden clap of thunder. The divine thunder struck the sea beast's front claw. It blasted a large pit in the sea beast's front claw, which was about to strike Ronan. The flesh was charred black, revealing the pale white bones beneath. Ronan had to admit that the sea beast's physical body was indeed stronger than his. Roar! After being injured, the sea beast let out a cry of pain. Immediately, its entire massive body lunged towards Ronan. Ronan tapped his foot in the air, floating backward. He waved his hand, and another be ye wood divine lightning shot through the air. Boom! The sea beast lunged, aiming the divine thunder at its head, and quickly blocked it again with its front claws. Immediately, its front claws were completely blasted off by the divine thunder. After one strike, Ronan repeatedly flicked his fingers. Bolts of divine thunder, with the sound of thunder, shot through the air, densely packed, heading towards the sea beast, a magnificent sight. At this point, the sea beast finally realized the formidable power of the person before it and no longer dared to harbor thoughts of devouring him. It had come here because it heard a commotion. Upon approaching, it saw this person casting a spell. With its perception, it naturally didn't know what a spell was. However, in the past, it had swallowed a few small bipedal creatures on the sea that also possessed such methods. After eating them, it felt its power increase. Thus, upon seeing Ronan cast a spell, it immediately came forward. The sea beast turned around, flicked its tail, and immediately plunged into the sea. Blood flowed from its right front claw, which had been blasted off by Ronan, spreading in the sea and, as it swam, trailing a crimson path like a ribbon. Ronan continued to flick his fingers, sending bolts of divine thunder towards the sea beast. Since this sea beast had come, he couldn't let it leave. This sea beast's physical body was formidable, and many parts of its body could be used as materials. The sea beast's massive body was like a living target. Bolts of divine thunder all struck the sea beast's physical body. Scales peeled open, and flesh was charred. Roar! The sea beast let out a long wail. It echoed far across the vast ocean. After a while, as Ronan's divine thunder repeatedly struck the sea beast's body, the sea beast's riddled body floated on the surface of the sea, having completely lost its life force. Ronan grabbed at the void realm with his hand. Suddenly, a light source burst forth from the sea beast's head, breaking through its scales. This energy aggregate had no specific name in the wizard world. But in the cultivation world, it was called a beast core, arguably the most valuable item on a demonic beast. Ronan took out a copper box and carefully stored the beast core. Then, his eyebrows instantly twitched. Because he felt that more sea beasts were moving towards him. It's like I've poked a hornet's nest, this time, it's a sea beast swarm. I guess the sea beast's dying whale just now called its kin over. Alright, it's cultivation anyway, and cultivating against the sea alone isn't very interesting. I might as well collect resources along the way. Soon, massive black shadows, densely packed, moved towards Ronan. Ronan took the initiative, and several bolts of be wood divine lightning shot towards the distance. Boom! A column of water rose. Immediately following were the collective roars of these sea beasts. This included the one struck by Ronan. The roars shook heaven and earth. Ronan launched bolts of divine thunder, each striking a sea beast's body. And one by one, the sea beasts, from a swimming state, stood upright on the sea. Each sea beast, the smallest, was as tall as a 5-story building, while the tallest reached 20 stories high. One by one, they pressed down, a dark mass, towards Ronan. Some sea beasts brandished sharp claws, while others spewed columns of water, striking at Ronan. Ronan released divine thunder, calmly dealing with them. Water columns meeting divine thunder immediately turned into rain. For some water columns with less power, after the divine thunder dispersed the water column, its momentum remained unbroken, striking directly at a sea beast's chest. The sea beast's chest was torn open, and its entire massive body, like a mountain, fell backward into the sea, stirring up a large splash. And within the water column, there was a column of fire, crashing towards Ronan. Ronan waved his hand again, releasing a bolt of divine thunder. The divine thunder collided with the column of fire, abruptly deflecting the column of fire upwards, sending it towards the sky. The sea beast that spewed the column of fire was the tallest among these sea beasts. Originally, this sea beast's appearance did not differ much from other sea beasts. However, just before this sea beast was about to spew fire, the crevices between the sea beast's scales suddenly glowed fiery red, as if lava was flowing in the crevices. Immediately, a high-temperature flame, like lava, spewed from the sea beast's mouth. Does this sea beast have such powerful attack methods due to mutation, or is it the result of the next evolution of other sea beasts? Ronan was not interested in other sea beasts, but he wanted to study this one. He wondered if implanting the sea beast's bloodline into other knights could create humans capable of spewing fire. This way, even without wizard aptitude, they could perform fire attacks. He thought for a moment and felt that this had great potential. After all, his brother, Lion, did not have wizard aptitude. However, because he had been implanted with the harpy bloodline, he was able to utilize the harpy's bloodline power, thereby achieving things that many wizards could not. This fire-breathing sea beast's body must not be destroyed. Therefore, Ronan's Beewood divine lightning avoided the sea beast and struck at the other sea beasts. In broad daylight, blinding bolts of lightning flashed continuously. One by one, the sea beasts fell. The leading sea beast spewed several flames, seeing that it could not harm Ronan, and that the number of sea beasts in its tribe was dwindling. It immediately knew that the person before them was far more powerful than them. After letting out a low growl, the other sea beasts, with great tacit understanding, turned and plunged into the sea, quickly swimming away. Ronan tapped his foot, and his figure flew swiftly through the air, closely following them. While flying, he launched divine thunder into the sea. One by one, the sea beasts instantly died from the divine thunder. Their massive bodies, like ships, floated on the surface of the sea. Before long, only the fire-breathing sea beast remained, desperately fleeing. Ronan intended to capture it alive. He grabbed at the void realm with his hand. Immediately, giant tree vines emerged from the sea, coiling around the fire-breathing sea beast. Fiery red patterns instantly reappeared on the fire-breathing sea beast's body. The tree vines were burned through. Behave. Ronan struck down with another bolt of divine thunder. When the divine thunder struck the fire-breathing sea beast's body, electric light scattered, turning into streaks of electric snakes, slithering across its body. Immediately, the behemoth violently shivered. Its movements slowed considerably, and its resistance greatly diminished. Immediately after, Ronan launched several more bolts of divine thunder. The behemoth became paralyzed. Ronan channeled his spirit, moving the fire-breathing sea beast to an island. Then, he used Grand Mist to analyze the fire-breathing sea beast's body. Lines of data emerged in his mind. Soon, he understood the sea beast's body structure. Immediately, he collected the fire-breathing sea beast's beast core, as well as the bloodline materials of the fire-breathing sea beast. Afterwards, he returned to the sea and collected the beast cores of the other sea beasts. In the following days, Ronan cultivated the Beewood divine lightning while flying over the sea, searching for other sea beast tribes. Perhaps after he annihilated a sea beast tribe that day, the nearby sea beast tribes feared him and migrated away. In the past few days, he hadn't encountered any other sea beast tribes. He only encountered 1 or 2 scattered sea beasts, all of whom he killed directly with a single bolt of divine thunder. Unconsciously, 3 months passed. Ronan tirelessly searched for sea beasts and cultivated the Beewood divine lightning day and night. Beewood divine lightning, Grandmaster 99%. The cultivation progress of the Beewood divine lightning was about to reach perfection. He continued to fly over the sea. He did not fly to more distant waters, precisely because he did not want to encounter any overseas wizard organizations. When he launched a bolt of divine thunder towards the sea surface, suddenly, he felt something and immediately summoned Grand Mist. A piece of data returned to his mind. Beewood divine lightning, perfection. Finally, perfection. Ronan raised his hand and waved. A thick bolt of lightning, large enough for 2 people to encircle, immediately shot forth from the sky, striking the sea and raising a massive column of water. Let's go back. Ronan thought, then waved his hand again, riding a sword light, and flew back towards Triumphant City. After flying back and reaching the 99th floor, he immediately saw Lion waiting for him. What happened? Ronan asked. Lion said, the wizard school of the southern province, Stars Peak, is leaving the kingdom of wizards. The wizards of the Wizard Council have already gone to intercept them. Now, both sides have suffered casualties. The huge ship from Stars Peak was sailing on the sea. The sailboat had multiple wizardry arrays, absorbing the surrounding energy particles to power the ship, cutting through the waves. The ship carried most of the wizards from Stars Peak. This included Grand Witch Iji, the leader of Stars Peak, as well as True Knowledge Wizards, Elite Wizards, first-level formal wizards, and wizard apprentices from Stars Peak. Dalifa needed more resources, branches of the Wizard Council to be established in various provinces, and young people with wizard aptitude to be sought out everywhere. All these things put immense pressure on Grand Witch Iji. She could foresee that her Stars Peak would also be annexed by Dalifa's Wizard Council. So, she secretly sent people to contact the wizard organization Star Spirit Tower in the Wizard Islands. Stars Peak was established by her teacher. Her teacher came from Star Spirit Tower. Originally, when Star Spirit Tower experienced civil war, her teacher came here to seek refuge. Then, her teacher's faction took control of Star Spirit Tower. Her teacher had intended to return. However, the wizards of Star Spirit Tower asked her teacher to stay here, firstly as another branch point of Star Spirit Tower, and secondly to search for wizard apprentices and resources on this continent and send them back to Star Spirit Tower. If he did well, her teacher could return to Star Spirit Tower. But unexpectedly, while exploring a plane, her teacher was severely injured by a creature from that plane and died of his injuries. All matters of Star Spirit Tower were handed over to her by her teacher. The assertiveness of Dalifa made her feel that there was no profit left on this continent. After informing Star Spirit Tower of this situation, Star Spirit Tower agreed to let her take the resources of Stars Peak, as well as its wizards and wizard apprentices, back. Once Star Spirit Tower understood the situation of the Kingdom of Valant in detail, it might invade this kingdom. After all, the Dong continent, occupied by the Kingdom of Valant, was also a one-level continent, with many resources yet to be collected and developed. If they enslaved the wizards of this kingdom and continuously supplied them with resources, their wizard organization would have another source of resources. Not every wizard in Stars Peak was willing to go to the Wizard Islands. The wizards who were unwilling leaked the news. The Wizard Council stationed in the southern province immediately took action. However, the most powerful wizard in the Wizard Council was only a true knowledge wizard, and there was a huge gap when facing Stars Peak, a wizard organization that ranked among the top in the kingdom. If they rushed forward blindly, they might not only fail to keep anyone but also lose their lives for nothing. Thus, the wizards of the Southern Province Wizard Council used the prestige of Dalifa to conscript another wizard school in the Southern Province, the Druid School. Mar Nufeng, the leader of the Druid School, looked gloomy as he chased one of the ships of Stars Peak from behind. Unlike Stars Peak, the Druid School was entirely a local wizard school. They had nowhere to go. Although there were many continents overseas, and also the Wizard Islands filled with knowledge. If he took the Druid School there, he had no idea what they would encounter. After all, they were a legacy from the Druid sect. Their bloodline might carry a bit of mysterious power. He felt that if they went to the Wizard Islands, they would be darlings on a dissection table. If it came to relations, they also had some connection with the elf. It was said that their ancestors had interbred between the human race and the elf. Elves gained power from the holy light of the elf treasure tree. They gained power from the chi of lush forests. This might be proof of their bloodline connection with the elf. However, they had not had contact with the elf for hundreds of years. If they went to the elf kingdom, there would be no one to guide them. They considered themselves distant relatives of the elf, but the elf might not think so. Moreover, he had heard that the kingdom of wizards who fought in the elf kingdom had inexplicably disappeared in the elf kingdom. How could they dare to go? If they went and were considered enemies by the elf kingdom, they might lose their lives in the elf kingdom. The helpless Mar Nufeng could only obey the Wizard Council and help them to keep Stars Peak. Mar, I sincerely invite you to join Star Spirit Tower. Staying in the Kingdom of Valant is a dead end, Grand Witch Iji said. Mar Nufeng felt a little moved upon hearing this. But then he thought that if they went to the Wizard Islands, their situation might be even worse than in the Kingdom of Valant. Although Dalifa was exploiting them now, they could still live well after all. If he exploited the other wizards in the school a bit more, what he gained was actually not much less than before. And if they went to the Wizard Islands, who knew what they would encounter? Although it was true that the Wizard Islands were rich in resources, the Wizard Islands were also a place full of cruelty and bloodshed. After Grand Witch Iji said this, the wizards of the Wizard Council felt a little panicked. But they did not show it. Putting themselves in Mar Nufeng's position, they might also choose to join Star Spirit Tower. A moment later, Mar Nufeng responded to Iji with a wizardry spell. He raised his hand and cast a wizardry spell. Under the sea, seaweed grew wildly. One by one, they shot upwards. Soon, they entangled the ship of Stars Peak. Seeing this, Iji's eyes widened, showing red bloodshot, staring at Mar Nufeng. If our Star Spirit Tower counterattacks the Dong continent, the first to be destroyed will be the Druid School. The wizards of the Wizard Council heard this and immediately said, Great Wizard Mar Nufeng, no need to worry, the Druid School is a great wizard organization in the kingdom, Lord Dalifa will not stand by and watch you be destroyed. Mar Nufeng was still a little shaken by Iji's words, but hearing the Wizard Council's wizard speak, he immediately remembered that the Druid School was indeed a force to be reckoned with in the kingdom. Before, when he and Iji conspired to rebel, didn't Dalifa also not kill them? Thinking of this, Mar Nufeng became even more determined to stay in the kingdom. Magical power fiercely injected into the wizardry model, and the seaweed grew wildly again. It almost completely entangled the bottom of the Stars Peak ship. Seeing the ship gradually slow down, Iji immediately waved the magic wand in her hand. Blue light swords formed in the air. Her white hand, holding the magic wand, trembled, and those light swords plunged into the sea, cutting the seaweed that entangled the ship. The light swords were quite powerful, cutting through the magical seaweed with a single blow. However, the growth rate of the seaweed was almost equal to the rate at which it was cut. Iji could not gain an advantage, and the pursuing ships quickly caught up. Attack! Iggy opened her cherry lips and shouted. The wizards on the ship responded one after another, casting the star wizardry unique to Star's Peak, and for a moment, starlight flickered. Light swords, light spheres, and light blades. Some plunged into the sea, cutting the seaweed, while others attacked the ships pursuing from behind. There were about 20 pursuing ships, although each was smaller than the Star's Peak ship, they were densely packed and had a mighty presence. The wizards on them were definitely more numerous than the wizards of Star's Peak. How could the Wizard Council's wizards only call for one druid school? All the well-known wizard organizations in the southern province had been summoned by him. Facing the attack from Star's Peak, the wizards on the ships behind also unleashed their wizardry spells. Various wizardry spells, flashing with different colored lights, flew from the ships and attacked forward. Wizardry spells collided on the sea, producing an incessant sound. With fewer people against more, no matter how marvelous the star wizardry was, the wizards of Star's Peak gradually fell into a disadvantage. The wizards of the Druid School were skilled at communicating with animals. Not only animals in the forest but also sea beasts in the ocean. The wizards of the Druid School chanted a rather pleasant spell on the ships. It was as beautiful and ethereal as the song of a famous bard. The spell spread far across the sea. Several shark-like sea beasts nearby swam over and crashed into the Star's Peak ship. With a few thundering sounds, the Star's Peak ship was rocked from side to side. Iggy had no choice but to consume magic stones and activate the ship's defensive wizardry array. Immediately, an invisible shield enveloped the ship. The sea beast still crashed into the shield. Waves appeared on the shield. There were also some Druid School wizards skilled in shape-shifting who took off their clothes and leaped into the sea. Upon entering the seawater, their bodies immediately swelled, transforming into giant sea beasts, joining other sea beasts in crashing into the shield. The wizardry spells of other wizards also continuously struck the shield. And the Star's Peak ship was still moving slowly. The shield gradually thinned, seemingly unable to block many impending attacks. But just then, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. It seemed like a meteor falling. The wizards on the sea all noticed this shooting star. After a glance, they felt something was wrong. This shooting star was coming towards them. Soon, this shooting star arrived before them. The light on the shooting star receded, revealing a person. This was a man who appeared to be in his 20s, with an extremely delicate, almost perfect face. His long golden hair flowed behind him. He was dressed in a white robe, with patterns embroidered in golden thread on his chest that made one feel sacred. His whole body was covered in starlight, and behind him, starlight seemed to flash even more brightly. In his hand, he held a magic wand just over a meter long. At the top of the magic wand, a golden sphere floated. Around the sphere, there were small, bean-sized spheres revolving around the golden sphere. You are. Iggy had corresponded with the wizards of Star Spirit Tower through letters. However, she had never met any of the wizards from Star Spirit Tower. But with this stellar magical power, she knew that the person who came was a wizard from Star Spirit Tower. The wizard from Star Spirit Tower ignored Iggy and looked at the ships chasing from behind. His golden yellow pupils finally settled on Marnu Feng. He had already discerned that Marnu Feng was the strongest among this group of wizards. I am willing to join Star Spirit Tower. Marnu Feng felt the scorching, oppressive energy fluctuations emanating from this wizard and knew that this wizard had at least reached the late stage of Great Wizard. He was no match for this wizard. If he fought this wizard, he would die. Hee. The golden-haired wizard's perfect face curved into a smile at the corner of his lips. Then, he lightly tapped the magic wand in his hand. A bean-sized golden sphere at the top of the magic wand immediately deviated from its trajectory and shot towards Marnu Feng. Marnu Feng's eyes widened, pouring all his magical power into the wizardry model of castle wood armor. Nearby wood element energy particles surged towards Marnu Feng. The seaweed under the sea also contributed magical power to Marnu Feng. Soon, a wooden armor as thick as a castle wall condensed in front of Marnu Feng. That bean-sized golden sphere accumulated stellar power in the air, transforming into a huge golden light sphere, dragging a long tail of starlight, and crashing towards Marnu Feng. Bang! When the golden light sphere hit the wooden armor immediately disintegrated. Marnu Feng was struck by the wooden armor, and his entire body immediately flew off the ship, soaring towards the sea. Blood flowed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Seeing this scene, the wizards of the Wizard Council and the wizard organizations of the southern province felt a great fear surge within them. Meanwhile, the wizards of Star's Peak immediately saw immense hope. The golden-haired wizard tapped his magic wand, causing the golden light sphere to continue pursuing Marnu Feng. The next moment, everyone only heard a deafening clap of thunder, and a dazzling flash of light before their eyes. A shocking bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking the golden sphere. With a loud bang, the golden sphere immediately vanished without a trace. Immediately, a white-robed, white-bearded figure descended from the sky. It was Ronan, who had transformed into the image of Dolly Fa. Lord Dolly Fa! Lord Dolly Fa! The wizards of the Wizard Council immediately shouted, causing other wizards to follow suit and shout as well. The golden-haired wizard stared at Ronan, his eyes narrowed slightly. With another wave of his magic wand, 3 golden spheres immediately broke free from their trajectories and flew towards Ronan. Ronan flicked his finger. 3 bolts of Beewood divine lightning shot out. Almost simultaneously, they struck the 3 golden spheres. Bang! 3 sounds merged into one. The golden spheres vanished without a trace in the explosion. Lord, be careful, this is the strongest wizard on that continent. The golden-haired wizard heard this and couldn't help but lick his lips. Their star spirit tower wanted to attack this continent and thus wanted to understand what level the strongest wizard on this continent had reached. Now that he had met this wizard, it was not a wasted trip. Even if he was not as good as this wizard, he could still escape using wizardry. As for this branch of Star's Peak, if it was gone, he didn't care. Moreover, he might even win. Thinking this, the golden-haired wizard waved his magic wand. The largest golden sphere at the top immediately flew out. Suddenly, it transformed into a sphere larger than the ship, pressing down on Ronan. Upon the sphere, stellar power gathered, and golden flames ignited, exuding an extremely strong sense of pressure. Ronan, however, flipped his hand. In his hand, a bronze sword appeared, which was precisely the Azure Spirit Sword, infused with adamantine and mithril. He held the Azure Spirit Sword and swung it forward. A sword light flashed, immediately cutting the sphere in front into two halves. The blonde wizard from the Star Spirit Tower widened his eyes at this sight. Without another thought, he waved his staff, and stellar magic condensed, enveloping him. He transformed into a ray of starlight, ready to escape. Ronan merely pointed his finger. That Azure Spirit Sword, like a soaring dragon, crossed through the air and circled around the starlight the blonde wizard had transformed into. The wizard was immediately cut into two pieces. His upper body and lower body fell one after another. Ronan tapped his foot in the air. His figure floated forward. Just as the two halves of the wizard's body were about to fall into the sea, he reached out and grabbed. He released his mental energy, pulling all the storage pouches from the wizard's body towards him. After storing the storage pouches, Ronan flew back and stopped on the surface of the sea. He reached out his hand, grasping downwards, and pulled. The almost dying Ma Nufeng, his clothes dripping wet, was lifted up by Ronan. Ma Nufeng had taken a blow from the Star Spirit Tower wizard, and his chest was scorched black. A mental energy scan showed that his ribs and internal organs were already shattered. If this person hadn't been a wood great wizard, he would have died long ago. As a great wizard, Ma Nufeng was a good combatant. Thus, Ronan released his own chi and blood, mixed with wood elemental magic power, from his palm. His chi and blood contained the life force accumulated from cultivating the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the withered wood flourishing spring skill. And his wood elemental magic power also had a regenerative effect. When the two were mixed, the effect was much better than ordinary healing spells. The wood elemental magic power, mixed with chi and blood, was injected into Ma Nufeng's body. Ma Nufeng's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, Ma Nufeng slowly regained consciousness. The other wizards were all surprised to see this. Looking at Ronan, they felt even more that this legendary wizard was truly unfathomable. Some wizards felt a deep apprehension towards Dali Fa in their hearts, even daring not to look at Ronan. After Ma Nufeng awoke, seeing that Dali Fa had saved him, his apprehension towards Dali Fa was even greater than that of the other wizards. At this moment, the ships of the Star's Peak were all surrounded by other wizards. They were just waiting for Ronan's instructions. Lord Dali Fa, we were wrong. From now on, we will be loyal to the Augustus family. Facing the threat of death, Iji, who was usually very arrogant, prostrated herself on the deck. Ronan landed on the deck, looking down at Iji. Iji kept her head down, not daring to lift her eyes even slightly. Where is the Star Spirit Tower located? What is its power structure? Ronan asked, as he had set his sights on this wizard organization. Firstly, the Valenti Kingdom had already formed an enmity with this wizard organization. In the future, this wizard organization might come again. Instead of waiting for the wizard organization to come, he preferred to go there suddenly and directly eliminate this wizard organization. Secondly, since this wizard organization casually sent a great wizard to pick people up, it must have considerable strength and probably stored a lot of resources. It was already his idea to accumulate wizard power in the kingdom and then conquer other continents, wizard organizations, and planes. The Star Spirit Tower might become their first stop for conquest. Iji still dared not look up, only answering, as far as I know, the Star Spirit Tower has 3 legendary wizards, 10 great wizards, 22 true knowledge wizards, and many other wizards. Ronan listened, just in terms of high-end wizard combat power, this Star Spirit Tower even surpassed the Valenti Kingdom. This was perhaps why Dali Fa did not dare to offend overseas wizard organizations casually, Ronan thought. The Valenti Kingdom had many wizards, and Dali Fa had sufficient means. Any ordinary wizard organization wishing to invade the kingdom would have to pay a considerable price. Ronan thought for a while and decided not to wage war for now. He would wait until the wizard power within the kingdom was sufficient before engaging in conquest. As for the Star Spirit Tower sending more people, that would be dealt with then. By that time, his strength should have advanced another level. Moreover, he estimated that if the Star Spirit Tower were to come here, it would not send its entire force. After all, the Wizard Islands were full of various schools, and if the Star Spirit Tower were empty, other schools would surely take advantage of the void. Thinking of this, Ronan said to the other wizards of the Wizard Council. Let the wizard organizations of the southern province return on their own. You, follow me and bring the wizards from the Star's Peak back to the wizard prison. There was indeed a wizard prison in Triumphant City. It held some black wizards. Several of them were not of low rank. The wizard prison had many spell formations laid down by successive wizards of the Augustus family. The imprisoned were also forced to take medicinal pills. And every day, they were subjected to weakening spells by the warden inside. Therefore, since the wizard prison was built, no one had ever escaped. In the history of the Valenti Kingdom, there had been jailbreaks. However, those wizards who attempted jailbreaks were all stopped by the wizards of the Augustus family. After Ronan gave his orders, the commands were passed down layer by layer. Every wizard operated like a machine. Soon, the wizard organizations of the southern province returned by ship. They left 3 ships for the wizards of the Wizard Council. Ronan, meanwhile, entered the most spacious cultivation room on the Star's Peak ship, ignoring everything else, focusing solely on cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Everything else was arranged by the wizards of the Wizard Council. These ships all had spell formations and sailed very quickly. Ronan traveled by ship, taking the waterway, and returned to Triumphant City in just one day. Upon arriving at Triumphant City, the high-ranking combatants of the Star's Peak, such as Iji and others, were imprisoned in the wizard prison. This was so they could be used again later. Ronan planned that if they were to conquer the Star Spirit Tower, or if the Star Spirit Tower were to come, Iji and the others would serve as the vanguard. As for the other lower-ranked wizards and wizard apprentices of the Star's Peak, they were assigned to various magic stone mines to collect magic stones for the kingdom. After arranging everything, Ronan returned to the wizard tower to continue his cultivation. Triumphant City Central, Flat House. Ronan walked into the botanical garden, looking at the natal longevity tree mother tree, which had become a towering tree. This mother tree was already over 1,000 years old. Now, his flat house had been completely transformed by him. The wall bricks of the flat house were actually built with precious magic minerals. The purpose was to be able to bear the magic power of spatial spells. Otherwise, this small flat house could not have such a large space inside. The spiritual realm in Ronan's dungeon was already very large. However, this mother tree was even larger and deeply rooted, its root system already covered the entire underground of Triumphant City Central. The spiritual realm could not accommodate this mother tree yet. However, the other vital evergreen tree subtrees had all been incorporated into the spiritual realm. The land within the spiritual realm now resembled a half-sphere, and a forest had already grown upon it. In the days that followed, Ronan integrated resources into his spiritual realm within the Wizard Tower. The Star Spirit Tower wizards had many resources. After he integrated these resources into his spiritual realm, both the space and the land of the spiritual realm increased somewhat. Of course, along with that, his affinity for various energy particles also increased. As long as the spiritual realm existed in his dungeon, the spiritual realm could enhance the power of his spells. Just as he was integrating a magic stone into his spiritual realm, Ronan, through the vital evergreen tree subtree placed at the border between the Still Truth sect and the Heaven Sword sect, learned that hostilities had resumed between the two factions. As a core formation cultivator stationed there, he naturally had to participate in the battle. Thus, with the thought, he transmigrated back to the cultivation world. His figure appeared in the immortal cave. He immediately drank a high-grade transformation potion, changed his appearance, and then changed into the attire of the cultivation world. Waving his hand, he opened the cave door and flew out gracefully. The Spirit Stone mine where he was located originally belonged to the Tianjian sect. This area had been captured by the core formation cultivator before him, leading the Still Truth sect cultivators. He came here mainly to guard this Spirit Stone mine. Of course, before departing, Pure Yang Zi also instructed him that if there was an opportunity, he should seize more Spirit Stone mines. Continuously expanding the territory of the Still Truth sect immortal realm, gradually eroding the Heaven Sword sect. After he stepped out of the immortal cave, the Still Truth sect cultivators stationed there also flew up. The newcomer was a core formation cultivator from the Heaven Sword sect. He was a man who looked about 40 years old. His skin was brown, and he had a head of white hair, flowing backwards. His upper body was bare, and wisps of sword chi swirled around him as he led a team of cultivators, flying towards them. Upon seeing the Still Truth sect cultivators, he immediately pointed his finger. A white sword chi shot out from his finger, heading towards the Still Truth sect cultivators. Ronan also released his Azure Spirit Sword. Although Ronan also used the Azure Spirit Sword when he was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. But his Azure Spirit Sword always appeared in the form of a green glow. The appearance of the Azure Spirit Sword had never been revealed in the cultivation world. There were many other cultivators besides him who had green sword chi. Even if others saw this green sword chi and associated it with the former Foundation Establishment killer god, they would not connect that person to him. Firstly, his appearance had changed, and secondly, the time was too short for others to believe that a Foundation Establishment cultivator could form a core so quickly. The Azure Spirit Sword blocked the white sword chi, and the white sword chi immediately dissipated. The core formation cultivator's expression became solemn upon seeing this. He held up both hands, and the sword chi around him intensified, as he brewed an even more powerful sword move. Ronan's heart stirred. The azure glow formed by the Azure Spirit Sword drew a straight line in the air, piercing directly towards the core formation cultivator's chest. Swish! The Azure Spirit Sword instantly passed through the core formation cultivator's protective sword chi and pierced into the core formation cultivator's chest. At that very instant, Ronan felt that the core formation cultivator's bones were hard, and a force emanated from them, resisting his Azure Spirit Sword. However, after he formed a sword art and injected more magic power into the Azure Spirit Sword, the Azure Spirit Sword then plunged into the core formation cultivator's chest and then emerged from the core formation cultivator's back. The core formation cultivator's eyes immediately widened, and his pupils lost their luster. Kill! Kill! The Still Truth sect cultivators, seeing Ronan instantly kill the opposing core formation cultivator, were greatly boosted in morale. They came here to kill Heaven Sword sect cultivators and seize resources. Now that the opposing core formation cultivator was gone, it was a great opportunity. One by one, they cast flying spells, activating their magical artifacts and magic treasures, and charged towards the Heaven Sword sect. The scene suddenly became chaotic, noisy, and somewhat strangely spectacular. Ronan also floated over and obtained the core formation cultivator's storage pouch. Then, with those cultivators, he continued to charge forward. That day, he and the Still Truth sect cultivators seized 2 more spirit stone mines from the Heaven Sword sect. That night, Ronan stayed in a mountain cave. This mountain cave was opened by the cultivators of the Heaven Sword sect. After Ronan used a few purification talismans, he moved in. Upon entering the cave, he sat on the stone bed and began to examine the storage pouch of that Heaven Sword sect core formation cultivator. The storage pouch contained secret manuals, medicinal pills, and spirit stones. Ronan first checked the secret manuals. There were 5 secret manuals, 4 of which held no interest for him. They were too common and useless to him. He could sell them for spirit stones when he returned to the Still Truth sect. The remaining one, however, piqued his interest. This secret manual was the sword bone skill. It involved nurturing sword chi within the bones. Firstly, it could enhance bone strength, and secondly, it could increase the power of sword arts. When he used the Azure Spirit Sword to pierce the core formation cultivator's chest, he felt it was obstructed by some kind of power, which was the effect of the sword bone skill. However, this sword bone skill was quite difficult to cultivate. Firstly, it required sufficient metal attribute heaven and earth spiritual chi, and secondly, it required the ability to collect metal attribute heaven and earth oddities. According to the book, the core formation cultivator's level was actually just proficient. At the proficient level, it could block his Azure Spirit Sword for a moment. If it reached perfection, it might be possible to use bones to resist his Azure Spirit Sword for a long time. Thus, physical strength would be increased by several folds. I'll cultivate this then. Metal attribute heaven and earth spiritual chi, as well as metal attribute heaven and earth oddities, were abundant in the wizard world. Immediately, Ronan set up the reversed bagua formation around the immortal cave, and then, inside the immortal cave, he placed a natal longevity tree child tree sapling. Afterward, with a thought, he returned to the wizard world. Ronan's figure appeared in a cultivation room in the wizard tower. He drank a transformation potion and reverted to his original appearance. Then he changed back into the attire of the wizard world. Just now, when he was looking at the sword bone skill, Grand Mist had already recorded all the content from the book. He called up Grand Mist and, following the content, began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged in one spot, forming hand seals and breathing in and out. The nearby metal energy particles began to gather towards him. They rushed through his pores and integrated into his bones. He felt a tingling sensation in his bones, and sword chi was forming within them. Sword bone skill, entry 1%. As the energy particles integrated into his bones, his proficiency gradually increased. Moreover, his bones also became increasingly tough. Furthermore, he discovered that the sword chi belonging to the 36 Azure Spirit Swords, Azure Wood Swordplay, and Tei Heavenly Wood Sword Manual could also, along with the energy particles, enter his bones and be nurtured within them. This is like nurturing a sword for a long time. Once it is drawn, it will possess immense power. After thinking for a while, Ronan collected his thoughts and continued to integrate metal energy particles, nurturing the sword chi. Sword bone skill, proficiency 2%. These days, Ronan had been cultivating the sword bone skill. Inside his bones, sword chi was hidden. Now, within his body, in addition to the vitality from the Azure Lotus White Lotus Art and Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill, he also had sword chi protecting his body. Let alone the cultivation world, even in the wizard world, there were few cultivators with such physical qualities. After cultivating for a few days, he sensed that another core formation cultivator was approaching his immortal cave. Thus, with the thought, he transmigrated back to the immortal cave at the border between the Huanzhen sect and the Heaven Sword sect. Immediately, he drank a transformation potion and changed into the attire of the cultivation world. The newcomer was Ancient Yuan, a core formation cultivator from the Huanzhen sect. Ancient Yuan arrived outside the immortal cave and immediately cast a sound transmission spell. Come out, I will take your place, and you can return to the sect. He came here because he had been staying in Pure Yangzi's immortal cave, helping Pure Yangzi decipher the Otsu Wood Divine Light. He didn't want to decipher it, and he couldn't cultivate, so he told Pure Yangzi that he wanted Ronan to replace him. Here, although the spiritual chi concentration was not as good as in the immortal cave, he could plunder some resources from the Heaven Sword sect. He had participated in the Heaven Sword sect battle before, intending to collect resources. However, he did not expect to be intercepted by Ronan. Ronan originally did not want to be here. If a war broke out, he would have to return from the wizard world at any time. Since someone was replacing him, he put away the longevity tree seedling that had been placed in the mansion and left. He did not return to the Huanzhen sect but left the cultivation world and went to the secular world. After leaving the Huanzhen sect token and the longevity tree seedling in a mansion, he returned to the wizard world. After returning to the wizard world, Ronan continued to cultivate. However, he hadn't cultivated for long. Through the longevity tree seedling in the mansion, he sensed that a wisp of smoke was rising from his Huanzhen sect token. The smoke floated upwards, forming a message. Ronan, where did you go? Come back and decipher the book. When Ronan saw these words, he knew it was Pure Yangzi calling him back. This Pure Yangzi, along with 4 core formation cultivators, still hasn't deciphered the Otsu Wood Divine Light. Ronan felt a slight amusement, and with a thought, he transmigrated back to the cultivation world. He picked up the token and sent a message back to Pure Yangzi. Then, he flew back towards the Huanzhen sect. He planned to accelerate Pure Yangzi's progress in deciphering the Otsu Wood Divine Light. This way, he wouldn't have to run back and forth. Upon arriving at the Huanzhen sect, Ronan flew directly towards Pure Yangzi's immortal cave. Outside the immortal cave, he sent a sound transmission spell inside. Subsequently, Pure Yangzi opened the immortal cave door for him. After Ronan entered, he found Pure Yangzi and 3 core formation cultivators still deciphering the Otsu Wood Divine Light. After asking, he learned that the Otsu Wood Divine Light had already been deciphered by 70%. From then on, every day, Ronan pretended to decipher the Otsu Wood Divine Light, telling Pure Yangzi everything he knew. Coupled with what other core formation cultivators and Pure Yangzi comprehended, the content of the Otsu Wood Divine Light was completely deciphered. Other core formation cultivators, because they did not know what others had deciphered, only knew the part they had deciphered themselves. And the part they deciphered themselves was not enough for them to cultivate. They had been busy here for a long time but gained nothing. Pure Yangzi also did not intend to share the Otsu Wood Divine Light with everyone. After all, this spell was a good ancient cultivation technique, and he did not want others to learn it so easily. After deciphering the Otsu Wood Divine Light, Pure Yangzi's gaze could not help but fall more on Ronan. Although Ronan was a latecomer, he could see that Ronan's skill in deciphering ancient texts was much better than that of other core formation cultivators. He still had ancient texts there, so he wanted Ronan to decipher them. He even wanted Ronan to decipher the ancient texts alone, while other core formation cultivators would just help him in battles. Thinking this, Pure Yangzi did just that. He sent away the other core formation cultivators, leaving only Ronan. He generously passed on the entire Otsu Wood Divine Light to Ronan. The Otsu Wood Divine Light was not that easy to cultivate, he felt that even if he gave it to Ronan, Ronan would not be able to master it so easily. Moreover, since he left Ronan to decipher ancient texts for him, the subsequent spells would also be known to Ronan. However, he didn't care that much. He cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, cultivated a spiritual body, constructed a spiritual realm, and occupied the eye of the spiritual spring and many resources. Even with Ronan's excellent talent, he did not feel that he could pose a threat to him. While thinking, Pure Yangzi took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. On the jade slip, golden seal characters were carved. These seal characters were very similar to the seal characters that recorded the Otsu Wood Divine Light. This is another spell, Ronan. As long as you decipher it, you will have learned this spell. Pure Yangzi said. If I obtain ancient spells in the future, I will give them all to you. This way, you won't have to worry about spells and cultivation techniques. I can see that your comprehension ability is much better than others. In the future, the Huanzhen sect will rely on you and me. From exploring the ancient cultivator relic, Pure Yangzi discovered that some of the ancient texts left by ancient cultivators were written in ancient seal characters, and he needed someone to decipher them for him. Ronan listened, nodded, and expressed some words of gratitude. He took the jade slip that Pure Yangzi gave him. After a glance, all the characters on it were recorded in the Grand Mist. Then, he used the Grand Mist's corpus to parse the text. Soon, the text was translated into a meaning he could understand. Old ancestor, may I make a rubbing of it with a jade pendant? I want to go into seclusion and ponder it quietly. Once I have some insights, I will inform old ancestor. Ronan said. Pure Yangzi agreed after hearing this. Anyway, the cultivator in front of him was just a mere core formation, under his nose, and could never escape the Huanzhen sect. Pure Yangzi took out a piece of jade, and after making a rubbing of the characters on it, he handed it to Ronan. Subsequently, Ronan returned to his immortal cave. In the immortal cave, he recalled the content on the jade pendant. The jade pendant contained a escape technique, called Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. This escape technique was of a higher grade than the 7-star sword escape. Moreover, the more pure the wood attribute magic power, the faster one could execute the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. At this moment, he was still in the immortal cave, under Pure Yangzi's watchful eye. He couldn't cultivate the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape yet. After all, this escape technique required moving above and below ground, it couldn't be cultivated by just sitting still. Thus, he cultivated the sword bone skill in the immortal cave, continuously accumulating and nurturing sword chi within his bones. 10 days later, he left the immortal cave and informed Pure Yangzi about the contents of the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. Pure Yangzi was overjoyed and praised Ronan as a genius. Pure Yangzi had no other secret manuals, so Ronan was able to leave. After Ronan left Pure Yangzi's immortal cave, he exited the Still Truth sect immortal realm. He went to the secular world and returned to the wizard world. Time flowed by leisurely. Unconsciously, 3 months passed. Sword bone skill, perfection. He finally cultivated the sword bone skill to perfection, and sword chi permeated his bones. In these 3 months, nothing happened in the Valiant Kingdom. The invasion of the kingdom by the Star Spirit Tower, which he had anticipated, did not occur. He also didn't know what exactly happened. Was it because the Star Spirit Tower had not yet figured out the wizard power of the Valiant Kingdom and dared not act rashly? Or was the Star Spirit Tower entangled by other wizard organizations and unable to break free? He occasionally visited Iji in the wizard prison to learn about matters in the wizard islands. He knew that the Star Spirit Tower had many hostile wizard organizations in the wizard islands. Therefore, war was not something strange for the Star Spirit Tower. After cultivating the sword bone skill to perfection, Ronan began to cultivate the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. He planned to replace his 7-star sword escape and the woodstone concealment spells with the Otsu wood immortal escape. He cast a teleportation wizardry, and his figure collapsed and disappeared in the wizard tower. Then, he appeared in a forest outside Triumphant City. Although teleportation wizardry was faster. However, teleportation wizardry consumed a lot of magic power and had a short teleportation distance. Sometimes, it was better to use an escape technique for running away. Moreover, if he exerted his full power with the escape technique over such a short distance, his speed was actually not much slower than teleportation wizardry. He followed the instructions in the Otsu wood immortal escape, circulating his wood attribute magic power, allowing it to envelop his body. Soon, a thin film of green light appeared around him. With a thought, his entire body suddenly sank into the ground. Otsu wood immortal escape, beginner 1%. The Otsu wood immortal escape had just begun, yet it easily achieved what woodstone concealment did. Afterward, he shuttled through the ground. Sometimes he would float up from the ground, transforming into a green light, rapidly moving through the sky. The proficiency of the Otsu wood immortal escape was increasing. While Ronan was cultivating the Otsu wood immortal escape, pure Yang Zi was also cultivating. He was a nascent soul cultivator, with deeper magic power. Although his wood attribute magic power was not as pure as Ronan's. However, when he used the Otsu wood immortal escape, he was a bit faster than Ronan. Of course, this was just the beginning, the progress of his cultivation was obviously slower than Ronan's. If more time passed, Ronan could completely overwhelm pure Yang Zi with his proficiency. After cultivating the Otsu wood immortal escape for a while, pure Yang Zi began to cultivate the Otsu wood divine light. When he released the Otsu wood divine light, the mountain wall illuminated by the divine light instantly turned into dust. With a thought, he went into an immortal cave. Inside, a loose cultivator he had captured from another immortal realm was imprisoned. This loose cultivator was at the peak of chi refining. He shone the divine light on this loose cultivator. In just a moment, the loose cultivator was immediately refined into a pool of blood. Pure Yang Zi smiled slightly upon seeing the pool of blood. He was quite satisfied. Now, his Otsu wood divine light was only at the beginner stage, yet it already possessed such power. He felt that if he cultivated for a while longer, he might even be able to refine nascent souls. With both the Otsu wood divine light and the Otsu wood immortal escape, pure Yang Zi felt that it wouldn't be long before his strength would advance to the next level. This made him eager to accelerate the cultivation progress of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. With his current cultivation progress, plus the fact that he still needed to construct a spiritual realm, his speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi could actually be very fast. However, the heaven and earth spiritual chi he absorbed came from the spiritual vein. If he absorbed too quickly, the spiritual vein would deplete faster. At that time, if the two spiritual veins of the Huangshen sect and the former Chongsheng sect successively dried up, he would not have enough spiritual chi to cultivate, and the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture would be unsustainable. At that point, if he didn't cultivate for a period, his cultivation technique would regress. Moreover, if the natal longevity tree grew to a certain age and then left spiritual chi, it might stop growing and gradually wither. And the spiritual realm in his danshan, without spiritual chi support, would leave the danshan after exhausting its spiritual chi. However, he felt that his strength was about to greatly increase. Perhaps he could accelerate the invasion of the Heaven Sword sect, and after occupying the Heaven Sword sect's spiritual vein, then plan for the spiritual veins of other schools. In this way, he could slowly invade spiritual veins and become the most powerful cultivator in the cultivation world. After many more years, he might even be able to ascend. Thinking of this, pure Yang Zi relaxed a little and accelerated the speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi. In his immortal cave, there was a clear spring. The spring water was actually liquid spiritual chi. It emitted a dazzling blue glow. After he cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, the liquid spiritual chi emitted wisps of smoke, heading towards his body. Unconsciously, a year passed. The conflict between the Huangshen sect and the Heaven Sword sect continued. However, the core formation cultivators staying on the Still True sect mountain range noticed some abnormality. These cultivators found that the spiritual chi concentration on the Still True sect mountain range seemed to have decreased somewhat. Core formation cultivators joined sects precisely to find a place with abundant spiritual chi to cultivate. If the spiritual chi concentration continued to drop in the future, they felt they would have to switch to another sect. Thus, one of the core formation cultivators went to find pure Yang Zi. Pure Yang Zi then made the decision to move all core formation cultivators to the former Chongsheng sect mountain range. Soon, pure Yang Zi sent a message to the tokens of all core formation cultivators. While Ronan was cultivating in the wizard world, he discovered the token's message through the vital evergreen tree subtree. Then, he returned to the cultivation world. Along with other core formation cultivators, he headed towards the mountain range of the former Chongsheng sect. Ronan felt the much thinner spiritual chi on the Still True sect mountain range, and he knew that pure Yang Zi was starting to lose patience and wanted to accelerate his cultivation progress. I wonder what age pure Yang Zi's natal longevity tree has reached. Ronan only hoped that nothing would happen to the Huangshen sect before he could defeat pure Yang Zi. That pure Yang Zi's natal longevity tree could be preserved. That pure Yang Zi's danshan spiritual realm could also be preserved. This would make it convenient for him to seize them later. Ronan settled down in an immortal cave of the former Chongsheng sect. At this time, pure Yang Zi did not come with them. Presumably, he intended to completely drain the spiritual chi from the Huangshen sect's spiritual vein before relocating to the Chongsheng sect. Ronan thought that no one in the Sheng sect would notice at this time, and his heart settled. He extended the roots of the natal longevity tree in his spiritual realm. A dark green light glowed in the palm of his hand. From the light, developed roots extended out. With a thought, the roots plunged into the earth, deepening downwards. Soon, they rooted into the spiritual vein. The spiritual chi from the spiritual vein then flowed into the natal longevity tree through its roots. Ronan knew that other core formation cultivators' perceptions were far less keen than his. He could lower the spiritual chi concentration here to a certain extent without being noticed by other core formation cultivators. At the same time, he also channeled more spiritual chi into his spiritual realm through the roots. The spiritual chi concentration in the spiritual realm continuously increased, and the spiritual realm was constantly being constructed, its space gradually expanding. Ronan did not stay long after moving to the spiritual vein of the former Sheng sect before returning to the wizard world. Although the spiritual chi concentration in the spiritual vein was high, the concentration within the immortal cave was not particularly high. Therefore, he returned to the wizard world to cultivate. The days of cultivating passed quickly. In the wizard tower, the three brothers cultivated day and night without rest. Ronan read Dolly Fa's collection of books and performed 5 more harpy bloodline fusions for Leon. The harpy pattern on Leon's palm grew deeper and deeper, and the bloodline power he could wield became greater and greater. He had tried it, and without Bran's guard, he could easily make Bran fall into an illusion. Now, in the kingdom of wizards, Leon and Bran's combat power among knights could already rank in the top 10. The other knights in the top 10 were actually also wizards. It could be said that among knights without wizard bloodline, Leon and Bran were probably the strongest. And Bran was still constantly honing his swordsmanship. He often traveled abroad to spar with Grandmaster swordsmen to refine his swordsmanship. However, Leon's harpy bloodline had encountered a bottleneck. As Leon implanted the bloodline more and more times, the harpy bloodline left by Dolly Fa became increasingly diluted. Ronan estimated that after 3 more implantations for Leon, the harpy bloodline left by Dolly Fa would be completely exhausted. And if Leon wanted to advance further, he would have to go to the nightmare world to find materials. Bran's energy particle amplification had no bottleneck, but the amplification effect was slower than Leon's bloodline implantation. Dolly Fa still had not awakened. Ever since the heart demon appeared last time, when Ronan saw Dolly Fa's figure among the demons, he felt that Dolly Fa's spirit was deeply trapped in the nightmare world. However, since he could see Dolly Fa, it meant that Dolly Fa was not dead yet. Without his spirit, although Dolly Fa's physical body did not rot, it gradually shriveled and became thinner. The nightmare world contained many unique resources. But Ronan, at this time, still had no intention of entering it. After all, he was only in the early stage of core formation, and his wizard rank was only Great Wizard. Dolly Fa, as a legendary wizard, had fallen into it. He felt that he should at least be promoted to the rank of legendary wizard, or even higher, before entering the nightmare world to collect resources. Perhaps, after cultivating wizards, let them enter the nightmare world to explore. Ronan's thought had just emerged when he immediately discarded it. The nightmare world was very dangerous, and the kingdom of wizards' power had just accumulated, making it highly possible for wizards to perish there in vain. Within the kingdom of wizards, the wizard council's influence in various places gradually increased. Wizard academies, founded and presided over by the wizard council in various regions, also sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Even the family's disciples had to enter the wizard academy to cultivate. In the wizard academy, wizards from the wizard council propagated the kingdom of wizard spirit to the wizard apprentices. Wizards who entered the academy, if their aptitude was high enough, would be given more resources. Although, due to bloodline, the aptitude of wizard family disciples would generally be better than commoners with wizard aptitude. But sometimes, there would always be 1 or 2 commoner wizards who would stand out and surpass other family wizards. Moreover, Leon also suggested holding a wizard tournament, similar to the night tournament, to cultivate wizards. As a result, the family's control over wizards would become smaller and smaller. One day, Augustus V came to find Dolly Fa. Great uncle, Augustus V said as soon as he stepped onto the stairs and saw Ronan disguised as Dolly Fa. Great uncle, what you are doing now truly harms the interests of many wizard families. Augustus V and the other 8 great wizard families actually had intricate connections. After all, intermarriage between wizards was most likely to produce offspring with wizard aptitude. However, intermarriage among close relatives, although the bloodline was pure, was highly likely to result in physiological defects. Therefore, the 8 great wizard families often intermarried with each other. Augustus V's consort was from one of the 8 great wizard families. Augustus V's sons also intermarried with women from the 8 great wizard families. Dolly Fa's decisive actions could be said to have also harmed the interests of these royal relatives. Upon hearing this, Ronan said to Augustus V, only by doing this can the wizard power in the kingdom of wizards rapidly accumulate. Without the family's monopoly, the kingdom of wizards can move forward unburdened. Only then will there be enough power to attack the elf kingdom. Hearing about attacking the elf kingdom, Augustus V had nothing more to say. At his wizard rank, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. No matter how he extended his life with magic potions or other wizardry, he could at most extend it by less than 10 years. Therefore, he eagerly wanted to attack the elf kingdom, obtain the root of the main elf treasure tree, and use it to refine an elixir of immortality. After Augustus V left, Ronan continued to cultivate. Time passed. Unconsciously, a year went by. Leon's actions to weaken the family's control undoubtedly intensified the conflict. Some families were secretly plotting. Some families banded together, wanting to resist the royal family and seize benefits. Some families, having connections overseas or even in the Wizard Islands, tried every means to send people out. However, at Ronan's instruction, defensive lines were set up along the borders of the Kingdom of Wizards. Those inside could not get out, and those outside could not get in. Now, the Kingdom of Wizards was truly closed off. And the wizard power within the Kingdom of Wizards was rapidly accumulating. Ronan had killed so many wizards, along with Dali Fa, he possessed multiple plane coordinates. Coincidentally, he had been cultivating for a long time and had no time to collect resources from various planes. Thus, he gave some plane coordinates to the Wizard Council. He let the Wizard Council organize wizard apprentices to enter the planes, firstly for cultivation, and secondly to collect resources for him. Of course, he would not allow wizards to enter some extremely dangerous planes, such as the Nightmare World, Dead Spirit Plane, etc. During this year, in addition to the accumulation of the Kingdom of Wizards' power, he himself also had considerable gains. After a year of cultivation and continuous absorption and fusion of precious materials from the wizard world, the land in the center of his spiritual domain expanded significantly. At the same time, his realm also improved extremely quickly. He felt that he was about to break through the early stage of core formation and reach the middle stage of core formation. This progress, if it were to spread in the cultivation world, would be a bombshell. This is the value of the Yiwood Dharma body. Ronan sighed in his heart. After cultivating the Yiwood Dharma body, it could increase his speed of absorbing various materials. And the wizard world was precisely rich in resources. Moreover, he was the strongest in the Kingdom of Wizards. Thousands of wizards and knights in the Kingdom of Wizards were collecting resources for him. He only needed to cultivate in the wizard tower, and cultivation resources would continuously be sent to him. At this moment, he put several extremely precious herbs in the Kingdom of Wizards into his mouth and chewed them. His Yiwood Dharma body gradually transformed towards the eternal evergreen body. His body's absorption capacity became stronger and stronger. Now, medicinal herbs were eaten directly, there was no need for alchemy at all. These herbs grew near demonic beast lairs and were guarded by demonic beasts. To collect the herbs, the demonic beasts had to be killed. Therefore, along with the herbs, the corpses of the demonic beasts were also sent over. After eating the herbs, Ronan then consumed the demonic beast's beast core, feeling his body slightly warm. Yes, only slightly warm. After all, these herbs were only collected by several true knowledge wizards working together. The medicinal power of herbs collected by true knowledge wizards, no matter how good, was limited. After all, he was now a great wizard, one major rank higher than a true knowledge wizard. Moreover, after he was about to break through the peak of the early stage of core formation, he found that he had already reached the late stage of great wizard. He estimated that if he reached the middle stage of core formation, he would be a legendary wizard. Ronan thought for a while, then composed himself and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi surged towards his body, forming a vortex around him. After a day, this vortex strengthened considerably. The core-shaped wood attribute magical power in Ronan's danchan emitted a green glow. Waves of dark green magical power washed over his body. There was a faint tingling sensation in the center of his forehead. It seemed as if his spirit was within it, trying to conceive something. He knew that once the conceived object formed, he would reach the nascent soul realm. And in the process of advancing towards the nascent soul realm, he felt that his mental stats increased more than his magical power stats. Previously, it was always the magical power stats that increased more than the mental stats. About to break through. The magical power fluctuations in his danchan became stronger and stronger. Boom. Suddenly, the energy fluctuations of the wood attribute magical power golden core erupted. Ronan only felt a completely new sensation pervading his entire body. He summoned Grand Mist. Cultivation realm, middle stage core formation. Wizard rank, legendary wizard. Indeed, I've reached legendary wizard. Now, in terms of wizard rank, he could be considered the number one person in the Kingdom of Wizards. After all, according to what he understood now, apart from Dali Fa, there were no other legendary wizards within the Kingdom of Wizards. After reaching legendary wizard, the rules of the wizard world became more compatible with him. When he cast wizardry in the wizard world, its power would be even greater. After reaching the middle stage of core formation and legendary wizard, Ronan's thoughts raced for a while, then he composed himself and continued to cultivate. Summer passed and autumn arrived, and more than 3 months went by. Triumphant City was tinged with a hazy, autumn color. Some trees in the city had leaves like fire. This autumn, under Leon's arrangements, the first wizard tournament in the history of this continent was held. The tournament was limited to wizard apprentices. Firstly, wizard apprentices had the most potential, and their ability to obtain resources was insufficient, so they were most in need of cultivation. Secondly, the destructive power of wizard apprentices' wizardry was weaker than that of formal wizards, making them easier to manage. However, although weaker, it was still exciting enough. This month, wizards from all over the Kingdom of Wizards came to participate in this grand event. Also present were various bards, carrying instruments, dressed in rags, and looking carefree. Ronan stood on the wizard tower, overlooking Triumphant City. With his current eyesight, even from the 99th floor, he could see everything on the streets of Triumphant City. Ever since he reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, it had been a long time since he had experienced a lively life. When he first transmigrated here, he would go to the tavern and drink and brag with Paul. However, ever since he reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, he gradually lost his appetite. After all, he completely used heaven and earth spiritual chi to convert into energy to sustain his body. And Paul, his good friend from when he first transmigrated, he hadn't seen for a long time. However, even if he were to meet this friend now, they wouldn't know what to talk about. Before, he would ask Paul to help him find wizardry. But now, Paul could no longer help him with anything. It seemed that precisely because Paul knew he couldn't help him, he also hadn't come to the flat house to find him. After all, the news of Leon becoming Dolly Fa's guard quickly spread throughout the entire kingdom of wizards. By leveraging Dolly Fa's name, the Lawrence family, even if it seemed to others that their strength was insufficient, still rose a level among the nobles of the kingdom of wizards. With Dolly Fa's support, Paul naturally didn't feel he could do anything for him. Moreover, later when Dolly Fa was trapped in the nightmare world, Leon brought him into the wizard tower, which others must have known about. This action was equivalent to the Lawrence family being accepted by Dolly Fa. This further boosted the reputation of the Lawrence family. Otherwise, the Wizard Council would not have been so discerning as to send wizards to the southeast province to help his father, Leighton Lawrence, expand his territory. After another half a month, the wizard tournament was about to be held in Triumphant City. Dolly Fa needs to attend this wizard tournament. The day before the tournament, Leon said to Ronan. Ronan looked out the window, at the endless sea and the ripples on it. Dolly Fa never used to attend such events. Leon said, now it's a wizard tournament, very different from a night tournament. Firstly, most of the kingdom of wizards are here. If any wizard wants to gather and cause trouble, only you can quickly suppress them. Secondly, as the president of the Wizard Council, your presence will greatly invigorate the kingdom of wizards. Thirdly, our nephew and niece have also reached second-level wizard apprentice this year, and they will also participate in the wizard tournament. You know that ever since our Lawrence family borrowed Dolly Fa's name, many families have wanted to secretly target our family. During this time, I've dealt with several families and organizations that wanted to secretly target the Lawrence family. Our nephew and niece are of the Lawrence family bloodline and have good talent. I'm afraid others will be ruthless towards them in the wizard tournament. If you are present, you can timely stop those who are ruthless. Ronan listened to Leon, pondered for a while, and felt that it would be good to go and see. Anyway, he hadn't joined in any excitement for a long time. So, he drank the transformation potion, put on Dolly Fa's attire, and left the wizard tower. Ronan, disguised as Dolly Fa, attended the wizard tournament. The appearance of the Kingdom of Wizards' legendary wizard naturally caused a sensation throughout the venue. The struggles between wizard apprentices were quite exciting for most wizard apprentices, or for some nobles who gambled on them. However, Ronan wasn't particularly interested. Nevertheless, at this tournament, he met two old friends. One was Paul. Paul was now a level 3 wizard apprentice, participating as a contestant in the wizard tournament. His fire spells had made him somewhat famous on the field. However, Paul had been a level 3 wizard apprentice for a very short time, and his resources were not as abundant as those of the wizard family scions. And his talent, within the Kingdom Wizard Academy, wasn't considered the best. Ronan could tell at a glance that Paul wouldn't rank among the top 10 among the wizards participating in the tournament. However, the top 10 were already considered extremely talented individuals. Paul had reached level 3 wizard apprentice at his current age. Such potential was rare in the kingdom. If he were to marry a suitable female wizard, and his family continued to prosper, it might not be impossible for them to join the ranks of wizard families. In any case, Paul's ideal of restoring his family's glory, barring any accidents, would be achievable in the future. The other old friend was the female druid who had taught him before, Wendriel. This female druid had become a first-level formal wizard and had obtained a good teaching position at the Kingdom Wizard Academy, with her own botanical garden. Furthermore, she had gained certain resources, allowing her to research the plants she liked. Because she became a teacher, this female druid's attire also became much more formal. She wore a white dress, her brown hair tied up, revealing her swan-like neck. Moreover, Wen was already tall and slender, and wearing a dress, she was a head taller than other women, and as tall as many male knights. She was undoubtedly quite striking in the crowd. The wizard tournament concluded after 5 days. In fact, from the very beginning, Ronan knew who the top 10 would be. Because in the tournament, only the uniform staffs provided by the Wizard Council could be used. Therefore, during the spell competition, it was entirely dependent on strength. Ronan's Grand Mist could precisely analyze numerical values. With these values, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Ronan took out 10 ordinary Zhuuyuki from the wizard tower and gave them to the top 10 wizard apprentices. Then, a grand ceremony was held in the triumphal Colosseum. Fireworks soared into the sky, demonic beast performances were put on, and bards played music. Finally, the wizard tournament ended in a burst of jubilation. Ronan withdrew from the festivities and returned to the wizard tower, reverting to his original appearance. Entering the quiet, dim cultivation chamber, he felt even more alone. Immediately, he calmed his mind and continued to cultivate. 2 years passed. In the cultivation world, there was nothing new. For cultivators, 2 years was truly not a long time. The battles between Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect continued. Only small skirmishes occurred from time to time. At one point, Huanzhen sect gained the upper hand, occupying 1 or 2 spirit stone mining points. Soon after, Heaven Sword sect fought back and reclaimed the spirit stone mining points. The spirit stone mining point that Ronan had previously captured was recaptured by Heaven Sword sect after Ancient Yuan took over zi defense. It was said that Pure Yang Zi asked Ancient Yuan why he had lost the spirit stone mining point. Ancient Yuan replied that Ronan had been too aggressive, and after he seized a spirit stone mining point. Heaven Sword Sect thought Huanzhen Sect intended to strengthen its aggressive forces there. So, they sent 2 core formation cultivators to reclaim the spirit stone mining point. During these 2 years, Ronan was only recalled to participate in 2 defensive battles. The rest of the time, he spent in the wizard world. However, in these 2 years, no ancient cultivator relic reappeared in the cultivation world. Therefore, Pure Yang Zi also had no cultivation technique or spell secret manuals that needed him to interpret ancient cultivator texts. After 2 years, the spiritual chi of Huanzhen Sect's spiritual vein became increasingly thin. Even chi refining cultivators noticed the gradually thinning spiritual chi. And the loose cultivators at the edge of the original Huanzhen Sect immortal realm could no longer feel any spiritual chi, causing their cultivation to stagnate. Therefore, the Huanzhen Sect immortal realm continuously shrank inward. The loose cultivators in the Huanzhen Sect immortal realm found it increasingly difficult to live. Some loose cultivators even considered migrating to other immortal realms. However, the spiritual chi in the current cultivation world was thin, and the spiritual veins were much fewer than before. And because cultivators had long lifespans, and their bodies were extremely good due to years of cultivation, their fertility was also strong. Therefore, cultivators had more and more children. However, the areas with spiritual chi available for cultivation were becoming narrower and narrower. Other immortal realms also did not have ample space for loose cultivators. Consequently, land in various immortal realms became increasingly expensive. Loose cultivators with insufficient spirit stones, unable to maintain their household registration due to lack of money, couldn't even afford to live in the shanty town of the immortal realm. This led to some loose cultivators abandoning cultivation and going to the secular world to become immortal masters of a nation. Or, to become an wandering old deist, living for several decades, which was more enjoyable than cultivation. However, Pure Yang Zi gave some hope to those loose cultivators who were about to leave. That was to let the sect's disciples organize the loose cultivators to invade the Tianjian sect. Whatever resources they plundered would be entirely their own. And a portion of the resources could be handed over to Huanzhen sect, thereby obtaining houses or land in the Tianjian sect. Alternatively, resources could be exchanged for houses or land from the original Sheng sect. Some loose cultivators in the Huanzhen sect immortal realm felt that moving together with everyone was chaotic, and the amount of resources plundered was not purely based on strength. They decided to take a chance, hoping to continue their cultivation path. Thus, the battles between Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect became more frequent. In fact, this was also a method for many sect immortal realms to reduce their population. It was to incite people of the sect to fight with neighboring sects. One day, Pure Yang Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor of Huanzhen sect, flew in the sky, his white robes and beard fluttering in the wind. Behind him was a large expanse of light. Carried on the light were his 3 natal longevity trees. The spiritual chi of the spiritual vein at the original site of Huanzhen sect had been almost depleted by him. He planned to move the entire Huanzhen sect to the spiritual vein of the original Sheng sect. As for the original Sheng sect, some cultivators who were willing to surrender had already been largely consumed in the battles with Heaven Sword sect. Now, many immortal caves of the original Sheng sect were vacant. The light streaked across the sky. Soon, Pure Yang Zi landed with his natal longevity trees on the spiritual vein of the original Sheng sect. The place where he landed was near the eye of the spiritual spring. Undoubtedly, as the sect's old ancestor, he would occupy the eye of the spiritual spring. He placed his natal longevity trees down. The roots then plunged into the ground, constantly extending outwards. Although he also cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, he had not cultivated it for long, and the resources he could obtain were simply insufficient. Therefore, his spiritual realm could not yet accommodate his natal longevity trees. He could only plant his natal longevity trees outside the spiritual realm. After planting the trees, he flew back to the Huanzhen sect's spiritual vein. He intended to announce to the sect disciples that everyone in the sect should migrate here. As for the loose cultivators outside the sect, they could only migrate to live near the spiritual vein by contributing resources. Of course, some loose cultivators outside the sect, who were descendants of Huanzhen sect's core formation cultivators or foundation establishment cultivators, had sufficient resources and quickly migrated over. Those without much foundation or background could only participate in the war. The invasion of Heaven Sword sect was becoming more and more intense. A battle between 2 nascent soul old ancestors seemed imminent. More than 3 months passed. All the disciples of Huanzhen sect had completed their migration. Only some cultivators remained at the original spiritual vein of Huanzhen sect. For more spiritual chi, some loose cultivators from the original Huanzhen sect Immortal Realms Tavern District moved to the mountains. And the loose cultivators who were originally in the shanty town moved to the Tavern District. However, even on the mountain at this time, the spiritual chi was still thin. The cultivation progress of the loose cultivators was very slow. They estimated that if they continued to cultivate like this, they would likely not be able to reach foundation establishment even after decades of hard cultivation, before their lifespan ran out. Therefore, many loose cultivators still joined the battle. One day, Ronan was cultivating in the Wizard Tower's cultivation chamber. He sensed through the sapling placed in his immortal cave in the cultivation world. Pure Yang Zi's voice transmission echoed above Huanzhen sect's new spiritual vein. All disciples, follow me. The voice was extremely majestic. Upon hearing this voice, all the disciples immediately stepped out of their immortal caves and out of their residences. They saw a green light dot standing in the sky. Waves of pressure emanated from this light dot. This pressure was undoubtedly from a nascent soul cultivator. Ronan also transmigrated back to the cultivation world, returning to Huanzhen sect. Subsequently, Pure Yang Zi led all the cultivators of the sect and flew towards Heaven Sword sect. Streaks of flying light gathered together, like a brilliant silver river. Ronan followed behind Pure Yang Zi, knowing that Huanzhen sect and Heaven Sword sect had reached their final confrontation. Heaven Sword sect would be the next Sheng sect. As soon as Pure Yang Zi arrived at the border of Heaven Sword sect, a golden barrier suddenly lit up in front of him. Pure Yang Zi formed a hand seal, and an Otsu wood divine light struck the golden barrier. The golden barrier immediately vibrated violently, rippling intensely. Follow me to break through the protective formation. Pure Yang Zi shouted loudly. The other cultivators all took action. But before their spells or magic treasures could hit the barrier, streaks of light flew out from within the barrier. Those were flying swords. Heaven Sword sect cultivators counterattacked from within the barrier. The flying swords were like a river, colliding with the spells, magical artifacts, and magic treasures of Huanzhen sect cultivators. The two torrents pressed against each other in the air, in a stalemate. Behind the barrier, Sword Void Zi, the nascent soul old ancestor of Heaven Sword sect, was leading 72 cultivators, brewing an extremely powerful sword intent. In front of Sword Void Zi, a sword floated. The sword was as large as a towering ancient tree, with intricate yellow patterns on it. He and the 72 cultivators continuously poured their magical power into this sword. The sword intent continuously grew stronger and more turbulent. This sword intent was naturally sensed by Pure Yang Zi. Ever since Pure Yang Zi had cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, and later the Otsu wood divine light, he believed he could definitely defeat Sword Void Zi. It was just that Heaven Sword sect's sword formation was not so easy to deal with. Fortunately, the sword formation relied on coordination, and brewing sword intent also required time. As long as he fought quickly, Heaven Sword sect would not gain an advantage. Bang! Under the continuous attacks of spells, magical artifacts, and magic treasures, Heaven Sword sect's torrent of flying swords was completely blocked and forced back. After all, 73 individuals of considerable strength were brewing sword intent. Afterward, the attacks of Huanzhen sect cultivators struck the golden barrier. Bang! With another muffled sound, the golden barrier shattered, turning into golden light dots scattering everywhere. The cultivators of Huanzhen sect surged into the Tianjian sect. At this moment, although Sword Void Zi felt that his sword intent was not strong enough, he had no choice but to unleash his sword. The massive sword blade flew up from in front of him, carrying overwhelming might, crossing through space, and heading towards the Huanzhen sect cultivators. Huanzhen sect cultivators had no formation, so they could only jointly cast spells or release magical artifacts and magic treasures to resist. With one block, the giant sword shattered. And the power of this single sword strike also injured Huanzhen sect's chi refining cultivators and some foundation establishment cultivators. Especially some low-level chi refining cultivators, whose bodies exploded into a bloody mist when swept by the sword chi. Without your sword formation, what else can you do? Pure Yang Zi stepped forward and began to duel Sword Void Zi one-on-one. Pure Yang Zi first unleashed the Otsu wood divine light, enveloping Sword Void Zi. At the same time, he released his previously used magic treasure mirror, which surrounded Sword Void Zi, continuously emitting spell light. Sword Void Zi could only use his sword formation to block Pure Yang Zi's Otsu wood divine light, and then split off a sword to entangle with the magic treasure mirror. Ronan and the other core formation cultivators then engaged in battle with the other cultivators. Under the Otsu wood divine light, a flying sword on Sword Void Z's sword formation gradually transformed into wood, and showed signs of wilting. Ronan and the other core formation cultivators quickly harvested the other Heaven Sword sect cultivators. After years of fighting, unknowingly, Heaven Sword sect's cultivator strength had become much weaker than Huanzhen sect's cultivators. Pure Yang Zi and Sword Void Zi remained in a stalemate for a long time, watching as Sword Void Z's flying swords transformed into wooden swords one by one. Just as Pure Yang Zi thought he was about to win, Sword Void Z's eyes suddenly sharpened. He formed a sword hand seal, and the wooden swords on the ground emitted sword chi, flying up one by one and soaring towards Pure Yang Zi. Pure Yang Zi's heart tightened, and he shone his Otsu wood divine light, only to find that the Otsu wood divine light had little effect on these wooden swords. He could only use an Otsu wood immortal escape to dodge. Sword Void Zi then pointed his finger again, and the wooden swords attacked once more. Immediately, a nascent soul aura suddenly came from the horizon. Sword Void Zi sensed it, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ever since he heard that Huanzhen sect's spiritual vein was depleted, he knew that Pure Yang Zi was cultivating the Sheng sect's wood cultivation technique. This was told to him by the remaining disciples of the Sheng sect. At that time, because the remaining disciples were not within the sect, they managed to escape the catastrophe. These remaining disciples were only core formation cultivators and were powerless to seek revenge on their own. They could only seek out Heaven Sword sect. He gave Sword Void Zi a technique called Grass and Trees or Soldiers sword formation from the Sheng sect to cultivate. The purpose was to allow Sword Void Zi to cultivate a wood sword art, so that when he confronted Pure Yang Zi's wood spells, he could catch him off guard. At the same time, Sword Void Zi found a nascent soul cultivator from Yushan Valley and revealed Huanzhen sect's ambition. When the two sides engaged in battle, and Sword Void Zi used the Grass and Trees or Soldiers sword formation, the remaining disciples of the Sheng sect would release a signal. The cultivators from Yushan Valley in the distance would then come. The people from Yushan Valley were the nascent soul old ancestor Night Wanderer Guan and 3 core formation cultivators from the valley. Although Night Wanderer Guan had been famous for several hundred years, he looked like a man of only 50 or so. His hair was streaked with black and white, his body was slender, he wore a daoist robe, and a tall, Ime-style crown. With a wave of his hand, dozens of dark lights shot towards pure Yang Zi. These dozens of dark lights were his magic treasure, the 32 Night Wandering Sky Shuttle. Pure Yang Zi's Otsu Wood Divine Light, while not very effective against wood attribute objects, offered strong defense against other magic treasures. With a thought, the Emerald Otsu Wood Divine Light spread around him. It transformed into a barrier, blocking the 32 Night Wandering Sky Shuttle for him. Afterward, he used his magic treasure mirror and the Otsu Wood Divine Light to contend with the two nascent soul cultivators, Sword Void Zi and Night Wanderer Guan. Upon seeing this, Sword Void Zi and Night Wanderer Guan were secretly astonished. Pure Yang Zi's realm was higher than they had imagined. They were also glad they had joined forces early. Otherwise, after a period of time, Pure Yang Zi's realm might have advanced to a point where he could simultaneously defeat both of them. If that happened, Tianjian Sect and Yushen Valley Immortal Realm, or perhaps nearby immortal domains, would all be swallowed by Pure Yang Zi. The three core formation cultivators from Yushen Valley joined the Heaven Sword Sect's side, each unleashing their magic treasures and charging towards Ronan and the others. One core formation cultivator from Yushen Valley had a bronze bell as his magic treasure. The bronze bell floated in front of him, and as he flew towards Ronan, he manipulated the bell to emit sound wave attacks. At this time, Ronan was engaged in a fight with another sword cultivator from the Heaven Sword Sect. This cultivator from Yushen Valley intended to catch Ronan off guard and kill him. This cultivator from Yushen Valley was even weaker than the sword cultivator from the Heaven Sword Sect. Ronan, with a slight distraction, summoned 3 Azure Spirit Swords. After tangling with this core formation cultivator from Yushen Valley for a while, the 3 sword lights wrapped around the cultivator's waist, splitting him into 2. Then, Ronan combined these 3 sword lights with the 3 sword lights he had just summoned and attacked the Heaven Sword Sect cultivator. 6 Azure Spirit Swords entangled with the Heaven Sword Sect sword cultivator's dozen or so flying swords. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Before long, the Heaven Sword Sect sword cultivator's dozen or so flying swords were all reduced to shattered iron pieces. Ronan wrapped one of the Azure Spirit Swords around the sword cultivator's waist, instantly ending his life. At this point, with no enemies left, Ronan had the leisure to collect the storage pouches of both cultivators. On the other side, Pure Yang Zi, Sword Void Zi, and Night Wanderer Guan were in a stalemate. It must be said that facing 2 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously was still a bit overwhelming for him. After all, in terms of magical power, he could not completely overpower these 2 nascent soul cultivators. So, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a green light flashed in front of him. As the green light receded, an azure wood cauldron, about the size of a wine cup, appeared before him. Then, a wisp of white qi emerged from the Beiwei cup ointment on his white-haired head. This white qi vaguely resembled his own appearance. Immediately, the white qi swiftly left his head and merged into the azure wood cauldron. In an instant, the azure wood cauldron grew against the wind, becoming as huge as a small mountain. And Pure Yang Zi's body suddenly went limp, falling downwards. Just then, the suddenly enormous azure wood cauldron abruptly moved, pulling the surrounding air, and crashed towards Sword Void Zi. Upon seeing this, Sword Void Zi's eyes widened in shock. He hastily summoned all his flying swords together, forming a river of flying swords, and stabbed towards the azure wood cauldron. However, the river of flying swords could not stop the azure wood cauldron in the slightest. As soon as it hit the cauldron wall, it was immediately shattered into metal fragments, scattering everywhere. Bang! The azure wood cauldron solidly struck Sword Void Zi's body. Sword Void Zi's body immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the azure wood cauldron instantly stopped its momentum, turned around, and headed towards Night Wanderer Guan. Upon seeing such a magic treasure, Night Wanderer Guan's eyes widened, and he immediately activated his magical power, casting an escape technique to flee. However, the azure wood cauldron was faster than his escape technique. With another bang, the azure wood cauldron struck Night Wanderer Guan, shattering his primordial spirit and bones. Afterward, the azure wood cauldron moved again, crushing dozens of Heaven Sword Sect cultivators into blood mist. This change was so sudden that by the time the other cultivators reacted, they were all dumbfounded. The azure wood cauldron suddenly shrank, transforming into a green light, and flew towards Pure Yang Zi's falling body. Pure Yang Zi's series of killings happened in an instant. His physical body had not yet reached the ground. The green light transformed from the azure wood cauldron enveloped his physical body and flew back towards Still Truth Sect Immortal Realm. The Heaven Sword Sect's strength is weakened, you all continue to attack and strive to conquer it within 3 days. After leaving this message, the green light quickly departed. Pure Yang Zi quickly returned to the spiritual vein of Huangshen Sect Immortal Realm, which was formerly the spiritual vein of Chongsheng Sect. He arrived by the spiritual spring eye, and the green light transformed from the azure wood cauldron receded, revealing the wine cup-sized cauldron. Then, his physical body, having lost its support, fell to the ground. A wisp of white qi floated out from the azure wood cauldron. This wisp of white qi was his primordial spirit. At the nascent soul realm, after cultivating to a certain extent, one could achieve primordial spirit leaving the body. However, his cultivation had not yet reached that level. Once the primordial spirit left the body, it would be damaged by sunlight, wind, and frost. The azure wood cauldron was a magic treasure he obtained from the Chongsheng sect, named Azure Wood Divine Cauldron. This was a magic treasure that only a nascent soul cultivator could control. Only by using the primordial spirit could the full power of the magic treasure be unleashed. Just now, he saw that if he continued to be in a stalemate with Sword Void Zi and Night Wanderer Guan, his situation would become increasingly unfavorable. So, he disregarded the potential damage to his primordial spirit, released his primordial spirit, and used the Azure Wood Divine Cauldron to swiftly kill the two of them. After his primordial spirit emerged from the Azure Wood Divine Cauldron, it floated towards the Baiwei cup ointment of his physical body. At this moment, he felt a stinging pain in his primordial spirit. Having been out for only a short while, his primordial spirit was significantly damaged. He struggled to guide his primordial spirit into the Baiwei cup ointment of his physical body. However, his skill in primordial spirit leaving the body and primordial spirit returning to the body was not very proficient to begin with. Now that his primordial spirit was damaged and lacked strength, returning to the body was not as effortless as he wished. Therefore, he could only slowly, little by little, guide his primordial spirit back into his body. Fortunately, he was in his immortal cave at this time, and there was a spiritual spring eye nearby nourishing his primordial spirit. This prevented his primordial spirit from continuing to suffer damage, even while it was still outside his physical body. Thus, a day passed, and he finally managed to return his primordial spirit to his body. After his primordial spirit returned to his body, he felt a bit mentally fatigued. This was a sign of primordial spirit damage. So, he first put away the Azure Wood Divine Cauldron, then took out some materials for nourishing the primordial spirit to refine medicinal pills for nourishing the primordial spirit. Before he left, after he used the Azure Wood Divine Cauldron to kill some powerful Heaven Sword sect cultivators, he knew that the strength of the Huanzhen sect cultivators had gained the upper hand. At this time, his primordial spirit was damaged, and his strength was inferior to most nascent soul cultivators. If another nascent soul cultivator were to come here, he would only be able to face the enemy at the cost of further damaging his primordial spirit. If that happened, his primordial spirit would be further damaged, and his strength would decline again and again. Therefore, at present, he thought that nourishing his primordial spirit was the most important thing. Tianjian sect. Ever since Pure Yang Zi left, the Huanzhen sect cultivators poured in like a flood. Pure Yang Zi, fearing further delay would cause more severe damage to his primordial spirit, did not even have time to collect the storage pouches of Sword Void Zi and Night Wanderer Guan before returning. The core formation cultivators on the field, however, were all eyeing the storage pouches of these two nascent soul cultivators. Including Ronan. Ronan was the first to cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, transforming into a dark green stream of light and departing. Otsu Wood Immortal Escape was an extremely powerful escape technique, although others saw it and followed with their own escape techniques, they could not catch up and could only stare helplessly. Ronan first arrived at a pool of blood. Although Sword Void Zi had been shattered into a cloud of blood mist. However, his storage pouch was still intact. He swept past using Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, and with a mental pull. The storage pouch, which was on the ground, suddenly flew up and was taken by him, disappearing into the dark green stream of light. Immediately, the dark green stream of light made a turn and headed towards Night Wanderer One's corpse. The stream of light swept past Night Wanderer One's corpse, and with a mental pull. Night Wanderer One's black embroidered with gold thread storage pouch fell into Ronan's hand. It's you again. Following closely behind Ronan was Ancient Yuan, a core formation cultivator from Huanzhen sect. Previously, Ronan had already intercepted a core formation cultivator's storage pouch from Ancient Yuan. At this time, the other three Huanzhen sect core formation cultivators also arrived with Ancient Yuan. Their gazes were all fixed on Ronan. Clearly, they were also very interested in the nascent soul cultivators' collections. After all, resources in the cultivation world were becoming increasingly scarce, and it was very difficult for cultivators to gather resources. Now, who wouldn't covet the collections of two nascent soul cultivators? At this moment, not far away, the core formation cultivators of Heaven Sword sect and Yushan Valley were also watching from afar. They, too, were interested in the nascent soul cultivators' collections. They could see that for this, the cultivators of Huanzhen sect were very likely to turn on each other. So, they just watched from the sidelines. Ronan also sensed the cultivators from Heaven Sword sect and Yushan Valley, and said, "What, do we have to fight among ourselves first? Cultivators from other sects are still watching, do we want them to reap the benefits? Let's kill them first, and then we can discuss how to divide the nascent soul cultivators' belongings, how about that?" Ronan spoke through sound transmission, so the Heaven Sword sect and Yushan Valley cultivators in the distance could not hear him. As soon as these words were uttered, the core formation cultivators of Huanzhen sect nodded in agreement. Then, they flew together towards the Heaven Sword sect and Yushan Valley core formation cultivators. Although the Heaven Sword sect and Yushan Valley core formation cultivators could not hear Ronan's words, upon seeing the actions of the Huanzhen sect core formation cultivators, how could they not guess what these Huanzhen sect core formation cultivators intended to do? They immediately cast their escape techniques and fled. The other Huanzhen sect core formation cultivators pursued them. While they were in pursuit, Ancient Yuan suddenly turned around, his body and sword becoming one, and attacked Ronan. He deeply understood Ronan's character. He was certain that this person, after taking the nascent soul cultivators' collections, had no intention of sharing them. Therefore, he had to catch Ronan off guard, kill him, and then seize the nascent soul cultivators' collections. Although doing so would offend Pure Yang Zi. However, as long as he succeeded, he no longer wanted to stay here. After all, with the nascent soul cultivators' collections, it would be enough for him as a loose cultivator to cultivate for a long time. Perhaps, he might even use these collections to cultivate and become a nascent soul. Ancient Yuan transformed into a bright sword light, stirring up the sound of wind and thunder, and shot directly at Ronan. Ronan, however, flicked his finger. Be with divine lightning suddenly shot out. The world suddenly flickered between light and dark. A clap of thunder exploded. Be with divine lightning collided with the sword light Ancient Yuan had transformed into. Another clap of thunder. The other cultivators with lower realms who were watching the battle only saw that the sword light Ancient Yuan had transformed into, upon being struck by the Be with divine lightning, immediately revealed Ancient Yuan's body. Ancient Yuan, both person and sword, were nearly charred black, flying backward like a sandbag. At this moment, Ronan grabbed at the void realm with his hand. He then grabbed Ancient Yuan's storage pouch. Ronan's Be with divine lightning intentionally avoided the location of the storage pouch, so the storage pouch was only slightly damaged. Those Huanzhen sect core formation cultivators suddenly heard thunder behind them and trembled. Turning back, they only saw the charred Ancient Yuan. Their gazes swept between Ancient Yuan's corpse and Ronan's demeanor, and they felt that Ronan would not share the nascent soul cultivators' collections with them. For a moment, they all stopped. Unsure whether to continue pursuing the Heaven Sword sect and Yushan Valley cultivators, or to turn back and deal with Ronan. As these cultivators hesitated, Ronan cast an Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, transforming into a stream of light, and fled. He intended to privately occupy the nascent soul cultivators' collections. Having done this, he felt that he would most likely incur Pure Yangzi's displeasure. Therefore, he decided to leave. Although, Huanzhen sect still held Pure Yangzi's natal longevity tree, which he cared about. And Pure Yangzi's azure wood cauldron also greatly interested him. But Huanzhen sect was right here. He could easily wait until his strength was sufficient before coming back for them. The three core formation cultivators of Huanzhen sect pursued Ronan. But after chasing for a while, Ronan's dark green stream of light became more and more distant from them. Soon, it disappeared from sight. After Ronan fled, he left the immortal domain and arrived at a mortal nation called Song Kingdom. Before leaving the immortal domain, he had already destroyed the Huanzhen sect's token. Without the token, Pure Yangzi would not be able to track him. He arrived at an uninhabited forest, and with a thought, he transmigrated back to the wizard world. The next moment, his figure appeared in the wizard tower's cultivation room. He drank the transformation potion and reverted to his original appearance. Then changed back into his wizard robe. Next, it was time to examine the storage pouches. He first took out Sword Void Z's storage pouch. His consciousness then sank into the storage pouch. Inside the storage pouch, secret manuals, magic treasures, medicinal pills, and medicinal herbs were arranged separately. Ronan's consciousness swept over the secret manuals within. Immediately, his heart stirred. A cloud of white chi emerged from the storage pouch and landed in his hand. As the white chi receded, a jade slip was revealed. On the jade slip, dense seal script was written. This was also ancient cultivator script. However, for him now, the difficulty was already minimal. The text recorded was grass and trees are all soldiers' sword array. Upon learning this sword array, all the grass and trees within a certain range could generate sword intent, becoming swords of slaughter. Moreover, the book also stated that the purer the wood attribute magical power, the larger the affected range, and the more abundant and sharper the sword intent generated by the grass and trees. 1,000 li from Triumphant City, under the sea. Ronan sat on the seabed, cultivating the sword array of grass and trees as soldiers. He focused his mind, sensing the aura of everything around him. Especially the aura of the aquatic plants. Then, he used his divine sense to guide the aura and infused it with his magic power. In an instant, the nearby waterweed stood upright, brimming with sword intent. Sword array of grass and trees as soldiers, proficiency 3%. Since obtaining this sword array, he had cultivated it for some time. Its power was already considerable. He had originally been cultivating in the magical beast forest. But during his cultivation, he had destroyed too many trees and killed too many demonic beasts. The forest should have been where he dispatched Kingdom of Wizards to collect resources. The Kingdom of Wizards had not yet gone to the sea to collect resources. Because the dangers in the sea were much greater than those in the magical beast forest. The Kingdom of Wizards lacked sufficient power, and there were still many uncollected resources within the kingdom, so he temporarily did not allow the Kingdom of Wizards to collect resources in the sea. Moreover, he found that practicing swordsmanship in the sea, due to the pressure of the water and the resistance of the deep sea, yielded twice the results with half the effort. His heart stirred. The surrounding waterweeds flew up, stiff as swords. Then, each waterweed, like a flying sword, swam around him. This place was the deep sea, and there were powerful sea beasts nearby. They smelled the energy particles emanating from Ronan. Huge sea beasts came towards this direction. These sea beasts resembled a hybrid of dragon, snake, and fish. They had the head of a western dragon, the body of a snake, and scales all over their bodies like a fish. Ronan, with his divine sense, knew the name of the sea beast, hybrid Leviathan. The Leviathan was a rare demonic beast in the wizard world. Nowadays, not many Kingdom of Wizards had seen a true pure-blood Leviathan. Even Dali Fa had not seen one. Ronan had only seen the appearance of a Leviathan in the painting books collected by Dali Fa. And these hybrid Leviathans were the offspring bred from pure-blood Leviathans and other demonic beasts. Furthermore, it was estimated that they had gone through several generations. Soon, dense swarms of hybrid Leviathans came towards this direction. Before long, they surrounded Ronan. When the hybrid Leviathans saw Ronan and sensed the energy particles from him, they felt that this creature was a great tonic for them. In their excitement, these sea beasts spewed flames from their mouths, causing the nearby sea water to boil. Their scales glowed red. These sea beasts roared and charged towards Ronan. Ronan formed a sword seal and lifted it upwards. The water weeds that had been swirling around him in the sea immediately shot towards those sea beasts. A moment later, a large expanse of crimson rose from the seabed to the surface of the sea. Before long, it completely stained the sea area red. Then, in the crimson area, the corpses of hybrid leviathans floated on the water's surface. Each corpse was riddled with holes, bearing hideous sword marks. Ronan was still underwater. Magic power surrounded his body, preventing the fishy from touching him. He used his divine sense, and little fiery red light spots emerged from the corpses of those leviathans. Immediately after, those fiery red light spots gathered into beast cores. Ronan beckoned with his hand, and all the beast cores gathered towards him. He then waved his sleeve and swept up the beast cores. All these beast cores were collected into his storage pouch. Since this sea area was already bloody, Ronan changed his cultivation spot. He came to the seabed of another sea area and sat down. Since he had just obtained the beast cores, he decided to switch to cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. He flipped his hand. 5 beast cores appeared in his hand. He clapped his hand to his mouth. The 5 beast cores were put into his mouth. As the beast cores entered his belly, a surge of heat rose. If it were other cultivators, the violent power of the beast cores would be quite harmful to the cultivator. Therefore, when other cultivators obtained beast cores, they often had to spend effort, using alchemy methods, to remove the violent power from the beast cores. However, his body was strong, and this bit of violent power could not affect him at all. So, he directly swallowed the beast cores. Using the medicinal power of the beast cores, Ronan cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. There were water weeds nearby, and he possessed the heart of nature of a druid, so his cultivation progress would accelerate. The spiritual chi from the sea and above the sea surged towards him. In the sea, a whirlpool formed. In the sky, a wind whirlpool also formed. The heaven and earth spiritual chi from the vicinity poured into his body. A portion was refined by him into magic power and integrated into the wood golden core in his danshan. Another portion integrated into the danshan spiritual realm. Just as Ronan was cultivating, in another part of the sky, a giant ship was flying. This giant ship resembled a giant whale. Its hull was made of yellowish-white wood, engraved with yellow straight lines. Within the yellow patterns, there were individual light spots. It looked like a connected constellation. This giant ship was the Star Spirit Tower Starship, a wizard organization of the Wizard Islands. The connected constellation on its body was the wizardry array of the Wizard Islands Starry System Wizardry School. There were many wizardry schools in the Wizard Islands Starry System Wizardry School. Star Spirit Tower was just one of them. In the past, Star Spirit Tower had a glorious time on the Wizard Islands. However, after several hundred years, the current Star Spirit Tower had declined. Not only were they forced from the center of the Wizard Islands, but they were also pushed to the edge of the Wizard Islands. Now, they couldn't even stay at the edge. Previously, they naturally knew that a great wizard from their organization had perished on the way to bring their branch organization. And the branch organization never arrived. They naturally wanted to send more people to the Kingdom of Wizards. However, at that time, they were in a struggle with other wizard organizations and simply could not spare any manpower. Now, they had been defeated in their struggle with other wizard organizations. They were about to head to the Kingdom of Wizards to occupy this one-level continent. As they were flying in the air, the sensitive-nosed wizard immediately smelled a bloody chi coming from below. Then, each wizard went to the edge of the starship and looked down. They immediately saw that the sea area below was a deep crimson. Could it be a great battle of sea beasts? The wizard who discovered this scene speculated. Then a wizard went to report to the leader of the Star Spirit Tower. The leader of the Star Spirit Tower was also a legendary wizard, named Yarn Burke. Over 200 years old, he had straight white hair that hung down. He had a short beard on his lip and chin, which made him look very refined. He wore a light yellow wizard robe, surrounded by starlight. He was cultivating in a quiet room on the starship when a wizard came to report to him. After listening, he said, "I have long felt that the nearby energy particles are flowing in one direction. Why is that?" The wizard who came to report to him asked. Yarn said, "Perhaps in that direction is the entity that killed these hybrid leviathans. I wonder if it's a demonic beast or a wizard." After pondering for a moment, Yarn said, "Go in that direction." Whatever could kill so many hybrid leviathans, whether it was a demonic beast or a wizard, he felt it would be of great use to him. After Yarn gave the order, the nearby wizards operating the starship began to chant spells. The wizardry array patterns on the starship emitted dazzling yellow light. The power of the stars converged into it. Then, the starship made a turn and flew towards Ronan's location. The further Yarn went in that direction, the more clearly he felt the energy particles flowing towards that side. What exactly is this? Yarn grew increasingly curious. Whatever could absorb so many energy particles at once, whether it was a demonic beast or a wizard, he would capture it for thorough research. Perhaps he could create another object that attracts energy particles, thereby increasing the concentration of energy particles. Ronan was at the bottom of the sea, but his divine sense had always been released. Soon, he sensed that a colossal object was flying towards him in the sky, carrying wizards of various ranks. He immediately stopped cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and focused all his senses. On the starship, Yarn felt the energy particles stop, and immediately guessed that the creature had sensed their arrival. He would not miss such a magical creature. He immediately released a wizardry sound transmission, arranging all the wizards and wizard apprentices on the starship to disembark and search for that creature. After a long period of war, the Star Spirit Tower still had nearly 200 wizards. Including Yarn, there was 1 legendary wizard, 5 great wizards, 3 true knowledge wizards, about 20 elite wizards, and over 100 remaining wizard apprentices. Great wizards and true knowledge wizards, due to their formidable strength, could often operate alone, spreading out to search for the creature Yarn mentioned. The more than 100 wizard apprentices were led by elite wizards, divided into small groups. Each small group could form a wizard array. This wizard array contained a hidden wizardry array pattern, where a wizard apprentice casting a wizardry could gather the power of other wizard apprentices or wizards. It often achieved the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Under Yarn's command, the wizards disembarked from the starship one by one. Yarn remained on the starship. He maneuvered the starship, descending to skim the surface of the sea. Those wizards and wizard apprentices all held staves at least a meter long. They used their staves to cast wizardry. The gems at the top of the staves were magical ores from the star system, and when arranged in a certain formation, they could help them utilize the power of the stars. They cast spells in unison, and the nearby sea area immediately surged, quickly revealing whirlpools. In the sea area where Ronan was, the sea water churned. But he protected himself with wood magic power, unmoving as a mountain. As the starship entered his sensory range, he roughly guessed the origin of these wizards. The attire of these wizards was similar in style to the great wizard of the Star Spirit Tower whom he had killed. He had also found the gems on the staves held by these wizards in the storage Zhuuki of the great wizard he had killed. He had also seen the wizardry array on the starship in the great wizard's notes. Furthermore, the strength composition of these wizards at various ranks was similar to what Iji, the leader of Star's Peak, had said. And these wizards are heading towards the kingdom of wizards. Are they trying to invade my continent? Ronan thought, withdrawing all the energy particles from his body into his spiritual realm. Then, he infused magic power into the elf runes of the concealment spell. Nearby dark energy particles gathered towards him, draping a faint black veil over his body. With these two methods, he felt that even a legendary wizard would not be able to sense his presence. Everything was ready. Ronan lightly pushed off the seabed with his foot and floated upwards towards the sea surface. Just as he floated up to the sea surface, a team of wizard apprentices led by an elite wizard came face to face with him. Upon seeing him, these wizard apprentices immediately prepared to send a message. However, Ronan merely moved his finger slightly. Leaves of waterweeds flew up from below. They lightly cut across the throats of the elite wizard and the wizard apprentices. Blood splattered, dyeing the seawater red. The other wizards who were searching for the creature immediately noticed the disappearance of these wizard apprentices' energy particles. They were instantly alarmed and rushed towards this direction. Yarn, who was piloting the starship, his eyes lit up, and the starship suddenly accelerated, flying towards Ronan's location. Another team led by an elite wizard met Ronan. Ronan moved his finger again. A waterweed leaf suddenly cut through the air. It annihilated this team of wizard apprentices. After 2 consecutive teams' energy particles disappeared, all the wizards converged towards this side. At this point, Ronan had once again submerged into the sea. When the wizards arrived at his original location, he bypassed them and headed towards Yarn. On the starship, Yarn felt his 2 teams of wizard apprentices die silently. And he couldn't even sense the presence of the killer. He could only determine the approximate location of the killer through the deaths of his organization members. Suddenly, Yarn seemed to think of something. He quickly looked around. Since the killer could hide their presence, it was highly likely that they had silently come to his side. However, just as he was about to turn his head, he suddenly felt the wizard shield on his body abruptly shatter. A sharp pain came from his legs. Immediately, his body felt a sense of weightlessness. He glanced down with his peripheral vision and saw that his legs were severed, and a green light, like a swimming fish, flew to a person's side. This person had a tall and slender physique, covered in a faint black veil. The black veil was thickest over his face, preventing him from seeing the person's appearance clearly. A wizard from Star Spirit Tower? Ronan asked. Yarn fell to the ground, his legs in excruciating pain, but he still gripped his staff tightly in his hand. He infused magic power into the wizardry model, intending to cast a wizardry with his staff. Seeing that this person was unwilling to answer, Ronan did not press the matter. He moved his finger again, and the green light flashed once more. The azure spirit sword sliced across Yarn's throat. Ronan and Yarn were both legendary wizards. If the two had set up their formations and faced each other head-on, Yarn, relying on his great master-level star system wizardry, could have fought Ronan for some time. But Ronan had come stealthily, and Yarn was completely unprepared. Thus, with just 2 sword strikes, he killed this legendary wizard. Ronan made a grasping motion towards Yarn, who was in a pool of blood. The gem necklace around Yarn's neck, which was his storage Zhuuki, detached from his neck and flew towards Ronan. After obtaining Yan's Zhuuki, Ronan waved his hand. 35 azure spirit swords flew out from his wizard robe sleeves. Together with the azure spirit sword already outside, they formed the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation. He made a sword gesture and pointed downwards. The 36 azure spirit swords transformed into a shimmering azure mist and flew towards the Star Spirit Tower wizards below. These wizards were already startled when they suddenly felt Yan's energy fluctuations abruptly disappear. At this moment, they only felt a gust of wind blow past. As the wind blew, they instinctively felt as if danger was approaching. But the next moment, they heard the sound of the wind. It came from their throats. Those of low rank had their throats cut by the azure spirit sword in an instant. True knowledge wizards and great wizards, who constantly maintained their wizard shields during battle, only sensed their wizard shields shatter before feeling a chill at their throats. Soon, all the Star Spirit Tower wizards who invaded the Kingdom of Wizards died under the Azure Spirit Sword. Ronan flew down to collect the Zhuwuki of these wizards. Once collected, he flew back onto the starship. He also had a certain understanding of the wizardry formations of stellar wizardry. Even though he had not deeply studied stellar wizardry, after observing the wizardry formations on the starship for a while, he knew how to inject mana into the starship and control it. However, this starship was not of much use to him. Therefore, he immediately circulated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture on the spot. Within his dantian, a ray of light shot out, gradually engulfing the starship. The materials of the starship were decomposed into energy particles by the light and poured into his dantian. His dantian expanded inch by inch. Subsequently, Ronan found another sea area and continued to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Ronan stayed in the sea area for more than 2 years. The wizard tower had his natal longevity tree, so he knew what was happening in the tower and did not need to return to guard it. For the past 2 years, the Kingdom of Wizards had been quite peaceful. The wizards of the Wizard Council rarely sought out Dolly Fa. It was always Liang impersonating Dolly Fa who dismissed the wizards who came looking for them. The wizards who came to find Dolly Fa did not ask about major issues, they just wanted Dolly Fa to make a decision. Liang made that decision. The various branches of the Wizard Council and the Wizard Academy gradually developed. As the wizard power grew stronger, it was also gradually brought under the control of Ronan and his companions. After Ronan cultivated the All-Grass-R Soldier's sword formation to perfection, he began to cultivate the Otsu Wood Divine Light. The Otsu Wood Divine Light was also cultivated to perfection by him. Now, when he releases the Otsu Wood Divine Light, it can make the seaweed in the sea grow wildly. It can also turn a mountain in the sea into rotten wood, which then flies away as sawdust. When he found a group of sea beasts and illuminated them with the Otsu Wood Divine Light, he could quickly refine them into blood water. After cultivating the Otsu Wood Divine Light to perfection, he began to cultivate the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. This escape spell was also cultivated to perfection by him. Next, Ronan would continue to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture to construct his dantian. And most of the materials were in Dolly Fa's wizard tower. Moreover, after 2 years, he had not consumed any of the materials contributed to him from various places. After returning to Triumphant City, Ronan performed a bloodline implantation for Liang, further strengthening the bloodline power of the Harpy. Afterward, he helped his third brother Bran and his father Leighton Lawrence with physical body amplification using energy particles. After the Lawrence family developed, his father Leighton Lawrence handed over the family to his cousin to manage. He himself, along with some family members, moved to a manor outside Triumphant City. This was to facilitate regular physical body amplification. Moreover, the resources available in Triumphant City and the night training obtainable would naturally be much richer than in the Southeast Province. One day, Leighton Lawrence held a family gathering in the manor. Attending the gathering were Ronan's 3 brothers, as well as their nephews and nieces. Their niece, now 14 years old, named Renee Lawrence, was already a level 3 wizard apprentice. She wore a black lace-trimmed dress, had large dark eyes, straight bangs and braided pigtails on both sides. Ronan's nephew, now 12 years old, named Chiu Wen Lawrence, was also a level 3 wizard apprentice. He wore noble attire, as refined as an adult, but his face was still very childish. These people were, in fact, the current core of the Lawrence family. As long as their nephew and niece grew a few more years and became first-level formal wizards, they could intermarry with wizards from other wizard families. Then, their Lawrence family would establish connections with other wizard families. Subsequently, after they bore children and continuously branched out, a wizard family would gradually begin to rise. Leighton was also contacting other wizard families to arrange marriages for Ronan and his 2 brothers. After all 3 of them possessed extremely strong power, whether as wizards or knights. Moreover, now that their Lawrence family was backed by Dolly Fa, they had a good standing. They should be able to find wizards from wizard families to intermarry with. However, this proposal was immediately rejected by Ronan and his 2 brothers for other reasons. After all, the 3 of them now had to stay in the wizard tower to deal with others who came looking for Dolly Fa. They also had to deal with the possibility of Dolly Fa suddenly waking up. Aside from the 3 of them, neither Leighton nor their nephew and niece knew about Dolly Fa's situation. If they knew that Ronan and his 2 brothers were using Dolly Fa's resources, they would undoubtedly be extremely surprised. After the family gathering, everyone dispersed. Ronan and his 2 brothers returned to the wizard tower to continue their cultivation. Ronan was in the highest level of the wizard tower, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Wind poured in from the surrounding windows. Heaven and earth spiritual chi surged into his body. The wood golden core in his dantian became brighter and brighter, and his mana grew increasingly abundant. However, in the center of his forehead, a seed gradually formed. He knew that this was the beginning of the nascent soul. As long as he continued to cultivate, mana would surge into his forehead, nourishing this seed. The nascent soul would gradually form. As he progressed further towards the nascent soul, his mental energy also grew stronger. Now, if he wished, his mental energy, when released, would be like a tidal wave, not only tangible but also possessing a sense of oppression. He thought that if he concentrated his mental energy, true knowledge wizards could be killed by him with just his mental energy. As the months and years passed, news of overseas wizard organizations coming to recruit new blood periodically reached Ronan's ears. Those overseas wizard organizations seemed to believe that the wizard power on this one-level continent should be ordinary. Therefore, the wizards sent to recruit new blood were all below true knowledge wizard rank. Without Ronan needing to act, the local wizard council, along with the wizard families and wizard organizations, simply killed the overseas wizards. Therefore, over the years, not a single overseas wizard organization has been able to recruit new students from this continent. After reaching the legendary wizard rank, Ronan began to intensify his research into the nightmare world. First, he studied Dolly Fa's nightmare stone. He had never seen Dolly Fa use the nightmare stone. But through Dolly Fa's collection of books, he gradually figured out how to use the nightmare stone. He sat at a low table, on which rested a wooden cup filled with water. He aimed the nightmare stone at the wooden cup and chanted a spell. Under the spell, the nightmare stone immediately emitted a purple light. Under the illumination of the purple light, the wooden cup gradually transformed into a golden cup. He clearly felt that when the wooden cup transformed into a golden cup, no energy particles converged. This meant that the transformation from wood to gold was an arbitrary change. This nightmare stone truly possesses the ability to transform reality. He continued to use the nightmare stone to emit purple light, shining it on the water cup, and then the water in the cup turned into sand. Then, the golden cup suddenly disintegrated into sand, flowing away in all directions. This ability is terrifying. After using it for a while, colorful phantoms appeared before his eyes. In a trance, he saw another world. He knew from Dolly Fa's collection of books that this was his mental energy seeing the nightmare world. Immediately, he saw a colorful gas, a demonic creature with a ferocious face, float out from the nightmare world. This demon from the nightmare world immediately pounced on his head. With its illusory colorful claws, it tugged at his mental energy. Ronan knew that Dolly Fa's mental energy was likely pulled into the nightmare world by this demon after he used the nightmare stone. However, Ronan's mental energy was not only powerful, but his physical body was also extremely strong in the kingdom of wizards. In the cultivation world, it is said that the physical body is the body, and mental energy is the soul. The stronger the physical body, the more firmly it can lock the soul. Therefore, no matter how the demon from the nightmare world pulled, it could not shake Ronan's mental energy in the slightest. Moreover, at this time, Ronan tried to use his mental energy, condensing it into blades, and stabbed at the demon. However, they passed through the demon's body without harming it in the slightest. Although the demon from the nightmare world still could not affect him, he had not yet found a way to deal with it. As he stopped using the nightmare stone, his connection with the nightmare world gradually weakened. Thus, he could no longer see the nightmare world. And that demon also disappeared with the nightmare world. Although he had the coordinates of the nightmare world, he had no way to deal with the demon from the nightmare world. Therefore, he still did not plan to enter the nightmare world to explore. Even though the nightmare world contained many means to enhance the power of his spells. One day, while Ronan was cultivating, he sensed the arrival of a wizard from the wizard council. When the wizard from the wizard council arrived outside the wizard tower's barrier, he knelt on one knee and said, "Lord Dolly Fa, at the kingdom's border, there is a wizard from the wizard islands who requests to see you. And he says he is a legendary wizard." Upon hearing this, Ronan transmitted his voice from the wizard tower. "Did he say what he wants to see me for?" "No, he did not," replied the wizard from the wizard council. Ronan pondered this. Since this overseas wizard, who claimed to be a legendary wizard, had come here and said he wanted to see him, if he did not meet him, this wizard might force his way in. If he forced his way in, it would definitely deplete the kingdom of wizards' power. Considering this, Ronan decided to go. He asked the wizard from the wizard council where the legendary wizard was, then drank the transformation potion and changed into Dolly Fa's clothes. He stepped out of the wizard tower's window, cast the Otsu wood immortal escape, and transformed into a dark green stream of light, swiftly flying towards the seaside. As he was about to reach the seaside, he saw from afar dozens of kingdom of wizards, each holding a staff, formed a wizard array, confronting a wizard. From the energy fluctuations emanating from this wizard, Ronan knew he was a legendary wizard. This wizard also had graying hair, wore a brown robe, and had his hands clasped behind his back, looking leisurely. When Ronan arrived, the kingdom of wizards all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this wizard had not started a battle with them. The mere energy fluctuations from this wizard almost made them gasp for breath. When this wizard saw Ronan, he immediately waved, "Hello, Wizard Dolly Fa." Ronan stopped in the air and asked, "Who are you?" The wizard said, "I am Edmund Bathory, leader of the Mechanic Soul, a wizard organization from the Wizard Islands. This time I'm looking for you because I need your help." "What kind of help?" Edmund continued, "We are going to annex another wizard organization, and we would like to invite you to come and help us. We can pay you sufficient compensation." After hearing this, Ronan pondered in his heart. He didn't know much about the Wizard Islands. He only knew that there were many wizard organizations on the Wizard Islands, and it was very complex. Even in Dolly Fa's collection of books, he couldn't find much information about the Wizard Islands. In any case, the waters of the Wizard Islands were very deep. He felt that he should not get involved. Ronan said, "My spells are not suitable for intense combat." In the wizard world, there was already a distinction between white wizards and black wizards. White wizards were mostly some more peaceful wizard families and wizard academies. In fact, these continent wizards, and some gentle academic wizards, belonged to the white wizards. Most of the wizards on the Wizard Islands, that is, the wizard organizations dominating the Wizard Islands, were composed of black wizards. Black wizards were wizards skilled in combat. Ronan believed that this wizard from the Wizard Islands would understand his meaning by saying this. If a white wizard like him participated in the battles of black wizards like them, he could easily get injured. But Edmund clearly ignored Ronan's excuse. He chuckled, and laugh lines appeared around his lips. Wizard Dalifa, I have heard of your fierce reputation on the Wizard Islands as well. I heard that many wizard organizations came to this continent to recruit new blood, and all of them lost their wizards here. The Star Spirit Tower wizards, I heard, fled in the direction of this continent after escaping. Now, this continent is still under your control, which shows that you killed the Star Spirit Tower wizards. With such combat power, don't say that you are not suitable for intense combat. I'm really not suited for battle. Ronan still rejected the wizard from the mechanic's soul. Upon hearing this, Dalifa sneered, Ronan, your people blocked me, and I did not retaliate, which shows my sincerity. You are just trying to fob me off. Let me tell you this, if you don't go, in the future, the mechanic soul will surely come to this continent and plunder all your resources. Having finished speaking, steam suddenly billowed from under Dalifa's wizard robe. Then, he flew towards the sea at an extremely fast speed. Although Ronan's face showed no expression upon hearing Dalifa's words, there was killing intent in his heart. He flicked his finger. Abe would divine lightning, like a giant dragon, burst forth into the sky. You. The mechanic soul that Dalifa belonged to was a wizard school that integrated wizardry, body refining, and mechanic soul modification. His head had also been modified. There were mechanical compound eyes installed on the scalp at the back of his head, allowing him to see in all directions behind him. Seeing Ronan suddenly attack him from behind, he was furious. Bang! Ronan's would divine lightning broke Dalifa's protective force field. Immediately after, besides Dalifa's protective power, his wizard robe also had a protective wizardry formation. With another crack, the would divine lightning shattered this wizardry formation as well. Subsequently, the would divine lightning struck Dalifa's body squarely. Dalifa's wizard robe was completely shattered, revealing his peculiar body, which was half physical body and half mechanical. The would divine lightning scorched Dalifa's body black, and strands of lightning, like small snakes, climbed over Dalifa's mechanical body, with sizzling sounds emanating from the machinery. A fusion of machinery and flesh. That's interesting. Ronan could still feel a faint chi emanating from Dalifa's body, so he reached out and grabbed into the void realm. Dalifa, who was falling, was pulled over and held by him. He planned to take him back and study how machinery and the physical body were integrated. Perhaps, he could use this to modify the knights in the kingdom. While he was cultivating wizards, Liang also began to cultivate the kingdom's knights. Originally, he wasn't very concerned about this. However, at this moment, he thought that once these knights were cultivated and modified by him, they could also become a good fighting force. Holding Dalifa, Ronan flew back to the land. On the land, wizards from the local wizard council, wizard family, and wizard organization all watched everything with wide eyes. They hadn't expected Ronan to defeat this legendary wizard from the wizard islands with just one strike. Ronan looked down at the crowd, do not tell anyone that I killed this wizard. If this matter gets out, all of you will die. Upon hearing Dalifa's command, the other wizards immediately nodded. After Ronan took Dalifa's body back to the wizard tower, he placed him on a confinement device. This device was an iron plate, engraved with complex wizardry formations. By inputting magic power into it, a force could be generated to control the wizard on it. Ronan confined him, intending to study him later. He had to impersonate Dalifa and go to the wizard islands to spread a message. The message he wanted to spread was naturally about Dalifa's ordinary strength. This was to make the wizard organizations on the wizard islands not covet him. However, I can't say that there's no powerful person on this continent either. If that were the case, some wizard organizations might come to attack. I've got it. Ronan came up with a solution. With this in mind, Ronan first woke Dalifa. He used cruel wizardry to force the location of the wizard islands out of Dalifa's mouth. He deliberately interrogated him several times, pressing Dalifa to see if he had left any traps in his words. This was to prevent Dalifa from telling him a dangerous location. After several interrogations, he indeed found that Dalifa had left him a trap. The first route Dalifa mentioned would encounter 3 extremely powerful demonic beast groups. Even a legendary wizard, once trapped in these demonic beast groups, would find it difficult to fight their way out. The second route he mentioned would encounter a wizard ruin. This wizard ruin was coveted by several powerful wizard schools. If he approached it, those wizard schools coveting the ruin would attack him. After asking several times, Ronan finally extracted a safe route back to the mechanic soul. Subsequently, he drank a transformation potion and transformed into Dalifa's appearance. However, Dalifa's body, a mixture of machinery and flesh, could not be replicated by a transformation potion. Fortunately, Dalifa's face was not embedded with machinery. So, after Ronan changed his appearance, he immediately put on a set of pitch-black wizard robe to conceal his body. Once everything was ready, Ronan cast Otsu would immortal escape and headed towards the location of the wizard islands that Dalifa had described. A dark green light streaked rapidly across the sea. This was Ronan. The route Dalifa finally gave him was circuitous but safe enough. At sea, besides encountering demonic beast groups and wizard ruins, one could also encounter severe weather. This route would only encounter thunderstorms. These thunderstorms posed a threat to true knowledge wizards. However, for great wizards and above, these thunderstorms could not harm them. Soon, he arrived at a sea area that Dalifa called the Devil Sea. This was why wizards from other continents found it difficult to locate the wizard islands. The wizard islands were surrounded by the Devil Sea. This sea area had peculiar and strange magnetic fields. Anyone entering it would lose a certain sense of direction, making it very easy to get lost in the vast sea. Ronan's mental energy was extremely strong. After flying into the sea area, although he felt a magnetic force trying to influence his spirit, it was useless. He still flew towards the island where the mechanic soul was located, as Dolly Fa had instructed. After flying for a while, Ronan finally saw an island. The island was barren, with a mechanically styled base on it. Beside the base, several wizards stood guard. The wizards' faces were inlaid with iron devices. Some wizards had mechanical eyes that flickered red light from time to time. Lord Dolly Fa has returned. These wizards immediately spoke upon seeing Ronan. At this moment, Ronan had completely concealed his chi. Although the wizards felt that Dolly Fa's energy fluctuations were gone, they thought that perhaps this was a new invention of Lord Dolly Fa. Thus, they had little suspicion. After Ronan landed, the base quickly opened, revealing an iron entrance. Ronan then walked in. From Dolly Fa's mouth, he also generally understood the personnel configuration of this base. He released his divine sense, and everything in the base was imprinted in his mind. Based on the magnitude of the energy fluctuations, he quickly matched the great wizards with the names Dolly Fa had mentioned. He first walked towards Dolly Fa's cultivation room. As he was walking through the iron corridor, a great wizard approached him. Lord Dolly Fa, what's the result? Is the legendary wizard from that continent willing to come? The Dolly Fa impersonated by Ronan shook his head upon hearing this. Don't mention it, the legendary wizard from that continent is a white wizard, and his combat power is very poor. I beat him half to death and then came back. The great wizard, whose right eye was a gear, then said. Then, what should we do when Fire Dragon's grief comes? Ronan knew from Dolly Fa's mouth that Fire Dragon's grief was a wizard organization that contended with the mechanic soul. It was a wizard organization composed of body refinement wizards. Because they coveted the resources of the mechanic soul and the mechanic soul's technology of fusing mechanical inanimate objects with the physical body, they had plans to attack the mechanic soul. Ronan said, don't be afraid, I've researched some new wizardry. Even without external help, we are not afraid of Fire Dragon's grief. The great wizard immediately felt relieved. Then, as if remembering something, he added. Then, Lord Dolly Fa, since you said the legendary wizard from that continent has weak combat power, why don't we attack and make that continent a branch of our mechanic soul? If we fall into danger in the Wizard Islands and escape, we can still go to that continent. Ronan shook his head again. No, there is a power behind that continent. The great wizard's face showed confusion. Ronan continued, the power behind this continent is the Elf Kingdom. The great wizard's confusion deepened, aren't the elf in decline? Ronan shook his head, although in decline, they still possess mysterious elf magic. Otherwise, with the power of that continent's white wizards, the families on that continent wouldn't have been able to control that continent for so long. As he spoke, the great wizard nodded. After all, Dolly Fa was his leader, so he naturally wouldn't doubt what Dolly Fa said. Because Dolly Fa had no reason to lie about these matters. While the great wizard was still pondering, Ronan walked into Dolly Fa's cultivation room. He planned to stay here for a few more days, interact with a few more wizards, and spread the true situation of the Valiant Kingdom. Then, he would let these wizards spread the news throughout the Wizard Islands. However, just as he sat down in Dolly Fa's cultivation room, made of cold steel, he heard a woo-woo-woo alarm sound coming from the base. Although Dolly Fa hadn't told him about this, he knew that something was likely to happen to this base. Soon, a wizard ran outside the cultivation room. Lord Dolly Fa, the wizards of Fire Dragon's grief have arrived. Ronan hadn't expected Fire Dragon's grief to arrive so quickly. He thought that since Fire Dragon's grief could contend with the mechanic soul, its power structure was likely similar to that of the mechanic soul. If Dolly Fa sought help, it was possible that Fire Dragon's grief's strength would be slightly stronger than the mechanic soul. There was definitely a legendary wizard. If he left now, the mechanic soul might be destroyed by Fire Dragon's grief. And the wizards of the mechanic soul had not yet helped him spread the news of the Valiant Kingdom. Let's go out and see first. Ronan walked out of the cultivation room, out of the base, and floated upwards. He immediately saw red dots in the distance flying towards him. When they got a little closer and entered his perception range, he immediately sensed that a legendary wizard, 3 great wizards, 5 true knowledge wizards, and many wizards below elite wizard were coming. It seemed Fire Dragon's grief had come out in full force. Prepare for battle. He shouted in Dolly Fa's voice. Subsequently, the iron plates of the base opened one by one, and wizards streamed out from within. With his strength, plus the wizards of the mechanic soul, facing Fire Dragon's grief, there was no need to fear at all. Ronan waved his hand. A wood divine lightning burst forth into the sky, like a giant dragon spanning the void realm, heading towards the wizards of Fire Dragon's grief. Lightning was a wizardry that mechanical wizards also played with, so Ronan using wood divine lightning was not afraid of being exposed. If he had used the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation or anything similar, it would definitely make the wizards of the mechanic soul feel unfamiliar. The wizards of Fire Dragon's grief immediately conjured a protective shield together, blocking Ronan's wood divine lightning. At this time, the other wizards of the mechanic soul also arrived one after another. They each used wizardry, releasing lightning, flames, ice, and other elements, heading towards Fire Dragon's grief. Fire Dragon's grief, however, pushed through with the protective shield, charging forward forcefully. Bang! Ronan released another wood divine lightning, breaking the protective shield. These wizards of Fire Dragon's grief wore blood red wizard robe. The leading wizard, who was the legendary wizard of Fire Dragon's Grief, was over 2 meters tall. He was bald, with fiery red patterns on his face. Even wearing a wizard robe, one could feel the strong physical body hidden beneath it. According to Dali Fa, Fire Dragon's Grief were body refinement wizards who modified themselves with dragon bloodline. Their modified bodies possessed extremely strong attack power and wizardry protection. After the protective shield broke, the legendary wizard of Fire Dragon's Grief pounced on Ronan. He wanted to engage Ronan in hand-to-hand combat. Although mechanical wizards who modified their bodies with machinery also had a certain degree of hand-to-hand combat ability. But this legendary wizard clearly felt that his bloodline fusion was superior. This legendary wizard punched towards Ronan. Ronan directly unleashed a BE with Divine Lightning. The fist collided with the BE with Divine Lightning. Instantly, one of the legendary wizard's arms turned into nothingness. The originally furious legendary wizard suddenly froze. As expected, a body refinement wizard. Ronan had just used Grand Mist to analyze this person. He knew that this person's power value was good. Therefore, he felt that using just one BE with Divine Lightning would not be enough to kill this person. Sure enough, a Divine Thunder struck, only shattering one of this person's arms. As his thoughts raced, Ronan unleashed another Divine Thunder. This legendary wizard, knowing the power of the lightning wizardry, immediately fled. Losing an arm was nothing to him. He was proficient in bloodline fusion and physical body modification, and could find someone else's arm to reattach to himself. What he needed to do now was to escape from Dali Fa's grasp. He thought to himself that he had completely misjudged Dali Fa's strength. He had not expected Dali Fa to have such powerful lightning wizardry. The legendary wizard seemed to have avoided Ronan's Divine Thunder. However, Ronan's BE with Divine Lightning had reached perfection, and he could control it as he pleased. With a thought from Ronan, the Divine Thunder curved and blasted towards the legendary wizard. The legendary wizard of Fire Dragon's Grief continuously released his innate force field. Circles of invisible energy fluctuations emanated from his body, layer upon layer. He just wanted to block Ronan's BE with Divine Lightning. However, the BE with Divine Lightning completely shattered his innate force field, finally striking him squarely. He fell from the sky like a charred piece of wood. Ronan analyzed the legendary wizard's body with Grand Mist. He knew that a single Divine Thunder wouldn't completely incapacitate him. Currently, the legendary wizard's limp appearance was definitely faked. Thus, Ronan sent another Divine Thunder, blasting towards him. Bang! The legendary wizard, startled, received another lightning strike and was truly on his last breath. The other wizards of Fire Dragon's Grief, seeing their leader defeated, were all disheartened. They all used their escape wizardry, quickly leaving the area. Before Ronan even gave the command, the other wizards of Mechanic Soul had already given chase. Each wizard possessed a considerable amount of resources. How could these wizards let go of the resources right before their eyes? Soon, the wizards of Mechanic Soul surrounded the wizards of Fire Dragon's Grief. The wizards of Mechanic Soul shot flames and lightning from their modified Mechanic Soul. Fire Dragon's Grief either dodged or fought head-on. Before long, the wizards of Fire Dragon's Grief were either wounded or dead. While these wizards were fighting, Ronan collected the storage Zhuwuki of the Fire Dragon's Grief legendary wizard. A mental probe revealed a good deal of resources within. There was also a tube of bloodline, seemingly the bloodline of a dragon creature. I'll research it slowly when I get back. Ronan thought, then returned to the base first. In the following days, he heard the wizards of Mechanic Soul spreading rumors of the Kingdom of Wizards. His goal achieved, he felt quite satisfied. Then, he changed his appearance and wandered around nearby, aiming to learn more about the Wizard Islands. In these past few days, he had learned that in the peripheral areas of the Wizard Islands, typically a wizard school or a wizard organization would occupy an island. Some wizard schools or wizard organizations, due to their strength, would occupy multiple islands. Besides some islands being occupied by wizard organizations and wizard schools, some islands were trading places jointly established by several schools or organizations. Resources that a particular school or organization didn't possess might be found on these islands. In addition, Ronan knew that the leaders of wizard schools or wizard organizations located on the periphery were basically legendary wizards. And the wizards comprising these schools or organizations were not weak either. Basically, one school or organization had the capability to invade a one-level continent. And it was these schools or organizations that frequently went to the continents outside the Wizard Islands to recruit new blood. The more central areas of the Wizard Islands were home to even more formidable wizard schools and wizard organizations. If they needed to recruit new blood, they would often request it from the peripheral wizard organizations and wizard schools. Except for special continents, one-level continent would not have contact with wizard organizations and wizard schools outside the periphery of the Wizard Islands. He now realized that many wizards who claimed to have visited the Wizard Islands had merely reached its periphery. The Wizard Islands had no ruling power, and its governance was quite chaotic. At sea, there were many black wizards who specialized in robbing lone wizards. While wandering nearby, Ronan encountered several black wizards. These black wizards failed to seize resources and instead lost their lives. Ronan, however, gained some resources for free. During his wanderings, Ronan also inadvertently stumbled upon a wizard ruin. These ruins were guarded by several wizard organizations. From afar, Ronan merely sensed the existence of this wizard ruin and was spotted by the guarding wizards. Ronan sensed the presence of 3 legendary wizards within the ruin. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ronan flew away from the wizard ruin, indicating he was just passing by. The guarding wizards, seeing Ronan's actions, did not pursue, thus saving their lives. Ronan, feeling he had learned enough about the Wizard Islands, returned to Triumphant City. In the wizard tower, Ronan took out the storage Zhuwuki of the mechanical heart leader and the fire dragon's grief leader, and removed all the items within. The cultivate resources within were stored in his warehouse. As for the books, he placed them among Dolly Fa's collection. While placing the books, he once again saw Dolly Fa lying peacefully. Due to years of inactivity, Dolly Fa's body had visibly thinned. The fact that Dolly Fa's body had not decayed after all these years indicated that his soul still existed in the nightmare world. After putting the books away, Ronan continued to cultivate. He was still cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. With a single breath, the heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby stirred up a gust of wind, surging towards him. The heaven and earth spiritual chi entered his body, transforming into mana and merging into his danshan. The wood golden core in his danshan grew increasingly powerful. The seed in his glabella gradually took on the shape of a nascent soul. The heaven and earth spiritual chi integrated into the spiritual realm, causing the spiritual realm to expand slowly. Half a year passed. The kingdom was peaceful. The local wizard council became increasingly perfected, and after absorbing more and more wizard power, its control over the local areas grew stronger day by day. Local wizard riots gradually became impossible. Wizard academies in the kingdom were also established one after another. The wizard council introduced a mechanism for regular annual testing of wizard aptitude. It strived to ensure that young people, whether noble or commoners, had the opportunity to test their wizard aptitude. Young people with wizard aptitude would be assigned to different wizard academies for further study, according to the level of their wizard aptitude. Ronan only occasionally prompted the wizard council, giving a general direction, and offered almost no opinions on the specific management details. Under a results-oriented approach, the kingdom's wizard power gradually strengthened. With the strengthening of wizard power, tributes from various regions also increased. The wizard world was rich in resources. Even this Dong continent itself had many undeveloped areas, containing numerous resources. Once wizard power was sufficient, wizard teams could be formed to explore these areas. While Ronan was cultivating, he suddenly felt a wizard from the wizard council approaching. He keenly noticed that, unlike before, this time the wizard council wizard's footsteps were slightly hurried and anxious. Something must have happened. This wizard council wizard arrived outside the wizard tower's defensive barrier and immediately knelt on one knee. Great wizard Dolly Fa, great wizard Jilan is dead. Ronan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Jilan Mayers was the strongest great wizard in the wizard council. What happened? The inquiry of Dolly Fa came from the wizard council wizard's ear. The wizard council wizard said, at the edge of the southwest province, there is a large forest. That place is home to many demonic beasts, and few wizards venture there to investigate. More than a month ago, the wizard council of the southwest province organized the wizard family, wizard schools, wizard organizations, and wizard apprentices of the wizard academy from the province to explore the forest together, but none returned. Later, the wizard council of the southwest province coordinated wizards from other provincial wizard councils to enter and explore together, but they too lost contact. And then, Great Wizard Jilan led a team to explore. According to the wizards who went with Great Wizard Jilan, during their exploration, they encountered a group of indigenous wizards in the forest. These wizards could summon the forest guardian god. After the indigenous wizards chanted a spell, a gust of wind arose in the forest, and simultaneously, there was a powerful energy fluctuation. Great Wizard Jilan's expression changed, and he told the other wizards in the team to leave first, while he confronted that energy fluctuation. The wizards who went with Great Wizard Jilan dared not disobey his command and all retreated. After fleeing for a while, they felt gusts of wind generated by energy collisions blowing from behind them. And a moment later, they felt Great Wizard Jilan's energy fluctuations grow weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. After hearing this, Ronan told the wizard council wizard to return first. He then pondered in the cultivation room. He walked to the teleportation array, went to the 99th floor, and flipped through Dolly Fa's collection of books. He hoped to find out what exactly that forest guardian god was in the books. However, the books did not mention it. Perhaps the kingdom of wizards had not explored that area, so no records were left. With such a powerful existence guarding it, perhaps that place holds good resources. Ronan thought, deciding to lead a team himself. Thus, Ronan summoned the wizard council wizard again. On one hand, he wanted to personally inquire about what the wizard who experienced this had seen and heard. On the other hand, he wanted to reassemble a team and set out to explore. After half a day, Ronan led a great wizard, 2 true knowledge wizards, and several elite wizards to form a team and set off for the southwest province. In less than a day, they arrived in the southwest province and entered the forest. Upon entering the forest, a truly undeveloped, primitive scent assailed them. In the team, the great wizard was in front. Behind him was a true knowledge wizard, and then Ronan. Further back was another true knowledge wizard. The elite wizards formed a circle, surrounding them. They maintained this formation and walked for a while, then saw a layer of shimmering green light before the forest. It was a defensive barrier. Ronan flicked his finger, releasing a wood divine lightning that directly shattered the defensive barrier. As the barrier shattered, shadows appeared from within the forest. Attack! At Ronan's command, each wizard released wizardry, striking at the shadows. According to the wizards who had explored this forest, these shadows should be the indigenous wizards of the forest. Ronan still didn't know what kind of existence the forest guardian god was, so he decided to kill these indigenous wizards first. As long as some died, there would be less power to resist them. Various wizardry, along with Ronan's wood divine lightning, blasted towards the depths of the forest. Wizardry and divine thunder exploded patches of dirt on the forest floor. In an instant, streaks of soil splashed, and dust permeated the entire forest. Although those indigenous wizards used wizardry protective shields, facing such dense attacks, most suffered casualties. As Ronan approached, he also got a clear look at the indigenous wizards. These wizards all wore simple wizard robe, but perhaps due to living in the forest for many years, their skin was fair from less sun exposure. Upon meeting, they were immediately attacked by Ronan and the others, so these wizards had no time to summon any forest guardian god. However, even without a wizard summoning it, Ronan and the other wizards all felt a gust of wind suddenly appear in the forest. Along with it came a powerful energy fluctuation. This was exactly as described by the wizards who had experienced this incident. It seemed that without summoning, the forest guardian god was about to appear. Ronan felt that this energy fluctuation was only at the level of a legendary wizard. Their team should have no problem defeating it. Although he thought so, Ronan still did not move to the front of the team. He remained focused, waiting for the appearance of the forest guardian god. His mana was already mobilized, ready to attack at any moment. Ronan was calm. But the wizards beside him were not calm. This was, after all, the energy fluctuation of a legendary wizard, and when these wizards felt it, their bodies involuntarily trembled. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of leaves being brushed by something. A massive dark shadow appeared above Ronan and the others. This so-called forest guardian god was actually a giant dragon. A black giant dragon. Its body was even larger than a whale. Its two wings spread, stirring the wind, obscuring the clouds. Its tail, as thick as a massive pillar, lashed in the sky behind it. It seemed that a single sweep of its tail could also kill an elite wizard. The scales on the giant dragon's body looked extremely hard, faintly emitting a luster. Its eyes were rhomboid, filled with ferocity, as it lowered its head to look at Ronan and the others. Foolish humans! A thunderous voice erupted from the giant dragon's mouth. Immediately after, a black flame suddenly spewed forth from its mouth, rolling towards Ronan and the others. The wizards beside Ronan reacted extremely quickly, immediately condensing a protective shield together. And before the protective shield fully condensed, Ronan pointed his hand, releasing the Samadhi True Fire. The protective shield, once released, did not block the Samadhi True Fire. Wizardry protective shields were all one way, energy particles were manipulated by the wizard, allowing attacks to be sent forward without blocking the attacks of wizards behind. When the giant dragon released the black flame, Grand Mist returned data to Ronan. The temperature of this black flame was inferior to his Samadhi True Fire. A brilliant, rosy Samadhi True Fire, like a vast silk ribbon, shot towards the black flame. Soon, it collided with the black flame. As Ronan expected, the black flame was indeed inferior to the Samadhi True Fire. After the Samadhi True Fire was released, the black flame immediately retreated in defeat. The black giant dragon's rhomboid eyes showed surprise. Then, it flicked its tail. The tail brought a gust of wind, striking down towards Ronan and the others. While controlling the Samadhi True Fire, Ronan simultaneously released the Azure Spirit Sword. A streak of azure light flashed across the giant tail. The giant tail immediately broke off, and scalding black blood rained down from the severed end. The dragon, whose tail had been severed, let out a piercing roar in the sky. The half-severed long tail thrashed in the air, and dark, scalding blood rained down. Without its tail, the dragon could not focus on controlling the black flames. Ronan's Samadhi True Fire seized the opportunity. In just a moment, it enveloped the dragon. Hissing sounds emanated from within, and everyone could smell the scent of roasting meat. The dragon's roars in the fire became even more piercing. Upon seeing this situation, the forest wizards fled in all directions. They knew that their forest guardian god was no longer reliable. The wizards of the Wizard Council, remarkably, immediately bypassed Ronan and pursued the fleeing forest wizards. The Samadhi True Fire completely surrounded the dragon. In the sky was a large, trembling ball of flame. Small flames continuously flickered down from the large flame. Soon, this ball of fire rapidly plummeted. With a bang, it crashed to the ground, kicking up dust and igniting nearby trees. A forest fire instantly erupted. Ronan waved his hand, and the Samadhi True Fire immediately transformed into chi, and was drawn back by him. The dragon and the forest were instantly devoid of flames, leaving only a scorched expanse. Ronan tapped his foot, and his body floated up, arriving before the dragon's head. The dragon's head was charred and blackened in places from the burning, and its eyes had long lost their former ferocity. Do you know the spatial coordinates of the dragon clan? Ronan hadn't expected to see a living dragon here. Moreover, this dragon was not one of those demonic beasts with dragon-like features whose bloodline had been diluted. According to his Grand Mist analysis, the purity of its bloodline was almost 96%. It was almost a pure-blooded dragon. Ronan didn't know why this pure-blooded dragon hadn't migrated with the dragon clan to another space, but had remained here instead. He felt that this pure-blooded dragon should know the spatial coordinates of the dragon clan's migration. Previously, when Dali Fa killed the bloodline Great Wizard, he obtained a plane coordinate for the dragon clan's migration from the bloodline Great Wizard's body. Later, this coordinate was given to him by Liang. He thought that perhaps the dragon knew another plane coordinate. I don't know. Upon hearing Ronan's question, the dragon replied. Its voice was still like thunder. Only now, it was like a low, muffled rumble. Ronan raised his hand and grabbed. His magical power was released, and his wizard robe immediately billowed. He cast a wizard spell he had read about in Dali Fa's collection of books, Advanced Heart-Drilling Curse. This was a wizard spell specifically used by the Wizard Council for interrogation. Ronan, however, used it on this dragon. As soon as the wizard spell was cast, the dragon immediately felt intense pain throughout its body. It thrashed and rolled wildly on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Ronan was surrounded by a magical power barrier, and the dust passed through him, unable to cling to his clothes at all. I'll tell. I'll tell. The dragon, unable to bear the advanced heart-drilling curse, roared. Immediately, the dragon revealed a set of spatial coordinates. Ronan immediately verified it and found that it could indeed open a spatial passage. Upon seeing the spatial passage open, the dragon immediately opened its mouth as if to roar. Ronan grabbed with his right hand, immediately closing the spatial passage. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand, and the azure spirit sword slashed straight down. The dragon was instantly decapitated. Dark blood spurted from the severed neck, its force no less than a waterfall. Ronan immediately chanted a spell, drawing out the dragon's beast core. Soon, a fiery red, fist-sized ball of light flew out from the dragon's neck. This beast core contained the essence of flesh and blood, as well as the bloodline of the dragon clan. Ronan took out a copper box, opened it, and inside was a viscous liquid. Then, he pointed his finger, and the ball of light immediately plunged into the liquid, making a small plop sound. Ronan closed the box and put it into his storage pouch. Just then, the wizards of the Wizard Council had also captured all the forest wizards they saw, tied them up, and began interrogating them. One wizard reported the interrogation results to Ronan. It turned out that the wizards here were ancient wizards of this continent, and they had a tribe in this forest that had existed for over 600 years. This place was very primitive, they didn't even call themselves wizards. Their wizard spell system was also not as rich and complete as other parts of the Valiant Kingdom. They only knew how to manipulate magical power and energy particles, but they hadn't divided the rank of wizards as detailed as the Wizard Islands. Originally, Augustus I brought the wizard spell cultivation system of the Wizard Islands to this continent, but after all these years, it had never influenced the people here. They remained unaffected here entirely because their forest guardian god protected them. They no longer knew when this forest guardian god had come to reside in this forest. They only knew that for hundreds of years, they had collected offerings to supply this forest guardian god. The wizards of the Wizard Council also asked about the tribe's population. The answer they received was that the tribe had over 300 people in total, and over 100 of them were wizards. This proportion of wizards was much higher than in the Valiant Kingdom. However, given that outsiders found it difficult to enter this forest, these wizards probably sought out other wizards within the forest for marriage. When two wizards combined, the probability of having a wizard offspring was quite high. After hearing the report, Ronan instructed the wizards to maintain their formation and proceed deeper into the forest. The formation remained with Ronan at the center and the other wizards on the periphery. Although the dragon was dead, who knew if this ancient tribe had other strange things, so it was better to be careful. Ronan and his group, holding the captured forest wizards, walked deeper into the forest. One by one, the forest wizards, hearing the commotion, poked their heads out. They saw the captured forest wizards and their faces showed surprise. The forest guardian god is dead. One of the captured wizards shouted. This was something the Wizard Council wizards forced him to shout, in order to quickly break the fighting spirit of these wizards. It was best to subdue these forest wizards without having to cast another wizard spell. He was killed by this Lord Dalifa. The captured wizard continued. You killed the guardian. The forest wizards had been taught since childhood to respect and worship the forest guardian god, and with such deeply ingrained beliefs, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation upon hearing of the forest guardian god's death. However, there were also forest wizards who revered power, and they knelt before Ronan. You are my new god. He had personally witnessed the dragon's power, and since this person could kill the dragon, he knew that if this person wanted to kill him, it would be but a thought. He knelt on the ground and began to sing the tribe's hymn. Traitor! Some forest wizards, seeing the wizard's actions, were enraged and immediately raised their magic wand, which resembled an old tree branch, and pointed it at that wizard. A dark flame emanated from the tip of the magic wand. Ronan recognized this dark flame, it was the same as the dragon's. It seemed that while the dragon was entrenched here, it was also teaching these inhabitants some methods of utilizing energy particles. However, the power of this dark flame was far inferior to that of the dragon. Ronan's mental energy materialized and shot out from between his eyebrows. It collided with this dark flame. The flame immediately dispersed, turning into sparks that flew everywhere. Control them all, Ronan ordered. Although some of these forest wizards hated him, and some betrayed their beliefs for survival. However, as long as these forest wizards still possessed power, they were usable. He would not let these wizards do important tasks. He would only let these wizards do some resource-gathering work. These forest wizards were more familiar with this forest than the wizards of the Wizard Council. With them collecting resources, the speed would be faster. He only needed to leave a few wizards from the Wizard Council here to supervise. After gathering all the forest wizards, the wizards of the Wizard Council spoke some deterrent words on Ronan's behalf. The wizards they left behind might not be able to defeat these 100 or so forest wizards, but as long as these 100 or so forest wizards feared the Valiant Kingdom, feared the Wizard Council, and feared Dalifa, that would be enough. Ronan, seeing that there were no problems here, left first. After returning to Triumphant City, Ronan absorbed the dragon's beast core and cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. All the energy from the beast core was refined by him into magical power, flowing into the wood golden core in his dantian. The golden core became increasingly solidified, and an itching sensation gradually appeared between his eyebrows. It felt as if something was about to break through. He knew this was a sign of being one step closer to the nascent soul. After cultivating for over a month, wizards from the Wizard Council came again. The wizard knelt halfway outside the Wizard Tower's barrier and said, Lord Dalifa, wizards from other countries are visiting our country. Currently, we are blocking them outside the continent's barrier, not allowing them to enter. Ronan heard this and asked, did they say what they came for? They said they would only speak once they saw you, the wizard replied. Ronan pondered for a moment, then said, bring them over. He knew information about other continents from Dalifa's collection of books. Dalifa, having lived for so many years, had naturally traveled to other continents to collect materials. It wasn't that Dong continent lacked resources, but rather that some wizard spell or magical potion materials could only grow in the soil of certain continents. In the books, Ronan knew that other one-level continents, like their Dong continent, each had a legendary wizard stationed there. And in the special rank continents, it was said that the strongest wizard there was at the peak of legendary. Now, he was also a legendary wizard, and he possessed the Azure Spirit Sword, forged from refined gold and mithril, as well as the Samadhi True Fire, so his strength should be top tier among legendary wizards. Furthermore, his physical body value was much higher than that of an average legendary wizard. He was not afraid to meet these wizards who had come. Contrary to Ronan's expectation, the one sent by the other one-level continent was only a great wizard. Accompanying him were a true knowledge wizard and a wizard apprentice. Ronan was still on the tower, while these wizards were outside the Wizard Tower's barrier. Among the arriving wizards, the great wizard was a tall, strong man who looked only about 20 years old. His golden hair fell back, like a golden waterfall. The true knowledge wizard, on the other hand, was a fat old man with a protruding belly. The old man wore glasses, and his thick beard was tied into 2 knots, placed on either side of his face. The wizard apprentice was a delicate-looking woman with golden hair and blue eyes, and a curvaceous figure. Why have you come here? Dalifa's voice echoed from the tower. The golden-haired great wizard immediately said, Greetings, Lord Dalifa, we are here to convey a message from our kingdom's legendary wizard, Lord Yulan. Several wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands came to Dong continent to recruit new blood, but they were unable to return. Although there is no concrete news, we all believe that Lord Dalifa ordered them to be kept. The wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands regularly send out fleets to various continents to recruit new blood. Many high-quality wizard seeds have been transported away by the Wizard Islands. Lord Yulan has an idea, which is for us several one-level continents to form a first-class continent alliance to resist the wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands. If the wizards from the Wizard Islands are too strong for us to handle, we can invite wizards from other continents to assist in the battle. Upon hearing this, Ronan said, You may leave, we do not need it. The 3 foreign wizards were stunned, they hadn't expected Ronan's reply to be so quick. In Ronan's view, the wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands that were interested in their one-level continent wizard organizations were all peripheral wizard organizations. Their strongest wizard was only at the legendary wizard rank. He could handle it himself, there was no need to form any alliance. However, a new idea emerged in his mind. He said from the tower, I can give you a choice, you can regularly supply resources to the Valiant Kingdom. As long as the resources are sufficient, when you fall into peril, you can receive assistance from our Valiant Kingdom. The 3 foreign wizards' expressions immediately changed upon hearing this. If they did this, wouldn't their kingdom become a vassal state of the Valiant Kingdom? The golden-haired great wizard, who was leading them, gave an awkward laugh and said, Then, Lord Dalifa, we shall take our leave first. With that, he bowed and flew away with the other 2 wizards. After the 3 wizards had flown for a while, the delicate-faced female wizard apprentice let out a cold snort from her nose. This Dalifa is too rude. The other 2 wizards' expressions immediately changed upon hearing this. They still didn't know if they had flown out of Dalifa's mental energy perception range. If Dalifa heard this, the female wizard apprentice would be in trouble. This female wizard apprentice was Yulan's great-granddaughter, and they had brought her out to gain experience. If she suffered any harm, they would all be held responsible. And just as this female wizard apprentice spoke these words, the air in front of her face suddenly began to swirl, forming a vortex. Suddenly, it struck her face. Immediately, lines were cut into her delicate face, and blood spurted out. She felt the intense pain on her face, touched the wounds on her face with both hands, looked at the blood covering her hands, and her eyes widened, letting out a sharp and sustained scream. Her proud appearance was now ruined. Saint Glory Continent, capital of Luodeng Kingdom. Dora, her face wrapped in bandages, hurried into the city. Ever since her face was disfigured, she had consumed all the medicinal pills she had that could heal wounds. She had also taken the medicinal pills of the other 2 wizards. However, her facial wounds still couldn't be healed. There was a corrosive force at the wound site, preventing it from healing. Dora entered the capital and walked straight to the wizard tower in the city. This wizard tower belonged to Yulan, the legendary wizard of Luodeng Kingdom. It was a white tower, soaring into the sky. Upon entering the wizard tower and finding her great-grandfather, Dora tearfully recounted all the abuse she had suffered in the Valiant Kingdom. She wanted Yulan to act on her behalf, to kill Dalifa, and to wash away her humiliation. Yulan was a medium-sized old man, dressed in a grey and white wizard robe. His hair was white, and he held a grey staff in his right hand. At the top of the staff was a grey crystal, with swirls of mist rotating within it. After listening to Dora's words, Yulan transferred the staff to his left hand and slapped Dora across the face with his right hand. Dora was instantly sent flying, her body spinning several times in the air before she fell to the ground. Dora felt extreme pain in her face, her mind went blank, and she simply couldn't believe she had been hit by her great-grandfather. After all, She had never been hit by her great-grandfather since she was a child. Yulan said coldly, "You're already lucky to have saved your life this time." Then, he added, "Come here." Dora was still immersed in her disbelief, and when Yulan called her at this moment, she didn't react. It wasn't until Yulan called again that Dora struggled to get up from the ground. She stumbled towards Yulan. When she reached Yulan, he waved his hand. The bandages on Dora's face instantly broke apart. A face full of scars was exposed to the air. Dora's face showed panic. After all, there were other people in the wizard tower. She didn't want her ugly face to be exposed to everyone's eyes. After all, she believed her beauty was number one in Luodeng Kingdom. Scarred wanderer knights from all over the kingdom traveled thousands of miles to the capital just to pledge allegiance under her skirt. Bards from various places also sang various legends about her beauty. With her ugly face exposed, she couldn't bear it. Although Dora's words, which angered a legendary wizard from another country, made Yulan fearful. However, no matter what, Dora was still his great-granddaughter. If his great-granddaughter was humiliated, his face would also be damaged. So, he waved the others away. In the main hall of the wizard tower, only he and Dora remained. Then, he softly chanted a spell, and magic energy brushed across Dora's face, emitting bursts of light. He was analyzing the residual witchcraft on Dora's face. Combined with what Dora said, he knew that the legendary wizard of the Valiant Kingdom had used mental energy to remotely harm Dora. And the magic energy preventing Dora's wound from healing was caused by wood-type withering witchcraft. To cast witchcraft from a long distance, one must use mental energy to remotely arrange the witchcraft formation, thereby mobilizing energy particles. Such strong mental energy has already reached the late stage of a legendary wizard. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Yulan's spine. However, he thought about it again and felt something was off. The late stage of a legendary wizard was among the top ranks in all one-level continents. If he had truly reached the late stage of a legendary wizard, why hadn't there been any news of the Valiant Kingdom invading other continents? Logically speaking, wizards were extremely greedy for resources and knowledge, and the higher the rank of the wizard, the more so. Having powerful strength and not plundering was not the character of a legendary wizard. It's possible that this wizard obtained a book that only cultivates mental energy, and specifically strengthened his mental energy cultivation. Only doing mental energy cultivation, although unbalanced, can improve magic energy control, reduce magic energy consumption, improve spellcasting accuracy, and provide immunity to illusions, among other benefits. So, it's not strange for a wizard to specialize in mental energy cultivation. Yulan thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered Dali Fa's reply. I can give you a choice, you can periodically supply resources to the Valiant Kingdom. As long as the resources are sufficient, when you are in trouble, you can get help from our Valiant Kingdom. Being able to say that, perhaps he had the confidence. For a moment, Yulan found it difficult to judge Dali Fa's strength and fell into deep thought. Yulan did not heal Dora's wounds, instead, he intended for Dora to learn more lessons. After all, he was not the only legendary wizard in this world. There were many people more powerful than him. He considered Dora's injury a lesson for the entire kingdom. To prevent anyone from doing what Dora did in the future, attracting a powerful wizard, and destroying his family. Dora did not receive treatment, and her face was still in extreme pain. She begged the great wizard in her family and the wizard with the highest attainment in healing witchcraft in the royal family, only to find that none of them could heal her face. After all, there was residual witchcraft from a legendary wizard on her face, and only a wizard of the same rank would have enough strength of magic energy to dissolve the residual withered magic energy on her face. The more Dora thought about it, the more indignant she became. After sitting in her room for a while, she ordered a ship to be prepared. She wanted to go out to sea to clear her mind. Soon, her subordinates had everything ready. Accompanying her was a great wizard. And 2 handsome knights. The great wizard cast a spell, carrying the other 3 people in flight. Soon, they reached the seaside. The ship by the sea was also ready when she gave the order. The 4 of them went out to sea, and the helmsman followed Dora's instructions. They sailed towards the boundless ocean. The accompanying great wizard was calculating the coordinates in his mind. Certain sea areas would have powerful demonic beasts and strange phenomena. As long as they didn't enter those sea areas, they would be safe. Currently, according to the navigation route Dora commanded, there was no danger. About an hour later, they were far from land. However, this was all under the control of the accompanying great wizard. He clearly knew that the sea area had a kind of sea beast called a chia shark. Although its strength was great, it was not his opponent. After sailing for a while longer, a thin mist floated over the sea. Immediately after, a series of whispers came from beneath the sea. A series of whispers that only Dora could hear. Dora walked to the railing and looked down. She saw a huge dark green octopus in the deep sea, its tentacles swaying, its eyes bloodshot, staring back at her. But the great wizard and the others couldn't see it at all. Suddenly, a series of whispers came from beneath the sea. Dora didn't understand the whispers, but she inexplicably felt the meaning of the whispers. Are you willing to accept this powerful force? Dora had discovered the strangeness of the sea area 3 years ago. At that time, only she could hear the whispers and see the giant octopus beast submerged in the sea. In the whispers, she heard an unknown existence from the bottom of the sea, seemingly asking her to accept a powerful force. As long as she accepted this powerful force, she could skip the long and boring wizard cultivation and instantly possess powerful magic energy. Previously, although she knew about this place, she had never come. But now, having suffered grievances, she came here in a fit of pique, intending to accept this powerful force. I am willing. Dora thought, saying it in her mind. Immediately after, the whispers in her ears became more frequent, and the shadow of the giant beast under the sea disappeared. A vast amount of knowledge flooded into her mind. She felt a boom, and it seemed as if an explosion occurred in her perception. Then, she lost consciousness. On the deck, the great wizard and the others suddenly saw Dora's neck suddenly elongate, and her entire head suddenly flew up. The bandages on her head instantly burst open, revealing her scarred and ugly face. Immediately after, those scars, along with her ear holes and nostrils, continuously expanded, turning into mouths. Dora's face was soon crowded by mouths. The mouths continuously opened and closed, and whispers came out of different mouths, not in unison. The two knights, and the helmsman who turned back at the sound, instantly had bloodshot eyes. Then, their skulls pulled up the skin of their heads. When the skin could no longer support the rising skulls, the skulls flew up. Tentacles flew out from their heads. Seeing this situation, the great wizard no longer cared that Dora was Yulan's great-granddaughter. He waved his staff, and a yellow beam of laser shot towards Dora. Around Dora, energy particles gathered, forming a translucent, eerie green energy particle barrier. The laser shot, and the barrier shattered. However, it still couldn't do anything to Dora. And the great wizard, who had listened to the whispers for a while, only felt his head about to explode. The next moment, he felt his throat stretch. Tentacles drilled out of his mouth. Then, they drilled out of all the holes on his body. But he did not lose consciousness. Instead, his consciousness underwent a transformation. He had forgotten everything about being a wizard. He became an existence loyal to a certain power. Dora's head gradually shrank, and then, those mouths turned into eyeballs. She jumped off the ship. Following behind her were clusters of tentacles. The further down she went, the more she saw an old palace covered in a layer of sea mud. Having let go of the wizard from another country, Ronan had the idea of making the other one-level continents his subordinate continents. After all, as his cultivation level increased, the more resources he needed. The more continents that gathered resources for him, the more resources he would obtain. Although, currently, relying on Dolly Fa storage and the tributes from wizards everywhere, he could still maintain his cultivation. But who knew if he would face a resource shortage in the future? It wasn't that the wizard world lacked resources, but that the resources collected by the wizards couldn't keep up with his consumption. He now had to prepare for the future, to be prepared. Of course, the one-level continents would not be attacked now. He had to wait until his own strength, and the strength of the kingdom of wizards, increased before making plans. Time flowed slowly. Half a year passed. Ronan sat on the 99th floor of the wizard tower, facing the vast ocean, consuming resources and cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi turned into a strong wind, surging towards him. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears. Ronan would produce this kind of movement when he cultivated. Lion and Bran, and some wizards who noticed this phenomenon, were no longer surprised. The heaven and earth spiritual chi flowed into his body like rivers entering the sea. It was transformed into magic power by his 10,000 wood evergreen scripture cultivation technique and integrated into his wood golden core. Bursts of vibrant energy fluctuations surged out from the wood golden core. Ronan then activated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, firmly controlling these energy fluctuations within his danshan. His glabella would itch slightly during cultivation. The magic power in his danshan was input into his glabella, nourishing the nascent soul seed. Ronan felt that he was about to break through again. From core formation middle stage to core formation late stage. After cultivating for another half an hour, Ronan felt a burst of vitality erupt from his wood golden core. This vitality traveled throughout his body and finally returned to his danshan. He felt as if his entire being had been refreshed. He summoned Grand Mist to analyze himself. Cultivation realm, core formation late stage. Wizard rank, legendary wizard. Ronan exhaled a white chi like a dragon, then withdrew his cultivation and stood up. After improving his realm, he had the idea of taking a trip to the cultivation world. Since he had defected from the Huanshen sect in the cultivation world last time, he had not returned. Although resources were scarce in the cultivation world, the ancient cultivator civilization was extremely brilliant. In that era of abundant spiritual chi and resources, many powerful cultivation techniques and spells were born. However, these cultivation techniques and spells could no longer be used in the current cultivation world. But for him, they were of great use. Because the current spiritual chi and resource abundance in the wizard world were similar to the descriptions of the ancient cultivator world. He also didn't know if there were any ancient cultivator relics appearing during his absence from the cultivation world. As for whether the items in the ancient cultivator relics would be obtained by other cultivators first, he wasn't too worried. After all, he could obtain sufficient resources in the wizard world. Medicinal pills and medicinal materials in the ancient cultivator relics, even if obtained by cultivators, would be consumed, so he wasn't concerned. The cultivation techniques and spells in the ancient cultivator relics, even if obtained by cultivators, would remain. He only needed to follow the information and find those cultivators who had obtained the cultivation techniques and spells. Now, his strength in the cultivation world had few enemies. Although he was only at the core formation late stage, his magic treasure was powerful. The Azure Spirit Sword, forged from millennial Azure Spirit Jade Bamboo, refined gold, and mithril, was estimated to be above all magic treasures in the cultivation world. Even a cultivator with stronger magic power than him would very likely not be able to withstand the Tei Heavenly Wood Sword formation he formed with the Azure Spirit Sword. After his thoughts raced for a while, Ronan went to a cultivation room. With a thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. He appeared in the forest of the secular world, changed his clothes, and then headed towards the cultivation world. He cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, flew for a while, and then landed in the Yushen Valley Immortal Realm. After landing, he headed towards the most luxurious city in the Immortal Realm. The distribution of the Yushen Valley Immortal Realm was much like other Immortal Realms. It was also divided into an Shantytown, a tavern district, and a sect mountain gate. The most prosperous city in Yushen Valley was located in the tavern district. This city was built, to some extent, for the entertainment of the Yushen Valley's inner sect disciples. It is said that the founder of Yushen Valley was once a disciple of the Joyful Union sect. Therefore, Yushen Valley did not have the same ideas of purity and abstinence as other cultivation schools. The most prosperous city in Yushen Valley was called Come and Go City. Ronan had visited it several times before. He remembered that when he came here previously, cultivators were shoulder to shoulder. However, upon revisiting it now, it was much quieter. Ronan was puzzled and, after inquiring, found out that Yushen Valley had also been occupied by the Huanzhen sect. Thus, this place was also the Huanzhen sect Immortal Realm. I didn't expect pure Yangzi to expand so quickly. Ronan thought, arriving at a tavern. He ordered a cup of wine and then a few dishes. The wine was brewed from spirit rice, with a fragrant taste, but it was not cheap. As for the meat dishes, they were just livestock that had eaten spirit rice and spirit plants. After all, resources in the cultivation world were already scarce, and Yao beasts were also rare. Ordinary cultivators could not afford Yao beast meat. However, cultivators of Ronan's level could still afford it if they wanted to eat it. It just wasn't available in this tavern. Once the food and wine were served, Ronan began to drink and eat. With Ronan's current cultivation, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi for his own energy was undoubtedly faster than absorbing energy from food. However, food, when carefully prepared, could satisfy his cravings. Ronan ate while listening to the conversations around him. His hearing was excellent. Without concentrating, all the conversations in the entire tavern entered his ears. After listening for a while, he learned that an ancient cultivator relic was about to appear, located in Thousand Island Lake. Thousand Island Lake was a cultivation world far from their immortal realm. It was a huge lake with thousands of islands of various sizes on it. And these thousands of islands were occupied by a cultivation sect called the Hushan sect. And this ancient cultivator relic was in Thousand Island Lake. It is said that this relic continuously emitted immortal chi, and a cloud vortex gathered above the relic. When the Hushan sect first saw the anomaly of the relic, they tried to use a formation to conceal it. However, the fluctuations emitted by the relic were too strong, scattering the formations they had set up. Ultimately, the news of the relic's imminent appearance finally spread throughout the cultivation world. Seeing that the news of the relic had spread, the Hushan sect knew that many cultivators would come. They also wanted to rush in first to seize the resources and treasures within. However, all ancient cultivator relics that had not yet appeared were the secret residences of ancient cultivators, concealed by numerous formations. The reason they had not been discovered before was that the power of the formations was still intact, and cultivators could not detect them. Now that they were gradually appearing, it meant the power of the formations was slowly fading with the years. A cultivator's secret residence, in addition to the formations concealing the immortal cave, certainly also had defensive killing formations. As the power of the immortal cave concealing formations faded, the power of these killing formations was likely fading too. Therefore, whenever a formation appeared, the safest approach was to wait until the relic fully appeared before entering to explore. It is said that whether the Hushan sect should break in was debated many times within the sect. Some believed that if they forced their way in and people died, the sect's strength would weaken, and they would not be able to compete with other cultivation schools when the relic fully appeared. Others felt that their Hushan sect was not the strongest sect to begin with, and even if they maintained their strength, they wouldn't gain much advantage when other cultivation schools arrived. Ultimately, the conservative faction was the majority, and the debate ended. But the radical faction was unwilling, and about a dozen of them secretly broke in. After they went in, there was no sound. However, as the relic gradually appeared, the surrounding mist dispersed. The people of the Hushan sect could then see the severed hands and feet of the intruders. It seemed that those intruders, after entering the killing formation, had all met with misfortune. I wonder which cultivator left that relic. Ronan continued listening to two cultivators drinking by the railing on the second floor, discussing the matter. However, after so many years of spiritual chi scarcity in the cultivation world, this relic only appearing now indicates that its formation is quite durable. The owner of the relic must have had a very high cultivation. At this point, their voices became muffled. They had used a sound transmission spell. However, with Ronan's mental energy, he still heard every word they said clearly. One of the two cultivators continued, "Why don't we go too? We'll just watch from afar, maybe we can pick up some scraps. And if a cultivator takes a treasure and leaves, if we too can beat him, we'll rob him." The two cultivators talked for a while longer, made up their minds, paid their bill, left the tavern, and flew towards Thousand Island Lake. After listening, Ronan finished a steamed chicken on the table, drank the wine in his cup, paid his bill, and left the tavern. East of the Huanzhen sect, Sheng sect, Yushen Valley, and other immortal realms, across 6 mortal kingdoms, lay Thousand Island Lake. The edge of the vast Thousand Island Lake was also a place where mortals lived. Mortals did not know where the boundary of Thousand Island Lake was, some called it the freshwater sea, others called it the vast lake. After sailing for several hours from the edge of Thousand Island Lake, one would encounter a mist. Some mortals sailed into the mist, could not find their way back for many days, and starved to death. As more mortals went missing, others dared not venture there. As for what was in the mist, mortals also had various theories. Some called the mist immortal laid mist, while others called it the man-eating mist. Generally speaking, immortals flew at high altitudes, making them difficult for mortals to see. Therefore, mortals did not know there were immortals in the mist. Ronan, dressed in a cyan robe, performed the Otsu wood immortal escape, breaking through the mist and heading towards the surging heaven and earth spiritual chi. Yes, he had already sensed the location of the relic. When a relic appears, it stirs up heaven and earth spiritual chi, which then causes various anomalies. Therefore, in the cultivation world, the more powerful a relic, the harder it is to conceal. As for those cultivator relics that showed no activity, there were probably no valuable items inside. The closer Ronan flew to the relic, the more cultivators he saw. Most of these cultivators were chi-refining cultivators. After all, chi-refining cultivators accounted for the vast majority in the cultivation world, their presence could be seen everywhere. Of course, they were also the ones who died the most. However, due to the cultivators' long lifespan and the reproductive ability brought by their excellent physical quality, chi-refining cultivators were like leaks. Even if they died batch after batch in sect wars and relic explorations, they kept emerging. With the current spiritual chi and resources in the cultivation world, it was difficult to achieve foundation establishment, but reaching late-stage chi refining was possible with effort. One by one, chi refining cultivators rode magical artifacts, flying in the air. Compared to his immortal escape, their flying speed was much slower. A moment later, Ronan saw the location of the relic. In the distance ahead, there was a huge cloud tornado, reaching straight up to the clouds. Within the tornado, there was a faint blue-green glow. Ronan saw that the lower end of the tornado had no island, but rather the lake surface. At this time, the lake surface was also rotating, subtly revealing what was beneath the lake bed. Ronan vaguely discerned that the relic's architecture was a crystal palace. Ronan spread out his mental energy and found several powerful spiritual chi auras situated on various islands. Old ancestor Chen Yuanzi of the Huangshen sect was on one of these islands. It seemed that due to more battles and more resources gained, coupled with his cultivation of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi's cultivation had progressed. Ronan at this time contained all his aura within his spiritual realm. He also secretly cast the concealment spell, under the effect of this elf magic, surrounding dark energy particles gathered, forming a light layer inside his cyan robe, further concealing him. He landed on an island that had no core formation cultivator or nascent soul cultivator. He found a quiet immortal cave and waited there for the relic to open. Thousand Island Lake had both day and night. When night fell, all was silent. Ronan could sense that there were still about a dozen late-stage chi refining cultivators on his mountain. Only late-stage chi refining cultivators had the ability to find an immortal cave for cultivation. Otherwise, they would have to sleep in the open. Or spend spirit stones to find cultivators on the island and borrow a place to stay. Late at night, Ronan, who was taking out heaven and earth rare items from his storage pouch to integrate into his spiritual realm, sensed cultivators approaching their mountain. They moved extremely fast and came with great momentum. The cultivators heading up the mountain were all cultivators from Thousand Island Lake. The scarce cultivation resources had forced them to become rogue cultivators. With the relic about to open, cultivators came from all directions. This could be a danger for them. After all, once the relic opened and cultivators fought for treasures, the aftermath of the battle could very likely involve them. But they could also use their familiarity with Thousand Island Lake to rob the weaker cultivators who came here. Pfft! Pfft! The cultivators of Thousand Island Lake had already ambushed this place. Some slow-reacting cultivators were attacked. The sound of flying swords piercing flesh and blood splattering continuously echoed in Ronan's ears. There are rogue cultivators. After a moment, the entire mountain finally reacted. Those cultivators who were still cultivating quickly stopped their efforts, conjured their magical artifacts, and concentrated on facing the enemy. However, the leader of the rogue cultivators, a man with a flat-top haircut who controlled a deep blue flying sword, was simply invincible. He was at the chi-refining 12th layer, and his cultivation already overwhelmed everyone present. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was also skillful and domineering. Every flash of blue sword light meant at least 2 cultivators had died. He went through the immortal caves one by one, killing as he went. His face was stained with blood, his eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement, and his mouth was wide, as if he were silently laughing maniacally. Soon, he reached the immortal cave where Ronan was. Ronan had used a purification talisman and illuminating witchcraft to make his immortal cave extremely bright and clean. Damn it, he's a meticulous person. After this flat-headed cultivator broke in and saw such an environment, he spat, cursed, and then charged at Ronan. His blood-stained robe fluttered, and the flying sword he controlled struck directly at Ronan. The blue sword light, from top to bottom, shot diagonally towards Ronan. But midway, the sword light suddenly stopped. The flat-headed cultivator looked on in astonishment, seeing that the cultivator in front of him was holding his flying sword with 2 fingers. Seeing this scene, beads of sweat involuntarily appeared on the flat-headed cultivator's head. Originally, his body had been rushing forward with the sword, full of momentum. But now, his body seemed to have lost its momentum. His knees bent in the air, and after flying for a short distance, his body fell to the ground. After landing on his knees, he slid for a distance until he reached Ronan. His fierce expression was now replaced by a fawning smile. Senior, I was wrong, I'll leave now. The flat-headed cultivator said nervously. Fellow deist, what is it? Did you discover something? Just then, a voice came from outside. Previously, the flat-headed cultivator had been killing very quickly and had never stayed in an immortal cave for so long. At this time, other cultivators, seeing him stay for too long, asked from outside. The flat-headed cultivator was startled, afraid that other cultivators would come in and anger the senior, causing everyone to suffer, so he immediately shouted. Nothing, I'm just adjusting my chi and breath here. However, his words only made other cultivators suspect even more that he had found something good in this immortal cave. So, other cultivators began to head this way. Rustling sounds began to echo. Hearing this sound, the flat-headed cultivator immediately said to Ronan. Senior, let me go stop these cultivators, as long as I'm here, I guarantee no one will disturb Senior. Don't reveal my information. Ronan listened and then said. Killing one person was just an instant for him. Keeping one person might be useful. Ronan temporarily kept this person, to see if he would be useful in the future. What's your name? Ronan asked. The flat-headed cultivator said, Senior, my name is Shan. After speaking, he looked at the flying sword held by Ronan. Ronan lightly released his 2 fingers, letting go of the flying sword. Shan then activated his flying sword and flew out. When he reached the cave entrance, he just happened to block the cultivators who wanted to enter. What's inside? The cultivators peered into the cave. They could see light faintly emanating from the depths of the cave. This made them even more suspicious that there were treasures inside the cave. None of you enter. Shan said, holding his sword horizontally in front. Seeing more and more cultivators gathering, Shan couldn't help but secretly complain. If he said there was a senior cultivator inside, the newcomers would naturally retreat, but he couldn't say that. After more cultivators gathered, 2 cultivators activated a flying sword in a circular ring, attacking Shan. Shan gritted his teeth, poured his magical power into his flying sword, used a technique that consumed his potential, and thrust his sword, breaking through the magical artifacts of these 2 cultivators and forcibly killing them. The other cultivators, seeing Shan's ferocity, dared not advance. Ronan in the immortal cave only used a portion of his mental energy to observe what was happening outside the cave. The other portion of his mental energy focused on events on other islands. At this time, it wasn't just his island where fighting was happening. Some cultivation schools, or loose cultivators, also began to attack each other. This was for plundering resources and also to reduce the number of competitors once the relic opened. After fending off about 30 cultivators, Shan, though he had killed 10 cultivators, also sustained quite a few injuries on his body. His chest and ribs bore hideous wounds, with flesh torn open, revealing the bones within. Shan wanted to leave, but he feared that after leaving, the mysterious cultivator inside would take his life. Rumble. Just as Shan was in despair, the blue glowing tornado above the ancient cultivator relic suddenly shook. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi stirred with it. Inside the cave, Ronan opened his eyes. His body suddenly rose from its cross-legged position, floating out of the cave. As he exited the cave, those cultivators launched another wave of attacks on Shan. Ronan casually waved his hand. The spells and magical artifacts of those cultivators all burst apart. Along with them, the bodies of those cultivators also exploded. Blooms of blood, like fireworks, erupted in the forest. Ronan's figure traced an arc in the air, heading towards the relic. Now, the relic had completely appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a crystal palace. This crystal palace covered an extremely vast area and was very magnificent. With the appearance of the relic, cultivators from all sides flew towards the crystal palace. Streaks of light flashed in the air, gathering towards the crystal palace. Some cultivators, while flying, were also fighting, eliminating their competitors. Magical artifacts, spell lights, and blood splattered continuously in the air. Ronan sensed that besides pure Yang Zi, there were 3 other nascent soul cultivators here. He naturally wouldn't compete with these nascent soul cultivators to be the first to enter. After all, the most precious items in the cultivator's eyes, medicinal herbs, medicinal pills, and so on, were not what he lacked. Just as Ronan slowed down his flying speed, a core formation cultivator flew over from the side, controlling 3 magic treasure rings, which cut towards him. Ronan pointed his finger. A Wood divine lightning was released, shattering the 3 magic treasure rings. Then, he pointed his finger again. Another Wood divine lightning was released, directly striking the core formation cultivator's body. The core formation cultivator was instantly incinerated into charcoal. Seeing Ronan's display of skill, the other core formation cultivators who had intended to attack Ronan immediately gave up their thoughts. Instead, a deep apprehension arose in their hearts towards Ronan. The nascent soul cultivators who sensed the commotion here merely turned their heads slightly, glanced at Ronan, and then averted their gaze. Although Ronan's Wood divine lightning was astonishing, since Ronan hadn't exerted his full strength, its power was nothing to a nascent soul cultivator. Before long, the 4 nascent soul cultivators, along with the people they brought, all entered the relic. Ronan then also flew towards the entrance of the crystal palace. Suddenly, his body abruptly shot up into the air. At this moment, at his original location, 3 flying swords of different styles crossed paths. These 3 flying swords were launched by core formation cultivators. Seeing Ronan's formidable power, the 3 core formation cultivators began to cooperate, intending to eliminate Ronan. 3. Let's cooperate. Ronan, having dodged the 3 flying swords, said in the air. This sentence made the 3 core formation cultivators ponder. Ronan's strength was obvious to them. Perhaps, if they joined forces with Ronan, they might even be able to contend with a nascent soul cultivator. After they obtained the treasures, they could then cooperate to eliminate this cultivator. While the 3 core formation cultivators were contemplating, Ronan's mind stirred, and a streak of green light suddenly appeared in the air, circling around and just passing by the necks of the 3 core formation cultivators. The next moment, the heads of the 3 core formation cultivators separated from their bodies, falling downwards, with blood gushing like fountains from their severed necks. Then, with no one to obstruct him, Ronan arrived before the Crystal Palace. Although the Crystal Palace's concealment formation had lost its effectiveness, its killing formation still retained its power. However, because the 4 nascent soul cultivators had led people to break through the formation was partially damaged, creating multiple loopholes. Ronan released his mental power, found the loopholes, and thus safely passed through the killing formation, entering the Crystal Palace. The interior of the Crystal Palace was larger than it appeared from the outside. Upon entering, one could see corridors leading to different places. As Ronan delved deeper, he released his mental power to scout the surrounding situation. 2 nascent soul cultivators were engaged in a spell battle. And the people they brought in naturally also started fighting. Ronan headed towards the various rooms. Although the Crystal Palace was at the bottom of the lake, there was no water inside. The water was all isolated outside the formation. The formations arranged around the Crystal Palace, besides the concealment formation and killing formation, also included a water avoidance formation. This formation did not block people, only water. The walls of the Crystal Palace emitted a soft blue-green light. Ronan walked through several rooms and found them empty. He didn't know if there was nothing there originally, or if the items inside had been taken by the cultivators who broke in. While searching, he also sensed the other cultivators. He sensed that Pure Yang Zhi had led the Huangshen sect to search the core of the Crystal Palace. In the core room, there was a skeleton. Ronan guessed that it might be the skeleton of the Crystal Palace's owner. After Pure Yang Zhi and the Huangshen sect cultivators searched here for a while, they encountered the other 3 nascent soul cultivators. Subsequently, these cultivators began to fight. Magic treasures and spells continuously collided, erupting in waves of fluctuations that caused the palace to rumble loudly. Ronan concealed his aura and blended into the chaotic fight among these cultivators. Although not far from the nascent soul cultivators, Ronan's spiritual realm aura concealment and concealment spell were powerful, and the nascent soul cultivators were distracted by their spell battle. Therefore, none of the nascent soul cultivators noticed Ronan, who had blended in. Ronan headed towards the core of the palace, to see if the cultivator had left any good items. Upon reaching the core room of the palace, he saw a skeleton dressed in a luxurious robe sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. The skeleton was sitting askew, having been jolted by the fluctuations from the spell battle collisions. Ronan looked around and saw that most of the items in the room had been plundered. Suddenly, Pure Yang Zhi and the other 3 nascent soul cultivators clashed fiercely. A powerful wave of fluctuation spread out. The skeleton, which had been sitting on the bed, was shattered by the shock. The luxurious robe fell, covering the scattered bones. Clang, clang, clang. An inconspicuous, dust-covered bowl on the ground was jolted by the fluctuation, bounced up from the ground, and rolled to the side. Ronan looked at the bowl. It didn't seem like something for drinking water, nor for eating. Its presence here suggested it had another purpose. Thinking of this, Ronan's mind stirred, and he drew the bowl over. After taking it in his hand, he swept it with his grand mist. He then discovered that beneath the dust on the bowl, there were fine characters on its inner surface. The language described by these characters was the ancient cultivator script he had studied. The text recorded was a spell. At this time, the surroundings were chaotic, so Ronan didn't bother to study it and directly put it into his storage pouch. He continued to explore the Crystal Palace, looking for books or similar items. However, after cultivators came here, all books had been taken away. Ronan searched for a while but found nothing. The nascent soul cultivator's spell battle grew more and more intense. The fluctuations generated by the battle even cracked the dome of the Crystal Palace. Seeing that the relic was about to be destroyed, and the books within had already been plundered by other cultivators, Ronan certainly wouldn't kill these cultivators one by one now to search their belongings. If he killed the people of the nascent soul cultivators, those nascent soul cultivators would very likely stop fighting each other and turn to deal with him. However, in any case, secret manuals are rarely destroyed even after cultivators finish reading them. The secret manuals stored in this Crystal Palace came from the ancient cultivation world, and cultivators might not be able to cultivate them. Sooner or later, the secret manuals would flow out. At that time, he could just enter the cultivation world to find them. Thinking of this, Ronan decided to temporarily leave this place and return to the wizard world. Therefore, he conjured an azure spirit sword, and riding on its sword light, flew out of the Crystal Palace. After flying out of the Crystal Palace entrance, cultivators continued to arrive. These cultivators, who had never seen Ronan make a move before, upon seeing him, didn't say a word and directly attacked. Streaks of spells and magical artifacts struck towards Ronan. Ronan merely made a hand seal and waved his hand in the air. The azure spirit sword immediately flew out, slicing across the necks of those cultivators. Immediately, over 30 headless corpses appeared in the sky. Ronan flew high into the sky, and once he was far away, he cast an Otsu wood immortal escape. He left Thousand Island Lake at an extremely fast speed. Upon reaching a mortal kingdom, he found a secluded and uninhabited tall mountain, and with a thought, transmigrated back to the wizard world. Ronan's figure appeared in the wizard tower's cultivation room. Just as he transmigrated to the wizard tower, he suddenly felt his storage pouch emit a wave of energy particles. He probed with his mental power and knew that the energy particles were coming from the bowl he had just taken. He immediately took out the bowl. He saw that once the bowl was exposed to the dense energy particles, it began to absorb the nearby energy particles. There were cracks on the bowl. They were cracks in the dust. Because of the long passage of time, dust had accumulated on it, forming thick layers that covered it. Now that the bowl was under the dense energy particles, the magical power within it seemed to be activated. The dust peeled off, revealing the bowl's original appearance. This was a bowl made of white jade, crystal clear, radiating the glow of a magic treasure. At this time, Ronan could also clearly see the characters carved on the inner wall of the white jade bowl. He summoned Grand Mist and recorded the characters into it. He had read many books by ancient cultivators, and Grand Mist already had a corpus. Soon, the content of the characters was completely translated by Grand Mist, turning into streams of information that were transmitted back to his mind. This white jade bowl was named Mystic Water Bowl. By reciting one of its spells, a large amount of water could be stored within it. By reciting other spells, the stored water could be used to cast various water attribute spells. This magic treasure is truly miraculous. Ronan thought, then put the magic treasure into his storage pouch. He changed back into his wizard world attire and left the cultivation room. He walked to the window, jumped out, and cast an Otsu wood immortal escape, flying towards the sea. After flying over the sea for a while, he reached a vast and boundless expanse of ocean. Beneath him were surging waters and groups of sea beasts. He took out the mystic water bowl and recited the water-storing incantation. Immediately, the mystic water bowl emitted a dazzling blue light. He immediately threw the mystic water bowl into the sea. Instantly, where the mystic water bowl landed, a whirlpool formed. The surrounding sea water continuously surged towards the mystic water bowl. The nearby sea beasts were a group resembling walruses from his previous life. However, each of these sea beasts was 5 or 6 times larger than a walrus from his previous life. As soon as the mystic water bowl entered the sea water, all these sea beasts were swept into the whirlpool. They let out wails, constantly swimming outwards. However, the suction generated by the mystic water bowl was immense. Although they struggled to swim outwards, they were still drawn towards the mystic water bowl. The powerlessness of escaping made the sea beasts' wails grow louder and louder, gradually becoming deafening. After a good while, the mystic water bowl was still continuously absorbing seawater. And the walrus-like sea beasts had all reached the center of the whirlpool. Fortunately, the mystic water bowl only absorbed seawater, not living creatures. Therefore, all these sea beasts were squeezed together in the center of the whirlpool, like dumplings being cooked in his previous life, unable to swim away. These sea beasts all possessed sentience. They knew there was no danger to their lives, and their cries were no longer as mournful as before. After a while longer, Ronan felt that the mystic water bowl had reached its limit for absorbing seawater. The next moment, the dazzling blue light emitted by the mystic water bowl receded, and it flew up from the sea. Ronan caught it in his hand and immediately felt his hand sink slightly. He had cultivated various body cultivator methods and possessed immense strength. Even something that felt heavy to him would likely be impossible for cultivators of the same rank to lift. After absorbing the seawater, Ronan recited one of the spells within it. Instantly, the mystic water bowl vibrated. A pillar of water then sprayed out from the mouth of the mystic water bowl. The water pillar condensed into a giant water dragon in the air, soaring upwards. It only dispersed after soaring 100 miles away. Ronan recited the spell again, and another giant water dragon sprayed out from the bowl's mouth, crashing into the sea, stirring up a massive water pillar that shot towards the sky. Thereafter, he frequently recited incantations, and the water in the mystic water bowl condensed into water swords, water snakes, water walls, and other forms, attacking forward. Inside the inner wall of the mystic water bowl, there was also a spell called Heavenly River Spell. After reciting this incantation, all the water in the mystic water bowl would transform into a torrent, released all at once. Immediately, Ronan recited this incantation. Suddenly, water surged out violently from the bowl's mouth. A wide, swift, and magnificent heavenly river instantly formed, rushing towards the sea surface. Bang! This heavenly river crashed into the sea, immediately raising colossal waves, like a tsunami, forming a high wall of waves that swept to one side. Cultivation World, Thousand Island Lake. The exploration of the ancient cultivator relic was nearing its end. Pure Yang Zi obtained some resources and secret manuals. He and the 3 nascent soul cultivators inflicted damage on each other, but none of the 4 fought to the death. After all, having cultivated to their level, they simply couldn't bear to fight to the death and suffer severe injuries that would damage their Dao. After returning to his sect with the remaining Huanzhen sect cultivators, he began to examine the secret manuals he had obtained. After reading for a while, he learned that the owner of this crystal palace was a rather famous cultivator from the ancient cultivation world, true monarch Mystic Water. And his famous magic treasure was the Mystic Water Bowl. After Ronan returned to his wizard tower, he resumed his fulfilling routine of cultivating day and night. Although he cultivated day and night, he did not feel tired. He had not left the wizard tower for many days and was unaware of external affairs. Of course, major events were an exception. Recently, a major event had occurred. So when Ronan heard about it, he told Ronan. Merchants traveling between the continents have brought back a message. The entire Saint Glory continent is enveloped in a thick fog, and all merchants who went to Luodeng Kingdom have gone and never returned. Luodeng Kingdom was the nation that had previously sought to ally with Professor Dorifa against the Wizard Island's absorption of new blood. Upon hearing this, Ronan asked Ronan to inquire further. He wondered what had happened to that kingdom. Professor Dorifa's collection of books recorded many bizarre phenomena. There were many types of strange phenomena associated with large fogs. Many demonic beasts could create large fogs. Could it be that extremely powerful demonic beasts, or a beast tide, have invaded the Saint Glory continent? Ronan thought to himself. In Professor Dorifa's collection of books, he had read about powerful beast groups in the sea that would invade continents. Sometimes, when the beast groups were strong, the population of an entire continent would be almost completely destroyed by them. Perhaps the wizards of the Wizard Council should strengthen their defenses. Thinking of this, Ronan called over the wizards of the Wizard Council. After a few instructions, the wizards of the Wizard Council immediately departed. Afterward, several wizards from the Wizard Council set off towards the northern shore of the Dong continent. Because the north was the direction of the Saint Glory continent. Although the Dong continent was not the closest continent to the Saint Glory continent. But if there were a beast tide or similar event that destroyed other continents, it would eventually reach the Dong continent. The wizards of the Wizard Council used acceleration magic and flew through the sky. After most of a day, they finally reached the northernmost part of the Dong continent. There, the wizards of the northern province and a branch of the Wizard Council had established defenses. Along the shore, there were tall towers, each with a green stone at its top, inscribed with wizardry formations. Each tower connected to form a wizardry array. If any other wizards landed, this wizardry array would detect them. These tall towers were built to prevent wizards from the Wizard Islands from landing freely. Now, they might need to defend against the unknown entity that caused the Saint Glory continent to be enveloped in thick fog. The wizards of the Wizard Council came to reinforce this defense. With the arrival of the wizards from the Wizard Council headquarters, knowledge for reinforcing the defensive wizardry array was also brought. The wizards here were divided into several groups, each group casting spells on one defensive wizard tower. Below the wizard tower, they raised their hands high and chanted incantations. The nearby energy particles converged towards the emerald at the top of the wizard tower. Streaks of green light, like flowing water, gathered towards the emerald. Subsequently, the green glow emitted by the emerald became increasingly intense. This wizardry array gradually became more powerful. 3 days later, they finally finished reinforcing the defensive wizardry array. Just as those wizards from the Wizard Council were about to leave. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon was heard from the sea. The wizards turned their heads and saw two bizarre, upright creatures suddenly emerge from the sea and come ashore. These upright creatures had fish heads and human bodies, were entirely dark green, and their skin appeared slimy. Occasionally, they would open their mouths, revealing sharp teeth inside and long, crimson tongues. What kind of monster is this? While the wizards were shocked, the two monsters had already rushed forward. However, they collided with the barrier of the wizardry array. The barrier generated a magical force that repelled them. Meanwhile, the wizards on the other side of the barrier all took out their staves, aimed them at the two monsters, and unleashed wizardry. Immediately, streams of fire, lightning, frost, blades, formed a torrent of wizardry that blasted towards the two monsters. These two monsters seemed to possess no wizardry. However, they had extremely strong physical bodies, and their evasion speed was incredibly fast. The wizards' first wave of attacks was actually dodged by them. But after the wizards witnessed their evasion abilities, their second attack became much smarter. When they cast their wizardry, they integrated a mental energy into it. This way, the wizardry they unleashed had a certain tracking function. Moreover, before casting their wizardry, they would predict the actions of the two monsters. Immediately after, the wizards pursued the monsters and launched a second wave of attacks. This time, several wizardry spells struck the monsters. The monsters let out continuous screams, and dark green blood spurted from their wounds. After the wizards conducted a fourth attack, the two monsters completely died. One of the wizards from the Wizard Council immediately treated the corpses of the two monsters with wizardry. Then, from his zhuoyuki, he took out 2 bronze boxes resembling coffins. He placed the 2 monster corpses into them separately. He had to take them back for Great Wizard Dali Fa to see. A day later, 2 objects resembling bronze coffins were sent to Ronan's wizard tower. In a laboratory, Ronan opened the bronze coffin and looked at the monster inside. Deep 1. The monster's name appeared in Ronan's mind. In Professor Dorifa's collection of books, he had read books that involved this type of monster. This type of monster originated from a dimensional space called the Chaos Plane by wizards. Moreover, these monsters were merely servants of some powerful beings in that plane. Some wizards referred to them as dependents. So, is the Saint Glory continent being invaded by another plane? As soon as this thought emerged in Ronan's mind, he suddenly sensed that a wizard from the Wizard Council was approaching. Before long, the wizard from the Wizard Council knelt halfway outside the wizard tower's defensive barrier and said to Ronan, "Great Wizard Dali Fa, outside the coast, there is a legendary wizard who claims to be from the Bree Kingdom. He says he wants to discuss the Saint Glory continent with you." "Where is he?" Ronan asked. The wizard from the Wizard Council then stated the location. And he transformed into the appearance of Professor Dorifa, left the laboratory, jumped out of the wizard tower, cast an Otsu wood immortal escape, and headed towards the coast. As he neared, Ronan sensed a powerful energy fluctuation ahead. That energy fluctuation was undoubtedly from a legendary wizard. Upon reaching the coast, he saw an old wizard with a golden hair, wearing a beige wizard robe, standing in the void realm outside the barrier. "Hello, Professor Dorifa, I am Markov Friedman. The old wizard waved and said to Ronan. Ronan had read information about the Bree Kingdom in Professor Dorifa's collection of books. It stated that Markov Friedman was a legendary wizard and was also enthusiastic about teaching. Ronan nodded and greeted him. Markov said, Professor Dorifa, have you heard about the Saint Glory continent? Ronan nodded. Then Markov continued, the Saint Glory continent is now being invaded by an alien plane, and almost all the wizards within it have been corrupted. Some creatures have spread from the continent, affecting other surrounding continents. Now, our several one-level continents plan to join forces to eliminate all these alien creatures, lest they affect our respective continents. Ronan thought for a moment and then agreed, this was indeed closely related to his interests. However, he thought about what would happen later. If the wizards and people of the Saint Glory continent were almost all destroyed by alien creatures. Then, if the alien creatures were removed, that continent would be an almost empty continent with no one. It was just unknown whether the alien plane invasion would also corrupt the cultivate resources of this continent. If the cultivate resources were not corrupted, once they removed the alien creatures from this continent, they would then begin to contend for or divide this continent. Wealth moves hearts, even if he had no intention of acting, other wizards would always have such intentions. Then, it's settled, we'll meet in 5 days. Markov gave Ronan the coordinates of a small island. They would gather on this small island and then go together to slaughter the alien creatures. After Ronan returned to the Valiant Kingdom, he immediately went to the Wizard Council. He selected 30 elite wizards, 10 true knowledge wizards, and 2 great wizards as the candidates to accompany him this time. He instructed the wizards of the Wizard Council to send messengers to every province throughout the kingdom. A day later, these wizards had already gathered. Then, they all used a teleportation array, undergoing multiple teleports, to reach the northern shore. Afterward, they sailed out to sea. This was a medium-sized ship built by a wizard from the Wizard Council who specialized in shipbuilding. It was inscribed with multiple wizardry formations, capable of utilizing the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi to convert into power. To further increase its speed, one would need to input magical power into it or place magic stones inside. Ronan and the other wizards stood on the deck, facing the sea breeze, their wizard robe flapping loudly. The medium-sized ship cut through the waves, and in about half a day, it reached the island agreed upon with Markov. Upon arriving at the island, Ronan sensed people on the island and knew that legendary wizards from other continents had already arrived on the island with their people. Ronan then led his subordinate wizards over. Upon reaching a forest near the island's beach, they saw numerous tents. Those were places for the wizards to rest. And Ronan and his group also had them. The several elite wizards accompanying Ronan immediately took out tents and chanted incantations. The tents emitted magical light, and when they were thrown, they automatically set up in the air and then landed on the ground. These tents all had spatial wizardry formations. They looked small from the outside, but once inside, there was another space. Ronan entered his tent, which contained a green space the size of a football field. Ronan cultivated within it, waiting for the 5-day period to arrive. Soon, the 5-day period was almost up, and a wizard's announcement came from outside. The wizard said that Markov wanted to see him. Ronan then allowed Markov to enter, and after they chatted for a while, he learned that there were a total of 6 one-level continents in this alliance. All of them were close to the Saint Glory continent. And one of these continents was currently facing an invasion by those alien creatures from the Saint Glory continent. Once we kill all the alien creatures, we can ask the legendary wizards of this continent to give us resources. Markov said during their conversation. After all, if we hadn't intervened, this continent would probably be like the Saint Glory continent. Ronan nodded, thinking that wizards were indeed all dark-hearted people. Even Markov, this white wizard, was no exception. After the 5-day period arrived, the legendary wizards first gathered. In the forest, each person sat on a stone and held a meeting. The legendary wizards present, including Ronan and Professor Dorifa's appearance, were 6 old men. Each of them had long beards and looked old and benevolent. The legendary wizard who had exchanged blows with the alien creatures several times shared information with everyone. These creatures are skilled in water-based wizardry and mental energy wizardry. Moreover, some wizards, after seeing them or hearing their voices, will become insane, and their bodies will undergo bizarre changes. Ronan and several wizards nodded, they had all read descriptions of this alien plane in books. The legendary wizard continued, however, I still don't know what the most powerful beings among these creatures are like. I also don't know the exact situation of the Saint Glory continent right now, nor whether Yulan, the legendary wizard of Luodeng Kingdom, is still alive or has been corrupted. If Yulan is also dead, then this alien plane invasion is too terrifying. After the 6 legendary wizards spoke for a while longer, they summoned the other wizards and began to set off towards the corrupted Saint Glory continent. They each boarded their own ships and cut through the waves towards the Saint Glory continent. After more than an hour, they saw the thick fog enveloping the Saint Glory continent. Within the thick fog, faint whispers could be heard. Be careful, guard your mental energy, or don't listen to the whispers. A legendary wizard said. He was mainly speaking to wizards at the elite wizard level. Because these wizards were the weakest and most susceptible to being affected by the whispers, thus becoming corrupted into monsters and joining the alien creatures. So, those elite wizards used various methods, either casting wizardry or taking magical potions, to increase their mental energy defense or strengthen their mental energy. As the ship continued to sail, giant dark shadows could be seen vaguely appearing in the thick fog. Upon closer approach, they saw that these creatures were over 9 meters tall, with an oval, bald head that had no eyes, making one even doubt if it was truly a head. Below the head were 8 long, thin tentacles, hanging down like willow branches. This monster was also entirely dark green, with a sticky, abnormally viscous liquid on its skin. It was also a species that none of the wizards had ever seen before. Suddenly, one monster moved, and a tentacle shot out from the thick fog, striking towards Ronan and the others. One of the legendary wizards cast an advanced fire demonic beast wizardry. A ferocious, burning head of fire whistled towards the tentacle. Soon, it burned the tentacle to ashes. The monster retracted its severed tentacle, but no wailing was heard. Immediately after, the surrounding water began to churn. The sea water churned violently, and the ship carrying Ronan and the other wizards swayed. Suddenly, with several splashes, over a dozen giant tentacles emerged from the sea. Several of them struck the protective shield around the ship, causing ripples to spread across it. Attack! Attack these monsters! Including Ronan, all the legendary wizards gave orders to the wizards they brought. The wizards raised their staffs and unleashed spells, glowing with various colors, towards the massive, sky-obscuring tentacles. Bang bang bang! The spells struck the tentacles, causing them to explode, and dark green blood splattered everywhere like bursting juice. Soon, the sea where they were located was stained a foul dark green. After repelling the tentacles attacking the ship, the wizards from various kingdoms began to attack the giant creatures with bald heads. On the ship, wizard staffs continuously pointed. Spells of fire, ice, lightning, and other elements merged into a torrent of various colors, blasting towards the monsters. Boom boom boom! The spells crashed into the monsters' heads, exploding one after another. The monsters swayed their enormous heads, teetering precariously. Ronan did not use his staff, he simply flicked his fingers. One after another, Wood divine lightning was released. Each divine thunder brought down a giant monster. Before long, the sea in front of the ship was littered with the corpses of monsters. Giant, mutilated heads and tentacles, some 10 meters long, floated on the sea, a truly shocking sight. After killing all the monsters guarding the continent, the ship finally sailed into the thick fog. The true knowledge wizards on board then cast wind spells, unleashing hurricanes to blow away all the thick fog. As the ship continued to sail, the people on board suddenly heard a highly irritating sound coming from beneath the sea, a sound almost maddening, like thousands upon thousands of rats gnawing at a wall. Ronan's mental energy was extremely strong, and he immediately sensed that these sounds were affecting people's minds, and in turn, their physical bodies. Guard your minds. Ronan said in a low voice. Though his voice was low, it reached the ears of all the wizards. To counter this sound, some wizards released sound spells. They took out enchanted musical instruments and began to play them. Immediately, the sounds played by these wizards greatly masked the whispers from the seabed. Some wizards of lower rank, who had been struggling against the whispers, were able to catch their breath. As the ship continued to sail, the people on the deck suddenly saw it. A glow began to emanate from the seabed all around them. Gradually, it grew brighter and brighter. And then, within the glow, eyes began to appear. Soon, the sea around the ship was filled with eyes, crowded together, densely packed, staring blankly at the wizards on the ship. Ah! With a shout, a small tentacle curled out from the corner of the eye of the lowest rank wizard on the ship. And the legendary wizard of this wizard's kingdom, aware of the infectiousness of chaos plane creatures, showed no mercy upon seeing his kingdom's wizard in such a state. He waved his hand, and the wizard, who was about to be corrupted, flew up from the deck. Then, this legendary wizard pointed his staff, unleashing a flame that instantly incinerated the wizard who was about to be corrupted into ashes. While some wizards were still startled by the scene, the glow on the sea surface grew more and more dazzling, possessing a strange and eerie sanctity. The eyeballs within the glow also appeared increasingly sinister. The power released from them made it increasingly difficult for some lower rank wizards to resist. Ronan on the deck formed a spell seal and pointed his hand upwards. Immediately, a large expanse of green light descended from 10 meters above the deck. This was Wood divine light. The Wood divine light immediately countered the glow emanating from the sea. Before long, the glow from the sea was suppressed by the Wood divine light. After suppressing the glow, the Wood divine light shone upon the eyeballs in the sea. Instantly, those eyeballs dissolved one by one under the divine light. The other legendary wizards on the deck were surprised to see Ronan possess such a spell. If Ronan's rank had been lower than theirs, they would certainly have tried to seize this spell. But since Ronan's rank was similar to theirs, both being legendary wizards, they did not harbor thoughts of seizing it. Instead, they secretly felt wary of Fa, whom Ronan was impersonating. At the same time, these legendary wizards had been in contact with Yulan, the legendary wizard of the now fallen Luo Deng kingdom, and they had all agreed to form a continental alliance to counter the wizard organization of the Wizard Island's new blood absorption. If Fa were also in the alliance, it would put their minds at ease. After a while, under the full release of Wood divine light, all the eyeballs completely dissolved into blood. Seeing this, Ronan retracted the Wood divine light. Releasing Wood divine light at full power consumed a lot of his magic power. However, he had his natal longevity tree to replenish his magic power. Moreover, his Wood Dharma body also greatly helped him recover magic power. Bang! Soon, the ship reached the shore. The wizards then cast flying spells and disembarked from the ship. Wait a moment, no matter what creatures you see, kill them all, leave none alive, and do not collect any creature materials. A legendary wizard shouted. The Chaos Plane could be said to be the most infamous plane. Other planes, such as the Nightmare World, the Dead Spirit Plane, etc., although the beings within them were strange and fierce, wizards could use their materials to strengthen themselves. However, the beings in the chaos plane, although their materials could also be made into magic potions or zhuoyuki, would cause side effects if the magic potions were consumed or the zhuoyuki were used. These side effects could cause wizards to become corrupted, thereby affecting others. Therefore, all kingdoms prohibited wizards from exploring the chaos plane or using materials from the chaos plane. Most of the wizards on the ship, having witnessed the terrifying scene just now, were wary of the beings in the chaos plane and naturally would not collect materials from these plane creatures. However, some wizards with twisted minds and radical behaviors, but whose outward appearance did not show it, secretly harbored thoughts of collecting materials. Within the Wizard Council of the Kingdom of Wizards, there was such a wizard. Just now, during the battle, a small piece of flesh from a chaos plane creature fell in front of him, and he, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, took out a container to collect it. Ronan released his mental energy, sensing everything around him. He noticed this scene, and after the wizard, taking advantage of no one paying attention, put the piece of flesh into the container, Ronan immediately used his mental energy. This wizard immediately flew up, allowing everyone to see him. They also saw the container the wizard was holding and the flesh within it. Ronan pointed a finger at the wizard in the air. A streak of Otsu-wood divine light shot out, striking the wizard's body. Instantly, this wizard was refined into blood. Seeing this, the wizards who still had thoughts of collecting creature materials were immediately startled and abandoned their intentions. Several wizards who had deliberately lagged behind, intending to collect flesh, quickly caught up with the team. As Ronan and the other wizards continued to delve deeper into the continent, various bizarre creatures attacked in groups. Deep ones with fish heads and human bodies, humanoid creatures with multiple heads, humanoid creatures covered in eyes, and humanoid creatures covered in black fur, all assailed them. They naturally unleashed spells one after another. With so many high-rank wizards from various kingdoms gathered, their combat power was naturally extraordinary. They moved and attacked simultaneously, launching attacks that caused the bizarre creatures' bodies to explode and dark green blood to splatter. This continent had not become barren. However, as they delved deeper, the continent became completely empty of people. And everywhere they went was covered in thick fog. After blowing away one patch of thick fog, all that could be seen in the distance was more thick fog. The entire field of vision was filled with a grey haze. They couldn't see a single person. However, Ronan's grand mist analysis showed that the monsters just now all had human characteristics. Perhaps those monsters were all corrupted humans. In the boundless thick fog, they continued to delve deeper. Whenever they encountered strange creatures, they killed them all. To prevent wizards from collecting materials, some wizards, with a tacit understanding, immediately set fire to the creatures after they died, burning everything clean. Before long, as they continued to delve deeper, they heard human voices from ahead. These voices were also noisy and irritating. The human voices sounded as if many mouths were groaning. Ronan, meanwhile, felt a powerful and chaotic energy fluctuation coming from the front. Soon, in the thick fog ahead, they saw a huge black shadow, like a mountain. After the thick fog was blown away, this mountain-like object appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a mountain of people. Who knew how many people, 1,000 or perhaps 10,000, were piled together by some strange power? The expressions of these people were varied, some were in pain, some were smiling eerily, and some were dazed. Every face was pale and distorted, appearing extremely bizarre. And the physical bodies of these people were not simply piled up, but had merged together like conjoined twins. Their hands merged, their feet merged. Some people's necks merged, several heads crowded together, eyes staring at each other, mouths stretched open, revealing eerie smiles to one another. Some people's internal organs spilled out, merging with the bodies of others. In short, this mountain of flesh seemed to have dismembered human organs and piled them together. Moreover, the people on it seemed to be in a strange mental state. These groans reached the ears of Ronan and the others. The sound, combined with the image of the human mountain, immediately caused confusion in the minds of some lower-rank wizards. Eyes and fleshy growths emerged from the faces of these wizards. Even great wizards showed signs of corruption. Furthermore, it wasn't just one such human mountain, there were several more human mountains gathering from all directions towards them. The impact brought by the visuals and sounds caused more and more wizards to show signs of corruption. Seeing this, Ronan immediately thought of stopping it. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He retracted his hand into his wizard robe and took out a nightmare stone. He injected magic power into the nightmare stone and cast an illusion. An illusion targeting all wizards. The mental pollution of this chaos plane was extremely strong, it was estimated that even the minds of legendary wizards would find it difficult to resist. The fall of the Luo Deng kingdom was the best proof. Immediately, under the shroud of the illusion, the scene before all the wizards' eyes and the sounds in their ears were altered. Before them was not that bizarre physical body, but just a giant, yet not irritating, monster. Under the influence of Ronan's illusion, those wizards each cast their spells, attacking the mountains of flesh. Ronan, meanwhile, cast illusions while also unleashing Bi-Yi-Wood divine lightning. Streaks of Bi-Yi-Wood divine lightning, as thick as tree trunks, shot out, blasting onto the mountains of flesh. The mountains of flesh were enormous, requiring 3 divine thunder strikes to completely scatter them. However, with the help of other wizards, those mountains of flesh were also being destroyed very quickly. Using the nightmare stone, he cast an illusion that affected so many high-rank wizards. Ronan felt the nightmare world's passage open, creating a suction force that pulled at his mind. However, his physical body was strong, and coupled with his strong mental energy, he also possessed a defensive power. His mind remained firmly within his physical body. No matter how strong the nightmare world's passage suction force was, it simply could not affect him. Just as the human mountains were mostly annihilated, Ronan's mind finally probed the minds connected to the human mountains. He felt that these human mountains were not acting entirely freely, perhaps someone was still controlling them. Soon, his mind detected a source of mind. Immediately, he cast Otsu would immortal escape and headed towards that source of mind. Before long, he saw a woman. It was the woman he had injured with his mental energy that day, the great-granddaughter of Yulan, the legendary wizard of the Luodeng kingdom. He could sense strong mental fluctuations from this woman. It was as if this woman had been possessed by some being. His Grand Mist also analyzed that the structure of this woman's body had undergone some bizarre chaos. Just as this woman saw Ronan, suddenly, the flesh on her body exploded. Her hands and feet transformed into fleshy tentacles, and the internal organs and ribs within her body also completely turned into tentacles. The flesh on the tentacles had no epidermis, the muscle fibers curled up, forming circles like whirlpools, or like eyes. The being occupying the woman's body intended to repeat its old trick, corrupting Ronan just as it had corrupted Yulan. Although Ronan found the sight disgusting, his mind was completely unaffected. He merged his essence, Qi, and Dao, and pointed his finger. Instantly, a dazzling samadhi true fire erupted, covering the bizarre entity and engulfing it in an instant. When the samadhi true fire receded, not even ashes remained. Immediately after, the fog on this continent dispersed, and sunlight once again shone upon the land. Wizards from various kingdoms had swept clean the entire continent. All creatures from other planes on it were completely removed. The legendary wizard of Luodeng kingdom was nowhere to be found, and everyone speculated that he had already been corrupted and fused into the mountain of people that had just been annihilated. Just now, when Ronan used Nightmare Stone to cast an illusion, the other wizards did not notice. However, apart from Ronan's illusion, the power of Ronan's other spells was evident to the legendary wizards of all kingdoms. Moreover, ever since the Orc Empire was subdued by the Valiant Kingdom, the military strength of the Valiant Kingdom had implicitly surpassed all one-level continents. Although orcs were originally only strong in physical quality, they were nothing in front of wizards. However, wizards from other kingdoms knew that the Valiant Kingdom once had a traitor wizard who was proficient in bloodline wizardry. This wizard was the culprit who incited the Orc Empire to launch a war. Since the Orc Empire was subdued by the Valiant Kingdom, it was likely that this wizard was killed by Dali Fa. Dali Fa was very likely to have obtained this wizard's legacy. The bloodline wizardry knowledge of this wizard, combined with Dali Fa's accumulated knowledge, would likely transform the orcs of the Orc Empire into an extremely terrifying army. After all, some demonic beasts have a certain immunity to wizardry in their bodies. If orcs were transformed in this way, once multiple orcs with wizardry-immune physiques swarmed forward, wizards might even be killed. Therefore, the legendary wizards of various kingdoms had implicitly regarded Ronan as the strongest among them. And the Valiant Kingdom was the strongest kingdom. After sweeping clean the entire Saint Glory continent, since the former citizens were no longer there, they began to divide the resources. Although this continent was invaded by Chaos Plane creatures, only animals were corrupted, while the demonic plants, demonic ores, and other materials on the land were still present. All kingdoms intended to make this continent their second resource point. All legendary wizards who participated in the continent's cleanup entered the former capital of Luodeng Kingdom. They entered the imperial palace and began discussing how to divide the resources. After 3 days of discussion, a plan was finally produced. Ronan obtained the most resources and the most land. From then on, nearly a quarter of the Saint Glory continent became an exclave of the Valiant Kingdom. It had lush ancient forests, developed water systems, and several demonic ore deposits. After the division was complete, Ronan, like the legendary wizards of other kingdoms, left a few wizards to guard the place. He took the other wizards back, and after returning to the kingdom, he would arrange for people to come over. After Ronan returned to Triumphant City, he summoned the wizards of the Wizard Council for a meeting. They discussed and arranged the candidates to be stationed on the Saint Glory continent. After 3 days of discussion, they decided on the candidates from the Wizard Councils of various kingdoms to be stationed on the Saint Glory continent. These wizards would be leaving their homes, and they would be given sufficient compensation. They promised that of the resources these wizards obtained on the Saint Glory continent, 80% needed to be transported back to the Valiant Kingdom, while the remaining 20% could be disposed of by them. This greatly incentivized the traveling wizards. Although it was only 20%, for them, they could not obtain so many resources just in the Valiant Kingdom. Moreover, once they reached the Saint Glory continent, they could exert themselves and acquire more resources, thus gaining more for themselves. To prevent the wizards going to the Saint Glory continent from embezzling, Ronan also assigned some wizards certain supervisory duties and required the traveling wizards to record their actions promptly in specific magic stones. In the future, wizards would also be dispatched to inspect them. And the labor for developing demonic ores was naturally assigned to the orcs of the Orc Empire. Furthermore, these miners were not merely miners. Ronan also set up a reasonable promotion mechanism for them. It was mainly based on the output of demonic ore. Excellent individuals, or orcs who had accumulated a certain output of demonic ore, could obtain the night breathing method. Some night breathing methods were quite suitable for orcs with extremely strong physical qualities to cultivate. After orcs cultivate it, if they reached a certain level, they could become orc knights and thus be able to leave the demonic ore excavation work. After becoming knights, they could cultivate layer by layer, just like humans. When they cultivated to become excellent individuals, they could undergo demonic beast bloodline implantation and become even more powerful transformed knights. In any case, over this period, the demonic beast bloodline reserves in the wizard tower had increased rather than decreased. After all, wizards from various places were continuously offering demonic beast bloodlines as tribute. Of course, ancient creature bloodlines like the harpy had not yet been offered by any wizard. After arranging everything, Ronan instructed the wizards of the Wizard Council to ensure everything was executed in an orderly manner. Ronan then returned to the wizard tower to continue his cultivation. Ronan sat on the 99th floor of the wizard tower, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi. As his late-stage core formation cultivation gradually transitioned towards nascent soul. As his Yiwood Dharma body also gradually transformed into the eternal evergreen body. When he absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi, the surrounding wind grew stronger and stronger. He thought that if he were in a cultivation world, he absolutely could not cultivate so unrestrainedly. If he cultivated unrestrainedly, it would definitely attract the attention of other nascent soul cultivators. However, the wizard world was different. He was already the most powerful existence in the Valiant Kingdom. Within this one-level continent, no matter how much commotion he caused, no one would bother him. Of course, even if he caused such a large commotion, other wizards would not think it was caused by his cultivation. After all, the cultivation methods of the wizard world, in terms of their absorption of energy particles, could not compare to his 10,000 wood evergreen scripture and his Yiwood Dharma body. Other wizards simply could not imagine that a person's absorption of energy particles could reach such a degree. After the heaven and earth spiritual chi was absorbed into his body, it was immediately refined by the power of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture into magic power, gathering into the wood golden core in his danshan. Cultivation knows no passage of time. Ronan cultivated in oblivion, and unknowingly, over a month passed. The wood golden core continuously accumulated magic power. The nascent soul in the center of his glabella was also gradually taking shape. He felt that he had cultivated for a period, so he stopped his efforts. He then proceeded to integrate the heaven and earth treasures into his spiritual realm to expand the spiritual realm and accommodate the eternal evergreen tree mother tree within it. Although the spiritual realm continuously expanded as various resources were integrated, and the land in the center continuously extended. However, his eternal evergreen tree mother tree, after more than 2,000 years, had abnormally developed roots. Currently, the soil of the spiritual realm was still unable to accommodate these developed roots. If it could accommodate the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, his power would increase significantly again. Because the natal longevity tree, due to its elf treasure tree characteristics, could emit the holy tree light that amplifies power. And because he possessed the Yiwood Dharma body and was acknowledged by the heart of the druid, anyone under a large tree would receive a certain amplification. Especially, after his physique transformed from Greenwood spirit body to Yiwood Dharma body, this amplification increased significantly. As his Yiwood Dharma body transitioned towards the eternal evergreen body, this amplification continued to increase. This was also why, as a legendary wizard, his strength could far surpass the legendary wizards of other kingdoms. Over this period, the wizard tower's inventory also grew larger and larger. All were tributes from wizard councils in various places. Wizard organizations, wizard schools, and wizard academies from various places sent the resources they intended to tribute to the wizard council branches, and then the wizard council branches uniformly transported them to Triumphant City. Ronan integrated magic stones, demonic plants, demonic ores, and other items into the spiritual realm. Watching the space of the spiritual realm, and the land in the center of the spiritual realm, gradually expand and extend. Since the time several one-level continents jointly eliminated the threat of creatures from other planes, as days gradually passed, the connections between the various one-level continents became increasingly close. The continents began trading wizardry materials, zhu-yuki, and wizardry knowledge. Organizations similar to the Wizard Council in various kingdoms began discussing wizardry exchanges. Even without an explicit agreement, an alliance of one-level continents had gradually formed. The matter of multiple continents jointly dealing with the wizard organizations in the Wizard Islands also began to be put on the agenda. Multiple continents reached a cooperation agreement to establish teleportation arrays and communication towers on each continent that could transmit to other continents. Once the Wizard Islands invaded a one-level continent, and that continent could not expel the wizards of the Wizard Islands with its own strength, it could send a signal to other continents through the communication tower. Wizards from other continents could then teleport over to assist in the battle through the teleportation array. The agreement stipulated that for each assistance in battle, depending on the strength of the invading Wizard Islands wizards, a certain amount of wizardry materials compensation could be given to the other kingdoms participating in the assistance. This agreement was recognized by all kingdoms, including the Valiant Kingdom. Then, the teleportation arrays and communication towers began to be built. The construction of teleportation arrays and communication towers required considerable effort. After all, both teleportation arrays and communication towers needed to cross vast oceans to reach another continent, a very long distance. To transmit over such a long distance, and to ensure that the transmitted items were completely unharmed, multiple wizardry formations needed to be meticulously carved onto the teleportation arrays and communication towers. This carving work could be done by true knowledge wizards. It was purely physical labor and had no technical content for true knowledge wizards. Therefore, apart from the true knowledge wizards of the main wizard council, true knowledge wizards from various wizard council branches were all mobilized to carve the wizardry formations for the teleportation arrays and communication towers. After the wizardry formations of the communication towers and teleportation arrays were carved, both communication and teleportation required a large amount of energy. Originally, the communication towers and teleportation arrays could also transmit by utilizing nearby energy particles. However, because communication and teleportation required a large amount of energy to be consumed instantaneously, if nearby energy particles were used, it would require a period of charging. If it was only a single transmission, wizards could just charge the communication tower and teleportation array with energy particles. But if multiple consecutive transmissions were required, it would consume magic stones or demonic ores. This was undoubtedly a considerable expense. However, for the safety of the kingdom, this expense was worthwhile. After more than 3 months, the teleportation arrays and communication towers of all kingdoms were built. In addition to their wartime uses, teleportation arrays and communication towers sometimes also undertook business for fast transmission and communication. Of course, each transmission and communication required a large amount of resources as a fee. Only those few top-ranked wizard families within the kingdom were willing to pay such a huge fee. Just over 2 months after the teleportation arrays and communication towers were built, the Valiant Kingdom received news from other kingdoms. The news stated that the wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands had actually formed an alliance. 2 wizard organizations had actually united to recruit new blood in that kingdom. Furthermore, the team recruiting new blood was led by a legendary wizard, the leader of a wizard organization. And that kingdom was currently relying on the number of wizards in the kingdom and the remaining wizardry defense formations to resist the wizards of the Wizard Islands. The legendary wizard of that kingdom, remembering Ronan's power, sent out a distress signal. Even if the assistance fee was expensive, he accepted it. After all, if the kingdom was destroyed, there would be nothing left. Upon hearing the Wizard Council's report, Ronan decided to act. After all, he had been cultivating for nearly half a year, always sitting cross-legged in the wizard tower, and had not fought for some time. Although his magic power was growing stronger, his combat sensitivity might have decreased due to the lack of recent combat. He felt he should go out, stretch his limbs. Thus, Ronan transformed into the appearance of Dali Fa, took a few wizards, and set off. The teleportation array and communication tower were secretly built in a deep mountain 5,000 miles from Triumphant City. This deep mountain had been cordoned off by the Wizard Council, prohibiting any wizards or knights from entering to collect demonic plants or hunt demonic beasts. Ronan and a few wizards reached this deep mountain through a short-distance teleportation array. Then, they stepped onto the long-distance teleportation array. This teleportation array was almost as large as a basketball court from his previous life. It was carved on bare ground, with complex magic runes within. Nearby, there were 2 true knowledge wizards, 10 elite wizards, and about 20 formal wizards on duty. After Ronan and the others stepped on, 1 true knowledge wizard and 5 elite wizards began to cast spells, activating the magic stone energy by the teleportation array. These magic stones, through their spell casting, had absorbed enough energy particles. Now, the goal was to release the energy within them. The 6 wizards chanted incantations. The sound of the incantations continuously spread towards the sky above the forest. The nearby magic stones began to emit dazzling blue light. Immediately after, the blue light surged out from the magic stones like seawater, engulfing Ronan and the others. The next moment, the blue light dissipated, and Ronan and the others disappeared without a sound. At the same time, by the teleportation array in another kingdom, wizards were also casting spells. Under the wizardry of these wizards, Ronan and the others were received. They suddenly appeared in the territory of another kingdom across the ocean. Dali Fa, you've finally arrived. After Ronan and the others appeared in the Yaqui kingdom, a wizard immediately came to greet them. This wizard was an elite wizard. All higher rank wizards had gone to resist the wizard organization of the Wizard Islands. This was the highest rank wizard they could send to welcome Ronan and the others. Ronan simply nodded. Where did the wizards from the Wizard Islands invade? Immediately, this wizard led Ronan and the others to another teleportation array. After Ronan and the others stepped onto it, the nearby formal wizards and wizard apprentices cast spells together. The magic runes on the teleportation array glowed. Then, Ronan and the others disappeared from the teleportation array. The next moment, they appeared on another teleportation array. The elite wizard of the Yaqui kingdom then led Ronan and the others to another teleportation array. Teleportation arrays generally only transmit between 2 points because such arrays are not complicated to design and are most efficient for transmission. They performed 5 consecutive teleports before reaching the coastline invaded by the Wizard Islands wizards. As soon as Ronan and the others appeared on the teleportation array, they saw such a grand scene. It was 2 waves of wizards facing off. Between the 2 waves of wizards was a defensive barrier. However, this defensive barrier already had many breaches. The wizards on Ronan's side of the defensive barrier were the wizards of the Yaqui kingdom. Ronan had met Sobar Bowman, the legendary wizard of the Yaqui kingdom, once during the last cleanup of Chaos Plane creatures. At this moment, he was leading his wizards, patching the breaches in the defensive barrier while attacking the invading wizards. Both the Yaqui kingdom wizard faction and the Wizard Islands wizard faction had a legendary wizard. Although the Yaqui kingdom had more wizards participating, the quality of their wizards was not comparable to that of the Wizard Islands. Ronan swept with his grand mist and immediately knew that in addition to 1 legendary wizard, the Wizard Islands also had 10 great wizards and 25 true knowledge wizards. On the Yaqui kingdom side, there were only 4 great wizards and about 10 true knowledge wizards. The disparity in wizard ranks forced the Yaqui kingdom to call for external aid. As the Yaqui kingdom's message stated, the invaders were 2 wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands. Ronan also saw from the wizardry of these 2 Wizard Islands organizations that they belonged to 2 different schools. One wizard organization released lava wizardry. Each of those wizards held an old wooden staff, the top of which was a wooden knot, carved with complex magic runes emitting fire. When these wizards pointed their staffs, several lava fireballs floated into the air, crashing towards the defensive barrier and the wizards of the Yaqui kingdom. The leading wizard of this school was a legendary wizard. He drew his staff in the air. A circular wizardry formation with a hexagram base appeared in the air. Subsequently, a large expanse of firelight emerged, which was a meteor crashing out of this wizardry formation, smashing towards the Yaqui Kingdom's wizard faction. And the other school from the Wizard Islands was clearly the Necromancy School. Although the leader of this school was only a great wizard, the wizardry of this school was too sinister. While chanting, they pointed their staffs at the ground. A black dot appeared on the ground, instantly expanding into a plain passage. Various types of skeletons emerged from this plain passage like bamboo shoots. Some skeletons wore armor, some wore helmets, carrying medieval-style swords, spears, and long lances, charging towards the defensive barrier. A single skeleton might not have strong attack power. But when the skeleton army attacked together, the defensive barrier immediately became dimmer and dimmer, its energy gradually dissipating. And Sobar, the legendary wizard of the Yaqui Kingdom, was a pot-bellied old man, proficient in earth-type wizardry. He continuously cast Great Earth Explosion spell. With the point of his staff, ripples appeared among the skeleton army, and then the ground exploded, sending the skeletons flying in all directions, their skulls bouncing into the sky. Just as Ronan arrived, the meteor in the sky crashed onto the defensive barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, the defensive barrier instantly shattered, turning into fragmented light and dissipating. The two wizardry factions then began a true face-to-face wizardry battle. Make your move, Ronan said, then waved his hand. Immediately, a water bowl made of white jade appeared out of thin air. This was the top-grade magic treasure he had obtained not long ago in the cultivation world, the mystic water bowl. At this time, it was near the sea, and the invading wizard school was a fire element school, so the mystic water bowl was perfect for defeating the enemy. Ronan activated his magic power, silently reciting an incantation in his heart. Immediately, water emerged from the mystic water bowl, and in an instant, it turned into towering giant waves, covering the people of the Wizard Islands. The two warring wizard factions were startled when they saw this formation. After both sides clearly saw who had arrived, their expressions varied. Sobar, the legendary wizard of the Yaqui Kingdom, was naturally overjoyed. He had witnessed Ronan's actions during the cleanup of the Chaos Plane creatures. He knew that although Ronan was also a legendary wizard, his strength was much greater than his own. With Ronan's arrival, his kingdom was safe. And the people of the Wizard Islands, seeing Ronan's spell, knew that this person was at least a legendary wizard. However, they had received intelligence that a one-level continent only had one legendary wizard. When did another legendary wizard appear? If a kingdom had two legendary wizards, then that kingdom would surely invade other kingdoms. Now, with the giant waves crashing down, the wizards of the Wizard Islands had no time to think further. The leading wizard of the Fire Element Wizard School slammed his staff heavily on the ground. Immediately, the earth in front of him, along with lava, surged up. In a moment, it transformed into a 5-meter-tall lava giant. The lava giant emitted high temperatures and charged towards Ronan's direction. The next moment, the seawater released by the mystic water bowl submerged the lava giant. The high temperature emitted by the lava giant was evaporating the surrounding seawater. However, as the seawater became more and more abundant, it quickly became unable to evaporate it. Moreover, the pressure of the seawater prevented the giant from advancing an inch. Other lava fireballs released by the Fire Element Wizard School were also submerged by the seawater from the mystic water bowl. The fireballs collided with the seawater, immediately emitting a hissing sound. However, with abundant seawater, the fireballs quickly extinguished. As for the skeleton army summoned by the Necromancy School, they were immediately lifted from the ground by the rush of the seawater and could only drift with the current. Ronan used his spirit to control the seawater gushing from the mystic water bowl. Two streams of seawater, one on the left and one on the right, swirled and surrounded the invading wizards. Seeing the seawater approaching, and knowing their wizardry could not contend with it, those wizards could only condense their energy particle shields, keeping the seawater 5 meters away from themselves. They planned to resist while temporarily retreating. However, the seawater had already surrounded them from all directions, making it impossible for them to retreat. Use spatial wizardry. One of them suggested this. But soon, this suggestion was rejected by the Fire Element legendary wizard. Because using spatial wizardry would not only consume a large amount of magic power but also might not guarantee escape. After all, if they knew spatial wizardry, the opponent would also know spatial wizardry. The opponent could detect the direction of their spatial wizardry escape and then pursue them with spatial wizardry. They would only waste magic power in vain and still not escape. Ronan grabbed his hand. All the seawater completely enveloped the energy particle shields of these wizards. From high in the sky, it looked as if the seawater had formed a large sphere. Ronan silently recited an incantation in his heart again. The seawater surrounding these wizards transformed into swords, stabbing towards the energy particle shields. And the other wizards also released their wizardry, attacking the energy particle shields. As Ronan's water swords and Sobar's Great Earth Explosion spell were released simultaneously. Bang! The energy particle shields of these wizards immediately shattered. You cannot kill me, my organization. The leading legendary wizard hurriedly said. However, before he could finish speaking, Ronan's water swords fell one by one, piercing the wizard into a sieve. The other wizards were no different. After killing these wizards, Ronan manipulated the seawater, rolling it over their corpses. The seawater then brought back the storage Zhuwuki of these wizards. Subsequently, all the seawater was recollected into the mystic water bowl. And the storage Zhuwuki of these wizards were taken by Ronan. Sobar, standing by, looked at the miraculous Zhuwuki that was the mystic water bowl, and the storage Zhuwuki in Ronan's hand, but dared not ask for them. After all, Ronan had saved his kingdom and was incredibly powerful, he would never dare to defy him. Ronan was not polite, putting away the storage Zhuwuki, and said to Sobar, Mr. Bowman, now that the invading wizards are dealt with, we must leave. Sobar hurriedly said, Mr. Augustus, since you have come all this way, it would be unforgivable if I did not host a banquet for you. How about you try the delicacies of our kingdom? Ronan looked around and agreed. Having come all this way, he was quite curious about exotic cuisine. Subsequently, Ronan and Sobar, along with their wizards, used the teleportation array to teleport back to the capital of the kingdom. In the luxuriously built palace, Sobar hosted a banquet. The long dining table was filled with food. All the ingredients were demonic beasts and magic plants. Combined with the unique spices and cooking methods of this kingdom, they exuded a fragrant aroma, possessing a flavor not found in the Valiant kingdom. And the wine of this kingdom was a high-proof distilled liquor made from the magic plant satiating potato using a technique researched by wizards, known as water of life. Ronan and the others found it quite potent after drinking it. The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours before ending. Ronan's current body would neither feel hungry nor full. With his digestive ability, food was immediately digested into energy as soon as it entered his stomach. However, even after more than 2 hours, he still felt he hadn't had enough fun. After all, the exotic flavors brought him a great sense of novelty. He thought that perhaps one day when he had free time, he would come disguised and have another meal in this kingdom. That night, Ronan and the others stayed in the kingdom for a night. Sobar arranged for his wizards to prepare wizard resources. After a night, Sobar gave Ronan a golden sphere. This sphere was a storage Zhuwuki, containing the wizard resources Sobar gave to the Valiant kingdom. After Ronan accepted it, he swept it with his grand mist. Soon, streams of data appeared in his mind. He found that nothing was missing, so he tucked the golden sphere into his wizard robe. Then, he bid farewell to Sobar and the other wizards. In the deep mountains thousands of miles from Triumphant City, the wizards who received the signal from the communication tower began to cast wizardry on the teleportation array. With the chanting, the teleportation array began to emit a blue glow. Immediately after, the blue glow intensified, engulfing the entire teleportation array. After the blue glow receded like a tide, the figures of Ronan and the others appeared. Dolly Fa. Dolly Fa. The wizards on duty bowed to Ronan. Ronan nodded, cast an Otsu wood immortal escape, and returned to Triumphant City. Ronan returned to his wizard tower and resumed his peaceful and fulfilling cultivate life. The storage Zhuwuki of the Wizard Islands wizards and the cultivate resources from the Yaqi kingdom indeed significantly increased the inventory of the wizard tower's warehouse. Ronan consumed precious and rare demonic beast flesh and magic plants daily, cultivating the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. These demonic beast flesh and magic plants, after being digested by him, transformed into energy, which was then refined into magic power by the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. Some other magic plants and magic stones were integrated into his spiritual realm. This made the space of the spiritual realm larger and larger, and the spiritual chi concentration within it became denser and denser. The natal longevity tree subtree cluster planted in the spiritual realm grew more and more luxuriantly. Moreover, as the various elemental energy particles in the spiritual realm increased, his perception of the external environment also grew stronger. Sometimes, he even felt that he and heaven and earth were almost indistinguishable. He alone could form his own heaven and earth. Unknowingly, more than half a year passed. In the past half year, only one kingdom in the first-class continent alliance suffered an invasion by a wizard organization. And this invasion was resolved by the joint efforts of legendary wizards from 2 continents. Ronan only heard the news, the Valiant kingdom did not participate. In the past half year, besides visiting the Yaqi kingdom once to taste their cuisine, the rest of the time, he spent cultivating in his wizard tower. This day, he stopped the circulation of the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture. The heaven and earth spiritual chi that had been surging towards him immediately stopped. After this period, he didn't know if anything would happen in the cultivation world, so he decided to go and see. He went to a cultivate room, and with a thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. After appearing in the secular world, he immediately changed into the attire of the cultivation world. He cast the Otsu wood immortal escape and headed towards Lequa City in Yushan Valley. This city was a large city that gathered many recreational cultivators, making it the easiest place to hear news from various sources. As he was about to reach Lequa City, he slowed down, flying gently, and upon reaching the city gate, he landed and walked into the city. After strolling around the bustling streets, gambling houses, restaurants, and red light districts, he received a piece of news. As the retreat of the heaven and earth spiritual chi tide in the cultivation world became longer and longer, ancient cultivator relics gradually appeared. During the time he was away, a total of 5 ancient cultivator relics had appeared. Ronan's brows furrowed when he heard that 5 ancient cultivator relics had appeared during his absence. Within these ancient cultivator relics were ancient cultivators' magic treasures and ancient cultivators' secret manuals. These items were not of much use to contemporary cultivators, but they were extremely useful to him. These items might circulate, or they might be kept by nascent soul cultivators themselves. If he participated in the relic competition, he might be able to obtain these items. However, if he missed out, he would have to find a way to obtain them from those nascent soul cultivators. While thinking, Ronan also inquired about the news. He learned that a recently appeared ancient cultivator relic had not yet fully opened, and a group of cultivators were gathering towards it. Therefore, after ascertaining the direction, Ronan headed towards that ancient cultivator relic. Along the way, he also encountered several groups of cultivators who were also going to the relic. These cultivators were either loose cultivators gathered on their own, or teams from various schools and families. Cultivators cast various flying spells, heading towards the relic. Various colors of spell and magical artifact light streaked across the sky in straight lines. As Ronan passed these cultivators, he also heard some rumors about the cultivation world recently. The Huanzhen sect had been occupying spiritual veins at an extremely fast pace during this period. Under the leadership of pure Yang Zi, the sect grew stronger and stronger. The current Huanzhen sect already possessed 4 spiritual veins. The several immortal realms originally near the Huanzhen sect were all connected. This Huanzhen sect already subtly showed signs of becoming the largest sect of the righteous path. Moreover, the nascent soul old ancestor of the Huanzhen sect, old ancestor Chen Yuanzi, was offering bounties to the cultivation world for 2 individuals. One was a core formation cultivator who had once stayed at the Huanzhen sect, and the other was an unknown cultivator who had taken an ancient cultivator magic treasure during a relic exploration. It was said that this magic treasure was the mystic water bowl, a top-grade magic treasure of that ancient cultivator. However, this magic treasure had not appeared for quite some time. But most cultivators believed that because of the receding heaven and earth spiritual chi tide, this magic treasure was likely unusable. When Ronan transmigrated to the cultivation world, he also tried to take out the mystic water bowl and use it. He found that the mystic water bowl's magic treasure light had indeed dimmed. However, as long as he poured a large amount of magical power into it, he could still activate it. This indicated that ancient cultivator magic treasures were not unusable, it just required a large amount of magical power to use them in this era. While thinking, Ronan unconsciously arrived at the ancient cultivator relic. This ancient cultivator relic was located in a deep valley. In the depths of that valley, there was a huge yellow light pillar, soaring into the sky. At the top of the light pillar, auspicious glow and colorful mists swirled. Ronan swept his senses and found that there were already large and small cultivation groups nearby. Besides the large schools with nascent soul old ancestors, there were also small schools with only core formation cultivators guarding them. Suddenly, a thought burst forth in Ronan's mind. Even small schools might have been inherited from large schools. Perhaps the ancestral master of a small school was a cultivator from an era when heaven and earth spiritual chi had not yet receded. Small schools might have inherited cultivation methods researched by ancient cultivators. The wizard world where Ronan was located, with its abundant heaven and earth spiritual chi and rich cultivation resources, was most suitable for ancient cultivator methods. And these methods were no longer of much use to the schools. He should be able to exchange for the ancient cultivator methods with some less valuable items. Thinking this, Ronan swept his senses, locked onto a school that only had core formation cultivators, and descended. This was a mountain hollow, where about 30 people were cultivating. Among the 30 or so people, there was 1 core formation cultivator, 5 foundation establishment cultivators, and the rest were chi refining cultivators. Ronan scanned them with grand mist and found that the values of these 30 or so people were different from ordinary cultivators. Their strength values were all much higher than their spiritual and magical power values. From this, it could be seen that this group of cultivators was very likely a group of body cultivators. There are still body cultivators in this era. Body cultivators consume the most resources. In this resource-poor cultivation world, with insufficient resources, the path of a body cultivator is actually a dead end. However, it is also because of this that this school cannot produce nascent soul cultivators. But, in the cultivation world where heaven and earth spiritual chi is receding, the body cultivation method can still be cultivated to core formation, which indicates that this school's body cultivation method is not simple. His azure lotus white lotus art and withered wood flourishing spring skill had both been cultivated to perfection. He needed a body cultivation method to continue training his physical body. Although the energy particle amplification in the wizard world could also enhance physique. However, the speed at which this method enhanced the physical body was not as fast as the body cultivation methods in the cultivation world. Moreover, he always felt that the physical body amplified by energy particles produced a certain degree of deformation in the flesh and blood. Unlike body cultivation methods, after cultivation, the flesh and blood became tougher, more elastic, and a kind of strength would be born within them. Ronan thought, his figure already 500 meters away from this mountain hollow. The 5 chi refining body cultivators on duty in the mountain hollow kept looking upwards. Upon seeing Ronan approaching them, they immediately became alert. As Ronan got closer and closer to them, these chi refining cultivators immediately sent out a signal. Soon, cultivators one by one walked out of the cave. These cultivators were generally tall. Although their daist robes were loose, the muscles of some cultivators filled their robes. Which fellow daist is this? The leading daist priest looked about 60 years old. His height was already over 1.9 meters, and with a high Guan he wore on his head, he appeared even taller. His hair and beard were grey, and he had a thick, trimmed beard on his mouth and chin. The beard on his chin was not long, stopping where it extended to his neck. Under his loose daist robe, one could vaguely see bulging muscles. His gaze was piercing, fixed on Ronan. Ronan cupped his fists in the air. I am merely a loose cultivator, wishing to rest here, but I wonder which school you fellow daists belong to. The sturdy old daist leader, seeing Ronan perform the thank you, Li, and vaguely sensing that Ronan's cultivation was not low, also cupped his fists. We are from the Divine Might sect. If fellow daist wishes to rest here, then rest. Ronan cupped his fists again, then found a cave and sat down cross-legged. Not long after, he heard a voice from outside the cave, fellow daist, is it convenient? May this old man enter? Ronan sensed that the person outside was the leader of the Divine Might sect. Of course, Ronan replied. The leader of the Divine Might sect then walked in. After this old man with the high crown entered, he again cupped his fists to Ronan and introduced himself. This old man is Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi, the sect leader of the Divine Might sect. Ronan then reported a false name. Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi listened, racking his brains, but had never heard of such a person in the cultivation world. However, it was common for cultivators to go into seclusion for several years, or even decades. Except for the top few figures of a school, it was normal for others not to have heard of them. Especially since the person in front of him was a loose cultivator. Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi's thoughts raced for a moment, then he continued, "Fellow Daist, may I be so rude as to ask, how high is your cultivation?" Ever since Ronan appeared, Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi had been unable to discern Ronan's cultivation. He guessed that this cultivator's cultivation was at least at the core formation stage, like his own. Sure enough, the next moment, he confirmed from Ronan's mouth that Ronan was a core formation cultivator. Immediately, Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi continued, "I wonder if fellow Daist has anyone else accompanying you in this ancient cultivator relic exploration?" As expected, he asked. Ever since Ronan sensed Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi approaching, he had guessed that Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi wanted to join forces with him. After all, a school with only one core formation cultivator had no advantage when exploring a relic. However, as a body cultivator school, they had a great demand for resources. In this relic exploration, they naturally hoped to obtain resources. Therefore, when Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi heard Ronan claim to be a loose cultivator, he had the idea of joining forces. With one more core formation cultivator, even if a portion of the resources they obtained was given to Ronan, it would still be more than what they would obtain by themselves. After all, with 2 core formation cultivators, they would be among the forefront of the medium-sized schools. No, Ronan answered truthfully. I wonder what fellow Daist suggests. He knew Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi wanted to join forces, but he didn't say it. He wanted Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi to make the request first. Then, he would be able to take the initiative in the subsequent resource exchange negotiations. After all, if Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi made the request, he would be the one being asked, not the one asking for help. Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi then said, "How about when the relic opens, fellow Daist joins us and we act together?" Ronan listened, feigning contemplation, and after a short while, said, "I am naturally willing to act with your excellency's school, but when it comes to dividing resources, how will I know if it's fair?" Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi immediately patted his chest, "Our Divine Might sect are body cultivators, we never resort to trickery. When it comes to dividing resources, fellow Daist's share will absolutely not be less. At that time, of the resources we acquire, we will take 7 parts, and fellow Daist will take 3. Ronan listened, thought for a while, nodded, and then said, "I wonder if your excellency's school has any ancient cultivator cultivation methods? Although ancient cultivator methods might not be of much use to me, I am extremely interested in ancient texts." Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi listened, pondered for a while, then said, "Of course we do, but these are secret manuals passed down by our school's ancestral masters. If given to outsiders..." His tone paused, showing difficulty. Although some secret manuals were no longer cultivable for them, giving the ancestral masters secret manuals to outsiders felt inappropriate to him. Ronan said, "If possible, I can exchange a portion of the resources allocated to me for them." Upon hearing Ronan's words, Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi's heart immediately wavered. Although these secret manuals were left by the ancestral master. However, the ancestral master had long since passed away, and after so long, these secret manuals were almost just left in a corner of a storage pouch. Except for when he took over the position of sect leader from his dying master, he had flipped through these secret manuals, but since then, he had never looked at them again. Because at first glance, he knew that in the current cultivation world, this type of body cultivation method simply could not be cultivated. Their current body cultivation methods had undergone several changes based on the ancestral master's body cultivation methods. Now, as resources in the cultivation world became increasingly scarce, he even had to reconsider changes to the body cultivation method modified by his master. The ancestral master's body cultivation methods involved using a large amount of cultivation resources, combined with cultivation techniques, to accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi to temper and refine their physical bodies. Under numerous subsequent modifications, their body cultivation methods relied more on internal strength and attacks from others to refine their physical bodies. From primarily using external medicines to stimulating one's own potential, transforming oneself, and then supplementing with external medicines. But no matter how it changed, it still required external medicines. Therefore, they needed quite a lot of resources. Although Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi's heart wavered, the ancestral teachings had been engraved in his heart ever since he began cultivating centuries ago. He struggled for a while, to no avail, then apologized to Ronan, left the cave, and said he needed to consider it. Ronan was not in a hurry, so he sat in the cave and cultivated. Here, he dared not breathe in heaven and earth spiritual chi as freely as he did in the wizard world. He could only breathe in slightly, although slow, it was still cultivation. However, his current cultivation speed was even far less than the speed at which his natal longevity tree mother tree in the wizard world absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi and converted it into magical power. After half an hour, Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi returned. Ronan stopped his cultivation and let Mount Dai Sect Master Daizongzi in. After Mount Dissect Master De Zongzi entered, he sighed deeply and took out an old, thread-bound book strung with gold thread from his storage pouch. Fellow deist, I agree to what you said. This book was left by our school's ancestral master and is called 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. It records the cultivation methods of body cultivators from 1,000 years ago. I can let you read the first few pages. Once we enter the relic and obtain resources, you can use those resources to exchange for it, and I will give you the entire book. Immediately, he opened the first page for Ronan to view. Ronan summoned Grand Mist, and a blue light swept across the pages. All the text within was recorded into his mind. Moreover, this secret manual was written in ancient cultivator script. Although it was not as difficult to understand as the ancient cultivator phrasing and terminology of Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and Otsu Wood Divine Light, it was still not easy for ordinary cultivators to comprehend. But Ronan's Grand Mist already had a sufficient corpus. After the text was recorded by Grand Mist, it was translated into easily understandable words, transforming into streams of information that flowed into Ronan's mind. While Mount Dissect Master De Zongzi thought Ronan was still carefully comprehending the secret manual's text, Ronan was actually already digesting the content within the secret manual. This 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art was indeed an ancient cultivator method. It stated that the basic cultivation method involved using a large amount of heaven and earth treasure, combined with heaven and earth spiritual chi, to cultivate the meridians in the body, achieving a complete transformation. Mount Dissect Master De Zongzi, in fact, had some ulterior motives in taking out this secret manual. This was truly their ancestral master's secret manual. At that time, their founding ancestral master was immensely powerful, and heaven and earth resources were abundant, so those resources were not scarce for the Divine Might sect at that time. But in the current cultivation world, many resources mentioned in the secret manuals were not only unseen, but even the names of the medicinal herbs had never been heard of. Fortunately, when Ronan was at Huanzhen sect, he used Grand Mist to record all the medicinal material books in its library and archives. Looking at the names of the medicinal materials in the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, Grand Mist transformed the characteristics of each medicinal material into streams of data, infusing them into his mind. Subsequently, he matched the characteristics of the medicinal materials with the magic potion materials of the wizard world, finding substitutes in the wizard world. Soon, all 19 types of medicinal materials required for practicing the first layer of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art were found to have corresponding substitutes in the Wizard Tower's warehouse. After all, resources are abundant in the wizard world now, and the continent where the Valiant Kingdom is located is a one-level continent. Wizards from various provinces on this continent all paid tribute to him with unique magic potion materials from their respective provinces. He did, indeed, have these 19 types of magic potion materials with different medicinal properties in his warehouse. Ronan released his divine sense and perceived that the opening of the relic would still take several days. Therefore, he decided to return to the wizard world. Anyway, his aura had long been gathered by the Danshan spiritual realm. Others couldn't perceive his existence. If he left like this, no one would know. Before leaving, he moved a longevity tree seedling from the spiritual realm. He took out a flower pot and planted it inside. The natal longevity tree shared divine sense with him. By placing the longevity tree seedling here, he could perceive things in the vicinity even while in the wizard world. Once he knew the relic opened, or if Mount Dissect Master De Zongzi came looking for him, he would simply transmigrate back. He placed the flower pot in the corner of the immortal cave. Then, he took out formation flags and set up a small reversed bagua formation nearby. With a thought, he transmigrated back to the wizard world. Upon arriving at the wizard tower, Ronan first began to cultivate the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. He went to the warehouse and, following the instructions for the first layer of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, found the 9 required magic potion materials. The first layer of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art requires refining 12 meridians. In mortal medical texts, humans are said to have 12 meridians. But in the cultivation world, the human body is intricate, and its meridians are far more than just 12. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art points out that humans have 120 meridians. One layer of the cultivation technique refines 12. This 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art thus has 10 layers of cultivation technique. The total number of medicinal materials needed is 99. The types of medicinal materials include spiritual plants, Yao beast materials, and so on. Not all 99 types of medicinal materials could be found as substitutes in the wizard tower. However, Ronan considered that he had many subordinates. Moreover, he had formed an unspoken alliance with several other one-level continents. Substitutes could, after all, be found. After a moment's thought, Ronan composed himself and began to practice the first layer of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. He used his mental energy to draw over the corresponding magic potion materials from the warehouse. They were strange-shaped magic plants, with colors of red, purple, green, and blue. Besides magic plants, there were also demonic beast materials. There were demonic beast eyeballs, demonic beast saliva, demonic beast hearts. He put these materials into his mouth one by one and ate them. As he chewed and swallowed, these materials were ingested into his stomach. After cultivating the Azure Lotus White Lotus art and the Withered Wood Flourishing Spring skill to perfection, his digestive ability was already extremely strong. Once the magic potion materials entered his stomach, they were like being placed in a pill furnace, immediately dissolving. The medicinal power instantly surged in his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Ronan concentrated his mental energy, guiding this medicinal power towards one of the meridians described in the first layer of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art is a body refining method that strengthens the entire physical body by training the meridians. When cultivating this cultivation technique, the life recovery it can increase is not as good as the withered wood flourishing spring skill. However, its powerful enhancement to the physical body is incomparable to the withered wood flourishing spring skill. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art states that if one cultivates according to the book and reaches the 5th layer, the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones of the entire body will be as hard as a core formation cultivator's magic treasure. With just a pair of bare hands, one can clash head-on with a core formation cultivator's magic treasure. Moreover, the physical body will gain spell immunity. An ordinary core formation cultivator's spell can be blocked with the physical body. And if cultivated to the 10th layer perfection, the book states that the entire body will be like a top-tier magic treasure. In the nascent soul realm, there will be no rivals. For the next period, Ronan continued to consume magic potion materials and cultivate the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. When he guided the medicinal power towards one of the meridians, he felt his whole body burning hot, and his flesh and blood pulsed. It seemed that refining one of the meridians would benefit the entire body's flesh and blood. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Ronan often sensed everything happening in the cultivation world. Near the relic, although there were cultivation sects fighting each other. However, Divine Might sect and other schools were relatively peaceful. Some loose cultivators or school cultivators who came to probe were dealt with by Divine Might sect's disciples, so Ronan didn't need to intervene. Mount Dai sect Master Daizongzi had also been holed up in the cave meditating and cultivating these days, and hadn't come to find Ronan. 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, Layer 1 12%. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, if placed in the past, was a top-tier body refining method. Therefore, the speed of cultivation would not be fast. And the magic potion materials in the warehouse were being consumed rapidly. Although there were magic potion materials in the warehouse, they were not infinite. One of the 9 medicinal materials for the first layer was about to run out. I need to replenish the medicinal materials. Ronan thought, and immediately cast a wizardry, summoning the wizards of the Wizard Council. Once they arrived, he assigned them the task of finding magic potion materials. For the 99 types of medicinal drugs for the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art that were already in the warehouse, he had the Wizard Council send messages to the Wizard Council branches in various provinces. They were to check which family or organization had paid tribute with them, and instruct them to transport these magic potion materials during their next tribute. As for those that were not available, he dispatched wizards to inquire with other 1-level continents whether they had magic potion materials with similar medicinal properties. If they did, they were to send them over to him. He would personally test whether the magic potion materials could substitute the medicinal materials in the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. If substitutes still couldn't be found on the 1-level continents, he would have to consider arranging for wizards to form teams and search overseas or in other planes. He had been vigorously training wizards in the Valiant Kingdom for some time now. Logically, these wizards should now be serving him. Moreover, forming teams to go overseas or to other planes would also provide some opportunities for the wizards to gain experience. The wizards of the Wizard Council received their orders, then withdrew to execute them. Ronan continued to take medicine and cultivate, and after another 2 days, as he was refining his meridians, his eyes snapped open. It was because the relic in the cultivation world had opened. He didn't plan to seize any valuable items from the relic, only some inconspicuous old ones. If Divine Might sect encountered any enemies, he would lend a hand to resolve them. Anyway, in the core formation realm, no one was his opponent. As for the nascent soul realm, Divine Might sect naturally wouldn't provoke them. Ronan changed into his cultivation world attire, and with a thought, transmigrated into the cave next to the relic. He waved his hand, and the natal longevity tree potted plant from the corner of the cave flew into his hand. He concentrated and emitted a green light. The green light wrapped around the longevity tree seedling and drew it into his Danshan spiritual realm. The next moment, a longevity tree seedling appeared in the soil at the center of the spiritual realm. Then, he flipped his hand, and the flower pot was put into his storage pouch. He waved his hand again, collecting the small reversed bagua formation. Several formation flags, in a line, flew into his sleeve. He tapped his foot and flew out of the cave entrance. At this time, the other disciples of Divine Might sect had all come out of the cave. Seeing Ronan also emerge, Mount Dai sect Master Daizongzi greeted his disciples and flew together towards the opened relic. From high above, it was clear that the relic was an immortal cave. The immortal cave's surroundings were covered with various formations by its owner. After long years, the formations failed, and the immortal cave was revealed. Waves of cultivators were flying through the air, heading towards the relic. In Ronan's perception, those schools with nascent soul cultivators had already entered the relic. Those with slightly weaker strength could only enter later, hoping to pick up anything those schools might have overlooked. After all, those schools also had to compete for treasures. It was normal for them to ignore items of lower value, as they had no time for them. After flying for a while, Ronan and the others arrived at the entrance of the relic. At the entrance, there were already several groups of cultivators engaged in spell combat. The cultivators cast various spells, unleashed magical artifacts, and continuously clashed in the air. The fluctuations vibrated in the air, and the nearby trees continuously swayed. Just as Ronan and the others were about to enter the immortal cave, a flying sword suddenly flew towards them, carrying a sharp whooshing sound. Cha! Mount Dai sect Master Daizongzi suddenly roared, and punched towards the flying sword. Bang! With a loud bang, the flying sword was shattered by Mount Dai sect Master Daizongzi's punch. From the nearby forest, a pained cry immediately rang out. Ronan watched and listened, thinking to himself that in this era, if body refining was done well, the combat power was still quite strong. However, due to the scarcity of resources, body cultivators could not reach the nascent soul realm. I wonder if there are any who transitioned from body cultivator to spell cultivator. As Ronan thought, he opened his eyes and looked at the disciples of Divine Might sect. Comparing this school with other schools, he indeed found that Divine Might sect had fewer people. It seemed that after some time, the number of disciples would become less and less. After all, with the future laid out, not many people would continue to cultivate body refining methods. While Ronan was thinking, the disciples of Divine Might sect had already entered the Immortal Cave in an orderly fashion. Upon entering the Immortal Cave, what Ronan saw was a maze. Just by looking, he saw that each passage led to a different place. Moreover, the ends were curved, making it truly impossible to know where they led. However, Ronan possessed extremely strong mental energy. He released his divine sense, and the floor plan of this Immortal Cave appeared in his mind. Furthermore, the actions of people from other factions within the Immortal Cave also appeared in his mind. He moved along with Divine Might sect while sensing what other cultivators were doing. Undoubtedly, Pure Yang Zi, a nascent soul cultivator already ranked among the top in the cultivation world, had reached the depths of the Immortal Cave. Accompanying him were several other powerful cultivation schools. Because they hadn't seen anything valuable yet, they hadn't made a move. Ronan's divine sense spread out, but he found that his divine sense could not penetrate further into several areas within the Immortal Cave. Clearly, some formations or restrictions were also set up within the Immortal Cave, protecting certain items within it. Soon, his divine sense perceived that Pure Yang Zi and the others stopped at one location. In front of Pure Yang Zi and the others was the place his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Next, Pure Yang Zi and the others each cast spells, blasting forward. Soon, with a bang, a sound echoed throughout the entire Immortal Cave. Ronan's mental energy instantly permeated the area in front of Pure Yang Zi and the others. It turned out that in front of Pure Yang Zi and the others was a spacious stone chamber, a room. Inside, there was a stone bed, and on the stone bed, a person was sitting cross-legged. No, it should be a physical body. Ronan clearly sensed that this person's physical body had no soul. However, this physical body still had vitality. Moreover, he could clearly sense that this corpse was a Yiwud Dharma body. It was just that this Yiwud Dharma body was not as old as his. Perhaps, because this is a Yiwud Dharma body, the body can remain uncorrupted for a long time even without a soul. I just don't know where its soul went. Ronan only sensed from a distance, only knowing the shape and outline of the corpse. However, the color and other attributes of the corpse could not be sensed. Pure Yang Zi and the others, facing the corpse, saw this physical body. The physical body still had vitality, but it was different from an ordinary person's. The skin of this physical body had a greenish-yellow hue, like the color of new tree bark. Pure Yang Zi looked at the corpse, sensing the residual vitality of the corpse, and knew that this cultivator also practiced a wood cultivation technique. Thinking of this, he wanted to claim the corpse for himself. However, the remains of ancient cultivators have reference value for the cultivation of other cultivators. Other nascent soul cultivators were equally covetous. Everyone, how about we study this corpse together right here? Pure Yang Zi said. He himself cultivated the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, so the benefits he would gain from studying this corpse would definitely be more than what other cultivators would get. However, the other nascent soul cultivators had already seen that this corpse belonged to a wood cultivator. Moreover, after Pure Yang Zi lost the Sheng sect, others also suspected that Pure Yang Zi had cultivated a wood cultivation technique. Coupled with Pure Yang Zi's recent ambition, other cultivators were quite wary of him. Pure Yang Zi's suggestion did not receive a response from the other cultivators. Just at this moment, Ronan's mental energy had completely enveloped the corpse. The corpse looked quite intact, with eyes, internal organs, and everything else present. Suddenly, Ronan was surprised to find that there was a crack in the skull of the corpse. This crack was located at the top of the corpse's head, directly above the Baiwei cup ointment. It was as if this crack was a skylight, and once opened, the soul flew out from there. The death of this corpse is not simple. Ronan thought, then swept his divine sense to other places, to see if he could find any traces of the corpse owner's life. Besides Ronan, Pure Yang Zi and the other nascent soul cultivators also discovered the strangeness of this corpse. Pure Yang Zi looked at the other nascent soul cultivators and said, "Fellow deists, why don't you make an offer and let me take this corpse?" Besides Pure Yang Zi, there were 3 other nascent soul cultivators. After looking at each other, they all shook their heads. One of the nascent soul cultivators said, "Pure Yang Zi, fellow deist, with your cultivation, are you interested in the Dao of corpse dissolution ascension?" Pure Yang Zi chuckled, "In this world, if we continue to cultivate, I'm afraid no one can escape the fate of their lifespan running out. If it's corpse dissolution ascension, even if one loses their physical body, there's still a chance to achieve eternal life." Ronan perceived everything with his divine sense. The vibrating sounds of these people speaking were captured by his divine sense and then recorded into Grand Mist. After analysis, Grand Mist converted these vibrations into speech. Ronan immediately knew what these cultivators were saying. This was the first time he had heard the word ascension since he came to the cultivation world. During his time in the Huanzhen sect, even after he had read through all the books and archives of the Huanzhen sect, he still didn't know how one cultivated after the nascent soul realm. The highest realm that the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture could cultivate was only the nascent soul realm. Could ascension be going from this world to another different world? Ronan, who had read novels in his previous life, thought this to himself. Then, he continued to spread his divine sense, listening to the words of these nascent soul cultivators. Clearly, core formation cultivators knew very little about ascension, but nascent soul cultivators did. However, listening to the conversation of these nascent soul cultivators, it seemed that even these nascent soul cultivators were not very familiar with the Dao of corpse dissolution ascension. Pure Yang Zi offered to buy the corpse, but the other nascent soul cultivators refused. Thus, these nascent soul cultivators were in a stalemate for a while. If they were to fight, they would most likely not start a fight. After all, there were multiple nascent soul cultivators here, and none of them could be sure that they would be safe after starting a battle. If he were to be besieged, even Pure Yang Zi would not dare to say that he could retreat unscathed. These nascent soul cultivators had cultivated for hundreds of years and cherished their lifespan greatly. Without a certain degree of assurance, they would not engage in spell battles with others. And the spells they were best at were not offensive spells, but escape spells. In their hundreds of years of cultivation, they had encountered countless deadly situations. They all relied on escape spells to escape danger and then continued to cultivate to reach their current realm. After a moment of silence, Pure Yang Zi said, "Since the opportunity is here, why don't we share it together? Let's search together for any methods of corpse dissolution ascension. If there are, we'll all look at them together. At that time, if anyone can use this method to ascend, it will depend entirely on their own opportunity and comprehension ability." The other nascent soul cultivators listened, thought for a while, and then all agreed. After all, learning the Dao of corpse dissolution ascension posed no threat to other cultivators. Unlike other offensive spells or magic treasures. If one person obtained it, that person's strength would increase, thereby posing a threat to other cultivators. However, learning the Dao of corpse dissolution ascension and leaving this world meant having no more ties to this world. Others would not be affected at all. Thus, after these nascent soul cultivators had discussed and agreed, they began to search for traces of the corpse's owner's past. Ronan, in another location, swept his divine sense and found that there was only one item around the corpse, a storage pouch beside a stone bed. And Pure Yang Zi and the others, releasing their divine sense, also discovered this item with a sweep of the immortal cave. Immediately, the gazes of all the nascent soul cultivators, as well as the cultivators brought by the nascent soul cultivators, focused on this storage pouch. Since there were no cultivation secret manuals or other items elsewhere, it was likely that the cultivation-related items were in this storage pouch. As a result, these nascent soul cultivators immediately had the thought of snatching the storage pouch. Pure Yang Zi lightly coughed, "Fellow deists, fighting injures people. Why don't we open this storage pouch together and see what's inside? If there is a method of corpse dissolution ascension, we can all look at it together." After he finished speaking, the other nascent soul cultivators pondered for a moment, and finally, all nodded. "Let everyone else leave here," Pure Yang Zi said. Here, there were also core formation cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators. Although corpse dissolution ascension was not the best way of ascension, it was still very precious. These nascent soul cultivators naturally did not want too many cultivators to see it. Upon hearing Pure Yang Zi's words, the other nascent soul cultivators all told the cultivators from their sects to temporarily avoid the area. Thus, in this stone chamber, only the 4 nascent soul cultivators, including Pure Yang Zi, remained. Pure Yang Zi saw that everyone had left, then waved his hand. At the entrance of the stone chamber, a restriction was set up, blocking the view of those outside. Ronan's mental energy felt a slight obstruction. However, his mental energy was powerful, and he still passed through this restriction. Pure Yang Zi flicked his hand, and a surge of magical power crossed the void realm, striking directly onto the storage pouch. Then, a large cloud of white, misty smoke suddenly burst out from the mouth of the storage pouch. This smoke covered the stone chamber, then dispersed, revealing items almost as large as a small mountain. These were all the corpse owner's collections. Besides medicinal pills and medicinal herbs, there were also several books and several jade pendants. Pure Yang Zi then manipulated his magical power, and one by one, the books floated up, turning pages in the air. The other nascent soul cultivators all saw the contents of the books. Ronan, in another location, could only feel the books floating, but could not perceive the words on them. He sensed that one book after another floated up, turning pages. After a while, one of the books suddenly stopped in mid-air. It did not get tossed aside by Pure Yang Zi after a page was turned, like the other books earlier. At this moment, he sensed that all the nascent soul cultivators were looking at this book. And under Pure Yang Zi's control, this book slowly turned its pages. Ronan, unaware of the book's contents, felt a slight itch in his heart. But he thought about the content of this book, and the Dao of the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, if this book were obtained by a certain nascent soul cultivator, he would be able to obtain this book after he advanced to nascent soul. Although, from the words of these nascent soul cultivators, he knew that the Dao of corpse dissolution ascension was not considered a grand Dao. But this was, after all, a method to advance one's realm further. Obtaining this method might inspire his cultivation. Ronan's thoughts raced. Pure Yang Zi and the others were still looking at this secret manual. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, this secret manual finally reached its last page. Ronan sensed that when the last page was turned, all the cultivators shifted their gaze. "Does anyone want this secret manual?" Pure Yang Zi suddenly said. The other nascent soul cultivators were somewhat moved, but did not respond. How about we just destroy the secret manual? The Dao of Corpse Dissolution Ascension is currently known only to the four of us, Pure Yang Zi continued. After a while, no one responded, so Pure Yang Zi pointed his finger. Immediately, a flame flew from his fingertip, striking the book. The flame engulfed the book, and soon the book turned to ashes. Ronan sensed the book turning to ashes and felt no regret. Anyway, it was good that these four people remembered the knowledge. At this time, Ronan and the Divine Might sect members continued to delve deeper into this immortal cave. They arrived at a stone chamber, where there were some boxes containing medicinal herbs. Ronan swept his divine sense and immediately sensed that the quality of these medicinal herbs was ordinary. Although they were considered relatively precious in the cultivation world, they would be considered common in the wizard world, or in the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. The Divine Might sect members took the medicinal herbs and continued to another stone chamber. Afterwards, they walked through several stone chambers and clashed with other cultivators. Ronan made 2 moves, killing several cultivators. 2 hours later, the Divine Might sect had collected some resources. According to the agreement, Mount Dai sect master Dai Zongzi gave 3/10 of it to Ronan. Although the proportion was large, the other cultivators did not say anything. Although Ronan did not make many moves, each move was extremely crucial. The immortal cave was full of dangers, and Mount Dai sect master Dai Zongzi and the others felt that they had obtained enough resources from this ruin exploration, so they decided to leave. Only Ronan remained. He wanted to see if there was anything left overlooked in this immortal cave. He spread his divine sense throughout the immortal cave while wandering around. During this time, he encountered several groups of cultivators. Seeing him alone, they all tried to kill him and seize his treasures. But they were all beaten to death by Ronan's bare physical body. After sweeping his divine sense around, Ronan knew that all the valuable items in this immortal cave were in the storage pouch of the corpse owner. Other items stored in the stone chambers were not very valuable. And the items in the storage pouch had been divided among the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Although Ronan sensed that this remains was a Yiwood Dharma body, there was no trace of a spiritual realm. He speculated that when the owner of these remains ascended, the spiritual realm also ascended with him. Corpse Dissolution Ascension cannot take the physical body, but it can take the spiritual realm. Ronan thought, it seems that this spiritual realm is something different from the physical body. Seeing that there was nothing more to be gained in the immortal cave, Ronan exited the immortal cave. He performed the Otsu Wood immortal escape, and after reaching the secular world, he transmigrated back to the wizard world. Upon returning to the wizard world, Ronan entered the cultivation room and went into seclusion to cultivate. Unbeknownst to him, half a year passed. During this half year, he performed 3 bloodline transplants for Leon, 5 energy particle amplifications for Bran, and 2 energy particle amplifications for his father, Leighton. Furthermore, he planned the cultivation for his nephew and niece, selected some of Dolly Fa's hidden books, and had Leon take them to the 2 of them to read. During this time, Dolly Fa still had not awakened. However, he had not died either, which indicated that he was still in the nightmare world, but could not get out. Or perhaps, he doesn't want to come out. Ronan speculated. The harpy bloodline transplanted to Leon had been completely used up. At this time, Leon could already go to the nightmare world with both his physical body and mental energy. It was as if his physique had been transformed by the bloodline into the physique of a nightmare world creature. Leon wanted to enter the nightmare world to find Dolly Fa. But Ronan told Leon not to. He was worried about Leon going in. In order to help Leon continue to advance, he planned to enter the nightmare world himself to collect bloodline in the future. Dolly Fa, as a legendary wizard, was trapped inside. He felt that he, as a legendary wizard, was also not entirely safe. Moreover, he was already at the late stage of core formation, and after cultivating for a while longer, he would reach the nascent soul realm. Upon reaching the nascent soul realm, his mental energy would greatly increase again. At that time, his entry into the nightmare world might be safer. Furthermore, he was also thinking about a method for his physical body to enter the nightmare world. After all, in the cultivation world, the unity of life and soul was emphasized. He felt it was inappropriate to just have his soul enter the nightmare world. He decided to find some time to study Leon's body. On the east coast of the Dong continent, across the vast ocean, lay the Elf Kingdom. At this moment, a small island was cutting through the waves, heading towards the east coast. Along the east coast, there were defensive barriers and patrolling wizards. They found this unusual phenomenon strange. At the same time, they became vigilant. These wizards all took out their staves and strengthened their defensive wizardry formations. Some wizards waved their staves towards the ground. Lumps of mud rose from the ground, instantly forming earth elemental giants. They all faced the approaching island, standing ready. One of the wizards pointed his staff towards the sky, and a flash of fire burst from the tip of the staff. It shot straight into the sky, then erupted into brilliant fireworks. Nearby wizard council branches, wizard family outposts, and wizard organizations all saw these fireworks, scarlet as blood. They all knew that foreign wizards were invading the kingdom. However, what sought to invade them were not wizards. As the island drew closer, the wizards on the shore saw that the people on the island were tall but slender and upright, with handsome features, golden or silver hair, and slightly pointed ears protruding from their cascading hair. Elves. This word popped into the minds of the wizards on the shore. Although elves were far away in the Elf Kingdom, this continent was not unfamiliar with elves. Not to mention that some wizards and knights had once ventured into the continent where the Elf Kingdom was located and seen some tribal elves. There were also some wizards who had participated in capturing elves and selling them within the kingdom. Are the elves going to invade? As the wizards were wondering, suddenly, they saw dozens of elves on the island pick up long, curved, and exquisitely crafted wooden bows. Then, very neatly, they took arrows from the quivers on their backs and knocked them. Even the bows and arrows were crafted like works of art. The arrowheads had graceful lines, engraved with intricate patterns, like blooming flowers. Bang! The sound of bowstrings being drawn and released rang out in unison. A volley of arrows rose from the small island and flew towards the wizards on the shore. As this arrow rain cut through the void realm, it actually attracted nearby energy particles. Each arrow glowed with light. Bang! The arrow rain struck the defensive wizardry formation, causing the defensive barrier to tremble. Although the defensive barrier trembled violently, it did not break. The wizards on the shore also chanted spells and waved their magical artifacts. They returned a series of elf magic to the elf. Various spells, like a river, flew towards the elf island. On the island, the front row elf army raised huge shields. The shields were bright silver, adorned with artistic patterns. These were the runes of the elf. As soon as the shields appeared, the runes on them began to gather energy particles, releasing invisible energy to block the spells. After fighting for a while, the wizards on the shore could not withstand the elf's island. The island cut through the waves and quickly crashed onto the shore. Then, the elf army disembarked from the island. Suddenly, from behind the elf army, there were several elf wizards. They cast elf magic, and several beams of light shot out from the tips of their magical artifacts, striking the defensive barrier. Bang! At this moment, the defensive barrier finally shattered. The wizards on the shore were surprised by the sheer number and strength of these elf army. They were only defensive wizards, and their numbers and strength were far inferior to these elf army. So, these wizards activated the defensive spell formation, and had 100 elemental giants rush forward, then retreated. They wanted to retreat behind another defensive spell formation, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Subsequently, the elf army on the shore entered the defensive spell formation. After entering the defensive spell formation, the formation was activated, and the nearby energy particles condensed into beams of light swords, stabbing towards the elf army. However, the elf army's wizards did not make a move. Just the warriors in the elf army, using shields forged by elf forge masters, blocked all these light swords. The elf army's wizards waved their exquisitely designed magical artifacts. Within the defensive spell formation, ripples spread out. Roaring sounds echoed in the air. These spell formations were immediately broken by the elf army's wizards. At the same time, 100 elemental giants surged forward. The elf army's wizards chanted the elf spells, continuously pointing their magical artifacts. Those elemental giants seemed to lose the power to condense earth elements, one by one turning into loose soil and falling to the ground. After eliminating all of the wizards' attacks, the elf army continued to advance. Their direction of advance was northeast, precisely where Triumphant City was located. Ronan, who was cultivating, heard the news reported by the Wizard Council's wizard. When he heard that the elf army was advancing towards his direction, he felt puzzled. Do you know the purpose of the elf army's invasion this time? Ronan asked the Wizard Council's wizard. Cannot ascertain. The Wizard Council's wizard replied. There are not many wizards who understand the elf language, and among those who do, there may not be enough ability to ascertain information. Then, what level of strength has the strongest elf in the elf army reached? Ronan asked again. The Wizard Council's wizard replied, it's unclear what level of strength has been reached, but a great wizard leading a team to resist the elf army has already been completely annihilated. You may withdraw. Ronan said. After the Wizard Council's wizard withdrew, Ronan went to the 99th floor. At this time, Lai and Bran were also on the 99th floor. Just now, Ronan's conversation with the Wizard Council's wizard was not concealed from them. Lai said, why did the Elf Kingdom invade us here? Is it retaliation for our previous invasion? He knew that Ronan and Bran didn't know the reason, so after stating his guess, he didn't expect an answer from them. Then, he continued, how about I go and check the situation? Now, my bloodline power might be able to help. Bran also said, how about I go too? After multiple energy particle amplification, his physical body was already quite formidable. He had once tried riding a griffin to kill a rogue black wizard. This black wizard had reached the level of a true knowledge wizard. However, Bran seized the opportunity, entered the black wizard's vicinity, and stabbed him to death with a single sword. Ronan listened to the two of them speak, but did not answer, instead pondering to himself. Not long after, he heard that Augustus V requested to see Dali Fa. Apparently, the news of the Elf Kingdom's invasion had also reached the ears of this king. Before Augustus V came up, Lai and Bran hid first. Ronan met Augustus V and told him to handle it, sending Augustus V away. Subsequently, an idea formed in his mind. He decided to personally investigate the Elf Kingdom's invasion and its true intentions. Also, what level of strength had the Elf army reached? Thinking of this, he called out Lai and Bran, asking Lai to impersonate Dali Fa in his place. When the Wizard Council's wizards arrived, he would assign them a battle plan. Lai had once led troops and possessed excellent tactical thinking, with a track record of winning against larger forces, which was sufficient to lead the Wizard Council. After giving his instructions, Ronan jumped out of the window. In midair, he cast an Otsu wood immortal escape, transforming into a dark green light that flashed across the sky. As the wood spiritual chi in his spiritual realm increased and his Yi wood Dharma body approached the eternal evergreen body, the power of his wood spells also grew. Now, Even true knowledge wizards could not detect his Otsu wood immortal escape. His Otsu wood immortal escape was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for him to cross several provinces, seeing the mighty elf army from afar. He discovered that the elf army numbered over 5,000 people. Their numbers were far fewer than his valiant kingdom's army. However, their combat power was extremely strong. Looking from high in the sky, his valiant kingdom's army, with its wizards and knights, surrounded these 5,000 elves like an ant colony. Yet, these 5,000 elves defended like an impenetrable iron barrel. And while defending, they were also attacking. After a while, the number of elves did not decrease, while the valiant kingdom's army was being depleted. Ronan summoned Grand Mist and swept it towards the elf kingdom. He found that the strongest elf was a white-bearded old elf wizard. His spirit and mana were higher than that of a legendary wizard. He has reached the Sage Wizard level. He knew from Dolly Fa's collection of books that the next level after legendary wizard was Sage Wizard. To reach this level, in addition to reaching a certain level of spirit and mana, one also needed to research a certain spell domain to a very high degree. Ronan saw that this old elf wizard was controlling 12 exquisite golden daggers. Any spell that flew towards them would dissipate upon contact with a golden dagger. Wizards and knights who entered the elf army's defensive circle lost their lives after being cut by these golden daggers. Ronan knew the level of this old elf wizard and thought that if they were to face each other head-on, it was uncertain who would win between him and this elf wizard. He possessed magic treasures and powerful spells, but it was not guaranteed that the elf, as a race that had existed for thousands of years, would not also possess powerful elf magic and magical artifacts. Therefore, he decided to infiltrate the elf and look for an opportunity to strike. At the same time, he wanted to find out why these elves had come here. He had once used Grand Mist to record the elf language teaching books in the Kingdom Wizard Academy. In Grand Mist, there was already a corpus of the elf language. When he heard the elf language, he could fully utilize Grand Mist for simultaneous interpretation. Thinking of this, Ronan, still in the air, drank a transformation potion and, by observing an elf, transformed into an elf. His skin became fairer and more delicate, his ears became pointed, and his golden hair flowed down like a waterfall. He concealed all his aura within his spiritual realm. Then, he controlled the natal longevity tree in his spiritual realm to emit a faint holy tree light. He could sense the aura of the holy tree light on these elves. These elves were light elves, who had bathed in the light of the elf treasure tree, and thus carried the aura of the elf treasure tree. Therefore, Ronan also needed to imbue himself with this layer of aura. Next was how to blend in with these elves. The old elf wizard was indeed at the sage wizard level, and his mental strength was not weak. Moreover, the valiant kingdom's army here could not put much pressure on this old elf wizard. If he were to simply blend in, this old elf wizard would notice. Furthermore, he still needed to subdue an elf, take his armor, and put it on himself. Immediately, he had a method to distract the old elf wizard. High in the sky, he slowly chanted. This was necromancy he had obtained from the Necromancer Society in the Wizard Islands. It could open a portal to the dead spirit plane faster and summon an undead army. As he chanted, a glowing white rift appeared out of thin air to the left of the elf army and the valiant kingdom's army. This rift suddenly grew larger, and then an undead army surged out from the opening. This undead army included a lord of the undead with shiny white bones all over his body, a 3-story tall, armored necromancer, and a vast number of necromancer skeleton soldiers. The sudden appearance of the dead spirit plane portal immediately attracted the attention of both the elf army and the valiant kingdom's army. Could it be the remnants of the Necromancer Society? During the Necromancer Society's rebellion, most of the wizards and knights present had witnessed the terror of the undead army. Upon suddenly seeing this vast undead army, their hearts couldn't help but pound a few times. In their eyes, the oppressive feeling of this undead army was even more terrifying than the elf army. Retreat first. The valiant kingdom decided to retreat first. The elf frowned upon seeing the undead army. They harbored a deep aversion to such monsters in their hearts. The undead army advanced towards the elf. Clearly, compared to human flesh and blood, the elf's flesh and blood and soul offered them more nourishment. The elf army had no choice but to engage the undead army. The elf army's generals and soldiers charged forward with their weapons. Meanwhile, some necromancer manipulated dead spirit energy particles, transforming them into streaks of dark light and black wind, attacking the elf army. The old elf wizard, seeing the fierce advance of the undead army, had no choice but to concentrate on dealing with it. He waved his hand, and the 12 golden daggers arranged themselves into a circular formation, striking towards the lord of the undead. At this time, Ronan had already cast Otsu wood immortal escape and submerged underground. In the cultivation world, there was a saying about ginseng becoming spirits and escaping underground. After cultivating his Otsu wood immortal escape to a certain extent, he also possessed this ability. He quickly submerged to the edge of the elf army. An elf warrior, separated by the undead army, was fighting 5 skeleton soldiers on one side. Suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath the elf warrior's feet. With a pull, the elf warrior was dragged underground. Subsequently, an elf warrior of the same appearance leaped from the ground and entangled with the 5 skeletons. This elf warrior was Ronan. The old elf wizard was indeed at the sage wizard level. The lord of the undead summoned by Ronan had only just reached the legendary wizard level. After several attacks, the old elf wizard used his 12 golden daggers to chop the lord of the undead into a pile of bones with no energy fluctuations. With the lord gone, the undead army naturally collapsed like a crumbling mountain. Soon, the undead army either fled or was annihilated. Ronan, as an elf warrior, was thus saved. Subsequently, he blended in with the elf and advanced together. His barracks number 3, had a total of 120 elves. As he marched, an elf came up and spoke to him. This was a female elf warrior, wearing leather armor and wielding dual swords, with delicate features and long golden hair tied into 2 long braids that hung down. Ronan learned from other elves calling her that this female elf was Kana. She was a childhood friend of Lai, the elf Ronan was impersonating. Now, they were also in the same barracks. When the elf army rested, she sat beside Ronan. The two of them shared sweet fruits brought from the elf kingdom while talking. However, it was mostly Kana talking and Ronan listening. Lai, I want to go back, Kana said. These past few days, we've been constantly killing, feeling just like dark elves. Although Elder Grimm said that the elven book presented a prophecy that as long as we reach the capital of this kingdom, there will be a way for the elf to regain its former glory. But I'd rather just live peacefully on our elf continent, and not pursue any former glory. After all, that former glory has been gone from our elf for thousands of years. Elven book, prophecy. Ronan chewed on Kana's words. In the wizard world, there was a group of wizards who specialized in studying destiny and divination. However, he had never heard of any prophecy that was truly effective. Even if some could be divined, it was only fragmented information about the future. Moreover, when this future gradually unfolded, it was discovered that this future was not the future imagined by the divination wizard through fragmented information. When Ronan learned that the elf army's invasion was entirely due to the elven book, he had the idea of snatching the elven book to examine it. The elven book was on the old elf wizard Grimm. This old man was a sage wizard, so Ronan needed to find an opportunity to act. The elf army was stationed in one place. The elf wizards lived in various tents. The elf soldiers guarded outside the tents. Ronan heard snippets of conversations from the elf soldiers and knew that the tents were drawn with elf runes that could release spatial wizardry. From the outside, the tents didn't look big, but in reality, there was a large space inside them. The central tent belonged to Grimm, the elf wizard. After Ronan learned the location of Grimm's tent, he quietly released his mental energy, intending to probe what Grimm was doing. He would seize an opportunity to immediately act, subdue this elf wizard, and snatch the elven book to examine it. Immediately, Ronan focused his mind and extended it towards the tent. He instantly detected that the old elf wizard was holding a book and chanting. Under the chanting, the book emitted a golden light. Could this be the elven book? As Ronan was thinking this, he suddenly noticed Grimm twitch. He closed the book in his hand and put it back into his Zhuwuki. Then, he suddenly sat up, darted out of the tent, released his mental energy, and probed all around. At this moment, Ronan immediately withdrew his mental energy. He felt Grimm's mental energy, like an invisible tide, wash over him. He completely concealed his own strength. As expected of a sage wizard, even when I specifically softened my mental energy, he could still sense someone probing him. Ronan thought to himself. Priest, what's wrong? The nearby elf soldiers, seeing Grimm's unusual behavior, immediately walked over and asked. Grimm narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly said loudly, all mages, come over. Not long after his voice fell, elf wizards emerged from their tents one by one. They all looked at Grimm, awaiting his instructions. You, go set up the magic defense formation. Grimm said, then directed the elf wizards to split into several small groups and set up their formations. Then, Grimm called over several leaders among the elf soldiers and had them inspect the elves in the ranks. Ronan listened to Grimm's arrangements from the side, pondering. If those elf wizards set up the magic defense formation, it would be even harder for him to act. Therefore, he decided to act immediately. Immediately, he silently chanted a spell in his mind. In a nearby forest, a white light shimmered. It was the passage to the dead spirit plane, which he had opened. Grimm's mental energy was strong, and he quickly sensed that something was amiss in the forest. Stop setting up the formation for now, pay attention to the forest. Grimm shouted, then dispatched an elf soldier to check the forest. However, before the elf soldier even reached it, Grimm's expression changed slightly, and he immediately called the elf soldier back. Because he sensed a strong aura of necromancer in the forest. Necromancer. Grimm gritted his teeth and whispered. At the same time, he released his mental energy, trying to locate the necromancer nearby. Necromancer, with their terrifying necromancer, were disliked by most wizards in the wizard world. And the elf, as a beautiful and refined race, had an even greater aversion to foul necromancer. Of course, the elf also disliked necromancer who could communicate with the dead spirit plane. Grimm waved his hand, and 12 golden short swords, shimmering with a holy golden glow, arranged themselves into a circular formation, appearing before Grimm. Ronan learned from other elf soldiers that this set of Zhuwuki was called 12 Arias among the elf. The elf, being lovers of beauty, even named a set of killing short swords such an elegant name. A dense, tide-like undead army, carrying a pitch-black energy particles current, surged towards them. Grimm's 12 Arias, along with the elf magic of the elf wizards and the charge of the elf soldiers, all moved to attack the undead army. And Ronan, as a member of the elf army, also charged forward. Just as he approached Grimm, he suddenly flipped his hand. Streaks of azure light flew out from his palm one after another, transforming into sharp killing moves, heading towards Grimm's back. Grimm, being a sage wizard, had strong mental energy and sensed Ronan's azure spirit sword as soon as it was released. He ignored the undead army in front of him and immediately pulled his hand back. He directed the 12 Arias to cut towards his back. Clang, 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 clang. Immediately, the azure spirit sword and the 12 Arias. Azure light and golden light intertwined in the air. There were 12 Arias, but 72 Azure Spirit swords. Moreover, during this period, as the Azure Spirit Emerald Cloud Bamboo grew older, Ronan had replaced some of his Azure Spirit swords. Now, his Azure Spirit sword had even stronger killing power than before. However, these 12 Arias were clearly also a spirit treasure of the elf. He had heard of the elf's superb forging craftsmanship when he was in Triumphant City. Furthermore, for a race that had existed for thousands of years, how could their treasure trove be small? He could even collect adamantite and mithril in the kingdom of Valant. The elf must have even more magical metals. The quality of these 12 Arias was actually comparable to his Azure Spirit sword. However, he had 72 Azure Spirit swords. And he also had the Grand Unity Sword Array. So, he formed a sword seal with his hand, and the Azure Spirit swords, which had appeared scattered and fighting the 12 Arias, formed a sword array, filled with killing intent. Seeing the power of the sword array, Grim immediately spread his hands and began to chant. Following this, the surrounding energy particles transformed into streaks of golden light, converging towards the 12 Arias. The light on the 12 Arias became even more dazzling. Ronan's natal longevity tree in his spiritual realm released holy tree light, enhancing his magical power. The killing intent of the Grand Unity Sword Array became even more concentrated. After his magical power increased, Grim immediately sensed Ronan's location. The other elf wizards, although still unable to sense Ronan's presence, saw Grim unleash the 12 Arias, fiercely battling dozens of unknown azure lights, and wanted to go help, but the undead army prevented them from being distracted. Grim's gaze passed over the clashing Grand Unity Sword Array and 12 Arias and looked at Ronan. He originally wanted to cast elf magic to attack Ronan. But the Grand Unity Sword Array prevented him from being distracted. Ronan formed a sword seal with his hand, his wrist rotating, waving freely. The Grand Unity Sword Array constantly changed, and the 72 Azure Spirit swords continuously weaved through the air. Their speed increased, forming a cloud of azure smoke in the air, enveloping the 12 Arias. The dazzling golden light of the 12 Arias was gradually suppressed by the azure light of the Azure Spirit sword. Gradually, Grim fell into a disadvantage. He looked at the swords clashing in the sky, his brows furrowed, muttering to himself. We will win. The Elven book says that as long as we set foot on this continent, the elf will be able to regain their former glory. However, the next moment, he heard a crisp sound coming from above his head. It was one of the 12 Arias, which, after being struck by multiple Azure Spirit swords, finally couldn't bear the strain and broke into two. The golden short sword, broken into two pieces, lost its light and fell into the mud. Retreat. Grim suddenly thought that even if the Elven book had such a prophecy, it didn't mean he had to keep fighting. Perhaps, a temporary retreat and then a renewed attack could fulfill the prophecy of the Elven book. How could Ronan allow this elf wizard to retreat? He waved his sword finger, and the Grand Unity Sword Array immediately narrowed, surrounding Grim. Immediately, several more crisp sounds rang out. Several golden short swords broke into two pieces and fell to the ground. With several missing, the defensive power of the 12 Arias was greatly reduced. About 10 Azure Spirit swords managed to fly out from the defense of the 12 Arias, shooting towards Grim. Grim immediately cast elf magic, forming a light shield in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. One Azure Spirit sword after another struck the light shield. Grim needed to be distracted to cast the light shield, which allowed even more Azure Spirit swords to break free from the Arias' defense, flying out and piercing the light shield. The next moment, the light shield was pierced by an Azure Spirit sword and immediately shattered. Streaks of azure light passed through Grim's body. Streaks of blood spurted out. Grim's elf robe was stained with blood. Priest. The elves who saw the scene shouted, tears in their eyes. However, they were currently entangled with the undead army and couldn't spare any help. Grim slowly fell down. Ronan then waved his hand, taking the gem from Grim's chest. Ronan knew that this yellow gem was Grim's Zhuwuki. After taking the gem, Ronan immediately probed it with his mental energy. Immediately, he found the Elven book. Upon seeing the Elven book, Ronan immediately waved his hand again, taking Grim's severely injured body. Then, he formed a sword seal with his hand and waved it again in the air. The Azure Spirit sword quickly weaved and slashed, and the remaining Arias immediately broke into several pieces, falling to the ground. He waved his hand, and all the Azure Spirit swords were recalled, leaving only the elf army and the undead army still fighting. After Ronan disappeared into the forest, he immediately cast Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, fleeing into the depths of the forest. Then, he put down the dying Grim. He left Grim alive solely for the purpose of using the Elven book. Although some elf magic techniques were still circulating in the wizard world. However, some profound secret techniques of the elf were unknown to wizards. Even if his Grand Mist contained a vast database of information, he might not necessarily be able to figure out how to use the Elven book. Ronan thought as he took out the Elven book from the yellow gem. The Elven book was a large book, as thick as a brick and 2 palms long. Its cover had a white base, embroidered with exquisite golden patterns. Pure white light emanated from the white base, and golden light came from the golden patterns. Grim lay on the side, his eyes slightly open, watching Ronan examining the Elven book. The next moment, Ronan opened the Elven book. Just as Ronan was about to open the Elven book, Grim felt a slight anticipation. However, when he saw Ronan completely open the Elven book, his eyes couldn't help but show surprise. Non-elf, if they opened the Elven book without the elf's permission, would be attacked by the Elven book. However, nothing happened when the person in front of him opened the Elven book. Could he be elf? Grim was surprised and suspicious. Ronan naturally didn't know about this. He was also a little surprised that he could open the elven book without chanting any spells. After opening it, he saw that the elven book had a table of contents. Magic chapter, magic plant chapter, forging chapter, holy tree chapter, prophecy chapter. It seemed to contain a lot of content about the elf. Ronan wasn't very interested in magic, and forging. He immediately followed the table of contents and turned to the holy tree chapter. After all, his natal longevity tree was transformed from the roots of an elf treasure tree. After reading the holy tree chapter, he might gain some inspiration for planting trees. He turned to the holy tree chapter and read for a while, only to find that this holy tree chapter had nothing to do with planting trees. It seemed that the elf's elf treasure tree, like the sun, was something that naturally existed for the elf. No matter how powerful the elves were, they could not change the elf treasure tree. The holy tree chapter was full of methods for elves to chant spells, perform rituals, and obtain the holy light of the holy tree. Elves could be illuminated by holy light from the elf treasure tree, gaining greater power. Elves could obtain magical power and physical body power from trees through blessing spells. Through performing rituals, their soul could enter the elf treasure tree after death. After a period of time, the tree would bear fruit. After elves ate the fruit, they would be reborn with a physical body, and their soul could return to this world through the physical body. After reading the holy tree chapter, Ronan wondered if he, or others, could achieve the contents described in the holy tree chapter by chanting spells and performing rituals towards his natal longevity tree. I'll try it when I get back. Ronan thought, then turned to the prophecy chapter. The prophecy chapter was written in Ancient Elven. However, Ronan had read books in Ancient Elven at the Kingdom Wizard Academy. He could understand this Ancient Elven. On the prophecy chapter, there were spells on how to summon prophecies. Then, there were various prophecies. These prophecies were all mere snippets. Incomplete, but enough to guide the elves to take certain actions. He read to the end and saw that the last prophecy was: Elves, go to the place now called Dong Continent, go to the kingdom now called Kingdom of Valant. Go to the capital of that kingdom, Triumphant City, and you will be able to regain your former glory. Is this prophecy accurate? As Ronan was thinking, Grim groaned softly and suddenly spoke with effort. Are you an envoy sent by the elf god? Please lead us to regain our former glory. He saw Ronan calmly open the elven book and look into it, and he became even more convinced that this person was an elf. Suddenly, he thought of the prophecy and guessed that perhaps this person was the key to their arrival on this continent, so he immediately spoke. Grim exerted all his strength and crawled towards Ronan. He believed Ronan was the key figure in the prophecy. Ronan looked at Grim, and an idea suddenly formed in his mind, to use Grim and the prophecy to bring all the elf under his command. If you all follow me, I can lead you to regain your former glory, Ronan said. Grim said, Sir Messenger, I will tell the elf who came with me, but I am severely injured now. I wonder if Sir Messenger can take out a bottle of purple potion from that yellow gem to heal my injuries first. Upon hearing this, Ronan took out a bottle of purple potion from the yellow gem. He swept it with grand mist and found that it did contain healing ingredients, but its medicinal power would not completely heal Grim's severe injuries. Ronan handed the purple potion to Grim. He wanted to see how Grim would make these elves submit to his command. Grim took the potion bottle, drank it with a gurgle, and his pale face improved significantly. Once Grim had the strength to stand, he and Ronan together cast an acceleration necromancy and swept towards the place where the undead army and elf army were fighting. Before long, they arrived at the original location. The undead army and elf army were currently engaged in fierce combat. Ronan's necromancy could only summon a lord of the undead of the legendary wizard level. In the elf army, although there were no legendary wizard, there were several great wizard. As the two sides fought, it was difficult to tell who would win or lose for a time. After Ronan arrived at the battlefield, he thought that he would have to subdue the elf in the future, so he decided to eliminate the undead army. He extended a finger and flicked it, and several wood divine lightning burst forth into the sky, heading towards the undead army. One of them struck the lord of the undead squarely. Wood divine lightning restrains evil. When the lord of the undead saw the wood divine lightning, the green flames in his eye sockets flared, subtly revealing expressions of disgust and fear. He waved his hands, and the nearby energy particles of the undead gathered, forming a wall of the undead to block the wood divine lightning. Bang! However, as the wood divine lightning struck, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted where the lord of the undead was, and the ground exploded. After the dust settled, the lord of the undead was nowhere to be seen. The other wood divine lightning struck among the army of necromancer, causing severe damage to the undead army. The remaining necromancer, seeing the power of the wood divine lightning, were filled with fear and opened the dead spirit plane passage to escape. Ronan did not pursue them. After all, these necromancer were summoned by him opening the dead spirit plane passage, there was no need to kill them. After the undead army had either died or retreated, all of the elf army looked over. After the entanglement with the undead army, some of the elf army had suffered casualties. Priest Grim. The elf saw Grim and shouted. Immediately, their eyes showed vigilance as they looked at Ronan beside Grim. They remembered that it was this elf, or a wizard who had used necromancy to transform into an elf, who had injured Grim and then taken him away. Lie, is that you? A female voice came from among the elf warriors. This was Kana, a comrade from Lie's squad. In her battle with the undead warrior, her fair arm had been scratched, leaving a shocking wound from which blood was flowing. Not only Kana, but also some other elf warriors recognized the elf that Ronan had transformed into. Grim was also curious. When he first saw the elf lie that Ronan had transformed into, wearing their leather armor and attacking him, he felt that it was a wizard from the Valiant Kingdom who had transformed into an elf to infiltrate them. However, when he discovered that this elf truly had the aura of an elf treasure tree, and could open the elven book, and could read the contents of the elven book, he felt that this was indeed an elf. Perhaps it is Sir Messenger who came here by borrowing the body of this elf warrior. Grim speculated in his heart. Sir Messenger, did you borrow Lai's body? As Grim thought, he also asked. Ronan did not answer, nor did he explain. But when Grim saw this, he became even more convinced of his own idea. The other elf also sensed a hint of something amiss. After all, their elf are immortal in soul, returning to the elf treasure tree, and after a period of time, they rebirth by borrowing an infant's body. Of course, rebirth in an adult elf's body was not impossible. Because an infant's body can do too little. An infant, whether in language or action, cannot enable an elf to cast elf magic. An adult elf, however, would not be like this. Although Ronan did not explain, he did make a gesture. He raised his hands upwards. With a thought. The holy tree light from the vital evergreen tree subtree and his spirit treasure flew out from his palms, condensing into a cloud of light in the sky. The elf looked up at the sky and immediately felt that the power within their bodies had increased slightly. It's the holy tree light. The elf immediately realized what this was. They immediately knelt down, worshipping the light in the sky. Grim saw this, and tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he finally confirmed that this was the messenger sent by the elf god, the one who would lead them to regain the former glory of the elf, and the key figure in the prophecy. Otherwise, he would not have released the holy tree light. In his mind, the scene of the elf treasure tree child tree once again filling the entire world had already appeared. This was what was described in the book, the scene of the ancient elf ruling the world. Although he had never seen it, he could imagine it. Grim also followed the other elf, worshipping the holy tree light a few times. Then, the elf gradually stood up. And Grim said to Ronan, Sir Messenger, what should we do next? Let's settle down first, Ronan said. Subsequently, Ronan led the elf towards the northwest of the Dong continent. That area was sparsely populated with little land, and there were many undeveloped demonic beast mountain ranges. He wanted this group of elf to settle there first. The route they took was not towards Triumphant City, so they did not encounter any obstruction from wizard. Even if they were discovered by the wizard of various provinces, seeing the powerful forces of the elf and sensing the extremely oppressive energy fluctuations from Grim, they all refrained from acting. The wizard of the Wizard Council branches in various provinces then dispatched wizard to quickly send the news to Triumphant City. Along the way, Ronan and the elf army only traveled, remaining silent. On the road, he listened to the whispers behind the elf army. He then knew that ever since the new prophecy appeared in the elven book, the elf had split into two major factions. One faction, led by Grim, was called the Exploration faction, and they intended to follow the prophecy's guidance, step onto the Dong continent, and seek a way for the elf to regain their former glory. The other faction was the Conservative faction. They believed that the elf, currently content with their corner, guarding this continent and this one elf treasure tree mother tree, were sufficient to cope with any wizard who wished to invade their elf kingdom. According to the elf, the leading wizard of the Conservative faction was even more powerful than Grim. However, they took advantage of the Conservative faction's inattention, took the elven book, and came to this continent. However, they first encountered the messenger, which showed that the book of prophecy was still accurate, and what they had done was not wrong. After the elf army traveled for more than 3 hours using elf magic, they arrived at a lush demonic beast mountain forest in the northwest. The outlines of the mountains, one overlapping the other, stretched into the distance. Ronan said, "You can temporarily reside here." As he spoke, his heart stirred. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the sky. It was one of his vital evergreen tree subtree, emitting holy tree light, descending from the sky. It's an elf treasure tree. The elf looked at the sky, exclaiming in surprise. Although this elf treasure tree was not as robust and tall as the elf treasure tree mother tree in the elf kingdom. After all, that elf treasure tree in the elf kingdom had been growing for at least several millennia. However, this was the first time they had discovered an elf treasure tree outside the elf kingdom. Moreover, the ability to summon an elf treasure tree so casually made them believe that this person was indeed the messenger of the elf god. As for why the messenger had fought with Grim before, they thought, perhaps Priest Grim had done something wrong, and the messenger wanted to punish him. This vital evergreen tree subtree was the third best growing among Ronan's natal longevity tree. As soon as the child tree landed on the ground, its rich root system, like spiritual snakes, continuously drilled deep into the earth. Before long, it had taken root there. Hearing the commotion here, with rustling sounds, the demonic beast in the mountain forest all poked their heads out from the trees, wanting to see what was happening. The demonic beast sensed Grim's energy fluctuations and all retreated. "You all settle down here for now. I will come back after some time," Ronan said, and then left. The elf, including Grim, wanted to ask Ronan when he would give them further instructions, but since Ronan had said so, they did not press the matter. After Ronan left, the elf wizard began to cast elf magic, building wooden houses one by one. Soon, a village formed around the vital evergreen tree subtree. Ronan shared divine sense with the natal longevity tree. As long as these elf lived around the natal longevity tree, he would be able to know what these elf were doing. Ronan cast Otsu would immortal escape and returned to the wizard tower in Triumphant City. By the time he returned to the wizard tower, the news of the elf army heading northwest had already spread back. Liang, using transformation potion and the illusionary arts of the nightmare world, had transformed into Dolly Fa's appearance and was formulating a battle plan. After Ronan returned, he told Liang to stop all operations. Liang immediately complied. Ronan, what's going on? Aren't we dealing with the elf army? Liang asked Ronan after giving orders to the Wizard Council's wizard. Ronan said, now, this group of elf are our allies. After answering, Ronan went to the cultivate room and continued to study the Elven Book. In the Holy Tree chapter of the Elven Book, it was recorded that elf could obtain energy on the elf treasure tree through incantations, blessing spells, and rituals. He had tried that Holy Tree light could increase energy. However, he had not yet tried obtaining energy through blessing spells and blessing rituals. So, he followed the instructions in the Elven Book and chanted the blessing spell. At this moment, he heard his own voice chanting the blessing spell in his ears. In his heart, he felt an impulse whether to respond to this spell. Immediately, he chose to respond to the spell. Instantly, energy particles surged towards his body, increasing his strength and magic power. It can even do this. At the same time, Ronan felt that he could also transmit the knowledge he knew to himself. Is this the so-called blessing? As he was thinking, he suddenly heard an elf chanting a blessing spell under the natal longevity tree. He immediately discovered that under the influence of the blessing spell, his natal longevity tree absorbed heaven and earth spiritual chi at a faster rate. At the same time, he had the choice of whether to increase this elf's power or to transmit knowledge to this elf. The next moment, he chose to increase this elf's power, but not to transmit knowledge to this elf. After all, his knowledge consisted of cultivate immortals and wizard cultivate. If the elf suddenly received this kind of knowledge, they would suspect if this elf treasure tree had a problem. I wonder if non-elf can gain power enhancement by chanting blessing spells. Ronan thought. If so, the combat power of the Valiant Kingdom would greatly increase. I'll find an opportunity to try it. Subsequently, Ronan turned to the prophecy chapter of the Elven Book. He wanted to know what prophecy the elf would present next if he chanted the prophecy spell. However, he didn't really believe the prophecy in this Elven Book. After all, the Elven Book said that once the elf stepped onto the Dong continent, they would embark on the day of restoring their former glory. However, all the elf who came here were subdued by him, so restoring their former glory was out of the question. But he was still curious about what the next prophecy would be. So, he chanted according to the prophecy spell in the Elven Book. As the prophecy spell was chanted, nearby energy particles gathered and moved towards the Elven Book. These energy particles were not common elemental particles like fire or water, but rather mysterious energy particles. Divination wizard who studied fate studied these mysterious energy particles. As the energy particles gathered, a sentence gradually appeared in the blank space at the end of the prophecy chapter. The elf who bravely left the continent finally met the messenger who would lead them to glory on a new continent. Ronan saw this and raised an eyebrow. This prophecy was half correct. He did indeed impersonate a messenger and led these elf. However, whether they would head towards glory was unlikely. But is this unlikely situation the prophecy itself? Will I lead them to glory? Ronan thought to himself. He felt that he would not. These elf, here, were merely reserve weapons for him. If any war broke out in the future, he might send these elf to the battlefield. As he was thinking, the prophecy continued to appear. Those conservative elf, discovering the theft of the Elven Book, will send elf to search for those radical tribesmen. Are the elves coming over again? Ronan chanted the prophecy spell, but no more prophecies appeared on the Elven Book. Immediately, he put away the Elven Book and pondered. From the elf's words, he knew that the current elf's great priest was more powerful than Grimm. However, he also had many methods. Moreover, he also had the one-level continent alliance. If the elf invaded completely, the one-level continent would unite to face the enemy, and they should always be able to subdue these elves. At worst, he would let the elf temporarily invade this continent. He would then lie low and quietly cultivate. Anyway, since he started acting, he had never revealed his identity. Neither the advanced wizard nor the elf knew his true identity. As long as his cultivation improved, he could reclaim everything. After thinking for a while, Ronan decided to try the blessing of the natal longevity tree. His natal longevity tree could bless the elf. However, he did not know if it could bless the human race. If it could bless the human race and increase the human race's strength, when the elf invaded the continent, the kingdom's resistance would be much stronger. Thinking of this, Ronan left the wizard tower, intending to find someone to test it on. The human race also had various situations. Ronan wanted to know if people with no extraordinary power and people with extraordinary power could receive his blessing after chanting the blessing spell or performing the blessing ritual. After Ronan left the wizard tower, he flew towards Triumphant City. After flying several hundred miles, on a small road, he saw a wizard who was hurrying on his way. This wizard was about 30 years old, covered in dust, wearing a grey wizard robe, a ragged wizard hat with a pointed brim, and holding an old wooden staff. Looking at the wizard's appearance, Ronan felt that he was a wandering wizard. In the sky, Ronan flipped his hand and took out a nightmare stone. Then, he cast an illusion on this wizard. Originally, this wizard was rushing along the small road. However, after being affected by the illusion, he left the small road and rushed towards a forest. Ronan followed this wizard into the forest. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, Ronan released his divine sense and found that there were no people or demonic beasts nearby, so he then used the nightmare world method again. The nightmare stone's light flickered, and the wandering wizard fell to the ground, having fallen asleep. This was the dream entry wizardry, which he had learned from Dolly Fa's collection of books. It was said that the wizard who created this wizardry learned it from the nightmare world. After Ronan released the dream entry wizardry, he continued to chant the spell. 7-colored light flowed on the nightmare stone, and magic power flowed through the nightmare stone, then released and went towards the wandering wizard lying on the ground. Ronan was weaving the dream of this wandering wizard. In the dream of this wandering wizard, he incarnated into a god whose appearance was not very clear. He taught the blessing spell to this wandering wizard. Only after the wandering wizard repeated the blessing spell 5 times in his dream, without any mistakes, did he shatter the dream. The next moment, the wandering wizard woke up. Before him was a humanoid figure radiating dazzling light. It was precisely the god he had seen in his dream. Ronan used the nightmare stone to make him appear like this before the wandering wizard. He tried not to take the natal longevity tree from the spirit treasure, to see if he could bless this wizard by just having the wizard chant the blessing spell. Immediately, the wizard, seeing the god, was overjoyed and hastily chanted the blessing spell. Ronan immediately felt an urge to increase the wizard's strength and magic power, and to instill knowledge into the wizard. As long as he had a thought, both things could be achieved. It really works. Ronan was delighted, as this made things much more convenient. Sometimes, he could even display miracles directly. Immediately, Ronan blessed this wizard. Instantly, heaven and earth spiritual chi surged from all directions, transforming into a surge of energy that poured into the wizard's body. In an instant, the wizard felt something being injected into his body. Upon closer inspection, he felt that both his strength and magic power had increased compared to before. The next moment, based on this wizard's energy particles affinity, Ronan gave this wizard an intermediate meditation technique. Dali Fa's wizard tower contained a vast collection of books, although an intermediate meditation technique was considered a valuable item in the wizard world. However, in Dali Fa's collection, it was considered low-level knowledge. As the knowledge of the intermediate meditation technique poured into this wizard's mind, his joy was unconcealable. His eyes widened, glowing, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Soon, all the knowledge of the intermediate meditation technique was transmitted into the wizard's mind. This wizard was not actually a formal wizard, but only a level 3 wizard apprentice. A sudden influx of intermediate meditation technique knowledge into his mind caused his spirit to be somewhat overwhelmed. He clutched his slightly aching head while bowing to Ronan. Ronan saw this situation and thought that his blessing was not without limitations. If it were for a wizard apprentice of a lower rank, he could not impart an intermediate meditation technique. Otherwise, the wizard apprentice's spirit would be overwhelmed. After the blessing was completed, Ronan left the place. Having tested it on a wizard apprentice with extraordinary power, he now wanted to see if mortals could receive his blessing. Before long, Ronan arrived at a village. Beside a farmland, there was a simple flat house. A farmer in his 20s was sleeping inside. Sleeping soundly. Ronan quietly went to the farmer's bedside and cast the dream entry wizardry on him. After weaving the dream, he taught him the blessing spell. Farmers, unlike wizards, had not only no exposure to wizardry knowledge but also were almost illiterate. Therefore, he naturally did not learn the blessing spell as quickly as a wizard apprentice. However, fortunately, a long time in the dream was only a short while in reality. The farmer worked hard to learn the blessing spell in his dream. Once he finally learned it, Ronan shattered the dream. The farmer immediately sat up from the bed, feeling a slight headache. For a farmer, learning the blessing spell in a short period was already a considerable drain on him. When he saw Ronan's indistinct form radiating brilliance, he immediately recalled what happened in his dream. In the dream, Ronan guided them that if they saw the god itself, or saw the holy tree, and chanted the blessing spell, they would receive the god's blessing. Thus, the farmer, who worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, seeing the miracle truly before him, followed what he had learned in his dream, not very skillfully, but with accurate pronunciation, and chanted the blessing spell. Ronan immediately felt an urge. Immediately, he had a thought. First, he increased the farmer's strength a little. Then, he infused knowledge into the farmer's mind. Fearing that the farmer might find it difficult to accept, he instilled a low-level night breathing method into the farmer's mind. The Lawrence family, originally a mid-level noble family of a province, a night family. They had several low-level night breathing methods in their family collection. When Ronan first came to this world, he looked through a few of them. And he transmitted the simplest one into the farmer's mind. As the knowledge poured in, the farmer only felt his head aching more and more. By the end, he was clutching his head, and his entire skull involuntarily bumped against the bed. After all, this farmer was not very literate, and he was completely ignorant of many cultivation methods. Ronan had to instill all of these as well. After the farmer had received the knowledge, Ronan left the simple flat house. The farmer was still pressing his head against the bed, groaning to himself. It seems that people without extraordinary power can also gain strength. Ronan thought, feeling that the people of the Volante kingdom could become even stronger in the future. Moreover, he discovered that once he accepted a prayer, a force would be injected into the natal longevity tree, causing the natal longevity tree's spiritual chi absorption rate to accelerate. Perhaps this is the mutual achievement between the holy tree and the prayer. Ronan thought, the reason why the elf almost ruled this world before. It was because the elf gained power from the elf treasure tree, and the elf treasure tree could accelerate its growth from the elf's prayers. Thus, it was a positive feedback loop, like a snowball, making the elf's advantage grow larger and larger. It was just that later the human race learned to use energy particles, and with their strong reproductive ability, secretly accumulated strength, and when their strength became great, the elf could no longer resist. Why not plant vital evergreen tree subtrees in a few provinces with strong wizard power? Ronan thought. People from multiple places could then gain strength and knowledge by making pilgrimages to the vital evergreen tree subtrees. The years added to his vital evergreen tree subtree would also be faster than usual. Moreover, when he moved several vital evergreen tree subtrees out of the spirit treasure, he could free up space to move the eternal evergreen tree mother tree into the spirit treasure. After all, the years of the eternal evergreen tree mother tree accounted for the majority of his natal longevity tree. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately began to act. He performed Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, reaching 5 provinces at an extremely fast speed. In each of the 5 provinces, he planted a vital evergreen tree subtree next to a famous landmark. With a thought, the vital evergreen tree subtree immediately glowed with golden light. Then, he used the nightmare stone to release a 7-colored stream of light, pulling the strongest local wizard organization into a dream. After saying the blessing spell, he immediately shattered the dream. Among these wizard organizations, there were many true knowledge wizards. They studied wizard knowledge and did not fully believe in gods and such things. Although the dream felt real, they still wondered if it was some evil spell. Of course, in an organization, there are always wavering individuals. Several wizards secretly went to the vital evergreen tree subtree and chanted the blessing spell. Immediately, their strength and magic power increased. Furthermore, meditation techniques suitable for them were poured into their minds. However, these wizards did not tell others about this matter. However, they naturally knew about the elf treasure tree and felt that this tree radiating holy light might be in existence similar to the elf treasure tree. They gained knowledge, but did not want others to gain knowledge, so they naturally did not want this matter to spread. However, these wizards did have the idea of protecting this tree, so that they could continue to receive blessings. However, the news would still leak out. After all, most wizards were not solitary individuals, they had relatives and friends. When good things happened, they also wanted their relatives and friends to receive blessings. Thus, the news spread slowly at first, then quickly, throughout the 5 provinces. Not long after Ronan returned to the wizard tower, he received news from the wizard council. The wizard who delivered the message said that such trees had appeared in the 5 provinces, and they asked if they should take action. They feared that this was a conspiracy by a certain wizard, who was using these trees to control people. From the wizard tower, only a faint message was passed down, no need to pay attention. From then on, the wizard council naturally took no further action. In Ronan's spirit treasure, after the 6 vital evergreen tree subtrees were gone, the soil in the middle was quite empty. He then used the teleportation array in the wizard tower to instantly teleport to the flat house in Triumphant City. Currently, in the flat house's botanical garden, the eternal evergreen tree mother tree had grown very tall. Its height had exceeded 20 stories. To accommodate this natal longevity tree, Ronan had researched the spatial extension wizardry to an extreme. He had extended a room that was originally only about 20 square meters into a space stretching for several miles. He even thought that if the natal longevity tree grew further, he would find an alternate plane and plant the natal longevity tree there. However, in that case, he would have to kill all the intelligent creatures in that alternate plane. Otherwise, those intelligent creatures might covet this tree. But now, this tree can finally be taken into my spirit treasure. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately concentrated his spirit and continuously extended the space of the spirit treasure. Immediately, a vibrant green light bloomed from his dantian. This green light grew wider and wider. Gradually, it enveloped the huge natal longevity tree in front of him. When the green light completely covered the natal longevity tree, Ronan's heart stirred. The green light immediately swept up, taking the huge natal longevity tree into the spirit treasure. The next moment, within the spirit treasure, a giant natal longevity tree descended from the sky. Boom! The natal longevity tree landed on the ground in the center of the spirit treasure, stirring up dust. Subsequently, the natal longevity tree's developed root system frantically drilled into the ground. Before long, it had taken root in the soil. At this moment, because the eternal evergreen tree mother tree had been added to the spirit treasure, Ronan felt his affinity for wood heaven and earth spiritual chi increase again. Moreover, if this eternal evergreen tree mother tree released holy tree light, and he then blessed this mother tree, the increase in his strength would be even greater. Without the eternal evergreen tree mother tree, the vast botanical garden suddenly became empty. There were still about 30 azure spirit emerald cloud bamboos planted in the botanical garden. Compared to the natal longevity tree, although the azure spirit emerald cloud bamboo, under his urging, also had several thousand years of age, its height was still much less than the natal longevity tree. Ronan simply released a green light, swept it towards the azure spirit emerald cloud bamboos, and took these bamboos into his spirit treasure as well. After Ronan planted the vital evergreen tree subtrees in various provinces, he constantly received blessing spells from various wizards, knights, or mortals during his cultivation. However, he did not directly impart knowledge to those who sought blessings. Instead, he required these individuals to complete certain tasks for him before he would grant them blessings. For wizards and knights, completing tasks meant exploring the magical beast forest for him and searching for materials present within it. If suitable materials were found, knowing that wizards and knights had limited capabilities, he naturally wouldn't force them to retrieve these materials. Instead, he would inform the wizards of the wizard council, who would then notify the wizard families and wizard organizations in various provinces to help him retrieve the materials. However, for mortals, Ronan would use the natal longevity tree to cast a dream-entering spell, observing their good and evil heart nature in their dreams. If they were evil individuals, he naturally wouldn't transmit knowledge. If they were people who abided by rules in their daily lives, he would use his spirit to check if the mortal possessed wizard aptitude. If they had wizard aptitude, he would first transmit a small portion of low-level meditation techniques. Once the mortal made progress with the meditation technique, he would have them return to the vital evergreen tree subtree, and then transmit the subsequent meditation techniques. At the same time, he would convey the method of entering the path of a wizard to the mortals, instructing them to seek out the wizard council to gain entry into a wizard academy for study. The elves who had relocated here were unaware of all these external happenings. High Priest Grim, leading thousands of elves, followed Ronan's words. They settled beside the vital evergreen tree subtree in the northwest province. They stayed within that area and did not move around. Gradually, a paradise formed there. The elves used magic to transform the area within several thousand miles, centered around the vital evergreen tree subtree, into an elven pure land. Although the wizard families and wizard organizations of the northwest province became aware of the elves' whereabouts, they did not provoke them due to orders from the wizard council. To prepare for the possibility of elves from the elf kingdom arriving, Ronan ordered the wizards of the wizard council to establish multiple defense lines in the western part of the continent. This way, if powerful elves invaded, the wizards could utilize multiple wizard formations to defend for a while, awaiting reinforcements from powerful wizards. Of course, if the high priest of the elves came, he would have to call upon several legendary wizards from the one-level continent to act together. After Ronan arranged everything, he re-entered cultivation. He was cultivating the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art is divided into 10 layers, refining a total of 120 meridians, and requires 99 types of medicinal materials to be used in conjunction. Currently, the Wizard Tower's warehouse only contained 48 types of substitute demonic plants and demonic beast materials. The remaining ones needed to be found by wizards from various regions and with the help of the First-Class Continent Alliance. However, even with the current 48 types of medicinal materials, some were consumed when he cultivated the first and second layers. 13 types of medicinal materials were already in short supply. If they could not be replenished, the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art would be difficult to advance. Therefore, he also had to dispatch wizards to find more places that produced substitutes for these 13 types of medicinal materials. The tasks he conveyed to wizards and knights through the natal longevity tree in various places were to help him discover the whereabouts of these medicinal material substitutes. Some medicinal material substitutes he had only seen in Dolly Faw's collection of books. Those books were already ancient. Over the years, the soil conditions in a place might have changed. This meant that a type of demonic plant or a demonic beast might no longer appear in that location. Furthermore, over many years, excessive harvesting of demonic plants and excessive hunting of demonic beasts by wizards and knights could also lead to the extinction of demonic plants and medicinal demonic beasts in a certain area. Ronan thought that if he truly couldn't find them on this continent, he would send wizards to search for demonic plants and demonic beasts at sea. Fortunately, with the help of the Kingdom of Wizards of Volante, as well as wizards and knights, and several one-level continents, information on the locations of medicinal demonic beast material substitutes gradually came in. So, Ronan had the Wizard Council arrange for wizards to collect the materials. Gradually, the types of medicinal material substitutes obtained increased. From 48 types, it rose to 50, then to 52. The quantity was also gradually increasing. In any case, as Ronan continued to cultivate, there had been no instance of his cultivation stopping due to a lack of demonic plant or demonic beast materials. Days passed one by one. During these days, no major news came. At most, it was news of sea beasts invading the continent, or wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands invading the continent. However, these sea beasts and wizards from the Wizard Islands were not very strong. Ronan didn't even need to act, his subordinate wizards handled them. Ronan's 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art progressed rapidly with abundant resources. 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, Layer 5, 9%. With the consumption of medicine and practice, the progress of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art was about to pass the halfway mark. Now, dozens of meridians in his body had been transformed, the heaven and earth spiritual chi, once gathered by him, flowed smoothly through his meridians. The opening of the meridians made his flesh and blood even more resilient. Blood chi surged through them incessantly, accompanied by the heaven and earth spiritual chi. Moreover, with the thought, he could form a layer of protective aura outside his body. This protective aura was colorless and formless. Only by using one's spirit could one perceive an extremely hard substance, like armor, protecting him. It was just like when he had used the golden armor talisman before. However, the golden armor talisman would become visible when attacked. Furthermore, the power of this protective aura was incomparable to the golden armor talisman. Unconsciously, half a year passed. The 99 types of substitute demonic plants and demonic beast materials required for cultivating the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art were finally collected by Ronan. This was all thanks to the Kingdom of Wizards of Volante and the wizards of the First-Class Continent Alliance. The wizard world is rich in resources, and some resources even remain undeveloped. With so many people, these 99 substitutes were finally all found. Ronan then, according to the needs of his cultivation, had the Wizard Council organize wizard teams to collect the most needed materials in large quantities for him. Ronan heard from the Wizard Council's report that they encountered many obstacles during the material collection process. There were demonic beasts guarding demonic plants, and also black wizard tribes occupying a section of the magical beast forest. However, Ronan didn't need to act. Through the sacrifices of the wizards, the Wizard Council successfully retrieved the demonic plants and demonic beast materials. In addition to bestowing blessings through the natal longevity tree, Ronan also rewarded and punished the various wizards within the Wizard Council. Therefore, without him having to act, many wizards worked diligently for him. His spare time was entirely dedicated to cultivation. Thus, in just half a year, his 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art was nearing perfection. 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, Layer 10, 99%. Now, he felt his blood chi full and his strength abundant. He stuffed precious demonic plants and the flesh and blood of demonic beasts into his mouth, juice spilling from his lips, staining the corners of his mouth. After chewing, he swallowed them. His throat bulged, and with the lubrication of saliva, the demonic plants mixed with the flesh and blood residue were swallowed into his abdomen. His digestive power was terrifyingly strong. He heard his stomach rumble and churn a few times. The large amount of demonic plants and demonic beast flesh and blood he had swallowed were digested in just a moment. They turned into a hot medicinal power, which, guided by his spirit, flowed towards the meridians that the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art required for cultivation. The meridians, refined by the medicinal power, absorbed the heaven and earth spiritual chi, mixed with blood chi, and became wider and tougher. The organs corresponding to the meridians also became tougher. At this moment, cultivating the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art had reached a critical juncture. The blood chi in Ronan's meridians surged like a mighty river, like a waterfall crashing down a mountain. As he cultivated in the wizard tower, a sound like a rushing river emanated from his body. The gurgling sound was so loud that not only Lion and Bran inside the wizard tower, but even people near the wizard tower could hear it. However, the wizards near the wizard tower, though they heard the sound, did not know what Dalifa was cultivating. Is Dalifa cultivating a water element spell? The wizards speculated. As Ronan was cultivating, suddenly, the heaven and earth spiritual chi near the wizard tower rapidly converged towards him. It was as if the space near the wizard tower suddenly collapsed at that moment. Ronan observed himself internally and saw the blood chi flow in his meridians suddenly accelerate. The wizards near the wizard tower only heard the sound of flowing water suddenly grow louder. It was like an entire river from the sky suddenly rushed down, directly crashing onto the ground. Breakthrough. Just after the collapse, Ronan suddenly opened his eyes. 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art, Perfection. This ancient body cultivator art had finally been cultivated to perfection by him. He stirred a thought. The surging blood chi within his body and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi immediately converged. The protective aura around him vaguely began to form a solid entity. The 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art states that if this body cultivator art is cultivated to perfection, it is possible to reach the realm of true martial dharma form protection. With this true martial dharma form, even the spells of a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to reach him. He felt that if he were to form a solid entity within this wizard tower, the wizard tower would be burst open. So, he temporarily stopped his cultivation, stood up from the cultivation room, and walked to the teleportation array. First, he teleported to the 99th floor, then jumped out the window. He cast an Otsu Wood Immortal Escape and flew into the distance. He found a magical beast forest and began to test his moves. With a thought, a gust of wind swept through the forest. It was the heaven and earth spiritual chi, converging from all directions. And the blood chi in his 120 meridians continuously surged. In an instant, the protective aura around him formed a giant wearing armor. The giant was completely transparent, with fists as large as mountains and a body like a tall tower. This is the true martial dharma form. Ronan, within the true martial dharma form, utilized his blood chi. Immediately, the true martial dharma form began to move. It threw a punch forward with a sudden force. Boom! With a sudden roar, it was as if a cannonball had suddenly exploded in front of him. Dirt splattered, hurricanes raged, and nearby trees swayed and rustled. When the dust settled, a giant pit lay before him. Is this the power of the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art at its peak? He had learned from the 100 Meridians Treasure Refinement Art that if this technique was cultivated to perfection, its strength would be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Although his magic power had not yet reached the nascent soul realm, he could, by virtue of this body cultivator art, unleash a punch with the power of a nascent soul peak. Moreover, the defensive power of this true martial dharma form, as stated in the book, could also defend against the spells of a nascent soul cultivator. It seems that body cultivators require many resources and are difficult to advance. However, the abundant resources of the wizard world, combined with grand mist, and diligently grinding proficiency, actually made this technique progress extremely fast. It's no fun just hitting inanimate objects. Ronan thought, wanting to test his moves on living creatures. Immediately, he cast the Otsu Wood Immortal Escape again and headed towards the sea. The boundless sea held numerous sea beast groups. Some of these sea beast groups were extremely powerful, possessing the strength to easily destroy a second-level continent. Ronan flew rapidly over the sea for an hour, finding a group of sea beasts emitting strong fluctuations. These sea beasts had fish heads and terrifying sharp teeth in their mouths. Their bodies, however, were extremely strong, like the eastern dragons of his previous life. These sea beasts were Leviathan-like creatures. Leviathan was an ancient creature of the wizard world, but it was now extinct. However, Ronan used Grand Mist to analyze that this group of sea beasts actually had over 50% Leviathan bloodline concentration, which was rare. After Ronan flew into the sea beasts' territory, because he had hidden his energy fluctuations, the sea beasts, unaware of Ronan's strength, felt an urge to devour him. One by one, the sea beasts leaped out of the water, opening their abyssal, blood-red mouths, and lunged at Ronan to devour him. Ronan's heart stirred, and the true martial dharma form immediately enveloped him. Under his control, the true martial dharma form's hands, with their backs facing each other, reached into the blood-red mouth of one of the sea beasts. Its two hands gripped the sea beast's upper and lower jaws, and then pulled violently. Rib. With a sound of tearing flesh and bone, the sea beast was violently ripped apart by the true martial Dharma form. Azure blood spurted from the sea beast's massive body, dyeing the surrounding sea a deep blue. The other sea beasts, seeing their companion die so tragically, were naturally alarmed and frantically flicked their tails, using the water's force to escape. Ronan controlled the true martial Dharma form to catch up. It plunged into the water. Its hands grabbed a sea beast that was trying to flee. Suddenly, it pulled left and right. The sea beast was immediately torn into two halves. Immediately, he used the true martial Dharma form to slaughter in the sea area. Before long, the sea area was dyed deep blue, and numerous huge sea beast corpses floated on the surface. If these sea beasts had attacked together, even a legendary wizard might only have been able to escape. However, with the true martial Dharma form, he immediately killed all these sea beasts. Ronan looked at the mutilated sea beast corpses, then began to chant a spell. He collected all the beast cores from these sea beasts. The beast cores still contained Leviathan bloodline. This was a quite valuable bloodline. Utilizing this bloodline, and with the knowledge of a bloodline great wizard, powerful modified knights could be cultivated. After collecting the beast cores, Ronan cast the Otsu wood immortal escape and returned to Triumphant City. While Ronan returned to his wizard tower to cultivate the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture wholeheartedly, wizards, knights, and mortals from multiple provinces were receiving blessings from the vital evergreen tree subtree. The vital evergreen tree subtree in these provinces emitted holy tree light, granting strength to the people and growing faster than before. Heaven and earth spiritual chi was refined by the vital evergreen tree subtree and transmitted into Ronan's danshan. Now, his golden core was becoming increasingly solid, and the nascent soul in his glabella was gradually taking shape. The combined age of all natal longevity trees had already exceeded 6,000 years. It was already more than halfway to the 10,000-year-old eternal evergreen body. In the west of the Dong continent, an island parted the waves and approached. Another wave of elves had arrived. Among these elves, the most powerful was also a sage wizard-level priest. Like Grimm, he was one of the 4 priests under the high priest of the elf kingdom. Priest Zuer landed with thousands of elves. They came here to retrieve the elven book. However, they also knew of Grimm's power and the might of his magic artifact, the 12 Arias. Therefore, their current visit was not necessarily to retrieve the elven book. As long as they clearly understood the situation of Grimm and the kingdom of Valant, they could return. At that time, their 3 priests would come together with the high priest. They would capture the traitor Grimm and bring him back to the elf kingdom to be interrogated under the elf treasure tree. Before coming, they had again received the baptism of the elf treasure tree's light. Their strength and magic were both greater than before. As soon as they landed, they immediately fell into a defensive wizardry formation. This was a lightning element defensive wizardry formation. As the elves stepped into the wizardry formation, thunder exploded in the air and struck down at them. However, the elves were clearly not afraid of this level of wizardry formation. They either waved their staffs or rotated their rings. Soon, a protective shield, like a pale green gemstone, immediately surrounded them. No matter how the lightning struck, this protective shield remained unmoving. Seeing this scene, the elves felt much more at ease. This wizardry formation was even inferior to the city wall defense formations of their elf kingdom. This indicated that the kingdom's knowledge level in utilizing energy particles was still somewhat lacking compared to theirs. The wizards guarding the border were far from the wizardry formation. After the first elf invasion, the kingdom of wizards all knew how powerful the elves were. Therefore, they would only engage the elves when they had absolute certainty of victory. At other times, they would activate wizardry formations or cast wizardry from a distance to wear down the elves. Some of the wizards guarding the border were casting wizardry from a distance from the wizardry formation. Their wizardry all required creation-type wizardry or summoning-type wizardry. Under these wizardry spells, demonic beasts and elemental giants appeared before them. Another group of wizards went to various places to disperse the commoners living there. Originally, within the kingdom, wizards considered themselves superior to commoners. Wizards could kill commoners as they pleased and do whatever they wanted to them. But Ronan had issued an order to the Wizard Council: if any wizard was found wantonly killing commoners, they would be severely punished. Furthermore, commoners were to be rescued when they suffered disasters. When Dali Fa gave the order, the Wizard Council naturally dared not disobey. The elves, protected by the defensive shield, quickly passed through the wizardry formation. That priest Zuer was a long-bearded elf, and he looked very old. Compared to the exquisite faces of other elves, priest Zuer's face had many wrinkles, and his ears were longer and sharper than other elves, protruding from his golden white hair. As soon as he stepped out of the wizardry formation, he immediately discovered the flaw in the wizardry formation. He sneered, waved the staff made of blue crystal in his hand, and pointed it at the wizardry formation, instantly destroying one of them. Then, he pointed his staff again. One by one, deep blue light spheres were released, hitting the wizardry formation, creating ripples in the air, and one by one, the wizardry formations were destroyed and lost their effectiveness. Subsequently, the elves continued forward. They were also aware of the prophecy from the Elven Book. However, they had a different interpretation of that prophecy. Moreover, Grimm leading his faction of elves to the kingdom of Valant was without their consent. After all, the kingdom of Valant had existed for hundreds of years, and they also had information about it. Therefore, knowing the distribution of provinces in the kingdom of Valant, they also headed towards Triumphant City, according to Grimm's understanding. After passing the wizardry formation, these elves encountered various demonic beasts and an elemental giant. Among the demonic beasts were earth dragons, rock lizards, and so on, densely packed, summoned by the wizards from a certain demonic beast forest, controlled, and surged towards the elves. In addition, there were huge deep blue water elemental giants, crackling lightning elemental giants, and fire elemental giants with surging heat waves, squeezing towards the elves. The elves began to cast elf magic to meet the enemy. They waved their staffs, releasing various colored magic light spheres, and attacked the demonic beasts and elemental giants. And the elf priest Zur shook his staff. The top of the staff suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. This dazzling light suddenly elongated, transforming into a 30-meter-long light sword. Then, Zur swept his staff. This light sword horizontally cut through the demonic beasts and elemental giants. When the demonic beasts encountered this light sword, they were immediately cut into two halves. Internal organs and blood splattered across the ground. Some demonic beasts had strong vitality, even though they were cut in half, they still possessed combat power. Their two halves scurried across the ground, rushing towards the elves. But being on the verge of death, the combat power of these demonic beasts was limited. Other elves cast elf magic, bombarding these demonic beasts with a chaotic barrage, quickly killing them. The elemental giants, upon touching the blade of this light sword, immediately dissipated. For a time, in this nearby area, various colored elf magic lights flickered, and dust filled the air. Demonic beasts and elemental giants continuously decreased. However, the retreating wizards felt nothing. Their objective was simply to delay and wear down these elves, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Killing elves was not their mission. The wizards gradually retreated, and the elves gradually pressed forward. As the elves continuously broke through the wizards' arrangements, they suddenly saw a tall tree in front of them. This tree emitted a golden holy light, reminding them of the elf treasure tree. However, this tree was not as tall as the elf treasure tree, and its branches and leaves also differed somewhat from the elf treasure tree. But seeing something similar to the elf treasure tree outside the elf kingdom had already greatly surprised them. What's more, when the golden light emitted by this tree shone upon them, it indeed made them feel an increase in their strength. What's going on? Among these elves, exclamations of surprise and wonder arose. Is this an illusion? An elf asked, expressing doubt. This question immediately made the other elves vigilant. However, some elves tried to recite the blessing spell. Then, some knowledge appeared in their minds. This was knowledge about the roots and terrain of the kingdom of Valant. The blessing spell works. An elf shouted. At this moment, after his initial surprise, Zur's expression became solemn. He was also inclined to believe that this tree, so similar to the elf treasure tree, was an illusion set up by the black wizard of the kingdom of Valant. So, he waved his staff and began chanting a spell. A gust of wind rose around him, and heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered. This was a spell to dispel illusions in elf magic. As the wind blew in gusts, hexagonal elf magic formations immediately appeared on the tree. The magic formations emitted a blue dazzling light and rotated on the tree. The other elves also knew the purpose of this magic formation, so they held their breath, waiting to see if the magic formation would take effect. After a while, the magic formation disappeared, but the tree was still there. This indicated that the tree was not an illusion. Could the prophecy be true, that there truly is hope in this kingdom of Valant for the elf to regain its former glory? Zur thought, the look in his eyes constantly changing. Go back! Zur suddenly shouted loudly. He had to report the situation here to the high priest. The other elves, hearing Zur's command, immediately retreated. In the wizard tower of Triumphant City, Ronan perceived all of this through the shared divine sense of his natal longevity tree. He sensed that this was an opportunity. The elf treasure tree outside the elf kingdom had indeed caused a huge impact on the elves. Perhaps he could use this to make the elves believe the prophecy in the elven book, thereby submitting to him. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately calmed his mind. He used the natal longevity tree child tree in the northwest province to send a message to Grimm. He told him to go to the western shore of the Dong continent first and wait. When the high priest came, he would explain the prophecy to him. And he would introduce himself, the messenger of the elf god, to the high priest. Priest Zur returned to the elf kingdom with thousands of elves. Upon arriving at the elf kingdom's royal city, they entered the wooden city walls formed by the roots of the elf treasure tree. Although these city walls were made of wood, they were extremely sturdy. And they were imbued with many elf magic spells, capable of resisting enemy invasions. Priest Zur, seeing the thick wooden city walls, waved his staff forward. Immediately, a green light appeared on the wooden city walls. Subsequently, the green light spread, and the branches, leaves, and roots forming the wooden city walls immediately parted left and right. The wizard team then filed in. In the center of the royal city was a giant flower bud. The flower bud was immersed in spring water, with magic flowing over it. Priest Zur, arriving before the flower bud, immediately said respectfully. High priest, we have discovered a tree in the kingdom of Valant that greatly resembles the elf treasure tree. What? A low voice came from within the flower bud. Then, the figure of an old elf wizard appeared at the flower bud. The next moment, the figure solidified and appeared before Priest Zur and the others. This was the high priest, Archpriest Landel Blom. Priest Zur then meticulously recounted what he had seen in the kingdom of Valant to Archpriest Landel. Archpriest Landel listened, his eyes narrowed. Unconsciously, he took out a mithril pipe from his zhuwuki, and put some tobacco made from noble magic plants into it. The tobacco ignited without fire, and he puffed on it, thinking. Priest Zur waited for Archpriest Landel. After a while, the tobacco in the pipe burned out. Archpriest Landel still hadn't figured it out. You go back first, I'll go check the books left by the elf. Saying that, he floated up while smoking, and then merged into the flower bud. On this day, the matter of a tree similar to the elf treasure tree existing in the kingdom of Valent spread in a small circle within the elf kingdom. An elf left the elf kingdom and walked into a forest. After walking for several hours, he arrived at a giant tree. This giant tree had a dark tree hole. The elf said a spell towards the tree hole. Then, the darkness inside the tree hole began to swirl. The elf was then sucked into the tree hole. The elf was pulled by a mysterious force along the darkness, his body falling obliquely in one direction. Not long after, his feet touched the ground. Before his eyes was a huge city. An underground city, with thick rock above it. However, elven magic runes were carved on the rock, emitting a faint light. In the city, there were elves with dark purple skin walking back and forth. This was the Dark Elf settlement, Demon Zuo City. Although this elf still looked like a light elf, he already had the idea of becoming a dark elf, and drawn by the call of the dark elves, he had come here. Demon Zuo City covered a vast area, spanning thousands of miles. However, he could still see a wizard tower in the distance. So, he used elf magic and rushed towards the wizard tower. After entering the wizard tower, this elf was summoned before a pale-skinned person. This person was bloodline great wizard Sophie, whose body had previously been killed by Dali Fa, and who had rebirth in another body. Before his rebirth, he was the national preceptor of the Orc Empire. However, the Orc Empire was controlled by the Valent Empire, and he could no longer use the Orc Empire. So, he turned his attention to the elves. He had once stayed with the Light Elves. However, his bloody transformation experiments disgusted the Light Elves, and he was eventually driven away by the elves. Subsequently, he came to the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves were cruel and bloodthirsty. The monarch of the Dark Elves was very interested in his bloodline wizardry. Some Dark Elves were also very willing to accept bloodline transformations. During this time, he had produced many insane, bloodthirsty, and powerful warriors for the city of Dark Elves. The elf who came to report arrived before Sophie and told Sophie about the kingdom of Valent. Sophie listened, his eyes wide. The elf treasure tree was magical, how could he not have wanted to use bloodline wizardry to reproduce the characteristics of the elf treasure tree on other magic plants before? However, after many attempts, he failed. He never expected that now, this wizardry had been researched by Dali Fa. Sophie knew that outside the elf kingdom, there was actually a tree like the elf treasure tree, and his heart itched. He very much wanted to go see it and collect some materials. The elf treasure tree, putting aside everything else, its roots and stems, were of great help to a wizard's cultivation. If he could plant elf treasure trees on a large scale, he would continuously obtain cultivation resources. Moreover, he might be able to use bloodline wizardry to cultivate an elf treasure tree that was beneficial to the Dark Elves, in order to increase the Dark Elves' combat power. Thinking of this, Sophie spoke to the leader of the Dark Elves tribe, who was also the city lord of Demon Zuo City, about the matter. The city lord of Demon Zuo City was also very interested in this. The city lord of Demon Zuo City was a black purple-skinned elf with bulging muscles, a handsome face, and long, flowing hair. He wore a wide robe that slightly revealed the muscles on his chest. In the wizard world, he was a body-refining wizard. It was precisely because of this that Sophie's bloodline wizardry caught his eye. Utilizing Sophie's bloodline wizardry, his strength once again achieved a breakthrough. Now, his strength was equivalent to a peak sage wizard. I will go with you. The city lord of Demon Zuo City, the dark elf Baru Bados Vos, said, this time, we are venturing deep into another kingdom. You said that wizard named Dali Fa is very strong, so I will bring my 4 blades with me. The 4 blades were 4 formidable assassins in the Dark Elves tribe, all of whom possessed the rank of Great Wizard. After Baru Bados and Sophie had discussed everything, they called the 4 blades and left Demon Zuo City, heading towards the Dong continent. Of the 4 assassins called the 4 blades, only one actually used a blade. All 4 Dark Elves wore black armor. One used a pair of strangely shaped double blades, one carried a silver bow, one carried a black staff, and one carried a broadsword. Sophie summoned a gigantic black evil dragon from another plane. The 6 of them stood on the dragon's back and flew towards the Dong continent. The giant dragon flapped its wings, and the wind whistled past their ears. A shadow swept across the sky. Soon, they approached the Dong continent. Upon reaching the western shore of the Dong continent, the re-established wizardry array suddenly formed a barrier, obstructing their advance. But Sophie uttered a dragon language, and the black evil dragon beneath his feet opened its blood-red mouth, spewing a rolling ball of black flame onto the barrier. Ripples spread across the barrier. Before long, this defensive barrier was instantly melted. Knowing of the intrusion, the wizards defending the border immediately took action. They flew up one by one, releasing various spells at the giant dragon above their heads. The giant dragon twisted its body while spewing flames. None of those spells were effective. Seeing that the intruders were formidable, the wizards continued to cast spells while retreating. However, the battle-loving Baru Bados had no intention of letting them go. He shook his hand, and a pitch-black mace appeared in his grasp. The mace had a long handle and a massive head, adorned with ferocious, sharp spikes. Baru Bados threw the mace. The mace immediately spun in the air, arcing a trajectory, and then smashed towards those wizards. Instantly, the wizards who had intended to retreat, upon encountering the mace, exploded into bloody mist one by one. After arcing a trajectory, the mace flew back into Baru Bados's hand. Baru Bados caught the mace, laughed a few times, and felt incredibly refreshed. After this brief exchange, the wizards who had originally intended to fight all hastily retreated. And Sophie then spoke a sentence in dragon language. The black evil dragon flapped its wings, turning into a black shadow, and flew towards the retreating wizards. The flying spells cast by those wizards were far slower than the evil dragon's flying speed. In a short while, they were caught up by the evil dragon. Immediately, the evil dragon bit down, seizing a wizard who was in mid-flight in its mouth. The other wizards were all smashed into meat paste by Barbaduz's mace. The evil dragon, carrying the wizard in its mouth, landed on the ground. Sophie did not know where the tree similar to the elf treasure tree was, so he had to capture a wizard to interrogate. This wizard, held by the dragon, was already so terrified that he had wet his pants. After the dragon landed, it spat and the wizard fell to the ground. Sophie and the others leaped from the dragon's back and stood before the wizard. "Lead the way for us. Where is the glowing tree?" Sophie asked. In this direction," the wizard immediately pointed the way for them. After all, the location of the tree was not a secret. Even if he didn't say it, some wizards nearby might also know. Who knew? As soon as the wizard finished speaking, Sophie immediately uttered a sentence in dragon language. The black giant dragon opened its mouth, and a stream of fire, like a piece of cloth, enveloped the wizard. When the flames receded, the wizard turned to ashes. Afterward, the few of them leaped onto the dragon's back and headed towards the location of the vital evergreen tree sub-tree. After flying for some time, they saw a tree emitting a golden glow. Upon seeing it, Sophie's eyes shone brightly. This tree indeed had the same effect as the elf treasure tree. Moreover, it was not the elf treasure tree. Instantly, Sophie had the urge to transplant the entire tree back. At this moment, surrounding the tree, there were about a dozen wizards, knights, and mortals, who were requesting blessings. Bits of golden light, following their incantations, fell upon their bodies. These people were in the midst of requesting blessings when they suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation. Following the sensation, they immediately saw a black giant dragon flying towards them. "What is this? Quickly protect the sacred tree." Although these people were terrified, they did not flee, but instead stood together. The wizards condensed energy particle shields to protect everyone. These people then stared at the approaching giant dragon. The knights tightened their grip on their long swords. As for the mortals, knowing that staying was useless, they ran to report the news. Several wizards, using a divided soul, cast acceleration spells on the mortals. The mortals' running speed immediately quickened. Just as the giant dragon was about to arrive, suddenly, this golden tree abruptly developed two horizontal cracks. When the cracks opened, they were actually a pair of eyes. Immediately, the roots of this tree pulled themselves out of the ground. This tree instantly transformed into a treant. Ronan, far away in Triumphant City, had already sensed the presence of Sophie and the others. Therefore, he immediately manipulated the vital evergreen tree sub-tree. He could cast wood spells through the child tree. After the child tree became a treant, it immediately cast an Otsu wood immortal escape, transforming into a dark green light that enveloped the wizards, knights, and fleeing mortals, and then vanished into the ground. And Ronan himself left the wizard tower, also casting Otsu wood immortal escape, and headed towards this direction. He sensed that among the intruders, there was a sage wizard, a legendary wizard, and 4 great wizards. He would not be able to deal with these enemies using just one child tree. Perhaps, he would even lose a child tree. Seeing that the child tree could actually become a treant and even cast a mysterious wizardry they had never seen before, Sophie and Barbaduz were both surprised. Then, Sophie instructed the giant dragon to pursue the child tree. However, after chasing for a while, they lost sight of the child tree. The child tree had vanished into the ground, and moreover, the child tree merged with nature, emitting a soft and faint energy fluctuation. Barbaduz and Sophie released their mental perception, but they could not sense anything. Barbaduz could only raise both hands, holding the mace, and smash it downwards. Instantly, an air wave crashed into the ground. With a rumble, the ground below cracked. They vaguely saw a dark green light heading towards the distance. So, they pursued it. However, after chasing for a while, they found that the green light was extremely fast, and the giant dragon alone could no longer keep up. A moment later, they completely lost track of the green light. The next moment, a flash of green light suddenly arrived. It was Ronan, who had arrived using Otsu wood immortal escape. "Who are you?" Ronan asked. He knew that among these 6 people, 5 were dark elves and 1 was a human. However, he did not know their identities. Sophie and the others, seeing that the newcomer was a person enveloped in dark energy particles, became wary. "Dark elves," Barbaduz said, but this person subtly possessed an aura he was certain he had never seen before. "You still haven't answered me," Ronan said. Sophie took a slight step forward. The evil dragon, understanding his intent, immediately spat out a black flame. Ronan's heart stirred, his 100 meridians surged with chi and blood, gathering heaven and earth spiritual chi, and the true martial Dharma form immediately enveloped his surroundings. The true martial Dharma form's enormous hand immediately reached out to grasp the giant dragon's neck. This grab was extremely fast. Before the giant dragon could even dodge, it was immediately caught by the neck. The true martial Dharma form's hand used a clever technique, a pull, and the giant dragon's head immediately separated from its body. Pitch black blood gushed from the severed neck of the giant dragon. Sophie and the others, seeing this scene, immediately became vigilant. They hovered in the sky. The body of the dead evil dragon fell towards the ground. Sophie waved his staff, and immediately, 6 wizardry arrays formed around him, emitting streams of dark green light that shot towards Ronan. Bloodline Great Wizard. Ronan recognized this wizardry. Back then, after Dali Fa killed Sophie, he obtained Sophie's storage Zhuwuki. Inside, there was Sophie's manuscript. Among them, there was this wizardry. Didn't Sophie die? Ronan wondered in his heart. Could Sophie also be a wizard of a certain faction? Ronan thought, and waved the true martial Dharma form to block. All 6 beams of light were blocked. At the same time, Barubados swung his mace, smashing towards Ronan. Ronan's heart stirred, and the true martial Dharma form's fist immediately collided with Barubados's mace with a thunderous crash. Clang! The true martial Dharma form's immense power immediately fractured Barubados's tiger's mouth. The mace vibrated, roaring incessantly. The other 4 dark elves, seeking Ronan's weakness, seized the opportunity and immediately struck. However, Ronan, manipulating the true martial Dharma form, managed to cripple all 4 dark elves in the gaps between his battles with Sophie and Barubados. The 4 dark elves fell helplessly towards the ground. Ronan did not kill them because he wanted to ascertain the identities of these enemies from the mouths of these elves. With a thought, the true martial Dharma form unleashed another punch. Barubados blocked with his mace, immediately feeling a force penetrate every inch of his body. The next moment, Barubados spat out a mouthful of blood, and even blood oozed from his pores. The true martial Dharma form's left hand grabbed him tightly. Now, only Sophie remained. Seeing Ronan's power, he immediately had the thought of escaping. After casting spatial wizardry and performing several consecutive leaps, it wasn't long before he found that Ronan was still catching up. He immediately cast a wizardry, intending to kill himself. Back then, he had created 99 clones for himself. Whenever one of his main bodies died, one of the clones could immediately come back to life. After his first main body was killed by Dali Fa, he reawakened in one of his clones. Therefore, if he committed suicide now, he could revive in another clone. He had conducted too many live experiments, fearing that if he failed to commit suicide in time and was captured, he would be unable to die or live. Ronan was even more puzzled when he saw that this wizard was so determined to commit suicide. Just as Sophie's wizardry was about to be cast, the true martial Dharma form's right hand grabbed Sophie, interrupting the wizardry. A trace of fear flashed in Sophie's eyes. Then, Ronan's true martial Dharma form grabbed one person with each hand. Upon reaching the ground, he used his mental power to envelop the 4 dark elves and took them away. And the vital evergreen tree sub-tree, which had used Otsu wood immortal escape to envelop the wizards, knights, and mortals. Under Ronan's manipulation, it returned to its original planting location. It released the Otsu wood immortal escape, spitting out the wizards, knights, and mortals. Then, it transformed back from a treant into a tree. The wizards, knights, and mortals, having experienced this, all felt astonished. Ronan took Sophie and the others to a forest. He wanted to interrogate the wizard who was suspected to be Sophie. After several interrogations and numerous tortures, the wizard still refused to speak. So, Ronan took out the Nightmare Stone. Sophie's eyes widened when he saw the Nightmare Stone. He also knew of the Nightmare World's existence from books. However, he had never been able to obtain its coordinates. Now, seeing the Nightmare Stone, he immediately knew how he had been killed by Dali Fa before. Previously, Dali Fa had transformed him using the Nightmare Stone, causing him to fall into an illusion before his death, so he did not know how he died. After his rebirth, he had recalled it numerous times but still did not know how Dali Fa had killed him. Now that the Nightmare Stone was out, he knew he would immediately fall into a dream and reveal everything. Instantly, Sophie's heart was filled with despair. The next moment, a purple light was emitted from the Nightmare Stone, instantly flowing with 7 colors, completely engulfing Sophie's vision. After a short while, Ronan withdrew his wizardry. Before him was Sophie, still in a dream. He finally knew Sophie's identity and the locations of Sophie's remaining 98 clones. After Ronan received Sophie's information, he immediately knocked him unconscious. Subsequently, he also learned the identities of the other Dark Elves. The Dark Elves were all bloodthirsty fellows, and he disdained taking these monsters under his command. However, these Dark Elves could serve as an aid in subduing the Light Elves. He first cast Otsu wood immortal escape, using his magic power to envelop these Dark Elves, and brought them back to the Wizard Tower for imprisonment. Then, he found Sophie's other 98 clones. He used Otsu wood immortal escape to envelop the 98 clones and the unconscious Sophie, and brought them to a forest. 99 Sophies, each with a different appearance, lay on the ground. These 99 bodies were actually wizard corpses. These wizards possessed a special bloodline ability to accommodate other people's souls. Sophie searched for a long time, found these wizards, killed them, and made them into his clones. The souls of these wizards were already extinguished, leaving only their husks, so they could not be resurrected. Therefore, Ronan set a samadhi true fire, burning all these corpses. Sophie, the bloodline great wizard, was now completely dead. And the legacy of this wizard was all in his mind. After everything was done, Ronan returned to the wizard tower and continued to cultivate. Days passed. One day, Ronan was cultivating when he sensed the wizards of the wizard council approaching. Before long, a wizard stood outside the wizard tower, nodded slightly, and said to the tower. Dali Fa, people from Duokai Kingdom have arrived, saying they have important information that they want to tell you personally. Let him come over, Ronan said, wondering what important information it was that could not be conveyed through a communication tower, but required a personal visit. A moment later, a wizard wearing a Duokai Kingdom wizard robe came outside, bowed to the wizard tower, and transmitted his voice. Esteemed Dalifa, our kingdom's legendary wizard, Master Guan, has important information to tell you, concerning the ancient wizard's secret treasure. Ronan's attention became focused. Along with Leon and Bran, their attention also sharpened. In Dalifa's books, they knew that ancient wizards often had knight attendants by their side. Ancient wizards would forge armor and weapons with wizardry power for their knight attendants. An ancient wizard's secret treasure often came with enchanted armor and weapons, which they also desired. Ancient wizard's secret treasure. Ronan repeated in a low voice, where is it? The wizard from Duokai Kingdom said, Dalifa, the ancient wizard's secret treasure is on the east sea of Duokai Kingdom. A vast castle has appeared. Is that so? Ronan pondered for a while, looking out from a window in the wizard tower. Looking down, he saw that as the wizard from Duokai Kingdom spoke, a subtly complex and uneasy expression flickered across his face. Dalifa, we have already scouted part of the castle's path, and people from the kingdom have already gone in. Now we are just waiting for the people inside to come out. As soon as they come out, we will be able to get more detailed information about the secret treasure, which will allow us to acquire it more effectively. Why would you tell me? Ronan, mimicking Dalifa's voice, echoed in the wizard's ear. The kingdom's situation is very grim right now. Master Gulan went in, and after some time, he hasn't come out. Moreover, wizard organizations from the wizard islands are involved. Dalifa, if Master Gulan has an accident, our kingdom might be invaded by other kingdoms. The man's face was completely edged with worry. His plea to Dalifa was actually a gamble. If Dalifa, upon hearing this news, immediately summoned wizards to invade Duokai Kingdom, then he would have lost his gamble. Although he initially didn't want to come here, he felt that by telling the most powerful Valiant Kingdom among the one-level continent kingdoms, Master Gulan might still have a chance to survive. After pondering for a while, Ronan said again, tell me all the information you know about the wizard organizations already present in that ruin. Subsequently, the wizard from Duokai Kingdom meticulously recounted all the information. Ronan listened and felt that these wizard organizations did not have any formidable characters. At least, not even a sage wizard had appeared. He also decided to go and investigate. After all, since he came to Wizard World, he had not yet explored an ancient wizard ruin. Perhaps, after this exploration of the ruin and obtaining the corresponding secret treasure, he would be able to gain more knowledge. Although the knowledge research in the wizard world was constantly progressing. But perhaps, ancient knowledge also had some reference value for the present. Alright, you can go back first, Ronan said. The wizard from Duokai Kingdom was a bit stunned, seeing that he had not received a definite answer from Dalifa. He intended to continue asking Dalifa, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a slap. It was the wizard council wizard standing by, who, using wizard's hand, slapped this wizard. Dalifa has his own plans, just do your part, the wizard sternly said. The wizard from Duokai Kingdom, covering his face, dared not act out and could only retreat dejectedly. Subsequently, Ronan informed the wizard council wizard of his intention to explore the ruin. He asked the wizard council wizard to summon wizards from various places to explore with him. After all, he did not know the dangers of the ruin. Therefore, he naturally wanted to bring his subordinates. Letting his subordinate wizards go in first, if there was danger, it would be triggered first. One day later, wizards from various places had already gathered. The news of going to Duokai Kingdom was also transmitted to Duokai Kingdom via the communication tower. The wizards from various places were all below the wizard tower, waiting for Dalifa to appear. After Ronan appeared, he and a few wizards, through a short-distance teleportation array, arrived in this deep mountain. Then, they stepped onto a long-distance teleportation array. This teleportation array was almost as large as a basketball court in his previous life. It was carved on bare ground, with intricate magic runes. Nearby, there were 2 true knowledge wizards, 10 elite wizards, and about 20 formal wizards on duty. After Ronan and the others stepped on, 1 true knowledge wizard and 5 elite wizards began to cast spells, activating the energy of the magic stones beside the teleportation array. These magic stones, through their spell casting, had already absorbed enough energy particles. Now, the energy within them needed to be released. 6 wizards chanted incantations. The sound of the incantations continuously echoed into the sky above the forest. The magic stones nearby began to emit dazzling blue light. Immediately after, the blue light, like sea water, surged from the magic stones and engulfed Ronan and the others. The next moment, the blue light dissipated, and Ronan and the others vanished. At the same time, beside a teleportation array in another kingdom, wizards were also casting spells. Under the wizardry of these wizards, Ronan and the others were brought over. They suddenly appeared in the territory of another kingdom overseas. On the island where the ancient wizard ruin was located, there was a volcano on the island, a volcano that had already erupted. After the eruption, the scenery around the volcano was charming, with a huge volcanic lake. Because of the appearance of the ruin, a heavy rain fell from the sky. After the heavy rain, the area around the volcanic lake was full of yellowish-brown mud. On the mountainside of another volcano beside the volcanic lake, a deep green sea of trees swayed gently with the wind, creating waves of sound. In the forest, a circular, grayish-white tent stood quietly in an open space between the trees. Several men and women in grayish-white tight-fitting clothes were carefully poking at a bonfire on one side of the tent, slowly turning a metal basin placed over the fire, and a faint scent of meat slowly wafted from the basin. The sky was hazy and not very bright. In the early morning, there was also a faint wisp of white mist in the air. The tent flap was slowly lifted, and a pale-faced, indifferent white-haired old man walked out. The old man was dressed in a grayish-white swordsman's uniform, with a black short knife tucked into his tightly cinched waist, looking very neat and spirited. The two people outside the tent who were tending the bonfire quickly walked up. Master Du Er, we lost another member yesterday, a woman said in a low voice. When? Elder Du Er's face darkened. I ordered someone to scout the nearby area, and Lauren went to a place not far from the ruin, but he never came back, the woman reported in a low voice. Wizard Du Er's face grew even more somber, and he was about to say something. Suddenly, a rustling sound of bushes being pushed aside came from the nearby thicket. A man in red clothes, wearing brown leather armor on his upper body, walked out calmly, carrying a silver scimitar. The man glanced at the camp in front of him. People of Duokai Kingdom, my superior wants you to immediately go to the mountaintop for a meeting to arrange what you need to do when entering the ruin this time. If you can't make it before noon today, then don't bother coming. Wizard Du Er's face turned cold, and he was about to speak. Suddenly, two more elderly men emerged from the tent, one of whom pulled Wizard Du Er back, shaking his head helplessly at him. Du Er and the other man's faces flushed, their chests heaving, clearly very angry. Everyone in the camp tent showed expressions of indignation, and all eyes were fixed on the three old wizards from Duokai Kingdom. The old man who had pulled Du Er stepped forward. With a calm face, he loudly addressed the man in red. Please tell your superior that we will arrive on time. That's good, your Duokai Kingdom still understands the situation, the man nodded faintly, then I will go back and report. He turned and re-entered the thicket, disappearing quickly with a flicker of his figure. Bang! The ground beside the tent exploded, forming a circular crater. Wizard Du Er retracted his hand, his face red, trembling with anger. These black wizards from the Wizard Islands actually want us to explore the ruin for them. They are Stormai, we cannot afford to offend them, the old man who had pulled him aside and said in a low voice. This ruin exploration has caused us heavy losses, and Master Gulan is missing. Without Master Gulan, let alone the wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands, even facing other one-level continent kingdoms, we are weak. Wizard Bulletin Er is right, we really cannot be impulsive at this time. Otherwise, if the wizard organizations of the Wizard Islands suffer a setback in the ruin, we will bear their wrath, another person agreed. Indeed. Wizard Bulletin Er nodded with a grim face, now our main task is to inquire about Master Gulan's situation. If Master Gulan is fine, then tell him about the situation here. Wizard Du Er took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. After a while, he barely managed to calm down. Alright, I know what to do. Let's go to the mountaintop and have a meeting with the wizards of Stormai. We'll listen to them, and at the same time, we must also pay attention to Master Gulan's whereabouts. Wizard Bulletin Er sighed, let's go. Du Er nodded, raised his right hand, and gestured towards the mountaintop. Immediately, everyone quickly became busy, packing up some things from the camp. Slap! The thick black fallen leaves on the ground were deeply trodden down, forming deep depressions, oozing out a large amount of black muddy water. Ronan did not even look at the fallen leaf-covered ground beneath his feet, continuing to walk forward. In the sloping mountain forest, the ground was entirely covered with thick black leaves, creating a stepping sensation like a carpet. In the dark green mountainside forest, Ronan walked in the middle of the team. Everyone was wearing grayish-brown wizard robe and holding staffs. This team of wizards, walking through the forest, brought immense pressure to others. The wizard from Duokai Kingdom was leading the way at the very front of the team. Almost there, we're almost at our kingdom's lodging place near the ruin, the wizard, fearing that Dolly Fa and the others behind him would become impatient, kept looking back and smilingly reminding them. Ronan ignored him, merely casually surveying the surroundings. He was accompanied by two great wizards. The great wizards looked around, vigilant for anything. They had explored ruins many times and knew that there might be ambushes in this forest. Perhaps, with one step, there would be various wizardry formations and wizardry spells simultaneously blasting over. When they arrived at the original lodging place of the kingdom, they found that the clearing in the forest was already empty. It turned out that all those wizards had left. At the mountaintop, on a large green grassland, multiple wizard organizations and kingdom of wizards were confronting each other. From the mountaintop, one could overlook the huge castle of the ancient wizard ruin. At one point on the mountaintop, a large group of green-robed people stood, numbering over 20. These people wore long green robes and leather skirts, divided into 3 teams of men and women. On their green robes, there was an eye-shaped magic runes. Among these people, there was a wooden chair, on which sat a handsome golden-haired man. This man was leaning his hand on his chin, sitting on the wooden chair with a slight smile, watching the other organizations and kingdom of wizards with interest. Is everyone here? He slowly stood up. Since everyone is here, let's begin to decide who enters the ruin first. Upon hearing this, the other wizard organizations and kingdom of wizards looked at each other. Although, in their hearts, they all wanted to join forces and kill the wizards of Stormai. However, they had just witnessed the terrifying wizardry of Stormai, and for a time, none dared to make a move. The handsome blonde man was Arkek, the leader of the Stormai and a legendary wizard. He looked only in his 20s, but in reality, he was nearly 200 years old. His gaze swept around the wizards present, then he said. The wizards of the Roya Kingdom, enter the castle first. The Roya Kingdom was a one-level continent. However, its strength was among the forefront of one-level continents. Although there were no legendary wizards in the kingdom, there were 2 great wizards. Just as Arkek said this, the wizards of the Roya kingdom present suddenly attacked. After all, the dangers of the ruins were unknown. Those who entered first often bore the most danger. If a legendary wizard entered, perhaps he could survive with his power. If a great wizard entered, he would mostly be scouting, practically courting death. The wizards of the Roya kingdom, having thought of these things, immediately injected their magic into their wizardry models. Spells flew towards Arkek. Arkek sat on the wooden chair, sneering as he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the energy particles around him spun into a tornado wall. When the spells touched the tornado, they were drawn in, spun a few times, and then completely vanished. Then, Arkek waved his hand. The ring on his right middle finger glowed green. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the ground. It blew away all the people from the Roya kingdom who were attacking him. The power of this wind was immense. After being blown away, the wizards of the Roya kingdom seemed as if their entire bodies had suddenly been blasted, shooting up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Arkek pressed his hand downwards again. Suddenly, a wall of wind descended from the sky, pressing down on these wizards. Immediately, these wizards plummeted like cannonballs. In just a moment, they crashed to the ground with several thuds. Dust flew up from the ground, revealing several large pits filled with broken bones and minced flesh. Seeing this scene, the other wizards present turned pale. They once again witnessed the strength of the Stormeye. They knew that if they resisted even slightly, they would likely die before even entering the ruins. Even if the ruins were dangerous, there was still some hope of survival upon entering them. But if Arkek released his wizardry, they would surely die. Thus, these wizards could only accept Arkek's arrangements with grim faces. As Arkek was making arrangements, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Because he sensed a group of objects emitting energy particles coming up the mountain. A short while later, the other legendary wizards also sensed this situation. They were all very puzzled. The wizards heading this way, the ones with the strongest energy particles, were only great wizards. Why are these wizards coming up? Are they not afraid of death? Arkek also stopped talking, just waiting for the wizards coming up the mountain to arrive. Before long, a team of wizards ascended the mountain. Brawl. The wizards of the Duokai kingdom all saw the leader. It was their idea for Brawl to invite Dalifa. Now seeing Brawl arrive, a glimmer of hope arose in their hearts. Then, as the team arrived, some of the wizards who had seen Dalifa before. They saw Dalifa, transformed by Ronan, walking in the center of these wizards, surrounded by them. However, compared to the other wizards, Dalifa had no energy particles, appearing utterly unremarkable. Who are you? One of the true knowledge wizards from the Stormeye asked loudly. What are you doing here? The wizards did not answer the question, but one of Ronan's true knowledge wizards asked. Boom. Seeing the newcomer's arrogance, Arkek poured his magic into his wizardry model. A strong gust of wind immediately rose from the ground, sweeping towards Ronan and the others. At this moment, it seemed as if something suddenly stood up around these wizards. It was Ronan who had activated the true martial Dharma form from the 100 Meridians treasure refinement art. The true martial Dharma form stood in front of the wizards, blocking all the strong wind. Upon seeing this, Arkek's eyes widened, and his body slightly lifted from the wooden chair. Outside the Wizard Islands, this was the first time he had encountered a wizard who could block his wind elemental wizardry. Anger rose in his heart, and he continuously poured magic into the wizardry model. The strong wind blowing from the ground suddenly intensified. However, when the wind reached a certain point, it split and went to both sides, unable to affect Ronan and the others in the slightest. The wizards released their spiritual senses and felt a huge energy body in front of Ronan and the others. The shape of this energy body was a giant wearing armor. Forward. Ronan said in a low voice. Then, this team of wizards walked towards Arkek and the others. All of you, release your wizardry. Arkek shouted at his subordinate wizards. Immediately, the wizards of the Stormeye pointed their staffs into the air. Green wizardry formations appeared in the air one by one, and soon, gusts of hurricanes were generated, blowing towards Ronan and the others. And the wizards under Ronan were also extremely alert. Without Ronan's command, they all condensed energy particle shields. Ronan's heart stirred, and the true martial Dharma form moved against the wind, extending its right hand towards Arkek. Its palm opened, reaching out to grab Arkek. Arkek sensed all of this through his spiritual sense. He continuously released wizardry, attacking the giant hand. Long and sharp wind blades burst forth in the air, cutting at the hand. Clanging sounds continuously rang out. But it was of no use at all. The hand of the true martial Dharma form still grabbed Arkek. Its fingers encircled Arkek's body, first crushing Arkek's wooden chair, and then lifting Arkek up. A squeeze. Arkek felt pain all over his body and couldn't help but scream. The wizards of the Stormeye, seeing this scene, knew that the newcomers were formidable. They immediately stopped releasing wizardry, put away their staffs, and made gestures of surrender. My lord, spare me. Arkek couldn't endure such torment and shouted. Ronan squeezed again, making Arkek scream once more, then put him down. The people of Stormeye go in first. Ronan said lightly. Arkek, in pain all over, crawled up from the ground and glanced at his subordinate wizards. At this moment, these wizards all had ashen faces. They had witnessed Ronan's power, let alone resisting, they didn't even dare to flee. The other wizards felt refreshed after what had just happened. Of course, there were also wizards who wanted to know what kingdom or wizard organization would replace the Stormeye if something happened to their people after they entered. With the storm eye in front, everyone set off with their own thoughts. Soon, they arrived in front of the castle. The castle had a small entrance, a path discovered by the Duokai Kingdom's legendary wizard. Entering through this path, at least at the entrance, there was no danger. So, they entered through this small opening in the castle. After entering the castle, it was as if they had entered the interior of a gloomy and desolate building. It was pitch black inside, but the wizards, relying on their excellent eyesight, could see grey brick walls. The wizards of the Storm Eye walked ahead nervously. According to some ancient wizards' notes, Arkek knew that the wizard of this ruin had reached the Dominator level today. The Dominator level was a wizard level even more advanced than Sage Wizard. In the wizard world, it could be said to be a top-tier existence. The leader of the top organization in the center of the Wizard Islands was a Dominator wizard. From the ruins of a Dominator wizard, obtaining even a few items, whether knowledge or materials, could greatly benefit them. The wizards of the Storm Eye were in front, but Arkek was not at the very front. He was at the very back, his eyes filled with vigilance. After walking for a while, nothing seemed to happen. Just as the foremost wizard stepped onto a stone brick. Suddenly, in the corridor ahead, energy particles disturbed. A spatial passage suddenly opened. The entrance of this passage rotated, creating a suction force that immediately pulled the wizard in. Then, other wizards were uncontrollably drawn towards this passage. Attack this entrance! Arkek, standing at the back of the Storm Eye wizard team, shouted. Immediately, the wizards of the Storm Eye released their wizardry one after another, launching a barrage of attacks at the passage entrance. The energy at the passage entrance turned more violently, and before long, the passage, unable to withstand the numerous energies, immediately exploded and was destroyed. The people of the Storm Eye all breathed a sigh of relief. And the people of the Duokai Kingdom exchanged glances. They suspected that their kingdom's legendary wizard had been sucked into one of these entrances. Perhaps it wasn't this kind of entrance, but an entrance that even a legendary wizard couldn't resist. Ronan and the others continued towards the center of the ruins. Along the way, besides encountering spatial entrances, they also found some stone beasts. These stone beasts were originally stone sculptures squatting on both sides of the corridor. As soon as the wizards arrived, the stone sculptures all came to life. These stone sculptures were all humanoid, with ferocious faces, fangs, and a pair of wings on their backs. After coming to life, they lunged at Ronan and the others. Ronan did not act, but the other wizards attacked together, shattering all these stone beasts. Because the stone sculptures suddenly revived, the Storm Eye lost 2 more wizards. They continued walking. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they felt a creep under their feet. The next moment, they found that the ground beneath their feet had turned into a stone snake. The stone snake writhed its body as it tried to swallow them. The wizards continuously released wizardry attacks. After another fierce battle, the stone snake was shattered. The corridor was filled with dust and the wizards panting. This team of wizards continued forward, and along the way, they encountered stone lions, stone knights, and so on. The stone knights, in particular, had extremely strong combat power. Wizardry formations were carved on the bodies of the stone knights, which could immunize them from some wizardry energy. In addition, the stones that made up the stone knights were incredibly hard. Even a few great wizard spells only caused the stone knights to shed some dust. All the wizards attacked continuously for a while before they managed to break apart the stone knights. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at a grand hall. On both sides of the grand hall, there was a row of stone knights. On one side of the grand hall was a small mountain. A mountain of human heads. The wizards of the Duokai Kingdom found the head of their legendary wizard among the mountain of human heads, and their hearts immediately grew cold. Their kingdom, without a legendary wizard, was like a huge resource pool to others. Kingdoms from one-level continents, and even wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands, might unscrupulously invade their kingdom. As soon as Ronan and the others appeared, the stone knights on both sides all came to life. Each stone knight, over 2 meters tall, wielded a thick long spear and charged at Ronan and the others. The footsteps of the stone knights echoed deafeningly on the ground. The wizards beside Ronan waved their staffs, unleashing spells at the stone knights. Immediately, flames, lightning, frost, continuously flashed in the dark hall. The wizardry of the Storm Eye bore the brunt of the attack. The few wizards standing in front were of average strength. Their wizardry, when it struck the stone knights, had no effect and could not stop the stone knights' momentum. The stone knights thrust their long spears, immediately piercing through these wizards. Ronan saw this situation. If he didn't act, most of the wizards would be killed by the stone knights. Immediately, he formed a sword incantation. Streaks of azure sword light flew out from his sleeves like a string of pearls. The sword light scattered, weaving back and forth in the grand hall. Because the azure spirit sword was extremely fast, everyone only felt a layer of azure mist rise in the grand hall. Although the stone used to make the stone knights was hard, it was not as good as the azure spirit sword, which was based on the millennial azure spirit jade bamboo and forged with fine gold and mithril. The bodies of the stone knights were cut into several pieces, falling to the ground. The other wizards first looked at Ronan. Seeing that Ronan was not interested in these stones, they immediately rushed forward and started frantically snatching them. These stones, for them, were excellent magic conducting materials. Stop! Ronan said. Immediately, the other wizards dared not move. Take these stones with you and bring them to my wizard tower later. Ronan sent a mental message to his subordinate wizards. Although the texture of these stones was not as good as his azure spirit sword, incorporating them into the spiritual realm would add many elements to it. Afterward, the wizard team continued forward. After passing through the Grand Hall, they finally reached the main castle. The main castle was usually where the castle owner resided. The owner of this castle had gone somewhere unknown. Perhaps he had gone to the center of the Wizard Islands, or perhaps he had gone to another plane and died in that plane. However, there were definitely more wizardry formations in the main castle. Having experienced several attacks just now, the Storm Eye had already lost half its people. Now, having to go deeper, they felt even more despair. But they knew Dali Fa's strength, so they could only brace themselves and continue deeper. As they went deeper, nothing happened. It seemed that the layout inside the main castle was much less than outside, or even non-existent. However, many rooms in the main castle were empty. It seemed that the wizards who originally lived here had moved everything out. It seemed this was just a temporary residence for the wizard. After entering the main castle, they searched for a room and suddenly saw a room that was not empty. Inside, there were bookshelves with a few books, and on the desk, there was yellowed parchment. Ronan walked into the room, his heart stirring. His mental energy, now materialized, moved all the parchment on the desk towards him. The parchment was scrawled with symbols, appearing to be the original owner of the castle's manuscripts. Ronan felt that the original owner hadn't taken these manuscripts because they were merely notes from a deduction process. The final results were likely with the original owner. In an instant, Ronan recorded the contents of the parchment using Grand Mist. Then, his heart stirred again. His mental energy drew in fire energy particles, gathering them on the parchment. The next moment, multiple sheets of parchment simultaneously caught fire, and in a short while, turned into ash. Ronan continued to scan other areas around the desk. He saw an ancient bronze vessel on the bookshelf. His mental energy probed inside and discovered some Zhuwuki materials and Zhuwuki within. However, in terms of rank, they were only at the legendary wizard level at most. Ronan glanced at the other wizards. To the wizards of the First-Class Continent Alliance, he distributed one Zhuwuki or some Zhuwuki materials. The wizard organization of the Wizard Islands received nothing. Seeing this, the expressions of the wizard organization from the Wizard Islands changed slightly for a moment, then returned to normal. After all, the Wizard Islands had always been the center of the wizard world. Even if these organizations were only on the periphery of the Wizard Islands, they believed themselves to be far superior to the various continents outside the Wizard Islands. Ronan's actions undoubtedly made them lose face. I heard this kingdom is the Valiant Kingdom. The wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands all noted down the kingdom's name. They intended that upon returning to the Wizard Islands, they would unite with several wizard organizations to jointly plunder the kingdom's resources. They would turn this one-level continent into a second-level continent. Ronan naturally saw the expressions of the wizards from the Wizard Islands. This group of wizards from the Wizard Islands was simply a threat to their one-level continents. When he saw these wizards, he had an impulse to keep them here forever. However, the relic had not yet been fully explored, and he still needed them. After searching this room, they continued their exploration. Soon, the main castle was completely explored. The main castle had other rooms and warehouses, all containing books and materials. Ronan collected the books and took most of the materials, giving a small portion of the materials to the members of the First-Class Continent Alliance. As for the wizards from the Wizard Islands, they received absolutely nothing. Now, anyone could see that Dali Fa was determined to offend the wizards from the Wizard Islands. Perhaps, once things here were concluded, Dali Fa would make a move against the wizards from the Wizard Islands. As the wizards from the Wizard Islands walked, a wizard suddenly transmitted a message. It seems these bold wild wizards outside intend to make things difficult for us. Should we strike first? This wizard was only a great wizard, and the vibrations produced by his transmission were completely perceived by Ronan. Before this wizard could finish speaking, Ronan pointed at him. Immediately, a bolt of Beewood divine lightning shot out from his fingertip, striking the wizard's body. The wizard instantly flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall, creating a large crater in it, with cracks like a spider web around the pit. And this wizard was scorched black, with a large hole in his chest where the Beewood divine lightning had struck. To the wizards of the Wizard Islands, after the relic exploration, you may leave. You do not need to worry. Ronan lowered his hand and said. But if you harbor ill intentions, I can only take action. As for that wizard's storage Zhuwuki, whoever is his companion may take it. With that, he continued to walk forward. The wizards from the Wizard Islands, who had intended to act, exchanged glances for a moment, then followed. Ronan's words immediately made them waver. They had witnessed Dali Fa's strength several times and believed it was best not to fight if possible. With Ronan saying this, they were less inclined to act. Because, if they were to engage Dali Fa in battle, their probability of death would be much higher. This team of wizards walked for a while longer, exploring the entire relic, finding nothing else. It seemed this relic was merely a wizard's temporary residence. After the wizard left, he was probably too lazy to tidy up, leaving behind some unimportant items. Although these items were unimportant to that wizard, they were still somewhat useful to Ronan. And for wizards below the Great Wizard rank, their utility was significant. Ronan and his group returned to the relic entrance. Let's keep the wizards from the Wizard Islands here. Ronan transmitted this message to the members of the First-Class Continent Alliance. Ronan's mental energy was the strongest, and the wizards from the Wizard Islands could not hear his transmitted voice. The wizards from the Wizard Islands were still unaware of what was happening when the various wizards from the one-level continent suddenly launched their attack. They immediately poured magic power into their wizardry models, pointing their staves. Immediately, streams of flames, frost, lightning, and storms, suddenly appeared in the air of the relic, striking towards the wizards from the Wizard Islands. In truth, these wizards from the one-level continent had been extremely resentful before Ronan arrived. Although both the continent wizards and the wizards from the Wizard Islands were suppressed by the wizards of the Stormeye. However, the wizards of the Stormeye somewhat looked down on the continent wizards and favored the wizards from the Wizard Islands. When arranging the order of entry into the relic, the continent wizards were always placed first, while the wizard organizations from the Wizard Islands were placed last. Just now, upon hearing Ronan's transmitted message, each of them fiercely channeled their magic power, attacking the wizards from the Wizard Islands with all their might. The sudden attack instantly killed or wounded most of the less powerful wizards from the Wizard Islands. Only legendary wizards like Akek and great wizards remained, still resisting stubbornly. Bring all the Zhuuki of the legendary wizards and great wizards to my wizard tower. Ronan left only this sentence and walked out of the relic. He didn't even look at the battle behind him. Some of the wizards from the Wizard Islands had already been killed by the relic's wizardry formations, stone beasts and stone knights during the relic exploration. Just now, due to the sudden attack by the one-level continent wizards, another portion was killed or wounded. Now, the remaining wizards, under the siege of the one-level continent and second-level continent wizards, would certainly not survive. During the relic exploration, he had displayed his strength, forming a deterrent to the other wizards. Although the strongest of the remaining Wizard Council wizards were great wizards, whose strength was inferior to some kingdoms' legendary wizards. However, these wizards, carrying his deterrent, were like his representatives. When these wizards collected spoils of war, other wizards would absolutely not dare to obstruct them. After exiting the relic, Ronan cast Otsu would immortal escape and flew back towards the Valiant Kingdom. His mind held several ancient wizard manuscripts, and he was eager to begin studying them. One day later, the wizards of the Wizard Council delivered all the resources from this relic exploration to the Wizard Tower. Just as Ronan had predicted, when these wizards acted, other wizards dared not obstruct them at all. The Wizard Tower's warehouse became more filled. However, Ronan had no mind to carefully examine the collections of the Wizard Islands wizards. His entire focus was on the ancient wizard manuscripts. These manuscripts, as he had thought, were merely process-oriented scribbles and drawings. If he wanted to deduce the final result, he would need to research it himself. He found a quiet, secluded study in the Wizard Tower. He simultaneously called up the contents of the manuscripts through Grand Mist while drawing on long sheets of parchment. After years of recording, Grand Mist's database had become astonishingly vast. When he conducted his own research, he could easily retrieve data from Grand Mist. Moreover, Grand Mist, as an AI, could also offer him some suggestions. Therefore, his research speed was immeasurably faster than that of wizards of the same rank. 3 days later, he finally followed the path of the ancient wizard and deduced the result. What the ancient wizard had researched was a type of wizardry knowledge capable of increasing mental energy. Because this wizardry was newly created, the ancient wizard did not write it in the manuscript. Based on the characteristics of this method, Ronan named it Mental Energy Superposition Wizardry Formation. Through its cultivation of mental energy, it could, to a certain extent, increase the progress of forming a nascent soul and lay a good foundation for the nascent soul. After all, the nascent soul stage primarily cultivates the soul and mental energy. After deducing this method, Ronan began to implement it. He left the study and went to a cultivation room. He sat down on a mat and, according to the method of the Mental Energy Superposition Wizardry Formation, began to engrave the wizardry formation on his glabella. This method involved superimposing 72 wizardry formations on top of the mental energy, making the mental energy even more condensed. These 72 wizardry formations were all two-dimensional wizardry formations. Although their spatial complexity was reduced, the lines of each wizardry formation were extremely intricate, and the angle requirements were very strict. Fortunately, he had Grand Mist. After depicting these wizardry formations in a Cartesian coordinate system, he used his mental energy to place them on his glabella. Subsequently, he only needed to use his mental energy to outline the wizardry formations. After more than half a day, he had outlined all 72 two-dimensional wizardry formations. The outer contours of all 72 wizardry formations were circular and of the same size. Stacked together, they formed a cylinder. Under the effect of this cylinder, Ronan's mental energy continuously condensed. The nascent soul between his eyebrows became increasingly solid. He summoned Grand Mist and called up the numerical values. His mental energy value continuously increased. 5 days later, when Ronan used the mental energy superposition wizardry formation again, he found that the growth of his mental energy gradually slowed down. It seemed that the effect of this wizardry formation in increasing mental energy was almost at its peak as the mental energy became stronger and stronger. After another day, using this formation, his mental energy no longer increased. Ronan felt his mental energy was abundant and thought about cultivating a wizardry that used mental energy. He had read about a wizardry called Sword of Spirit in Dolly Faw's collection of books. He had not cultivated it before. Because previously, he felt his mental energy was not strong enough, and cultivating this wizardry would not be very effective. Now, with his powerful mental energy, cultivating this wizardry could achieve an unexpected effect when fighting against others. Thinking of this, Ronan called up this wizardry from Grand Mist. Then, he began to cultivate according to the cultivation method. Wizardry cultivation first involves chanting spells. Ronan's proficiency in wizardry texts was already very high, so chanting spells was extremely simple for him. Soon, the incantation for Sword of Spirit was recited very smoothly by him. After a while, he also figured out which syllable in the incantation could be omitted. Before long, this wizardry was cultivated to the proficient rank by him. Once it reached the proficient rank, he could construct the wizardry model. He first used Grand Mist to generate the wizardry model in a three-dimensional coordinate system. Then, he used mental energy to outline the wizardry model. This wizardry model was a hexagonal prism. Soon, he outlined it. Then, with a thought, he transmigrated to the cultivation world. Upon arriving in the cultivation world, he immediately went to a mountain forest. He injected both magic power and mental energy into the wizardry model. Immediately, his mental energy continuously overflowed from his glabella. In just an instant, an invisible great sword formed, suspended high in the sky. With a thought, this great sword immediately plunged down from the sky. With a boom, it plunged into the forest. Dust and mud splattered in the forest, and nearby wild beasts fled in all directions. Forest birds flapped their wings, chirping, and flew away from this forest. The power is not bad. Ronan thought. Although the power of this sword of spirit was naturally inferior to the azure spirit sword. However, its casting speed was fast enough, and it was invisible. In battle, this move could be used to gain a preemptive advantage. After testing the move, Ronan, with a thought, returned to the wizard world to continue his cultivation. More than a month later, Ronan came to the cultivation world again. He returned to the forest where he had previously tested his moves, his gaze fixed on a mountain peak not far away. With a thought, his body floated towards that mountain peak. Just as he was about to reach the mountain peak, his heart stirred. Immediately, an invisible great sword of mental energy appeared above the mountain peak. Carrying boundless might, it plunged down fiercely. Whoosh! The sword fell, splitting the entire mountain peak into two halves. Rocks tumbled down. The mortals who witnessed this scene from afar were all terrified, believing it to be a divine wrath descended from the heavens. Ronan was quite satisfied with the power of the great sword of mental energy. After testing the move, Ronan thought that since he had made a trip to the cultivation world, he might as well go to the cultivation world to see how it was doing now. His current cultivation technique, the 10,000 wood evergreen scripture, could be cultivated to the nascent soul peak, so he would not need to change cultivation techniques for quite some time. However, if he went to take a look, he might be able to obtain the next stage of the cultivation technique earlier. Moreover, his 100 Meridians treasure refinement art had already been cultivated to its peak, and he wanted to see if there were more powerful body cultivator methods in the cultivation world. After all, due to the severe above heaven and earth spiritual chi, the formation effects of various ancient cultivator relics weakened, and they appeared one after another. During this period, perhaps the cultivation world would gain some more precious cultivation techniques. End of chapter. After Ronan entered the cultivation world, he immediately felt that the spiritual chi in the cultivation world had become much thinner. The spiritual chi was gradually thinning each day. If his mental energy had been lower, he wouldn't have perceived it so easily. It seemed that the cultivation world would soon become a mundane world without spiritual chi. However, even in a mundane world, a cultivator's magic power would not disappear, it would just be impossible to cultivate due to the lack of heaven and earth spiritual chi. No, they could still cultivate by using existing resources, such as spiritual plants, medicinal pills, and other items. After cultivating to a certain extent, they might be able to ascend and thus leave this world. So, the cultivation world will become increasingly brutal, and wars will become more frequent. Ronan thought this as he headed towards a large city in the cultivation world. Upon arriving at the large city, he went to a restaurant as usual and ordered some dishes. While satisfying his appetite, he focused on listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators. After listening for a while, he learned that during his absence, 2 more ancient cultivator relics had appeared. One ancient cultivator relic belonged to a cultivator who practiced wood spells, and the other was a body cultivator. Ronan was more interested in body cultivators. After all, his body refining cultivation technique, 100 Meridians treasure refinement art, had already reached perfection, and he needed another body refining cultivation technique to continue enhancing his physique. Orthodox cultivation emphasizes dual cultivation of both body and spirit. His mental energy had improved rapidly recently, so he also needed to strengthen his physique. After listening for a while longer, he learned the location of the body cultivator ancient cultivator relic. Immediately, he called the waiter to settle the bill and left the restaurant. Walking onto the street, he performed Otsu wood immortal escape, transforming into a dark green light, and flew towards the location of the body cultivator ancient cultivator relic. Ronan walked on the street in his original appearance. Because the wood cultivation technique he practiced made his magic power gentle, people on the street only found him handsome but did not know his high cultivation level. However, when he displayed this escape technique, others were immediately startled, realizing that the person walking on the street just now was a senior with profound cultivation. The body cultivator ancient cultivator relic was located in a mountain range. The spiritual vein in this mountain range had long been abandoned and dried up. There were no cultivation schools on it, and as the heaven and earth spiritual chi gradually thinned, coupled with the diminishing effectiveness of the formation laid by the ancient cultivators. Some time ago, this cultivator relic was finally discovered by cultivators. However, when Ronan arrived here, he only saw a scene of chaos. The cultivators had arrived at the relic, fought fiercely, taken all the items within, and then left the place. I wonder what those cultivators found in this relic. Ronan stood in the void realm, looking around. Closest to the relic was a cultivation school called Qingfeng Sect. A 1,000 li radius around Qingfeng Sect was the school's immortal realm. Ronan felt that since this school was closest to the relic, the cultivators in this immortal realm should know something about what happened in the relic. Thinking this, Ronan performed Otsu wood immortal escape and headed towards this immortal realm. After entering the immortal realm, he found the most prosperous city. Walking on the street, he found a cultivator who had reached the late stage of chi refining and inquired about the relic exploration. This cultivator, who was suddenly stopped, was a bit irritable. But Ronan subtly released a hint of pressure, and the cultivator immediately wilted. "Senior, please ask anything you wish." After Ronan asked a few questions, the cultivator answered them one by one. Ronan then learned that various cultivation schools had come here, contended for resources, and then left with them. Some resources that were overlooked were circulating in the market of Qingfeng Sec's immortal realm. The market in Qingfeng Sec's immortal realm was located in a valley and was one of the 7 famous markets in the cultivation world. Even some items obtained by various schools, if deemed unnecessary, were very likely to circulate there. Then, Ronan's figure flickered, disappearing from the cultivator's sight. A moment later, he reappeared near the entrance of the market. He walked towards the market. The closer he got to the market entrance, the more people there were. It seemed that cultivators from several nearby immortal realms had come to this market for trade. At the market entrance, cultivators were collecting fees. This market primarily served cultivators above the late stage of chi refining. 1 mid-grade spirit stone was required to enter. Ronan paid the spirit stone and went in. The streets of the market were interconnected. On both sides of the streets were various stalls. The stalls displayed magical artifacts, talismans, magic treasure embryos, spiritual plants, and other items. In the market, there was a 5-story tall building overlooking the market. According to the cultivator he had just spoken to, the manager of this market was Qingfeng Sect. This tall building was likely built by Qingfeng Sect. While walking in Qingfeng Sec's immortal realm, he had heard that Qingfeng Sec's old ancestor was also a nascent soul cultivator, though only in the early stage of nascent soul. During the relic exploration, he first fought with Huangshen Sec's nascent soul old ancestor. After 5 moves, he showed signs of weakness. This Qingfeng Sec nascent soul old ancestor immediately conceded defeat. In the end, during the relic exploration, compared to those schools that defied Huangshen Sect, Qingfeng Sect still managed to obtain some resources. Ronan walked into the tallest building in this market, thinking that perhaps some ancient cultivator's secret manuals were in this tallest building. Upon entering the tallest building, a female cultivator in the chi refining stage, wearing a light pink dress, with a beautiful face and slender figure, immediately came forward to greet him. She asked Ronan what he needed to buy here. Ronan immediately got straight to the point. "Do you have ancient cultivator's secret manuals?" The female cultivator in the chi refining stage heard this and immediately said, "Of course, we do. Sir, please proceed to the 5th floor." Following the female cultivator to the 5th floor, he found rows of bookshelves. "Sir, these are all the secret manuals we have collected. If you find one you like, just let me know," the female cultivator said. Ronan then asked, "Where are the secret manuals from this relic?" The female cultivator was slightly surprised by this. After all, this relic was a body cultivator relic, and logically, not many cultivators would be interested in the secret manuals inside. Thinking this, she respectfully guided Ronan to a specific area. Walking beside Ronan, the female cultivator wondered if this person was a clan chief of a family, or perhaps a sect leader of a school. Only then would he think of finding new cultivation methods from the ancient cultivator's body refining techniques. There is only this one secret manual obtained from the relic. The female cultivator pulled a book from the bookshelf. It was a new book, meaning Qingfeng Sect had immediately ordered a copy to be transcribed after obtaining the original secret manual. Only the first part of the secret manual was copied, so that cultivators would buy it after reading it. Ronan opened the secret manual and saw that it contained a section of ancient cultivator text and an explanation. It seemed Qingfeng Sect was afraid no one would buy it, so they also included an explanation of the ancient cultivator text. Although Qingfeng Sect's strength among the many large schools with nascent soul old ancestors is not the strongest, they possess a master who can interpret ancient cultivator texts. It's likely that Qingfeng Sect's legacy is also quite ancient. Ronan thought, continuing to look at the secret manual. This secret manual was called 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art. It was a body refining cultivation technique for cultivating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It was said that after practicing to a certain degree, the 5 viscera would become incredibly tough, and vitality would be extremely strong. And at that time, the 5 viscera would be able to contain heaven and earth spiritual chi. After introducing this cultivation technique, there was nothing more. To know how to cultivate, one had to buy this cultivation technique. This cultivation technique had no buyers, presumably because cultivators all knew the harsh conditions for cultivating ancient cultivator body refining cultivation techniques. Even if they didn't know how to cultivate it, they could guess that in the current cultivation world, it would be extremely difficult to cultivate such a body refining cultivation technique. The value of this body refining cultivation technique was merely for reference to its body refining methods to improve spell cultivator cultivation techniques. "I'll take this book," Ronan said immediately. The female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she immediately stated the price. The price was not high, so Ronan paid the spirit stones. After receiving the spirit stones, the female cultivator immediately left and went into a room, taking out a box. Ronan took the box, opened it, and saw a white jade pendant inside. Ronan extended his mental energy into it and immediately detected the ancient cultivator text within. So, he withdrew his mental energy, took the box, and left the building. Ronan returned to the wizard world and appeared in a cultivation room in the wizard tower. Then, he opened the box, took out the jade pendant, and extended his mental energy into it again. He recorded all the ancient cultivator text using Grand Mist. And then Grand Mist translated it into an easily understandable language. For cultivators in the cultivation world, this 5 viscera spirit nurturing art was no longer just harsh, it was impossible to cultivate. Its cultivation condition was to find a spiritual spring eye in the ancient cultivation world, sit cross-legged on it, activate the cultivation technique, and nourish and temper the 5 viscera with heaven and earth spiritual chi. The spiritual veins in the ancient cultivation world were naturally much richer in spiritual chi than those in the current cultivation world. The spiritual chi concentration of the spiritual spring eye on it was something that the spiritual spring eye in the current cultivation world could never compare to. In other words, this 5 viscera spirit nurturing art was almost equivalent to a waste of work, useless cultivation technique, in the current cultivation world. This kind of cultivation technique, which relied purely on spiritual chi for cultivation, had almost no reference value for the current cultivation world. After pondering for a while, Ronan collected his thoughts and began to cultivate according to what was recorded in the secret manual. After he activated the 5 viscera spirit nurturing art, a gust of wind immediately arose around the wizard tower, and the nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered towards him. The 5 viscera spirit nurturing art required one to choose one internal organ to start with. Ronan chose the liver first. The liver belongs to wood, and he was a wood cultivator, so starting with the most familiar was the simplest. And in 5 viscera spirit nurturing art, it stated that the most difficult to cultivate was the heart. Although the heart belongs to fire, even for a fire cultivator, starting with the heart was difficult and dangerous. 5 viscera spirit nurturing art, beginner 1%. He felt a power brewing in his liver. However, after cultivating for a while, he felt that the heaven and earth spiritual chi required was increasing. The heaven and earth spiritual chi concentration here was actually insufficient to meet the cultivation needs of this cultivation technique. Immediately, Ronan stopped cultivating, pondering in his mind. In the wizard world, the heaven and earth spiritual chi concentration everywhere was pretty much the same. There were no spiritual veins in the wizard world. Even if he approached the wizard islands, he found that the heaven and earth spiritual chi concentration there was no different from here. The difference between the wizard islands and the mainland outside the islands was that the wizard islands had richer cultivation resources. Whether it was wizard knowledge, or demonic beasts, demonic plants, and other items. Ronan thought that Dali Fa's collection of books contained a wizardry formation. It was said that this formation was an auxiliary formation used by some ancient wizards to summon evil creatures. Because the arrival of some evil creatures required extremely abundant energy particles. Ancient wizards relied on this formation to condense the surrounding energy particles. This formation was ancient, and Ronan didn't know if it actually worked. Setting up this formation required different types of magic stones and magic crystals. Ronan obtained the corresponding materials from the wizard tower's warehouse, then left the wizard tower, performed Otsu Wood Immortal Escape, and headed towards the sea. Upon arriving at a small island, he began to set up the formation. Setting up this formation required using magic power and mental energy to connect 22 magic stones and magic crystals and fix them into a specific shape. Once this shape was formed, the nearby energy particles would gather towards this formation. Moreover, the energy particles could also help maintain this formation. Ronan followed the instructions in the book, first using mental energy to make each magic stone and magic crystal float around him. Then, he moved the formation model out of Grand Mist. In his vision, there were connecting blue lines all around. These were the edges of the wizardry formation model. He only needed to use mental energy to move each magic stone and magic crystal to the corresponding intersection point, and then use magic power and mental energy to connect each magic stone and magic crystal. With the assistance of Grand Mist, Ronan quickly moved the magic stones and magic crystals to their respective intersection points. Then, he activated his magic power to connect the various magic stones and magic crystals. Buzz! The surrounding energy particles vibrated. The next moment, the surrounding energy particles gathered towards this location. Nearby, an energy particle vortex formed. Ronan, who was in the center of the formation, was at the center of the vortex. Ronan immediately felt that the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi nearby was rising sharply. Immediately, Ronan sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the 5 viscera spirit nurturing art. His liver continuously absorbed wood heaven and earth spiritual chi. The energy brewing within it grew larger and larger. His liver also became increasingly tough. He summoned Grand Mist and brought up the values. 5 viscera spirit nurturing art, beginner 2%, 5 viscera spirit nurturing art, beginner 3%. The cultivation technique proficiency was continuously increasing. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi here was getting higher and higher. Above the sky, unusual phenomena also appeared. Specks of 7-colored brilliant light generated in the sky. This was an unusual phenomenon that only occurred when an ancient wizard relic appeared. No, if this continues, other wizards seeing it from afar will think that an ancient wizard relic has appeared here, and then various wizard organizations will come. Thinking this, Ronan multitasked. He took out a nightmare stone from his storage pouch. He pointed his hand upwards, and the nightmare stone flew into the sky, hovering. As he infused magic power into the nightmare stone and performed a wizardry spell, the nightmare stone immediately emitted a purple glow. To other wizards, this heaven and earth phenomenon immediately disappeared. He had used the illusion spell Dali Fa obtained from the nightmare world. He had placed a layer of illusionary mist over the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ronan continued to cultivate the 5 viscera spirit nurturing art. Heaven and earth spiritual chi gathered, continuously pouring into his liver. His liver first felt warm, then became scalding hot. Wood energy gradually formed within his liver. The heaven and earth anomaly above his head grew increasingly intense. To conceal it, Ronan poured more spell power into the nightmare stone. The effect of phantom witchcraft was further strengthened. Although the heaven and earth anomaly could be concealed by phantom witchcraft, the flow of energy particles in the distance was beyond the reach of phantom witchcraft. Wizards from nearby continents and the wizard islands finally sensed the flowing energy particles. They believed this indicated the appearance of an ancient wizard ruin. Therefore, they all brought their wizard teams. Those with stronger forces would even bring many knights riding demonic beasts. Hundreds of knights, mounted on winged demonic beasts, flew in the sky, presenting a magnificent sight. Thus, the wizard teams from this vicinity, divided into various groups, came in a grand procession. And these matters are never secret. As long as a wizard needed help, they would spread the news. Soon, news of the ancient wizard ruins' appearance gradually spread across the continent and the wizard islands. 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, Initiation 29%, Initiation 30%. As the cultivation technique proficiency increased, Ronan felt a surge of energy brewing in his eyes as well. After all, the eyes are connected to the liver. The stronger the liver, the more powerful the eyesight. He slightly opened his eyes, looking into the distance. A ray of divine light shot out from his eyelids. He could see much farther. A moment later, he saw black dots appearing in the distance. Currently, his eyesight surpassed the range of his divine sense. Immediately, he knew that wizards were approaching. After all, he was well aware of the commotion caused by his cultivation. He immediately waved his hand, and a set of reversed Bagua formation flags were thrown out. Ever since he had fully stored the natal longevity tree from Triumphant City's flat house into the spirit realm, this set of reversed Bagua formation flags had become free. The formation flags landed precisely around him, forming a Bagua orientation. He infused a stream of spell power into the formation flags. Immediately, a mist arose around him, completely enveloping him. Everything within the mist could not be perceived unless one possessed powerful mental energy. After completing all this, he continued to cultivate. 3 days later, several small islands and numerous large ships appeared near the island where Ronan was located. Originally, there were no small islands near this island. However, to facilitate rest, the wizards collectively cast spells, forming the small islands. The wizard teams from various kingdoms, as well as wizard organizations and wizard schools from the wizard islands, all waited here. They could feel the flow of energy particles, but the area where the energy particles flowed was enveloped by a thick fog. They felt that perhaps the ancient wizard ruins spell formation was still active. So, they had been waiting nearby. Ronan, meanwhile, cultivated while sensing the movements of the surrounding wizards. 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, Initiation 99%. His liver was almost fully refined. The energy within his liver grew stronger and stronger. The internal organs are closely related to the physical body, the stronger the liver, the stronger he felt his power. He summoned Grand Mist to check and found it to be true. As the cultivation technique proficiency increased, his power value also gradually rose. Boom! A surge of heaven and earth spiritual chi poured into his liver. A roar echoed in his ears. A green light shot up from his crown, forming a pillar of light that soared towards the sky. The heaven and earth anomaly intensified. Ronan then increased the spell power infused into the nightmare stone, using more wizardry energy to conceal the anomaly. However, this heaven and earth anomaly spread to the nearby small islands and ships. Green shoots sprouted on the islands and ships, and then quickly grew, with green vines extending out. The wizards were astonished. They looked towards the place shrouded in thick fog. They had intended to forcibly penetrate it with their mental energy, but their mental energy was blocked. They had never seen such an ancient wizard ruin before. It could even emit energy that affected the outside world. These wizards felt that this ruin might have been left by a high-rank wizard, and the knowledge and wizardry materials within it were certainly precious. After Ronan refined his liver, he began to refine his kidneys. 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, Proficient 1%. The proficiency continued to rise. Ronan felt that when all 5 viscera were refined, the progress of this cultivation technique would probably reach perfection. The kidneys are associated with water, and as he circulated the 5 Viscera Spirit Nurturing Art, the nearby energy particles once again converged towards him. The seawater around the small island also gradually began to surge. More and more wizards gathered around the small island. Ronan cultivated within the formation, while those wizards, perhaps due to the waiting making them anxious. After a few days, a wizard organization finally started fighting. The sound of spell bombardments occasionally came from outside, but Ronan remained unmoved, continuing his cultivation. 10 days later, Ronan refined his kidneys. Around the small island, a towering wave was created. And the various wizard organizations were fighting fiercely. Over these 10 days, 3 factions had vaguely formed. These 3 factions were all wizard organizations from the wizard islands. They were all black wizards, possessing extremely powerful offensive spells. Other teams and organizations were attached to these 3 factions. These days, it was the 3 factions fighting. All sorts of schemes and spell battles were continuously staged. Ronan, while cultivating and sensing, also found it quite exciting. He was not afraid of these wizards coming over. Not to mention that the highest rank of wizard here was merely a legendary wizard. Even if they attacked together, they could not threaten him. Even if a more powerful wizard came, he could escape by using Otsu Wood Immortal Escape. After refining his kidneys, he began to refine his lungs. After more than half a month, Ronan, under abundant heaven and earth spiritual chi, refined both his lungs and spleen. Among the 5 viscera, only the heart remained unrefined. After refining 4 viscera, his power value significantly increased. Not only were his internal organs tougher, but his flesh and blood also became more compact and powerful. Moreover, after refining his lungs, he discovered that he could generate hurricanes simply by inhaling deeply and exhaling forcefully, without needing to cast wind spells. And over this past half-month, after the struggles, only one faction of wizards remained outside. The wizard organization from the Wizard Islands had triumphed over the other wizard teams and wizard organizations, becoming the leader here. If anyone refused, they would have to fight, and all wizards had to obey the orders of this wizard organization. After Ronan refined 4 viscera, his hearing also improved. He faintly heard that this wizard organization was called Sun God's Hand. It ranked among the top 3 wizard organizations in the outer regions of the Wizard Islands. It specialized in researching fire element wizardry, and the leader of the wizard organization could unleash extremely powerful fire-type spells. Many wizards who defied him were burned to ashes by his flames. After Sun God's Hand led the other wizards, they waited a few more days, seeing that the ruin was still shrouded in thick fog, feeling a bit impatient. Thus, the leader of Sun God's Hand, Ralph Friedrich, ordered the other wizards to attack the thick fog together. Perhaps, by simply attacking, they could break the spell formation left by the ancient wizard. Under Ralph's command, the other wizards had no choice but to comply. Some lower-strength wizards first cast a few spells towards the thick fog. The thick fog nearly churned a few times. Higher-strength wizards, meanwhile, began chanting, brewing powerful spells. Ralph was also chanting. His right hand, holding the staff, and his left hand were both raised high. As he chanted, a ball of light gradually formed above his head and between his 2 hands. Gradually, this ball of light grew larger and brighter, like a miniature sun. The other wizards had long finished chanting, but they had not cast their spells, waiting for Ralph and the other wizards to cast their spells towards the thick fog together. Ronan sensed these spell energies and felt that if these spells were to strike together, the reversed Bagua formation would not hold. After all, this was a combined attack from several legendary wizards, plus other wizards. So, he infused spell power into the Nightmare Stone. Immediately, a powerful force, like a tide, surged out from the Nightmare Stone, then swept towards the surrounding wizards. The next moment, without the wizards knowing, the scenery in front of them subtly shifted. The position of the small island, in their vision, deviated. Cast. Ralph finally finished chanting, and above his head was a miniature sun with a diameter of over 5 meters. As he gave the order, all the wizards cast their spells towards the small island in their vision. Boom. Next to the island where Ronan was located, a huge pillar of water exploded. The water pillar fell, forming a tsunami that rushed towards the island where Ronan was. However, it was blocked by the reversed Bagua formation. The other wizards only felt a blur before their eyes, realizing that their attacks had struck empty space. Can this ruined spell formation also create illusions for us? The wizards grew even more surprised and suspicious. Could this ruin be related to the legendary nightmare world? Some wizards had this thought. However, none of them told others. After all, the resources in the nightmare world were highly coveted even by high-rank wizards in the center of the Wizard Islands. They could use the resources obtained from the nightmare world to cast bizarre spells. If they told others, the struggles here would likely become even more intense. After Ronan used the Nightmare Stone excessively, side effects gradually emerged. The passage to the nightmare world opened above his head. Across this passage was a purple vortex. The vortex generated suction, drawing his mental energy. However, his mental energy was strong now, and his physical body was robust, capable of locking his soul. No matter how the vortex pulled, he remained unmoved. Although he also wanted to enter the nightmare world, he had no intention of entering until he reached the nascent soul stage. The suction grew stronger and stronger, and soon, it affected the wizards outside. Suddenly, some low-strength wizards collapsed. Their souls had been sucked into the nightmare world. And some high-strength wizards were resisting. However, the strongest wizards here were only legendary wizards. Even legendary wizard Dalifa found it difficult to resist the suction of the nightmare world. None of these legendary wizards were stronger than Dalifa. They cast spells to stabilize their mental energy. But after resisting for only a short while, one after another, their souls left their bodies and were sucked into the entrance of the nightmare world. In just a moment, all the wizards on the nearby small islands and ships collapsed, leaving empty shells, but their souls were gone. Ronan did not want the nightmare world to open and cause this situation. However, since it had happened, Ronan had to clean up the area. He stopped cultivating the 5 viscera spirit nurturing art and stopped casting phantom witchcraft. He went to those small islands and ships, lit a samadhi true fire, and directly burned all the wizard bodies whose souls had entered the nightmare world into ash. He knew that the precious resources of the nightmare world would certainly attract competition among wizards. If the disappearance of these wizards attracted the investigation of other wizards, seeing these wizards without their souls, some wizards would likely realize that the opening to the nightmare world had appeared. These wizards, though they would find no clues about the nightmare world from the empty islands and ships, could search various continents for clues about the nightmare world. This way, the continent where Ronan was located would not be peaceful. After Ronan cleaned up everything, he moved to another island and continued to cultivate. Indeed, the prolonged disappearance attracted the attention of other wizards. The outer regions of the Wizard Islands had already designated this place as a forbidden land of the wizard world. But this forbidden land attracted the attention of even more powerful wizard organizations in the Wizard Islands. The disappearance of several legendary wizards indicated that they had encountered something extremely bizarre and strange. And behind such events, there are often valuable knowledge and resources. Thus, stronger wizards from areas closer to the center of the Wizard Islands came to explore. The first to arrive was a sage wizard, accompanied by several great wizards under him. They first carefully examined the traces on the island where Ronan originally was, as well as the traces on the nearby small islands. They found some burn marks. They could only deduce that those wizards had died from fire-type spells. But how could they, who came to explore a ruin, die from fire-type spells? Due to too little information, these wizards could not deduce anything for a while. Moreover, this island was empty, with no legendary wizard ruins. After investigating for a while, these wizards found nothing and could only return. After returning to the Wizard Islands, a few days later, they heard news from wizards on the other side of the Wizard Islands, reporting that they had sensed the flow of energy particles. These wizards were all astonished. Could that be a movable ruin, a movable forbidden land? Such strange occurrences quickly spread within a portion of the Wizard Islands. Several interested wizard organizations brought wizards and knights, heading towards the place where the energy particles flowed. Because these wizard organizations were stronger, their knights' mounts were also more powerful, being actual flying dragons. Although these flying dragons were not purebred dragons, they carried a hint of dragon might.